In exam season, homeroom teacher Jingrong warns the class that they only have 2 months left, and their magical beasts need to reach black iron level if they want a real shot at university. As he speaks, Jingrong deliberately looks toward Lin Tian, making it obvious who the warning is really aimed at. Lin Tian can only sit there and take it, because he is the only one in class whose contracted beast still has not reached black iron level. That failure stings even more for Lin Tian because he is a transmigrator, and he knows just enough about this world to understand how badly he is falling behind. This planet changed 500 years ago when a divine light appeared, animals turned into magical beasts, and humanity's old weapons slowly stopped being enough. Humans survived by learning to contract and train magical beasts, turning beasts raising into the core path for becoming an armored envo. For students like Lin Tian, the college entrance exam decides everything, because missing university means losing the best growth period and trying to struggle up alone. His own magical beast is just a common silver wolf named Xiaohui, a beast so weak that it has barely changed in 2 years. On top of school, Lin Tian has to work every day at a slaughterhouse just to get by, and the thought of failing the exam leaves his future looking bleak. Then class monitor Fan Wei stands up and loudly offers to help by making his family's slaughterhouse work Lin Tian's silver dog harder, and the fake kindness lands exactly like an insult. The class bursts into laughter, mocking Lin Tian and his wolf as if both of them are only fit for slaughterhouse work. Jingrong slams the lectern again and shuts the laughter down, at least on the surface. But even while calling Fan Wei's behavior praiseworthy, Jingrong tells Lin Tian to make use of the chance, which only deepens the humiliation. Lin Tian answers quietly, because he knows this is not really about chickens or effort anymore, it is about being too weak to command respect. When school ends, Lin Tian leaves alone with that bitter truth still sitting on his shoulders. He heads straight to the Fan family's slaughterhouse, one of the base's major meat suppliers and the place where Fan Wei's family power follows him after school. As soon as Lin Tian arrives, Supervisor Wang coldly informs him that Fan Wei has already ordered his workload doubled from today onward. With no room to argue, Lin Tian can only accept and head into the chicken shed to do the job. In this changed world, even ordinary livestock grow unnaturally fast, so workers like Lin Tian rely on magical beasts to catch and slaughter them efficiently. Lin Tian ties on his apron and summons Xiaohui from the beast's mark on his arm in a flash of silver light. Xiaohui immediately knocks Lin Tian down and licks his face, giving him the one bit of warmth he gets all day. Lin Tian pats Xiaohui and quietly apologizes for the hard day ahead before sending it into the coop. Xiaohui charges into the chicken coop like a silver bolt, and feathers instantly start flying everywhere. Watching Xiaohui work under the setting sun, Lin Tian imagines a bleak life of staying mediocre, surviving on scraps, and pinning all hope on the next generation instead of himself. He finally asks himself if he is really willing to accept that future. The answer hits harder when he sees Xiaohui's silver fur smeared with blood, because under Fan Wei's pressure the wolf is being pushed far past the normal workload. Lin Tian feels guilty enough to think Xiaohui would never willingly accept this life either. Then the impossible happens, and a system suddenly activates in Lin Tian's mind after gathering enough energy. The pop-ups reveal that every chicken kill is now feeding experience into Xiaohui, and that a huge chicken count will even earn evolution points. When the system asks whether he wants to level up Silverwolf, Lin Tian is stunned that his long-delayed cheat has finally arrived. He does not hesitate for even a second and immediately chooses yes. The moment he confirms, Xiaohui's body erupts in white light that floods the entire chicken coop. When the light settles, the coop has fallen eerily silent and most of the chickens have already collapsed. At the center of that silence, Xiaohui rises in a much larger body and lets out a howl strong enough to shake the shed. Lin Tian can barely believe the beast in front of him is still Xiaohui, until he recognizes those same familiar eyes. He cautiously calls Xiaohui's name, and the wolf answers by flashing to his side and tackling him with the same old affection, only now at terrifying speed. The system confirms the breakthrough to Black Iron low grade and generates a full attribute panel for Xiaohui. Better yet, the evolved wolf has gained its first real combat skill, Silver Claw, on top of its natural wolf talent. For Lin Tian, that means Xiaohui did not just barely qualify for the exam line, it jumped forward with a real Black Iron attack skill. Once the moon rises, Lin Tian notices silver light gleaming from Xiaohui's claws and starts connecting the visual clue to the new skill. He tries giving a direct order to use Silver Claw, but Xiaohui only stares back blankly, clearly not understanding the skill by name. So Lin Tian switches back to the simple command Xiaohui knows best and tells it to attack. This time Xiaohui understands perfectly and tears into the coop in a silver flash, lighting the dark shed with glowing claws. The new skill is brutal to watch, because the moment Xiaohui slashes as usual, the chickens are instantly torn apart without resistance. Even the sturdy coop starts showing deep claw marks, proving the attack power is far beyond what his classmates normally have. As the system starts feeding in fresh kill notifications at the new lower rate, Lin Tian realizes Xiaohui is already close to the top students after just one level up. That possibility makes Lin Tian dream even bigger, because if Xiaohui levels again, it might surpass the best students outright. He tells Xiaohui that once they finish tonight, they will leave this place and stop suffering under this kind of treatment. Xiao Hui clearly understands the mood behind those words and throws itself into the slaughter with even more excitement. The kills keep piling up deep into the night, and with Xiao Hui handling everything so fast, Lin Tian finally drifts off to sleep nearby. When Lin Tian finally wakes up, the entire chicken coop has been emptied during the night. Xiao Hui is already resting beside him again, loyal and calm after wiping the whole place clean. Then the system delivers another huge reward, announcing that 100,000 chicken kills have earned Lin Tian an evolution point. Before he can even fully process that, the system adds that Xiao Hui's experience is maxed again and asks whether he wants to push it up to middle grade black iron right now. Lin Tian immediately spends the chance to strengthen Xiao Hui, and the wolf erupts in white light inside the chicken coop. When the light fades, Xiao Hui has jumped to middle grade black iron and gained a new claw skill. The upgrade is dramatic enough that Lin Tian now looks tiny beside Xiao Hui's armored silver body. Lin Tian opens Xiao Hui's status to check the new power, and realizes the wolf's attacks now carry silver blade damage. With every chicken already dead, Lin Tian drags Xiao Hui outside to test that new strength on the only targets left nearby, 3 big rocks. At Lin Tian's command, Xiao Hui rips one rock apart with glowing claws and throws out crescent-shaped silver blades that smash the others too. Seeing actual ranged energy attacks leaves Lin Tian stunned, because beasts this low in rank almost never fight like rare elites. Then Lin Tian remembers the one precious evolution point he still has and hurriedly opens his own status. That single point cost him a mountain of chickens, so Lin Tian doesn't hesitate and orders the system to evolve Xiao Hui again. The second evolution starts violently, with Xiao Hui howling as cracks split across its body and white light blasts out from inside. A crescent mark rises from Xiao Hui's forehead, gathers the silver glow, and feeds it back into the wolf as the cracks start healing. The evolution finishes with Xiao Hui becoming a rare silver moon wolf and awakening the talent Moon Agility. Lin Tian checks the new status and learns the evolved wolf kept its claw and blade skills while gaining Moon Agility under moonlight. Running a hand over the sparkling fur, Lin Tian finally sees that Moon Agility is what made Xiao Hui so much sharper and more dangerous looking. By early morning at the slaughterhouse, Supervisor Wang hurries over in a good mood, expecting Lin Tian to have failed the doubled workload. The moment Wang opens the coop, feathers burst out, and he finds not a single chicken left alive. Lin Tian walks over in fresh clothes, and Wang spins on him to demand where all the chickens went. Lin Tian casually says the chickens already went into the slaughtering machine, and Wang only gets more certain he could not have done it alone. Wang blows up, accuses Lin Tian of hiring help, and swears he will not pay him a single cent. Lin Tian answers by lighting the beast mark on his hand and summoning Xiao Hui's evolved wolf body behind him. One growl from the giant wolf is enough to turn Supervisor Wang pale, especially when the beast looks at him like easy meat. Wang collapses to the ground trembling, and the power dynamic flips completely. Now firmly in control, Lin Tian tells Wang the work is done, he wants his pay settled, and he quits on the spot. Supervisor Wang does not dare argue anymore and hurriedly agrees to settle Lin Tian's pay. After recognizing Xiao Hui's unusual size and crescent mark, Wang pays quickly, and Lin Tian leaves without making things worse for him. Lin Tian heads straight back to school and finds the whole class already gathered unusually early. The classmates immediately mock him as the class butcher and sneer that he should worry about chickens, not school. Lin Tian ignores the noise and quietly returns to his seat. Then Jingrong steps to the lectern with paperwork and explains why everyone came early. The school is launching pre-exam training in a low-level mystic realm. Jingrong adds that armored envoys will lead the next half-month of training, but only students with black iron magical beasts can sign up. As the forms go out, Lin Tian realizes everyone else already knew, and he instantly understands how valuable this chance is for the exam. The class eagerly volunteers one after another, showing just how coveted the special training is. Lin Tian stands up too and asks to join, freezing the room for a beat before the laughter starts. The class erupts in ridicule, saying Lin Tian's so-called silver dog would only get itself killed in the wild. Their contempt has real danger behind it too, and Jingrong's stern look makes clear this training could get an under-level beast killed. Fan Wei piles on the hardest, mocking the idea that killing chickens could raise Lin Tian to black iron overnight. Jingrong slams the lectern and shuts the room down, angry that Lin Tian seems to be treating a deadly training ground like a joke. Even with the teacher angry, Lin Tian refuses to back down and says plainly that Xiao Hui has already reached black iron. That claim lands like a bomb, and after a stunned beat the whole classroom bursts into even louder laughter. Fan Wei takes it personally and shouts that if Lin Tian's wolf is really black iron, he will eat the registration form on the spot. The joke spreads through the room, and even Jingrong briefly lets a smile slip before turning serious again. Jingrong finally gives Lin Tian one clean chance to prove it in front of everyone. While the room still jeers, Lin Tian calmly raises his arm and shows that his beast mark has already changed into a wolf totem. Then Lin Tian summons Xiao Hui, and the whole classroom starts trembling under the wolf's arrival. Xiao Hui appears like a silver giant, nearly filling the classroom and leaving only a narrow strip of usable space. Its howl hits with such force that the classroom windows shatter on the spot. The entire class falls dead silent, because Xiao Hui's sheer size and pressure are far beyond anything they expected from Lin Tian. Even Jingrong is shaken enough to ask the obvious question. This was not just a rank up, it evolved too, didn't it? Lin Tian confirms it openly, and says Xiao Hui has already gone beyond middle grade black iron. That answer hits Fan Wei hardest, because in one night Lin Tian has jumped to a level Fan Wei's family spent heavily just to reach. The rest of the students are just as rattled, torn between disbelief and the plain fact that Xiao Hui does not look ordinary at all. Cornered in front of everyone, Fan Wei points at Lin Tian and demands a duel. Lin Tian accepts Fan Wei's challenge without any nerves, setting up a public duel at the school training ground. As soon as everyone arrives, Fan Wei shows off the rare beast his family got him and summons the iron-skinned boar. Lin Tian quietly probes the boar and realizes Fan Wei's beast is not just rare, but a middle-grade black iron beast with the rare talent brute force. Even so, Lin Tian quickly calms down because Xiao Hui's speed can make that raw strength useless if the boar never lands a hit. With the boar shielding him, Fan Wei gets his courage back and taunts Lin Tian, bragging about his rare beast and threatening to crush Xiao Hui if Lin Tian will not surrender. Lin Tian doesn't bite at all and just sends Xiao Hui forward. Irritated, Fan Wei orders iron skin, and the boar powers up until its body glows silver white, and its eyes turn red. The powered-up boar charges like a bulldozer, but Xiao Hui slips away at the last instant, and leaves only an afterimage in its path. The boar keeps charging into empty air, and when Xiao Hui lands behind it with an almost mocking stare, the whole exchange turns humiliating for Fan Wei. Red-faced from being toyed with, Fan Wei snaps and yells that Lin Tian's wolf only knows how to run. Lin Tian decides the warm-up is over and calmly tells Xiao Hui it has played enough. Xiao Hui's whole presence changes at once, and the class falls silent when the silver wolf lowers into a real killing stance. Then Xiao Hui bursts out so fast that the students only catch the aftermath and the boar's sudden scream. The silver blur circles the boar again and again, slicing open bloody wounds all over its body despite that famous iron skin. When the boar rears back in pain and exposes its belly, Xiao Hui appears right in front of it for the finisher. Xiao Hui rips out an X-shaped silver energy slash into the boar's belly, and even Jingrong is stunned because ranged claw attacks are supposed to be the mark of rare beasts. The iron-skinned boar crashes to the ground defeated, its body covered in injuries and its cracked defense exposed in front of everyone. That clean victory flips the class's attitude on the spot, and Lin Tian suddenly becomes someone they look at with real respect. Even Jingrong changes his tune, hurrying over with a smile to invite Lin Tian into the special training program. Walking away from that scene, Lin Tian can't help feeling how brutally simple it is here. Once he shows strength, people finally respect him. The thought only pushes him harder, because the special training is 2 weeks away and he refuses to waste that window. He decides the base is too safe and too limited, so if Xiao Hui is going to grow fast enough, they have to leave the city and hunt in the wilderness. He keeps the plan realistic and decides to hunt only weak beasts near the base instead of wandering into the territories of truly dangerous magical beasts. He packs some food and heads for Green Mountain Base's gate, where every person leaving the city has to register their beast and personal details. The gate worker is taken aback by how young Lin Tian is and warns him that the wilderness is dangerous to handle alone. Lin Tian still goes through with it, passes the base's safety checks, and steps out into the open wild for the first time. The sight of the wilderness excites him, but he reins himself in and immediately summons Xiao Hui to start hunting near the base. Xiao Hui darts through the grassland like silver lightning, cutting down small prey while Lin Tian's system keeps spitting out kill notices and tiny evolution gains. After watching the numbers, Lin Tian realizes leveling is getting inefficient because these weak beasts give too little and don't stay densely packed for long. So he heads deeper toward the forest, and there Lin Tian unexpectedly sees a small patrol team coming out from the trees. One of those men is his neighbor Li Feng, who immediately runs over in surprise and asks why Lin Tian is out here. After a quick introduction, Lin Tian learns Li Feng's group is a cleaning team that clears weak beasts around the base before they multiply into trouble. Li Feng gets a little serious and asks again what Lin Tian is doing out here, clearly worried that the wilderness is too dangerous for him alone. Lin Tian explains with a smile that the college entrance exam is only a few months away, so he came out to gain real combat experience. Wanting to keep him safe, Li Feng turns to his captain and asks if Lin Tian can temporarily tag along with the team near the base. Li Feng quickly sells the idea by praising the captain as a good man and revealing that Supervisor Wang is a bronze-level armored Anva. That title hits Lin Tian hard, because meeting a real armored Anva makes the power he wants suddenly feel much more real. Lin Tian immediately takes Li Feng's hint and respectfully calls him Brother Hao, and Supervisor Wang laughs that after being called that, how could he still refuse? Lin Tian officially joins Wang Hao's cleaning team and starts learning how brutal the wilderness really is. Li Feng points out phoenix-tailed grass and warns Lin Tian that even harmless-looking plants can alert nearby beasts, so they kill them on sight. As they move deeper, Li Feng explains that the wilderness is dangerous above ground and below it, because weak beasts often hide under the soil. He shows Lin Tian a small mushroom and says fungus growth can hint at what is lurking underground and where the ground is relatively safer. Lin Tian puts those lessons to use on the move, calling Xiao Hui into action whenever small magical beasts appear. Each time Xiao Hui attacks, His silver light dazzles the team enough for Wang Hao and Li Feng to realize this student is anything but ordinary. Then the team reaches a stretch buried in black fog, and Wang Hao abruptly signals everyone to stop because something feels wrong. To face whatever is hiding there, Wang Hao summons his rare bronze rank explosive black bear, and its sheer pressure hits Lin Tian head on. Lin Tian is thrilled by that bronze level might, and quietly tells Xiaohui that one day they will stand just as high. Wang Hao orders the bear to smash the ground, and the flaming impact blows open hidden cracks under the black fog. Black gas gushes from the broken ground, and swarms of black devil bugs burst out, turning the hidden danger into a full outbreak. Wang Hao recognizes the swarm as a black devil bug nest and warns that a bronze-level bug king may already be inside. Knowing the nest could become a disaster if left alone, Wang Hao orders a full purge and pushes straight toward the source. Li Feng steps in front of Lin Tian with his own red-eyed striped leopard and tells him to go back, because this is no longer a routine cleanup. The rest of the team backs Li Feng up, urging Lin Tian not to throw away his future for a fight this deadly. Lin Tian refuses, because he came out knowing the wilderness was dangerous, and will never become an armored envoy if he runs from every risk. Xiaohui backs that resolve with a sharp roar that knocks several black devil bugs out of the air. Seeing both Xiaohui's strength and Lin Tian's determination, Li Feng finally relents and lets him come, with one condition: run the instant his life is in danger. With that settled, the cleaning team enters the black devil bug nest through the path Wang Hao blasted open underground. Inside, the tunnel is so cramped and dark that the team can only advance in single file behind Wang Hao's bear. The explosive black bear scorches the tunnel walls to light the way, revealing the nest stretching deep into the earth. That path opens into a huge underground chamber full of wall holes and one deeper pit ahead that looks like the Bug King's lair. Then the chamber erupts, and black devil bugs start pouring out of the holes in numbers so huge the place feels alive. Wang Hao immediately orders everyone to lock in back-to-back and brace for a swarm battle in the center of the nest. At the order to attack, Xiaohui explodes into motion like silver lightning, his crescent mark blazing as he tears through the swarm. His claw attacks rip open the bug's hard shells so fast that Lin Tian's kill notifications start stacking almost faster than he can follow. In the middle of that massacre, Xiaohui's experience finally caps out and Lin Tian upgrades him on the spot without hesitation. A burst of silver light wraps Xiaohui as he rises to black iron high grade and gains the upgraded skill Wolf Howling Bomb. Lin Tian quickly checks the result and sees Xiaohui has become a stronger silver moon wolf with a moonlight cannon attack waiting to be used. Before Lin Tian can even test that new move, the system awards an evolution point because Xiaohui has already slaughtered 10,000 black devil bugs. With the chamber nearly cleared, Wang Hao pushes the team onward, because killing the Bug King is the only way to erase the nest for good. Lin Tian walks deeper with Xiaohui at his side, thrilled that he is finally about to see a bronze beast in a real life-and-death fight. After another stretch underground, the path opens into a second chamber lit by a dim green glow, and an eerie heartbeat pulsing through the dark. When the team slips in quietly, they finally see the source, a giant glossy black beetle-like monster with massive pincers waiting in the nest. Lin Tian checks its status and realizes this dark pincer is not just the Bug King but a rare bronze monster already nearing middle-grade strength. The moment both sides notice each other, red light flares under the monster's shell and the dark pincer attacks first. Wang Hao orders a counterattack, but the dark pincer barrels through the clash and slams the explosive black bear into the wall with terrifying force. That failure tells Wang Hao brute force from their beasts is not enough, so he recalls the bear and prepares to fight in armor form himself. The explosive black bear dissolves into black light around Wang Hao, and the air starts pounding with the heartbeat of a beast merging with its master. A black bear totem brands itself onto Wang Hao's chest as green force and raging flame erupt together and remake him into a living weapon. Now fully armored and wrapped in flames, Wang Hao glares at the dark pincer and launches himself like a burning meteor, breaking into the final clash. In the Bug King's lair, Wang Hao's flaming blow finally dents the dark pincer's shell, and Lin Tian is stunned because even Xiaohui's best attacks could not scratch it. Still armored, Wang Hao marches forward hard enough to crater the ground, and the dark pincer answers by launching itself into the air for a full-speed counterattack. The dark pincer wraps itself in black gas, spins into a black tornado, and dives straight at him. Instead of dodging, Wang Hao plants himself and catches the black tornado head-on with both burning hands. When the spin finally stops, Wang Hao is gripping both of the monster's claws, and he has not even been pushed back a step. Lin Tian can hardly believe it, because the same claws had been powerful enough to pin the explosive black bear to a wall earlier. Then Wang Hao roars out exploding heaven flames and forces even more power through his arms. Cracks rip across Wang Hao's arms, the fire erupts into a sea of flames, and the whole nest is swallowed by a blinding explosion. When the light fades, the nest is collapsing and only the dark pincer's charred remains are left in Wang Hao's hands. His armor blows away, Wang Hao drops the corpse, and the dark pincer crumbles into ash. After the Bug King falls, the cleaning team wipes out the remaining black devil bugs and escapes as the nest caves in behind them. Outside, Wang Hao drops the battle aura, scratches his head with a simple smile, and confirms that this talented kid is Lin Tian. Wan Hao openly tells Lin Tian his future will be extraordinary and invites him to join the team whenever he is willing. The team is shocked, because their captain almost never lowers himself to recruit a stranger like this. Pushed forward by the others, Li Feng can only grin and ask Lin Tian what he thinks. Lin Tian thinks it over, remembers how much he learned today, and realizes hunting with this team would help him grow much faster. So Lin Tian thanks Wan Hao and Li Feng and accepts the invitation to join the cleaning team. By the time they return to the city, the battle is over, but Wan Hao's armor fusion still won't leave Lin Tian's mind. Back home on his bed, Lin Tian replays Wan Hao's crushing strength and realizes just how absurdly powerful an armored envoy becomes after fusion. That excitement quickly turns into frustration, because he has no idea how an ordinary student is supposed to cultivate illusory power. He knows the proper methods are controlled and hard to get, so the normal path would be entering university and learning there. But that answer only makes the real problem sharper. The college entrance exam is still 3 months away, and Lin Tian cannot afford to wait that long. Then he remembers the one thing that makes him different from everyone else: the system. A system prompt appears about his unallocated evolution point, and Lin Tian gets a wild idea to use it on himself instead of Xiao Hui. He decides the gamble is worth it, because even wasting 1 point is better than sitting still while his chance slips away. So Lin Tian gives the order without hesitation: "System, evolve me." The system confirms the target is himself, and that alone is enough to make Lin Tian realize his guess was right. He answers yes at once, convinced he may really be one step away from becoming an armored envoy. The moment the evolution starts, Lin Tian's vision goes black and his whole body bursts into white light. Xiao Hui senses something is wrong and lets out a worried cry, but Lin Tian manages to calm him before the light fully wraps around him. Inside the white glow, his skin turns red, his heart pounds like a drum, and a violent new strength tears through every part of his body. It feels as if a seal inside him has broken, and suddenly every cell in his body and every inch of his awareness wakes up at once. Then his senses burst outward in strange flashes, and for a moment it feels like his soul is drifting through forests and over a lake in the wilderness. With one final crack, Lin Tian snaps back into his bedroom, still floating in midair, and the force holding him up suddenly vanishes. He falls hard, catches his breath, and the system panel reveals the result: Lin Tian is now Black Iron High Grade. What shocks him even more is the new talent on the panel, Eye Awareness, which means his evolution worked more like a magical beast's breakthrough. He quickly tests himself, and realizes his eyesight is much sharper than before. When he raises a hand, a faint illusory force finally gathers around it, proving he can now form real power of his own. Still, the panel makes the limit clear: Black Iron is only the beginning, and true armor fusion will have to wait until both he and Xiao Hui reach bronze. Over the next 2 weeks, Lin Tian throws himself back into the wilderness and fights beside the cleaning team every day to keep leveling up. As the days pass, Lin Tian and the team become tightly coordinated, and he truly settles in as one of them. Xiao Hui also grows fast in those constant battles, gaining both strength and real combat experience. With only 2 days left before special training, the team is camping when a flock of red-spotted goshawks suddenly appears overhead. Everyone tenses immediately, because these giant hawks are fast enough to fight like bronze-level beasts even when most of them are only black iron. Wan Hao counts around 10 of them against only 6 people and warns the whole team to stay alert. Lin Tian, though, is almost excited by the danger and immediately sends Xiao Hui out to attack. The goshawks dive, the team scatters into battle, and Wan Hao has to armor up and take on 5 of them by himself. Li Feng gets caught in a bad opening when a goshawk breaks through and spears toward him with a deadly peck. Lin Tian reacts instantly and orders Xiao Hui to intercept before Li Feng can be hit. Xiao Hui flashes out like silver lightning, moving so fast that even these aerial hunters cannot match him. By the last day before training, Lin Tian has fought side by side with the team all the way through and heads back to school for the next stage. When Lin Tian walks into class, even the students who used to be cold to him now greet him with smiles, and Fan Wei is unusually restrained. Soon the whole school is gathered on the field when a helicopter roars overhead and more than a dozen figures jump down from the sky. Lin Tian goes tense at once, because the sky is supposed to be a forbidden zone for humans, yet these people drop through it like they do not care. The newcomers slam onto the field in camouflage uniforms, carrying a rough battlefield aura and beast tattoos on their bare arms. The principal introduces them as instructors from the Star Alliance mercenary group, and the weight of that name hits the students immediately. Then the chief instructor steps forward, a scar-faced armored envoy named Yi Feng. Yi Feng announces that the special training will take place in Green Mountain Base's F-grade secret land, the Dark Forest. He adds that their performance there will count alongside the college entrance exam, and any standout student could be recruited directly into Star Alliance. The field erupts in excitement, because joining one of the country's top mercenary groups would change any student's future. Lin Tian is the one who does not relax, because the grade Yi Feng just named does not sound right to him at all. He runs through the danger scale in his head and remembers that an F-grade area is supposed to be mild enough for ordinary people to enter. So when he thinks about a secret land dangerous enough to produce silver-ranked beasts, Lin Tian is left with one uneasy question: is this training really safe? Before the training begins, the students learn why mystic realms are feared. The stronger ones are not just beast habitats, but territories ruled by powerful kings that kill intruders on sight. Lin Tian notices Yifeng's beast tattoos shining with golden light, and quietly realizes this scar-faced instructor may already be above silver level. Yifeng orders the instructors to split off to their assigned classes and lead the students into the dark forest. Class 2 is stunned when their instructor turns out to be Zhang Yinjing, a striking red-haired woman whose beauty instantly wipes out everyone else's attention. Zhang Yinjing introduces herself and gives only one rule for the next few days: nobody leaves her sight. Almost no one is actually listening, and even the usually stern Jingrong steps forward awkwardly to greet her before the class sets off. After the long trip, the class reaches the dark forest, and its cold, silent gloom hits the students like a warning to turn back. At the forest entrance, Zhang Yinjing orders everyone to summon their magical beasts before they go in. When Lin Tian summons Xiao Hui, the huge silver wolf lands behind him in a flash of silver lightning and instantly silences the other beasts. Xiao Hui is still taking in the unfamiliar forest when Zhang Yinjing boldly grabs his foreleg and starts inspecting him up close. After hearing Lin Tian's name, Zhang Yinjing is even more impressed because his silver wolf stands out as the strongest-looking beast in Class 2. Then she grabs Lin Tian and bluntly points out something even bigger. His illusory power is already pure enough that he can start preparing for armor transformation. The whole class is rattled because Lin Tian's beast evolved less than 3 weeks ago, yet Zhang Yinjing still confirms her judgment without hesitation. Once inside the dark forest, Zhang Yinjing hangs back to guard the group, making it clear she will only step in if the danger becomes real. The forest stays quiet at first, but Lin Tian's wilderness instincts suddenly catch a streak of flame wrapped around a black tree before anyone else sees the threat. Lin Tian immediately warns everyone to be careful, while Xiao Hui drops into a guarded stance beside him. Some classmates think Lin Tian is just showing off after getting praised, but Zhang Yinjing smiles because she can tell he really sensed a serious threat. The hidden attacker finally reveals itself when a giant scorched rock python bursts out in flames, its red eyes opening in the dark like embers. Lin Tian recognizes the monster as a rare bronze-level lava python, far beyond what ordinary students should be fighting. With the class frozen in fear, Lin Tian takes charge and orders Xiao Hui to open with Wolf Howling Bomb. Moonlit energy gathers in Xiao Hui's mouth and blasts forward, making him the first to actually strike the bronze beast. Lin Tian's push finally snaps the rest of Class 2 awake, and the students start throwing all their magical beasts into the fight. But the lava python shrugs off the barrage, and even Xiao Hui's bomb leaves only a shallow mark on its rock-hard body. When the class starts running out of answers, Zhang Yinjing finally moves and green light blooms around her as vines spread across the ground. At her command, a wave of vines surges past the students and crashes straight into the lava python. Zhang Yinjing rises into the air in green armor supported by vines, and Lin Tian realizes her control-focused armor works very differently from Wang Hao's grounded brute force style. She casts inescapable net, and towering vines erupt from below to pin the giant python flat against the ground. Then a vine coils around Zhang Yinjing's arm and forms a staff in her hand, turning the restraint into an execution. Her thorn explosion detonates through the vine net, and a storm of spikes blasts the lava python into gravel in one clean finish. Watching the aftermath, Lin Tian starts to understand that armored envoys can follow different paths, with Wang Hao built for raw power and Zhang Yinjing built for control. As if none of that was unusual, Zhang Yinjing simply tells the class to keep moving. The students march on buzzing about her display, but the next area wipes out that confidence when the forest opens onto a vast grassland packed with more beasts than they can count. When the beast tide starts roaring and charging like a living flood, many students' legs go weak on the spot. This time the instructors deliberately stay back, because the forest encounter was only the appetizer and the first real phase of special training starts here. Lin Tian does the opposite of panicking and charges straight in with Xiao Hui, treating the chaos like another day from his cleanup team training. As Xiao Hui tears into the horde, Lin Tian's system starts chiming non-stop with kill notices and tiny evolution point gains. Seeing Lin Tian push in first helps the rest of Class to recover, and soon the whole line is fighting through a grassland turned into a bloody killing field. The other instructors are already impressed that these students are holding together this well, but Zhang Yinjing still decides Class 2 deserves even more help. Her vines erupt across the plain and start grabbing black iron beasts from all over the battlefield, hurling them straight into Class 2's section like extra targets delivered by hand. Class 2 goes wild with excitement because Zhang Yinjing is basically feeding them a stream of easy advancement opportunities. The other classes can only watch in frustration, because their best prey is being redirected to Class 2 and nobody else has an instructor with this kind of large-scale control. Even the other instructors let it slide, partly because control-type envoys like Zhang Yinjing are rare and partly because none of them wants to pick a fight with her fiery temper. In the end, all anyone can do is call out for Zhang Yinjing to leave some beasts for the other classes too. While Zhang Yinjing keeps favoring her own class, Lin Tian gets bored because the beasts near him are far too weak for Xiao Hui. Lin Tian tells Xiao Hui to push deeper into the field, looking for a real fight instead of waiting in the safer rear. Once they reach the busier middle zone, Xiao Hui wakes right up and starts slicing beasts apart with silver energy blades. The gap is ridiculous, so Lin Tian just sits in the grass while Xiao Hui lazily wipes out anything that comes close. Zhang Ninjing is startled by how strong he is and starts redirecting beasts from other classes toward Lin Tian just to keep him occupied. Realizing ordinary black iron beasts are no longer enough, Zhang Ninjing gives Lin Tian permission to move alone as long as he stays in her sight. Lin Tian immediately bolts deeper into the plains, leaving Zhang Ninjing blinking because he never even asks the usual rookie questions. At the front line, Xiao Hui tears through textbook terror beasts like a silver lightning bolt, and Lin Tian barely notices the non-stop kill notices anymore. Because Lin Tian is so far ahead, the beasts start bunching together around him until the loose swarm turns into a real horde. Zhang Ninjing warns that the gathering has already reached beast horde scale, but Lin Tian only asks if he can go even farther since she can still handle the back line. Half exasperated and half impressed, Zhang Ninjing tells him to go ahead, and Lin Tian dives straight into the black iron beast to farm more experience. Xiao Hui's rampage finally draws the attention of something much worse, and a thunderous lion roar silences the entire plain. The flame-tailed green lion steps out in full view, towering over Xiao Hui with a burning tail and the kind of pressure only a bronze rare beast can carry. Zhang Ninjing instantly throws a protective vine behind Lin Tian and shouts for him to fall back, warning that this rare bronze flame-tailed green lion is far beyond him. Lin Tian feels Xiao Hui's refusal to back down, and once he gives the word, the silver wolf launches anyway. The first clash goes badly as the lion blocks Xiao Hui's claw and swats him away with raw, overwhelming strength. Xiao Hui still gets back up and fires silver blades, but the lion's flaming body burns them away before they can do anything. Xiao Hui charges again, and this time the lion stomps out a blazing wall of fire that even 3 energy blades cannot cut through. Knowing it is weaker in daylight, Lin Tian watches Xiao Hui try to smash through the flames with his own body anyway. The lion bursts through its own flames with a roaring shockwave that freezes Xiao Hui midair and blasts him hard into the ground. Even after being toyed with again and again, Xiao Hui keeps forcing himself back up until he can barely stand. Unable to watch Xiao Hui get crushed any longer, Lin Tian orders him to use the brand new Wolf Howling Bomb as their last serious try. Xiao Hui drags himself upright, raises his head, and gathers moonbright power in his mouth until the grassland looks like night has fallen. He unleashes 3 Wolf Howling Bomb shots in a row, and the recoil leaves him drained and sliding back across the field. The attack is so outrageous for a black iron beast that nearby instructors all snap their attention toward Lin Tian's battlefield. But the bronze lion answers immediately, building a huge red energy sphere at its flaming tail to meet the blast head-on. When the two powers collide, the explosion rips a huge pit into the ground and blows nearby beasts away in a brutal heat wave. Watching the blast, Yifeng praises Lin Tian as a rare talent, while Zhou Tao coldly points out that a beast alone should not be enough to jump ranks like this. Zhang Ninjing quietly prepares to save him, expecting the worst as the smoke still hides the result. Lin Tian rushes in through the dust, pulls back the badly injured Xiao Hui, and sees that the wolf still refuses to retreat. Instead of forcing him away, Lin Tian smiles and decides they will face the lion together. Lin Tian releases his illusory power, and Xiao Hui answers by returning into his body instead of fighting separately. As the dust clears, the flame-tailed green lion emerges wounded in pride and fury, now treating Lin Tian himself as the target. The lion's flames intensify and it charges at Lin Tian like a living fireball, while the instructors wonder if he is finally about to run. Lin Tian does the exact opposite and shouts for armor transformation as silver-white power erupts around him with a pounding heartbeat. The transformation surges upward in layers, illusory green power lifts him, a crescent moon appears overhead, and a silver wolf of starlight leaps out of the light. Moonlight and starlight settle onto Lin Tian and form elegant silver-white armor, with a crescent wolf mark appearing on his forehead as his strength spikes. The instructors are left stunned because Lin Tian has just pulled off a black iron armor transformation that none of them thought should be possible. Yifeng finally explains it. Lin Tian already cultivated illusory power, and with Xiao Hui nearly at bronze level, he built enough foundation to force the breakthrough early. Still wrapped in silver-white armor light, Lin Tian shot straight at the flame-tailed green lion instead of backing down. The lion answered with a roaring sonic blast, but Lin Tian cut through the pressure and slipped closer anyway. When the lion swiped down, Lin Tian met the paw with a compressed wolf howling bomb at point-blank range. The blast hurled Lin Tian away, but it also tore into the lion's claw hard enough to draw blood. Seeing the injury, Lin Tian realized his transformed state had boosted the move far beyond a simple stack of their normal power. The injured lion's rage spiked instead, and it opened its jaws to flood the field with fire. Lin Tian stayed calm inside the flames and raised larger silver blades while gathering more power in his hands. He called out to Xiao Hui, and a giant silver wolf phantom answered behind him as their shared power kept rising. Watching from nearby, Zhang Ninjing and the others were stunned that Lin Tian's strength had already pushed past the bronze threshold. Lin Tian split his twin blades around the flames, then curved them back in from both sides to smash the lion's head and body. Badly hit, the lion gambled everything on its tail and detonated a huge blast that swallowed both fighters and half the plane. From inside the blaze, a giant silver wolf phantom rose into the air and drew moonlike light from the field for one last shot. Lin Tian fired together with the wolf phantom, and the paired wolf howling bombs punched straight through the flames and the lion's head. The wind cost everything, and Lin Tian dropped from the sky as the silver wolf phantom collapsed from exhaustion below him. Before Lin Tian could even catch his breath, another bronze-level beast locked onto him from the smoke. Zhang Yinjing's vine snapped just in time, wrapping Lin Tian and yanking him out of danger. Finally safe, Lin Tian recalled Xiao Hui and passed out beside the vines. When he woke in a camp room later, Zhang Yinjing checked on him and handed him hot water. She scolded him for picking a fight with a bronze beast on his very first armor transformation, but the look in her eyes was pure admiration. Then Chief Instructor Yifeng walked in and bluntly asked whether Lin Tian wanted to join the Star Alliance mercenary group. Lin Tian was caught off guard, because as a Black Iron envoy he thought he was nowhere near their normal recruitment line. Yifeng explained that awakening this early gave Lin Tian years of extra growth, enough potential that the Star Alliance was willing to invest in him now. The offer came with real support after graduation, but Lin Tian still chose the college entrance exam over signing on immediately. That answer reminded Yifeng of some young mercenaries the same age who were already bronze level and still climbing fast. Hearing that others his age could easily handle beasts like the Green Lion without armor transformation hit Lin Tian hard. The shock wiped out his early self-satisfaction, and he realized he was competing with top students and big families across the whole country. Instead of sulking, Lin Tian answered with resolve and decided he had to train even harder right now. He rushed back out into the night to continue special training while Yifeng and Zhang Enjing watched him go with helpless respect. Back on the grassland, Lin Tian entered the second phase of training and pushed Xiao Hui into non-stop solo hunting under the moon. At night, Xiao Hui looked completely in its element, flashing through the beast pack like silver lightning. System kill notices started stacking so fast that even the instructors noticed how much stronger Xiao Hui became after dark. Lin Tian still felt the pace was too slow, so he ordered Xiao Hui to start blasting with Wolf Howling Bomb as well. The bombardment tore through whole sections of the field, and Xiao Hui kept breaking its own limit with shot after shot. After 3 relentless hours, the final evolution point finally clicked into place. When the system asked whether to upgrade, Lin Tian answered yes without a second thought. The moonlight itself seemed to descend, and a pure white pillar of light swallowed Xiao Hui whole. Everyone nearby was startled as Xiao Hui howled into the beam and began transforming. Then the evolved wolf burst out of the light, looking like living moonlight stepping onto the field. Lin Tian pulled up the panel and saw the real payoff. Xiao Hui had advanced into a stronger Wolf King form with new Wolf King and Wolf King bomb abilities. The instructors could only stare, because Lin Tian had become an armored envoy that afternoon and pushed Xiao Hui into another breakthrough that same night. By early morning, the school force had already pushed past the cleared plains and reached the true core of the dark forest. Up close, the forest looked far worse than before, pitch black and smoking like something alive was hiding inside it. Even after special training had toughened the students up, the core still hit them with a fresh wave of fear. The principal quietly questioned the decision to enter, worried the core might turn into a bloodbath. Yifeng stayed calm and said he could not sense any gold-level beast inside, so the team kept moving. Lin Tian listened closely, realizing gold-level beasts were a different class entirely because they could already touch the laws of nature. Once they stepped fully into the core, Lin Tian saw that the trees were not truly black, they were wrapped in a strange black aura. Lin Tian tested that aura with his hand, and it instantly tried to invade his body. His beast tattoo flared on its own and blocked the black aura before it could sink into him. The deeper they went, the forest turned unnaturally silent, and even the plants underfoot seemed to wither as if something was draining their life. Then Lin Tian caught a faint cooing sound and spotted dim red lights flickering in the darkness ahead. The moment he noticed them, the red lights started drifting straight toward him like they had noticed him too. A rush of wind brushed past him, and Lin Tian immediately summoned Silverwolf to his side. Lin Tian realized something was deeply wrong when the rest of the group kept walking as if they could not see any of it. A baby-like cry rang out, and 5 or 6 red-eyed beasts lunged from the dark at once. More red-eyed monsters poured in around him, and every one of them carried the same rotten, wrong feeling. Lin Tian recognized some of the species, but their speed was far beyond what those ordinary beasts should have had. He ordered Silverwolf to attack, and the wolf's silver glow lit up the battlefield. Under that light, Lin Tian finally saw the full horror. The beasts were red-eyed, rotten, and far tougher than they should have been. Even Silver Claw barely scratched them, striking their bodies like iron and kicking off sparks. Lin Tian got even more alarmed because nobody else reacted, even though this swarm should have threatened the whole group. So he changed tactics and told Silver Wolf to use Silver Blade instead. Silver Wolf leaped through the trees like silver lightning and sent energy blades slicing in from all directions. This time the attacks worked, and many red-eyed beasts were cut cleanly in half. But the system stayed silent after the kills, and that made the whole fight feel even more wrong. As the swarm thickened into the thousands, Silverwolf started getting boxed in despite its speed. Then the bodies moved again, with severed parts dragging themselves back together into grotesque stitched monsters. Lin Tian had never seen anything like that in class, and the dark forest suddenly felt far more dangerous than a normal beast zone. With Silverwolf nearly trapped, Lin Tian finally ordered its strongest move, Wolf King Bomb. A violent wind burst from Silverwolf and blasted the nearest monsters away to make room. Moonlight gathered over Silverwolf as a crescent formed above its head and power pulled into its tail and opened jaws. Then the Wolf King bomb fired, a massive silver shockwave that tore straight through the forest and erased everything in its path. The explosion gouged a giant crater ahead, and the surrounding trees and monsters were shredded by the blast wave. Only after that blast did the system finally respond and label the enemies for what they were: mutated magical beasts. Instead of being scared off, the surviving mutated beasts got even more savage after sensing Silverwolf's power. Lin Tian had no choice but to keep spending Wolf King Bomb after Wolf King Bomb to hold back the tide. One explosion after another punched fresh holes around them, but the move was so draining that Silverwolf could only fire it 4 or 5 times. After that, they had to fall back on Silver Blade and grind through the mutated beasts the hard way. At some point in the endless killing, Lin Tian finally saw the one notification he had been waiting for: Silverwolf had enough experience to level up. He accepted immediately, gambling on evolution in the middle of the fight. Silverwolf roared, split with blinding white cracks, and began a violent transformation. When the light faded, Xiao Hui had grown into a much larger bronze-level Silver Moon Wolf King. Lin Tian checked the result, and was thrilled to see the evolved wolf had stronger bronze-level stats, and a new skill called Silver Pattern. The new skill mattered immediately because it meant the evolved wolf could fight at full strength even in daytime. With the evolution complete, cutting down the mutated beasts finally became much easier. Only then did Zhang Enjing realize Lin Tian had vanished from the formation, and the noise behind the team was too big to ignore. She quickly settled things on the team and activated her own power to track him through the forest. This time a tree-shaped power surrounded Zhang Enjing, and she pressed into a trunk to make glowing roots connect the forest around her. The lit roots carved out a path straight to Lin Tian, making him suddenly very easy for her to find. When Zhang Enjing reached him, she grumbled that he had made himself easy to find, but Lin Tian stayed tense because the area still felt wrong. Lin Tian warns Zhang Enjing that the red-eyed beasts around them have mutated, and she immediately spots the same eerie glow in the shadows. Zhang Enjing lashes out with vines to pin the nearby monsters, but Lin Tian realizes even more red-eyed beasts are already closing in from behind them. Seeing the swarm multiply instead of thinning out, Zhang Enjing pulls Lin Tian with her and rushes them back toward the main group. As her thorns hit the creatures and black gas spills out, Zhang Enjing confirms the worst: something above epic grade silver level with undead traits is hiding here. With the horde pressing in, Zhang Enjing stops holding back and lifts Lin Tian clear as green light erupts from her body. A towering tree and a dripping blue sapling rise behind Zhang Enjing as vines wrap her into wooden armor, revealing her epic-grade water-stabilizing tree. Lin Tian is startled that even Zhang Enjing has an epic-grade beast, which tells him the danger in this forest is serious enough to threaten her too. Zhang Enjing drops into the middle of the battlefield and triggers fixed-point explosion instead of letting Lin Tian fight. Tree roots and vines spread into a massive net, trapping the red-eyed beasts as they slam into it from every direction. Blue light floods the tree and green light races through the net, turning the whole trap into a gigantic bomb. The blast rips across nearly 100 meters of forest, raising green smoke and shaking the entire dark forest hard enough for the troops ahead to feel it. Far ahead, the instructors feel the ground tremble, and Yi Feng's expression hardens when he realizes something in this D-grade realm has escaped his notice. Yi Feng decides not to chase secrets, and goes straight to overwhelming force as the magical beast tattoo on his arm lights up. A bolt of lightning crashes down onto Yi Feng's arm, and the sky answers with dark clouds and the cry of a giant eagle. The Thunder Battle Eagle descends from the clouds in a storm of blue-white lightning, big enough to dominate the whole forest canopy. Instead of striking once, the eagle circles high and lays lightning through the trees and into the ground, building a giant thunder net over the forest. When Yi Feng calls out Thunder Domain, the sky opens and half a kilometer of lightning rain starts erasing the forest below. The instructors advance through scorched earth behind Yi Feng as his eagle dives ahead, dragging even more lightning across the ruined ground. As the forest is blasted open, Lin Tian notices strange pollen drifting down through the burned air. Where the pollen lands, dark purple buds start blooming from the dead ground as if the destruction itself is feeding them. Ahead, Lin Tian sees what looks like a white mountain covered in flowers, but the scene is wrong enough to make him stare harder. Then the truth hits him. That white mountain is actually a heap of corpses piled into a hill. At the center of the corpse mountain, one bloom shines brighter than all the others inside a dark purple haze, and everyone recognizes the flower of death. Yi Feng identifies it at once as a pink silver mandala flower, and for the first time his face turns openly grave. As the flower buds thicken the area with dark purple pollen and mist, Yi Feng immediately orders the special training terminated. He splits the instructors in two, sends Mu Qinsha to disperse the pollen, and has the others cut down any beasts already under the flower's control. Zhang Enjing tells Lin Tian the mandala flower is considered the strongest plant-type magical beast because even its growth path is abnormal. She explains that a mandala flower starts at rare grade and naturally jumps to epic by the time it reaches bronze rank. Lin Tian blurts out the obvious question, wondering if that means it can just stand still and grow stronger forever. Zhang Enjing shoots him an annoyed look and explains that the flower grows so fast by absorbing life essence, and feeding on flesh and blood wherever it takes root. She warns that if they had found it any later, the mandala flower could have devoured the whole dark forest, reached gold rank, and turned the people here into its next prey. As Zhang Yinjing uses vines to escort the students back, Lin Tian cannot stop thinking about what a monster this flower would be as a contracted beast. He secretly pulls up the mandala flower's status and is stunned by how absurdly loaded its talents and silver-level skills are. The more he reads, the more Lin Tian understands why beasts never escape it alive, because charm, control, and absorb keep working even after death. That terrifying stat panel only hardens his resolve, and Lin Tian quietly decides he has to get this mandala flower no matter the risk. He even apologizes to Xiao Hui in his head, because he is already thinking about the mandala flower as his second contract. For a second he almost talks himself out of it, because raising a mandala flower normally would mean feeding it with blood and corpses from the very start. Then he remembers his system bypasses normal growth rules, and the idea snaps back into place with dangerous promise. Before he can plan further, thunder booms again as Yifeng sends the Thunder Battle Eagle straight at the mandala flower. A dark purple barrier blooms over the mandala flower just before impact, meeting the eagle's attack head-on. When the smoke clears, the mandala flower is still intact, having blocked a gold-level thunder strike without even breaking. Lin Tian swallows hard at that sight, because the flower's defense is even more frightening than he expected. Instead of backing off, Lin Tian becomes even more determined to claim it for himself. All across the line, the instructors answer the crisis with their own armor transformations as the mandala flower drives the corpse mountain beasts into motion. The mandala flower sends tens of thousands of bloodshot beasts, including the dead ones it controls, surging toward both the instructors and the retreating students. The students keep falling back in order while Zhang Yinjing and the other instructors cut down every beast that slips through the rear guard. As the front line buckles, several instructors throw on their armor and step in front of the students to block the mandala flower's controlled beasts. Then the mandala flower blooms wider, and purple pollen erupts from the main flower and the buds on the corpse mountain until mist swallows the whole forest. Mu Qinsha tries to purify the area with blue rain, but the pollen is so vicious that every speck touching the ground sprouts new buds instead. Those newborn buds keep feeding the mist, and a burst of vines starts striking at the instructors from every direction. A moment later the entire corpse mountain shifts, the earth splits open, and everyone realizes the real body of that death trap stretches deep underground through rotting beast remains. Mu Qinsha realizes her purification has failed, and with her eyes already reddening from the pollen, she urgently orders a retreat. Yifeng rushes to her side, knocks the pollen off her with lightning, and takes command with a full evacuation order for the students. Once she wakes up, Mu Qinsha warns everyone that the pollen does not just charm people, it also powers up the beasts under the flower's control. Then nearly 50,000 beasts pour out of the cracks, and the instructors realize that if this line breaks, the retreating students will be wiped out. Even while Zhang Yinjing escorts him back, Lin Tian can barely hide his excitement, because to him that endless horde looks like a mountain of evolution points. Before the situation gets any worse, Yifeng decides to erase the source and orders the Thunder Battle Eagle to use its top gold-level killing move, Nirvana Heavenly Thunder. The eagle's feathers darken from white to black, thunder clouds swallow the sky, and a roaring lightning pool forms around it as the attack transforms. Then the Thunder Battle Eagle becomes a giant black bolt, vanishes into the clouds, and drops a terrifying pillar of lightning straight at the flower. Lin Tian watches in awe as the thunder blast burns a 100-meter path into ash, and for the first time he truly feels how monstrous gold-level power is. But just when it looks finished, a giant purple light curtain appears around the mandala flower and stops the full strike cold. The barrier explodes outward in a shockwave that sends the instructors flying and even forces Yifeng back half a step, proving this silver-level monster is far beyond normal. As if that was not enough, more dead and living beasts start rising again around the flower, larger and more twisted than before. Zhang Yinjing tries to drag Lin Tian out with the others, but he stubbornly pushes forward because he refuses to miss this chance again. She snaps that this is no longer training but a real battlefield, yet Zhou Tao cuts in and says they are short on fighters, so an armored envoy like Lin Tian has to stay and help. Most of the students are finally led onto the plains by a few instructors, but even there nobody feels safe yet. While the group keeps moving, Xingrong suddenly notices Lin Tian is missing and panics until another instructor explains that Lin Tian stayed behind with Zhang Yinjing to support the fight. That answer leaves Class 2 stunned, because the boy they once saw as ordinary is now on the battlefield with the instructors. Back at the front, Yifeng trades blows with the mandala flower while Lin Tian joins the cleanup line, and Zhang Yinjing keeps a protective vine wrapped around him the whole time. Even while scolding him not to die, Zhang Yinjing's fierce warning makes it obvious she is genuinely trying to keep Lin Tian alive. With his armor up, Lin Tian starts cutting down mutated beasts with silver blades so fast that his system kill notices begin stacking non-stop. The first full evolution point finally lands, and that only makes Lin Tian fight harder. He raises his power again and fires Wolf King Bomb, gathering moonlight into a huge blast that wipes out a whole section of the beast horde in one hit. By chaining Wolf King Bomb with more silver blade attacks, Lin Tian quickly grinds his total up to 3 evolution points while the horde still keeps coming. At the center of the chaos, Yifeng and the mandala flower settle into a brutal high-speed duel, with vines hammering from every angle and lightning tearing them apart just as fast. Yifeng finally decides to armor up himself, merging with the Thunder Battle Eagle even as explosive flower buds detonate around him. In his blue armored state, Yifeng grabs a vine, uses it to pull himself in, and drives a lightning-charged punch straight into the flower's defense. The mandala flower answers by unleashing enormous white roots from below, turning the clash into a deadlock of barrier, roots, wings, and thunder. While they fight through smoke and broken ground, Lin Tian spots something nobody else has noticed inside those interlocked white roots. Hidden in the deepest part of the root mass is a smaller pink flower bud, fragile-looking enough that Lin Tian immediately suspects it is the mandala flower's real weak point. Lin Tian does not waste time explaining it, because Yifeng is keeping the flower busy, and this may be the only opening he gets. So Lin Tian fires another Wolf King bomb straight into the hidden pink bud. The timing hits perfectly, because at the exact moment Yifeng breaks open the outer defense, Lin Tian's blast destroys the pink bud underneath. The entire flower and even the ground convulse, and for one eerie instant it looks like Lin Tian has touched something vital. Then the mandala flower turns toward Lin Tian like a living thing with a grudge, aiming its stamen directly at him. A violent cyclone bursts from the flower as purple light condenses at its stamen, and a killing aura spreads through the whole dark forest with Lin Tian in its sights. The mandala flower suddenly locks onto Lin Tian alone, and every instructor instantly realizes he is standing in the kill zone. Zhang Yinjing throws her vines toward him in panic, but the red-eyed beast jammed the rescue before anyone can break through. Lin Tian tries to force his body to move, but fear pins him in place so completely that he can only watch the purple light get closer. Yifeng yells for Lin Tian to run and charges in himself, but exploding flower buds and heat waves keep even him from reaching the target. The light brushes Lin Tian's arm and instantly scalds it red, proving this attack will kill him the moment it lands. The mandala flower drains the corpse mountain beneath it, and condenses all that energy into a massive purple sphere at its stamen. When the cannon finally fires, Lin Tian has the chilling flash of a man who knows he is about to die. At the last possible second, Silver Wolf bursts in, grabs Lin Tian, and sprints away like a silver bolt before the blast can swallow them. Zhang Yinjing can only scream after him before Mu Qinsha drags her back, and the rest of the instructors retreat from the blast radius. The purple cannon rips across half a mile of forest, leaving vacuum, ash, and purple fire wherever it passes. The mutated beasts do not survive it either, because every red-eyed body caught by the attack is erased on the spot. After escaping, Lin Tian collapses beside the shaken Silver Wolf, both of them rattled by how close that death was. While everyone is still recovering, Yifeng rises into the air and begins charging his finishing move, Billion Thunderstorms. He turns into living lightning, and the whole dark forest starts to look like a giant thunder field under storm clouds. But just as Yifeng prepares to finish it, Lin Tian notices the mandala flower doing something dangerous at its roots instead of simply dying. The white root starts sucking nutrients out of the corpse mountain, turning green as the surrounding remains crumble into drifting ash. Then the swollen root bursts, spilling foul green liquid so corrosive that the ground melts the moment it is touched. The poison quickly turns into a spreading green gas, and even the mandala flower's own vines wither inside it. Lin Tian realizes this is not just a desperate counterattack, but a poison deadly enough to wipe out everyone still nearby. Yifeng immediately orders a full retreat, because even he does not want the class anywhere near poison this vicious. Everyone pulls back at once, and Lin Tian flees as a silver streak just before the poison fully detonates. A heartbeat later, every white root explodes and dark green poison blasts across the battlefield without sparing friend or foe. The instructors watch in disbelief as even the mandala flower's own roots and vines dissolve on contact with the poison. To test it, Zhang Yinjing sends one of her vines into the fog, and it melts almost instantly. The poison erupts a second time and floods a full kilometer, melting trees, plants, corpses, and almost everything else into sludge. After spending all that power, the mandala flower finally starts to wither, and Lin Tian sees his opening. Lin Tian fires a giant Wolf King bomb straight through the poison, still aiming for the hidden pink bud under the roots. Watching from above, Yifeng finally follows Lin Tian's line of attack and spots the mandala flower's real weak point for himself. Yifeng is startled that Lin Tian noticed this first, because from that angle nobody should have seen it so clearly without an exceptional talent. Once Lin Tian confirms the weakness, the instructors finally understand that the bronze-level student has just handed them the key to winning this fight. Zhang Yinjing cannot help praising the choice to bring Lin Tian, because his eyes found what none of the stronger fighters had noticed. Now that the weakness is exposed, Yifeng launches the real finishing assault and dives in as a zigzagging bolt of lightning. The exhausted barrier cannot fully protect the hidden bud anymore, so Yifeng's first hit finally connects and sends lightning through the whole flower. The mandala flower lashes its vines wildly in panic, but Yifeng stays on top of it and gives it no time to recover. He follows with flaming lion claws, raking the purple barrier with blazing strikes backed by gold-level force. Each hit shakes the barrier harder until the mandala flower is smashed downward and the surrounding ground splits apart. Lin Tian watches in open envy, because this is his first real look at a gold-level armored envo completely overpowering a silver-level beast. Then an illusory thunder battle eagle rises behind Yifeng, and everyone can tell the last blow is coming. He gathers heaven and earth lightning in both hands and aims everything at the hidden pink bud beneath the mandala flower. The lightning eagle dives in, hammering the mandala flower again and again until a pillar of thunder links sky and earth. Inside that thunder pillar, the mandala flower is finally destroyed, and the corpse mountain begins to break down with it. Once the battle ends, Yifeng drops his armor, lands on the ruined ground, and starts collecting what survived in the ashes. From the remains, he pulls out more than 10 mandala flower seeds and tells the group the headquarters should pay well enough for everyone to get a share. But Lin Tian steps forward with a very different idea and asks if he can keep one seed for himself. The request stuns the instructors, and Zhang Nanjing immediately realizes he might be serious about trying to contract a mandala flower. When Lin Tian asks why not, Zhang Nanjing bluntly warns him that raising a mandala flower is a brutal money pit from the very first day. She spells it out: even getting the seed to sprout needs daily blood and flesh worth about 50,000 credits, and evolving it later burns around 500,000 credits a day. Back at Green Mountain Base, the student group is finally safe, and the remaining instructors hurry off to reinforce the others still out fighting. In the dark forest, Lin Tian is still startled when he hears the real price of raising a mandala flower, a crushing 500,000 credits a day. Even so, Lin Tian decides he still wants to try raising one first and leave the contract decision for later. Yifeng hands him a seed and explains the cheaper stage before sprouting, but warns that if Lin Tian gives up later, he must destroy it immediately. Lin Tian asks the question he really cares about: does this thing need constant flesh and blood to keep growing? Yifeng answers with a bigger reveal instead: if the mandala flower can evolve far enough, it becomes the legendary Resurrection Lily. As Yifeng recites a grim poem, he explains that the Resurrection Lily blooms where dead souls gather and guides them toward reincarnation. When the corpse mountain fully breaks apart, the group finds another reward hidden inside: bronze-level magical crystals. Lin Tian learns through the system that magical crystals can be traded for evolution points, which makes his new prize instantly more valuable to him than cash. After the whole brutal day finally ends, Lin Tian returns home exhausted with the mandala flower seed still on his mind. The moment he gets back, Xiaohui bursts out full of energy and immediately goes back to its favorite hobby, wrecking Lin Tian's house. Lin Tian, dead tired, has to wrestle Xiaohui for his slippers and clothes while complaining that this is already his 25th ruined pair this month. Once he gives up on the wolf, Lin Tian focuses on the seed and feels the life pulsing inside it. A system prompt offers him the chance to contract the mandala flower immediately, and his hesitation turns into a hard decision. Lin Tian says yes and seals the contract with blood, sending the seed floating into the air. The system confirms the contract, then drops an even stranger surprise: the seed instantly synchronizes to bronze level. Lin Tian realizes what that means with disbelief. The hardest and most expensive stage of raising the mandala flower just got skipped for free. His relief lasts about 1 second before he realizes a bronze mandala flower is much too big for this house. He is absolutely right, because the newly bloomed mandala flower explodes outward in roots and vines and takes over the entire residence. Lin Tian gets knocked flat by a massive white root and can only watch his home disappear under his new pet's growth. Once the chaos settles, Lin Tian opens Xiaohua's status and sees a bronze low-grade epic beast with Devour, Tenacity, and a full set of pollen-based control skills. The important part for Lin Tian is that Devour survived the reset, which means Xiaohua can still turn flesh and blood into the crystals he wants most. Remembering how terrifying it was in the forest, he pats the white root and tells Xiaohua to grow back into that oppressive monster again. With the contract complete, a second magical beast tattoo appears on Lin Tian, and he officially gives the mandala flower the name Xiaohua. Xiaohua answers the name by gently lifting Lin Tian into a comfortable resting position, and the exhausted boy finally drifts off. He wakes in the middle of the night half smothered by vines and immediately begs Xiaohua to stop wrapping the whole room around him in its sleep. That is enough to set Xiaohui off, and the wolf immediately growls at Xiaohua like its place beside Lin Tian is under attack. Xiaohua refuses to back down, and the two contracted beasts are seconds away from fighting over Lin Tian like bickering siblings. Lin Tian snaps at both of them to cut it out, forcing the house back under control. Xiaohua instantly switches tactics and starts tickling Lin Tian with its vines, while Xiaohui rolls its eyes like it has already judged the newcomer. After making peace with both beasts, Lin Tian finally gets a proper night's sleep. The next morning, Lin Tian learns that Green Mountain Base has announced a joint high school exam to prepare everyone for the coming college entrance test. The notice lays out the exam split: 5% written, 30% magical beast data, and 60% combat. What keeps him thinking is the combat exam, because that final section changes every year depending on how harsh the real world has become. When Lin Tian heads out after packing up, he finds his homeroom teacher Jing Rong and the principal Zhu Chang already waiting outside in a car for him. Their eager welcome makes it obvious Lin Tian's performance has changed how the school sees him, and he can only stare at the scene like it is a little too much. When Lin Tian reaches the school gate, Class 2 suddenly greets him with cheers, applause, and an over-the-top hero welcome. The warm reaction comes from guilt and gratitude, because his classmates believe Lin Tian helped them survive the Mystic Realm disaster. After the brief commotion, the whole school is rushed to the field for a serious exam assembly led by Principal Xu Chang. Xu Chang announces that this year's college entrance exam matters greatly, and the school will send specially trained seeded contestants to fight for Anping Hai's honor. Lin Tian only understands the real reason the principal and teachers came personally when the seeded contestant list starts being read out. When the form teacher reads out Class 2, Lin Tian hears his own name with fan waves and realizes he has really made Anping Hai's seeded list. When the selected students are brought onto the stage, Lin Tian stands under the applause feeling almost unreal about how far he has come. Seeing how many bronze-level students his own school already has, Lin Tian finally realizes just how brutal this year's joint exam will be. Back in the classroom, even the classmates who used to mock him now crowd around to apologize and praise him. By the time school ends, the non-stop attention has left Lin Tian mentally blank and exhausted. But when he reaches home, a bespectacled boy is already waiting there and immediately challenges him by name. Lin Tian doesn't even know him, but the stranger cuts off questions and says he wants to test whether Lin Tian deserves a joint exam spot. The moment his beast tattoo lights up, a huge azure blaze hyena appears behind him, all blue fire, sharp fangs, and bronze-level pressure. Lin Tian instantly notices something wrong, because the hyena feels less like a normal bronze beast and more like the red-eyed monsters whose strength was forced upward. Li Mingyang gives him no time to think and goes straight into armor transformation, screaming as blue flame armor forms over his body. Lin Tian answers with his own armor transformation, covering himself in silver white wolf armor to meet Li Mingyang's blue flame armor head-on. Lin Tian opens fast, flashing behind Li Mingyang and carving into his back with a pair of silver blades. Before Li Mingyang can recover, Lin Tian catches him by the chest and point-blank charges a Wolf King bomb to finish the fight quickly. The blast shatters Li Mingyang's armor, but black gas suddenly spills out of the broken chest area and crawls back into his body. He rises at a twisted angle with reddening eyes and charges again like a madman, confirming Lin Tian's suspicion that something is deeply wrong. Li Mingyang's berserk punches turn the whole street into a blue fire hazard, and Lin Tian realizes the corrupted state has made him both faster and more reckless. When Li Mingyang jumps to unleash Absolute Zero, Lin Tian answers by activating Silver Pattern so Xiao Hui can fight at peak strength before full night. Lin Tian sends out huge cross silver blades, while Li Mingyang snaps his fingers and floods the street with freezing dark blue fire. The cold starts freezing Lin Tian's arms, but moonlight surges from his half-moon mark and clears the frost before it can lock him down. Li Mingyang tries to finish with Frost Storm, but Lin Tian appears in front of him first and crushes his opening with a brutal kick. Li Mingyang crashes to the ground, spits out black blood, and drops his student ID, giving Lin Tian hard proof that the corruption has reached his body. Deciding he has to force out the truth, Lin Tian stops holding back and releases the moon power he has been storing for days. With a wolf shadow rising behind him and a second half-moon seeming to appear overhead, Lin Tian prepares a full-power Wolf King bomb strong enough to threaten even silver beasts. Sensing death, Li Mingyang throws up a huge ice wall, but the Wolf King bomb tears straight through it and devastates the whole block. Even after that, the black gas protects Li Mingyang just enough for him to slip away through the destruction instead of dying on the spot. Right after Li Mingyang escapes, a squad of city guards rushes into the shattered street, clearly arriving for the same strange target. One guard quickly confirms Lin Tian is not their suspect, and the stern captain steps forward to identify himself as Zhang Feng of City Guard Team 5. Once Zhang Feng learns Lin Tian belongs to the cleaning team, the tone shifts from interrogation to cooperation. Lin Tian explains the fight from the start, and the guards stare at the wrecked street realizing 2 students caused all this damage. Then Lin Tian hands over the dropped ID card, finally giving the guards a name for the corrupted attacker, Li Mingyang of Leping High School. After hearing Lin Tian's story about Li Mingyang and the black gas, Zhang Feng immediately decides they have found one of the people tied to the case. But Zhang Feng warns that Li Mingyang is probably only a pawn, and the real hand behind this is much bigger. Lin Tian asks what the demonic faction even is, because the name already sounds bad enough to make him uneasy. A guard member explains that the demonic faction is one of several cult groups spreading through the revived world by tempting desperate people with evil energy. She makes it clear that evil energy can boost people fast, but it also eats away their reason until they turn into killers. Those cults call that corruption a gift from heaven, lure and frighten survivors with false hope, and use them as tools while sabotaging humanity from the inside. Zhang Feng adds that groups like this existed long ago, and even a major suppression decades earlier failed to wipe them out for good. That shocks Lin Tian, because none of the books or records he knows ever mentioned any of this. Zhang Feng says the Alliance of Guard is hunting these cults harder now because they have started surfacing again more and more often. Once the danger is clear, Zhang Feng solemnly asks Lin Tian to hand over Li Mingyang's student card for the investigation. Lin Tian gives it up without hesitation, knowing it is more useful in their hands than his. Then Zhang Feng asks for something riskier. He wants Lin Tian to help draw out the hidden demonic faction mastermind during the joint examination. Lin Tian quickly understands the logic, Li Mingyang is a bronze-level student, so the joint exam is the perfect place to flush out whoever is controlling him. He agrees, but only on one condition: the moment the situation turns deadly, he is pulling out. The guards accept that immediately, and the whole team thanks him with an unexpectedly formal salute that leaves Lin Tian awkwardly embarrassed. They tell Lin Tian to retreat the instant he finds real danger, report any higher-up cult member, and leave the rest to the alliance because plainclothes guards will already be waiting at the exam. With the deal set, Lin Tian heads home and spends the next few days cramming for the written part of the joint examination. When the revision finally ends, Lin Tian is about to eat lunch when his homeroom teacher Jing Rong and principal Zhu Chang stop him together. Zhu Chang nervously invites him to lunch, clearly having waited for a chance to speak without interrupting his exam prep. Lin Tian agrees, partly because he already has something he wants to ask the principal about the coming exam. At a high-end restaurant, Zhu Chang drops the polite setup and tells Lin Tian bluntly that this joint examination matters to all of Amping High School. He proves how serious he is by sliding over an envelope packed with nearly 100,000 credits, plus another 50,000 if Lin Tian wins the championship. Lin Tian is genuinely taken aback and jokes back, asking if the principal really trusts him that much. Zhu Chang laughs and says yes, then confirms that Li Mingyang will also be in the joint exam, so Lin Tian will be able to meet him there. At last the exam day arrives, and Anping High School rides to the largest magical beast hall in the base in a special car arranged by Principal Zhu Chang. When they enter, the place is already packed with spectators, and the participant area is filled with students from the other 3 high schools. Then Lin Tian spots a black-robed middle-aged man in the venue and instantly catches that same disgusting evil aura for a split second. The pressure makes Lin Tian's breathing hitch, but he steadies himself fast and deliberately looks away like he noticed nothing. Without exposing anything, Zhu Chang casually points out the Leping side and names their black-robed principal as Dongwu. Once Amping walks past, the Leping side quietly notices them too. Dongwu quietly asks Li Mingyang if Lin Tian is the same opponent from before, and Li Mingyang confirms it. A much purer black aura rises in Dongwu's eyes as he almost moves against Li Mingyang, then stops himself at the last moment. Li Mingyang only says Lin Tian is strong, and Dongwu answers with a cold warning that a second failure will have consequences. When Dongwu falls quiet, a grotesque gulping sound thumps from his chest, and dark purple veins bulge up his neck like something inside him is alive. The truth behind that calm face is uglier still. Dongwu is the demonic faction leader inside Green Mountain Base, and most of Leping's top students serve under him. 2 Leping girls mock Li Mingyang right in his seat, and one even plants a foot on him while sneering that he is too useless to represent their school. Li Mingyang does not fight back at all, and when he gives them nothing, the girls lose interest and pull away. Meanwhile, Anping's group is stopped by a skinny balding man leading a much larger lineup from Jiha High School. Zhu Chang fires the first shot with an insult, and the old rivalry between the 2 principals flares up on the spot. Li Min answers with the same venom, and even their handshake looks more like a clash than a greeting. Li Min gestures to Jiha's elite lineup, and boasts that Anping is not even worthy to be their opponent this year. Zhu Chang refuses to give an inch and snaps back that they should settle it in the competition instead. As the 2 schools finally pass each other, Lin Tian notices the girl leading Jiha and feels a sharp winter-like chill just from walking by her. That brief brush is enough for Lin Tian to suspect she has an ice element, and that her pressure feels even stronger than Li Mingyang's. Once Anping sits down, Lin Tian sees the last school take the rows in front of them, the usually mysterious Qingfeng High School. Zhu Chang leans over like a gossiping old man and warns Lin Tian that Qingfeng may look ordinary, but one student named Wang Jun is secretive enough that even his information is confidential. Before Lin Tian can dwell on that, the whole magical beast hall erupts as a group of important Green Mountain Base officials enters the venue. Lin Tian can feel from their auras that some of them are on the same terrifying level as Yifeng, likely gold-armored envoys. The noise dies almost instantly, because no one dares keep whispering once those top figures take their places. Then something even bigger happens. Instead of sitting, all those officials stand aside and turn respectfully toward the entrance again. A majestic middle-aged man finally walks out from the shadows, smiling faintly as the entire arena goes restless at his arrival. The pressure rolling off him feels like waves from a vast ocean, and Lin Tian suddenly feels as small and unstable as a boat about to be swallowed whole. This late arrival is no ordinary guest at all, but Jiang Tao himself, the ruler of Green Mountain Base and governor of Green City. With a fiery opening speech, City Lord Jiang Tao officially starts the Green City joint examination. From the contestant seats, Lin Tian quickly realizes this exam is the real thing, with 5 arenas running fast and most fighters already using high black iron or even bronze level beasts. Lin Tian pays special attention to Leping High School and notes that after only a few matches, 2 bronze-armored envoys have already appeared. Leping's first representative, the unusually short but intense Wang Zihao, steps into the arena against Jiha's Su Qingxue. When Wang Zihao summons his beast, even Lin Tian is impressed by the 9-meter Raging Flame Lion and its uncommon bronze rank. Su Qingxue answers with a Glacier Blood Butterfly and opens with an icy field attack, dropping the arena temperature and raining icicles onto the lion. Wang Zihao barely reacts before the raging flame lion bursts through the ice and wipes out the butterfly in one terrifying charge. The audience is still trying to process the instant kill when the lion slams the fallen butterfly down and keeps mauling until the referee rushes in to stop it. Lin Tian catches the ugly part immediately. Wang Zihao was not just winning, he was trying to kill Su Qingshue's beast before anyone could stop him. That cold killing intent leaves Lin Tian uneasy, and Leping High School suddenly feels far more suspicious than before. After the first round sort winners from losers, Umping gets one student through and Lin Tian is finally called up for his own match. Lin Tian enters against Jihe's Lu Jiahao, and the arena explodes into cheers before either of them even moves. The crowd reaction makes it obvious Lu Jiahao is one of Jihe's star students, and even city officials recognize him as a favorite from the Lu family. Lin Tian dryly calls out the showmanship, and Lu Jiahao answers with a grin that says he absolutely loves this kind of spotlight. Lu Jiahao starts with another dramatic entrance, opening the ground itself to bring out his rare bronze Gale Blue Panther. Lin Tian stays calm, unimpressed by the theatrics and already reading that Lu Jiahao still has not reached armor transformation. Then Lin Tian summons Xiao Hui, and the hall erupts again as a majestic 9-meter silver wolf crashes down behind him like solid moonlight. Xiao Hui's sheer presence steals the whole arena, and Lu Jiahao's expression darkens the instant he realizes his spotlight is gone. Trying to take control back, Lu Jiahao sends the Gale Blue Panther rushing in at once. Lin Tian answers with one calm command, and Xiao Hui begins armor transformation in a blast of terrifying force. The transformation shockwave alone blows the panther backward and hurls Lu Jiahao straight out of the ring before the real fight can even begin. The entire audience goes dead silent for a beat, because Lin Tian has just ended the match almost instantly, and revealed himself as a true bronze-armored envoy. Up in the VIP seats, Green City's higher-ups immediately mark Lin Tian as one of the exam's standout talents. Their talk quickly turns bigger than one arena match, with officials warning that this year's national exam standard is so brutal that ordinary bronze rank may not be enough anymore. When the officials reveal that other bases already have hundreds of bronze students, and even silver-armored envoys, the entire hall erupts in stunned disbelief. Lin Tian hears the numbers and quietly realizes this year's competition is even more monstrous than the earlier hints from his teachers suggested. Then Jiang Tao drops an even heavier bomb. Some students in the major bases have already contracted legendary magical beasts. Before that shock can even settle, a distant arena suddenly explodes under a wave of violent power. A colossal terror bear appears from the smoke like a moving hill, and the entire hall feels the weight of an epic bronze beast. Its master, Qingfeng's Wang Jun, jumps down from the bear's shoulder and smashes another crater into the arena just by landing. Lin Tian checks the terror bear's traits and is honestly taken aback, because an epic earth power tank like this is built to be shamelessly hard to beat. Another seated monster shows herself when Jihe's Wang Shui walks in with her usual icy calm and freezes an entire arena the moment the match starts. Her epic frost goshawk follows up by tearing through the icebound stage, finishing the fight in a burst of overwhelming frost energy. Leping High School keeps looking worse as its students win brutally across the board, maiming opponents and crushing even other bronze-armored envoys with ugly ease. As the rounds keep cutting people down, the later matches turn into a battle between each school's seeded contenders, and Lin Tian keeps advancing without real resistance. At last the host announces the top 8, and Lin Tian immediately notices the big problem. Leping High School has put 3 students into the quarterfinals. The quarterfinalists are brought onto the stage together, and the crowd greets them as the strongest students left in the Green Mountain base. For the quarterfinals, the organizers switch to a live draw, and every remaining student has to reach into the red box for their matchup number. Lin Tian quietly watches the earlier draws and catches a useful detail right away. Li Mingyang from Leping High School has pulled number 4. Then Lin Tian reaches into the box himself, and his gaze hardens when he sees the ball in his hand is number 1. Lin Tian draws ball number 1 for the quarterfinals, and the result leaves him a little disappointed before the real tension even starts. As they return from the draw, Li Mingyang passes Lin Tian and coolly tells him not to die, turning the matchup atmosphere openly hostile. The host announces that the quarterfinals will run one duel at a time so everyone can watch the finalists properly, and the first match is Lin Tian against Wang Jun. Lin Tian rises with the other first-round finalist, and his classmates cheer him on from the seats while he answers with a calm smile. Lin Tian and Wang Jun step onto the oversized quarterfinal stage together, and Wang Jun's face stays dead serious from start to finish. At the host's order, layered blue protective shields seal over the arena, making it clear this fight is expected to get dangerous. Wang Jun makes the first move, summoning the Terra Bear in a violent eruption that tears open the ground beneath him. The nearly 10-meter Terra Bear roars over the arena, and even Lin Tian is shaken by how much more oppressive it feels up close. Lin Tian sizes up the Terra Bear and quickly understands the problem. Its earth talent, reinforcement, and recovery make it a famously shameless wall of defense. Lin Tian answers with Xiao Hui, calling down the Silver Wolf in a flash of lightning and wind that lights up the whole stage. Before the next clash, Wang Jun jumps down from the Terra Bear and coldly tells Lin Tian that even after watching his earlier matches, he still cannot win. Lin Tian brushes off the trash talk and orders Xiao Hui to attack, sending the silver wolf straight at the Terra Bear like a streak of white lightning. Wang Jun calmly orders earth armor, and rock plating wraps the Terra Bear just before Xiao Hui's claws hit. Xiao Hui rips the fresh armor apart in one burst, but the blast still forces both beasts backward and proves either side can crush the other instantly. The two beasts roar at each other across the arena, and Wang Jun admits he has underestimated Lin Tian. Wang Jun answers by activating reinforcement, and the Terra Bear's red-eyed stomp shakes the entire magical beast hall. As the ground keeps buckling, Lin Tian and Wang Jun fire off commands at the same time, turning the arena into a race between silver blades and erupting earth spikes. Xiao Hui dances off the rising spikes, cuts through the trap, and flips into position for a direct bombardment. Lin Tian follows with Wolf King Bomb, and Xiao Hui unleashes the attack from above while Wang Jun throws up walls and a cage of earth to absorb it. The blast smashed through the defenses, but when the dust clears, the Terra Bear is still standing, and Wang Jun coldly reminds Lin Tian that he still cannot break that defense. Lin Tian answers that smug defense with a dangerous smile and finally tells Xiao Hui to stop playing around. Xiao Hui's moon patterns flare, showing Lin Tian is finally tapping the moonlight power he normally keeps in reserve. When Lin Tian calls for Wolf King Bomb again, a crescent moon appears over the arena and both starlight and moonlight start pouring into Xiao Hui. The charged Wolf King Bomb swells into a massive destructive sphere, so intense that the arena's first protective layer shatters before the blast even lands. Wang Jun feels the danger and urgently keeps throwing up earth walls and spikes, but the enhanced Wolf King Bomb burns through every layer before they can matter. Realizing the Terra Bear alone cannot stop it, Wang Jun immediately chooses armor transformation instead of gambling on brute defense. The Terra Bear merges into Wang Jun's body and wraps him in heavy earthen armor, turning him into the last wall between Lin Tian's blast and total collapse. With reinforcement and recovery running at full force, Wang Jun plants his feet and meets the Wolf King Bomb head-on. The collision detonates like a disaster, ripping apart the remaining arena and blowing through the last layers of the protective shield. The host has to rush in and reinforce the barrier on the spot, because another second of that clash might have wrecked the whole hall. When the smoke finally settles, Lin Tian is still standing cleanly on the shattered field, but Wang Jun also survives and admits in a hoarse voice that he truly misjudged him. Wang Jun's recovery is already repairing the arm that almost got blown apart, but the blood on the broken ground shows how close he came to losing that exchange. Instead of backing down, Wang Jun reveals he still has another rare magical beast and summons it as green thorns burst across the shattered arena and a huge dark green eagle appears overhead. Lin Tian quickly sees through the setup. The thorns were never for him, because the eagle grabs Wang Jun and throws him straight at Lin Tian while the real follow-up goes after Xiao Hui. Wang Jun is betting that armored strength lets him beat Lin Tian directly, but Lin Tian just shrugs and decides to meet him the same way. Lin Tian orders his own armor transformation, and Xiao Hui becomes countless rays of white light that rush into his body. A crescent moon brightens into a full moon over the battlefield, and the shock of that moonlit pressure almost sends the newly summoned eagle dropping out of the sky. Moonlight and starlight pour into Lin Tian as silver-white armor forms around him, and the power spike is so fierce it forces even Wang Jun backward. Wang Jun can only watch in shock as Lin Tian, now fully armored, proves he was even stronger than the earlier transformation had suggested. Before Wang Jun can reset, Lin Tian jumps into the air, gathers moon power into his palm, and lines up another Wolf King Bomb at point-blank range. In the final beat of the exchange, 3 blazing energy bombs spread across the ruined arena and box Wang Jun in from above. Lin Tian's armored Wolf King Bomb keeps swelling until even the whole arena looks too small to contain it. The host panics and orders the barrier pushed from 5 layers to 10 as the crowd realizes Lin Tian has gone far beyond a normal bronze student. Lin Tian still feels the first bombardment is not enough, so the moon patterns on his body flare to full brightness, and he forces out even more power. An enormous phantom silver wolf charges out of the moonlight, leaps above Lin Tian, and starts condensing a second Wolf King Bomb over his head. The 100-meter blast slams down, rips the arena into a vast pit, and finally breaks Wang Jun's defense. Wang Jun is hurled into the protective barrier, coughs blood, and blacks out while Terra Bear breaks the merge and turns back into yellow light. Even after 10 full minutes of neutralizing the blast, all 10 shield layers still shatter at the end of the explosion. The shaken host finally calls the match for Lin Tian while staff haul unconscious Wang Jun away on a stretcher. The whole hall erupts, chanting Lin Tian's name and staring at the wrecked arena like they still cannot believe what he just did. In the VIP seats, the officials openly praise Lin Tian, and Jiang Tao joins the joking talk about a talent who could one day take his place. Lin Tian's display also lands hard on the other contenders, with Li Mingyang growing more eager to fight and Wang Shui finally taking notice. The next quarterfinal starts with Wang Shui stepping onto the stage like a moving ice field and calling down her rare frost goshawk. One flap from the frost goshawk freezes the whole stage so hard that even the hall outside the barrier starts icing over. Xinbing throws up a giant snow pine and whipping vines to fight back, but Wang Shui still overwhelms him and takes the second semi-final spot. Before the third match, Lin Tian gives Huang Xian a quick bit of encouragement, then watches him head toward a dangerous fight with Li Mingyang. Li Mingyang opens by summoning the Azure Blaze Hyena, and its freezing blue flames flood the arena before Huang Xian can seize any momentum. Huang Xian tries to take the sky, but Li Mingyang's beast freezes his swift Goshawk midair and ends the match before armor transformation even starts. With the last quarterfinal finished, the semi-final field is set, and Lin Tian now has to stare down 3 dangerous opponents. Before the semi-finals begin, Principal Zhu Chang quietly warns Lin Tian to be careful, and Lin Tian catches the hidden seriousness in it. The host hands the announcement over to City Lord Jiang Tao, and the first semi-final draw comes down as Lin Tian vs. Li Mingyang. As soon as they stand, the old grudge between Lin Tian and Li Mingyang turns the whole matchup into a personal showdown. On the stage, Li Mingyang flashes the scar Lin Tian left him and coldly tells him not to die too soon. Lin Tian answers without flinching and tells Li Mingyang not to collapse again, hitting the same wound right back. The crowd goes wild before the first move, and the host nervously orders the stage reinforced all the way to 20 layers this time. Both boys summon at once, and their beasts roar so hard that even the 20-layer barrier cannot keep the hall from shaking. The arena splits into 2 worlds, with Moonlight owning one half and freezing blue fire pushing across the other. Neither side holds back, and both jump straight into armor transformation with their energies colliding head-on. Lin Tian opens in full power and fires a fan of crescent silver blades before Li Mingyang can even finish setting up his own technique. The blades tear half the arena open and blast Li Mingyang backward before his Frost Storm and Absolute Zero can fully unfold. Lin Tian refuses to let him breathe, coldly says he cannot escape, and calls up Moon Power for another killing sequence. Lifted by the Phantom Silver Wolf, Lin Tian fires Wolf King Bomb and a storm of extra blades together to blanket the whole battlefield. The audience stands in shock as Li Mingyang is smashed into the barrier, and the host realizes those 20 layers were the right call. When the smoke clears, Li Mingyang is somehow still on his feet with his armor intact, and even Lin Tian can tell something is wrong. Li Mingyang suddenly bends at a grotesque angle, laughs like he has snapped, and black smoke starts boiling out of his body. A black hand made of condensed dark energy grabs Li Mingyang and forces its way into him as a pounding heartbeat seems to fill the whole hall. His dark blue armor slowly turns blue-black, and the power coming off him starts climbing instead of fading. Li Mingyang spits black blood and withers into a skin and bones wreck, his face aging and hair whitening and falling out even as his strength jumps 2 full levels. Li Mingyang suddenly blurs forward, and his speed catches even Lin Tian off guard. Lin Tian throws up a silver claw to meet him, but the first clash still knocks Lin Tian back while Li Mingyang stands his ground with a creepy grin. That burst of power is already tearing Li Mingyang up inside, and he spits black blood even after winning the exchange. Instead of slowing down, Li Mingyang freezes the whole arena and whips up 2 giant icy tornadoes to crush Lin Tian in one sweep. The suction yanks Lin Tian into the air as the tornadoes chew through the ice and close around him. Lin Tian fires several silver blades to cut his way out, but Li Mingyang flashes right back into his face before the attack can land. Li Mingyang grabs both of Lin Tian's hands and smothers the blades in blue-black flames, trying to poison and overwhelm him up close. Lin Tian answers with moon pattern power, blasting Li Mingyang's hands apart just as the tornadoes arrive at his back. When Lin Tian tries to retreat, he realizes too late that Li Mingyang has already frozen his feet into the arena. At the last second, a dark purple glow blooms behind Lin Tian, and a huge flower bud rises to save him. Mandala Flower lifts Lin Tian high above the arena, turning his desperate position into a throne-like perch over the battlefield. A pink bloom opens behind him, pollen scatters, and the summoned flower fully answers Lin Tian's command. With one calm order to Xiaohua, Lin Tian unleashes Mandala Flower across the entire arena. In an instant, giant vines and white roots burst from the ground until the icy arena turns into Mandala Flower's forest. Mandala Flower swats the twin tornadoes aside so easily that Li Mingyang's big attack suddenly looks pathetic. Smaller vines immediately smash the falling ice into harmless droplets, and the flower almost seems pleased to drink in the moisture. Now looking down from above, Lin Tian locks onto the suddenly tiny-looking Li Mingyang and prepares to finish this. The crowd finally snaps out of its shock and realizes Lin Tian is controlling an epic-level Mandala Flower. Lin Tian gathers a Wolf King Bomb in his palm while perched on the vines, ready to strike from above. Li Mingyang tries to fire back through another burst of blue-black flame, but he is already coughing blood and losing control. Mandala Flower turns the whole arena into a trap, slamming Li Mingyang around and stabbing up green spikes whenever he tries to move. Even Li Mingyang's corrupted flames cannot burn the vines, and that failed resistance leaves him completely suppressed. Li Mingyang still refuses to accept the gap between them, but his flames sputter out again and more black blood pours from his mouth. Lin Tian finally fires the Wolf King Bomb while the vines drag Li Mingyang right into the blast path. The explosion rips across the arena, but Mandala Flower's roots grip the battlefield so hard that even the vacuum force cannot tear it apart. Li Mingyang is blown straight into the protective shield, and the armored fusion around him finally shatters apart. He staggers back up looking shriveled and half-dead, but all that damage only twists his obsession into a murder vow. In full madness, Li Mingyang begs his principal to give him every last bit of power even if it costs his life. That plea triggers something far worse as Principal Dong Wu starts laughing the same broken laugh and black smoke pours out of him. The corruption spreads through Leping High at once, with contestants and students alike trembling, smoking, and turning red-eyed in the stands. Panic breaks out in the hall as everyone realizes this is no normal school match anymore. Guofeng and the guard team rush in to lock the place down and seize Dong Wu before the corruption spreads further. Dong Wu answers with an armor transformation, and his red flames are instantly stained into dark red by the black evil energy pouring out of him. A huge flame beast merges onto Dong Wu's body, revealing that the principal is a gold-armored envoy and far stronger than the guards expected. The moment his armor settles, Dong Wu blasts Guofeng and the entire guard team away with one overwhelming shockwave. Only then does City Lord Jiang Tao rise from the leader's seats, and his pressure alone makes even Lin Tian feel crushed. Jiang Tao calmly demands an explanation, and Dong Wu raves that a mysterious king is the only true path for humanity. Hearing Dong Wu's worshipful nonsense, Lin Tian realizes this so-called king sounds less like a man and more like some terrifying magical beast. Jiang Tao sees there is nothing left to save and transforms, summoning a massive golden hand of the heavens to force Dong Wu down. But before that golden hand can finish the job, a jagged black crack tears open across the sky above the hall. A terrifying suction erupts from the crack, the hall goes dark, and a giant red dragon-like claw slams head-on into the descending golden hand. The clash in the magical beast hall explodes so hard that glass shatters, walls split open, and the whole building feels ready to collapse. When the dragon claw pulls back, the sky goes dark and an even bigger shape coils above the spatial crack. The full monster shows itself at last, a gigantic dragon with blood-lined wings, horned head, and greedy green eyes. Lin Tian stares up in shock, recognizes it as a Western dragon, and sees that its status panel is almost completely beyond his reach. One roar from the molten dragon shakes the city so badly that even nearby buildings start giving way. Dong Wu drops to his knees in tears and greets the dragon like a holy savior sent by some higher king. The molten dragon answers in human speech, and that alone tells Lin Tian this disaster is far beyond anything normal. Lin Tian realizes this platinum dragon is only an emissary, which means the real king behind Dong Wu is even more terrifying. Li Hongyi steps in with the missing piece. The 5 realm is a B-grade magical beast zone, and this dragon is one of its platinum guardians. Even Jiang Tao's title means nothing to the molten dragon, which openly sneers that humans are too small to understand the 5 realm. Still kneeling, Dong Wu begs the emissary to purge Green Mountain Base, his hatred for the city finally laid bare. Li Hongyi calls him a traitor, and the truth is obvious now. Dong Wu brought this monster here on purpose. The molten dragon finds the whole thing amusing and decides to grant Dong Wu's wish. Outside the base, pillars of light stab into the sky and turn into teleportation gates all around Green Mountain Base. Magical beasts start pouring out in waves, and the ground trembles under the first charge. The swarm keeps growing past 50,000, until it becomes a true beast tide with more than 100,000 monsters. Lin Tian can only stare toward the city edge with his heart pounding as the impossible scale of the tide sinks in. Before the tide can hit, a deep whisper of Jinchuan rolls through the hall and makes everyone freeze. A stone wall rises from the hall floor, water starts flowing from dry ground, and a giant green-black bull walks in over the new current. Lin Tian checks the bull's panel and realizes Jiang Tao has called out another platinum legendary beast. The bull's name reminds Lin Tian of an old river-suppressing stone bull from archaeology, making the creature feel even more ancient and strange. Jiang Tao leaps up, dismisses his old armor, and begins a full armor transformation with the Jinchuan mountain bull. Water ripples around Jiang Tao as green living armor seals over him, and his long spear finally hardens into a real weapon. He drives his spear through the dragon's flames, and the 2 platinum monsters rush straight into the clouds to fight above the city. Explosions flash overhead, but Lin Tian is too weak to follow the fight and can only watch the sky tear itself apart. Then the base alarm sounds 6 times, the highest warning possible, and everyone understands a city-killing disaster has begun. Lin Tian connects the tremors outside to the textbook nightmare at last. The city is facing a real beast tide of over 100,000. Li Hongyi and the city's other top fighters immediately armor up and rush out, while the base flips into full emergency mode. Dong Wu barely has time to savor his fantasy before Deputy City Lord Zhang Jidong cuts him down on the spot. Guofeng takes over inside the hall, shouting for a full evacuation, while every available force in the base gets mobilized. At the command center, Deputy City Lord Zhang Jidong rallies the elite emergency teams and orders them to the front. The emergency teams roll out in layers, with gold-level elites taking the worst pressure and silver-level squads locking down the defense lines. As the arena empties, Zhou Tao finds Lin Tian and Wang Shui and asks both students to reinforce Emergency Combat Team 5. Lin Tian answers without hesitation and formally volunteers to defend Green Mountain Base alongside Team 5. Wang Shui makes the same choice, and for once her icy image cracks just enough to show she cares too. Even in the middle of the crisis, Lin Tian teases Wang Shui for not being such an ice cube, and she answers with a sharp eye roll. Moved by their answer, Zhou Tao thanks them on behalf of the whole base and leads them toward the 3rd defense line. As Zhou Tao leads them out, Green Mountain base turns into a fortress, and the ground keeps shaking under the oncoming beast tide. Zhou Tao brings Lin Tian and Wang Shui to the nearby number 3 defense line, where the fortress itself feels huge enough to crush any idea that this is just a training exercise. As Lin Tian stares out through the defense line, he sees the battlefield clearly for the first time and realizes how serious the beast tide really is. Then the tide hits in full, with countless magical beasts roaring toward the wall so hard that dust rises and the ground splits under the charge. Seeing bronze and silver beasts flooding forward, and even the occasional gold-level intruder getting swarmed by troops, makes Lin Tian's blood heat up for a real fight. On the mission screens, Lin Tian finds the defense line running like a war machine, with different task types being assigned to people headed into the field. Zhou Tao tries to steer the students towards safer reconnaissance or guarding work, making it clear he still sees them as kids he has to protect. Wang Shui ignores that advice and calmly chooses the clearing mission instead, as if the dangerous option was the obvious one all along. Lin Tian follows her lead and takes the same job after seeing it pays well and targets monkey beasts on a nearby mountain, which sounds risky but manageable. Because they are in the same combat team, the system places Lin Tian and Wang Shui on the same assignment, and Wang Shui immediately warns him not to drag her down. Their age draws instant hostility when another combat team member walks over and bluntly questions why high school students were allowed onto a real battlefield. The complaint spreads fast, and soon a crowd is staring at Lin Tian and Wang Shui like they are reckless children who will only get everyone else killed. Instead of arguing, Lin Tian and Wang Shui answer the doubt the same way by lighting up their beast marks and summoning their rare bronze-level partners on the spot. That single display shuts everyone up, because the veterans suddenly realize these two teenagers are already bronze-level armored envoys with rare beasts. After that awkward pause, a 50-man clearing team is finally assembled to head for Mount Shou, with Zhou Tao going along to keep an eye on the younger members. On the way to Mount Shou, Lin Tian moves out with Wang Shui and the rest of Team 11, while Zhou Tao leads with the steady pressure of a silver-level captain carrying bigger duties than this one mission. When the team reaches Mount Shou, the mountain is already echoing with monkey cries, and the scale of the cleanup job looks worse than expected. The force breaks into smaller groups to sweep different routes, and Lin Tian ends up moving deeper into the mountain with Wang Shui. As they walk, Lin Tian casually asks why someone is cold and stubborn as Wang Shui picked a frost goshawk that does not seem to match her at all. Wang Shui admits her family pushed that choice on her, and Lin Tian instantly realizes this beast was part of a plan made for her rather than her own taste. Lin Tian jokes that she is pretty rebellious anyway, and Wang Shui answers with a murderous glare before striding ahead and cutting the conversation dead. Their banter ends when dark movement flashes through the trees and the frost goshawk reacts first, diving on a hidden monkey beast. Wang Shui charges after it and tells Lin Tian to stay out of her fight, still too proud to accept help even inside a live clearing mission. Lin Tian pauses long enough to inspect the enemy and finds that even the basic barnwood monkeys here are rare bronze beasts, which makes the mission look much less simple. Then the howls start multiplying around him, and Lin Tian realizes the monkeys are gathering in numbers that do not fit a normal cleanup mission at all. Ahead of him, Wang Shui is already trapped in a brutal fight as a whole pack of red-eyed barnwood monkeys swarms her and wounds the frost goshawk. Just as Wang Shui tries to transform, one monkey knocks her down, and the pack closes in so fast that she is seconds from being torn apart. Lin Tian jumps in anyway, mocking her for overreaching as Xiao Hui unleashes Silver Blade and blasts the monkeys off her in one clean rescue. Wang Shui is secretly relieved, but her first response is still to snap at him, which immediately kills the gentler side of Lin Tian's rescue mood. The argument dies fast when Lin Tian sees even more monkeys closing in, and both of them understand they can only get out of this by fighting together. With the monkeys still closing in, Lin Tian and Wang Shui finally stop fighting each other and armor up for a real joint counterattack. With Lin Tian firing Wolf King Bomb and Wang Shui freezing the field, the monkey pack that almost killed them gets wiped out in short order. Before they can catch their breath, a scream from deeper in the mountain pulls both of them toward a new emergency. They race toward the scream and find another team member being overwhelmed by monkeys, with Wang Shui striking first while Lin Tian, still in armor, dives in to drag the injured man clear. The rescued fighter is in horrifying shape, with one arm torn off and blood still pouring out, but even like that he refuses to think about himself first. Instead of begging for help, the man shoves Lin Tian away and orders him to stop the monkeys before they break through toward the defense line. The proof of that struggle is still clenched in his fist, where scraps of monkey fur show he kept fighting even after losing the arm. As Lin Tian, still in armor, moves to rejoin the fight, one of the veterans who questioned him earlier stops him just long enough to apologize. Lin Tian lets the old insult go with a calm smile, because what matters now is that they are all fighting for the same goal. By evening, Lin Tian's team finishes clearing Mount Shou, but just as everyone starts gathering, the ground suddenly begins to shake. When Lin Tian looks up, he sees a huge beast tide rushing toward them, and the sheer scale instantly crushes the team's morale. As the horde gets closer, the team can finally see the real danger: more than 100 bronze-level beasts mixed into thousands of black iron monsters. Before the panic can spread further, Zhou Tao takes command and orders everyone to fight while retreating back to the number 3 defense line. Zhou Tao summons the Thunder Goshawk and blasts the charging beasts with lightning, but the huge wave barely slows down. He orders Team 11 to cover the retreat, and carves a long trench to delay the horde before it reaches them. Lin Tian rides Xiao Hui into position and fires Wolf King bombs to deepen the obstacles and help keep the retreat route open. Wang Shui joins in right behind him, using the Frost Goshawk's freezing power to turn the ground ahead of the horde into a slick trap. For a brief moment the terrain trap works, and the front ranks of magical beasts tumble into pits under a storm of attacks from the retreating team. Lin Tian even gains kill notifications in the middle of the chaos, but the trap is only buying time as the horde keeps pouring forward. The whole team keeps falling back under pressure until they are only 7 or 8 kilometers from the number 3 defense line. Then the ground shakes again, and 2 enormous silver-level beasts finally show themselves at the front of the horde. Zhou Tao goes pale because a beast wave this size should never include silver-level monsters, which means something is badly wrong. The other team members break into open fear, because they were already at their limit before 2 silver-level beasts entered the battle. Zhou Tao immediately decides to stay behind alone and orders everyone else to run for the defense line and wait for reinforcements. Lin Tian protests that one man cannot stop 2 silver-level beasts, but Zhou Tao has already made up his mind. Zhou Tao transforms into lightning armor, takes to the air, and throws himself straight at the charging silver beasts. Seeing the pressure he is under, Lin Tian quickly asks Wang Shui for help controlling the raging flame lion. Wang Shui instantly understands and uses Frozen World to lock the lion's limbs in ice for a few crucial seconds. With that opening, Zhou Tao drops a Thunder Pulse attack onto the green flame tiger and blasts it hard enough to char and fling it away. Zhou Tao thanks Lin Tian for the assist and turns to meet the lion next, still trying to hold the lion by himself. But Lin Tian suddenly notices black smoke rising from the fallen tiger, and the scene immediately feels wrong. The green flame tiger's body heals in front of them as green-black flames take over, revealing that even magical beasts have been corrupted by the evil force. Lin Tian shouts a warning and starts charging a Wolf King bomb, but the revived tiger moves too fast. In an instant, the corrupted tiger slams Zhou Tao down, and at the last moment he grabs both silver beasts at once. As he dies, Zhou Tao throws Lin Tian the burden of command and triggers a final self-sacrifice blast bright enough to light the whole defense line. The explosion engulfs the 2 silver beasts and tears through the battlefield, shaking the ground for hundreds of meters. Lin Tian's ID card and life watch both tremble with the signal of Zhou Tao's death, and grief hits him all at once. The beast tide falls into chaos for a moment, and Lin Tian starts walking forward with killing intent, ready to throw himself into the fight. Zhou Jin and Tong Nian physically stop him, because another reckless death will not save the defense line. When they remind him of Zhou Tao's last words, Lin Tian looks down at the special captain's device and finally forces himself to calm down. Lin Tian takes command, sends Zhou Jin and Tong Nian back for reinforcements, and promises he will only hold the beasts off as long as he can. The 2 men accept him as temporary captain and sprint toward the defense line, leaving Lin Tian to face the horde. Lin Tian tries to rally the remaining teams under his command, but Zhou Tao's death has shattered their nerve. Instead of listening, the survivors lash out in panic, saying they will not trust a high school kid when even a silver-level envoy just died. With the beast tide already almost on top of them, Lin Tian realizes there is no time left to argue and decides to block it himself. Lin Tian leaps forward and starts firing full-power Wolf King bombs, trying to turn that last 100 meters into a death trap. The others think one person standing there is just suicide, and several of them start retreating instead of helping. Xiao Hui senses Lin Tian's resolve, answers with a fierce roar, and rises beside him to attack together. Moonlight and Starlight gather around Xiao Hui as Wolf and Master unleash paired energy bombs straight into the charging mass. The blasts rip up the earth and open a huge deep pit. Because Lin Tian is not trying to wipe out the horde, he is trying to break its momentum. He follows up with flying silver blades to split the formation, forcing broken groups of beasts to stumble straight into the pits. Then he keeps firing more Wolf King bombs farther back, stacking one obstacle after another across the 100-meter line. That final 100 meters becomes a brutal line of life and death between Lin Tian and the number 3 defense line behind him. Just as Lin Tian is about to be left there alone, freezing air sweeps in and someone grabs his hand from the side. Wang Shui steps in with Frozen Miles and Frozen World, helping lock down the field while dryly telling him she could not just watch him look that pitiful. Lin Tian, still firing as they retreat, blurts out that she looks pretty when she smiles, which lightens the moment for just a second. Then a dark purple mandala flower blooms behind them, and its vines lift Lin Tian and Wang Shui high into the air toward the defense line. As Lin Tian's group finally reached the open ground before number 3 defense line, 5 or 6 energy bombs slammed down around them instead of giving them a moment to breathe. Zhou Jin and Tong Nian burst out from the defense line under covering fire and ran straight to Lin Tian, treating him like the anchor of the whole position. Zhou Jin warned that their backup was still 1 hour away, because the rest of the defense line was under attack too. Lin Tian studied the pit full of beasts in front of them, and said they could try to hold if the pressure did not get any worse. He answered with action first, firing 6 Wolf King bombs into the sky while Mandala Flower's vines lifted him above the battlefield. When Zhou Jin and Tong Nian recognized Mandala Flower, their shock spread to the nearby defenders who suddenly realized what Lin Tian had brought onto the field. Mandala Flower's vines began dragging in beast corpses by the dozens, and a grisly little corpse mound started to rise in front of the wall. A dark purple bud rooted itself on the corpse pile, turning that mound into the base of Lin Tian's new defense. Lin Tian ordered pollen, flower curtain, and hallucination together, layering Mandala Flower's control power with his own bombardment and silver blades. As beasts climbed out of the pit and charged, the first bud burst open and sprayed pollen straight into their path. Mandala Flower anchored itself to the defense line with white roots and forced more buds to bloom, spreading a purple mist across more than 100 meters. Once the beasts inhaled the pollen, their eyes turned red and they started tearing into each other instead of rushing the wall. Seeing the opening, Zhou Jin and Tong Nian transformed into armor and jumped in to support Lin Tian's line. Zhou Jin became a fast-moving whirlwind inside the horde while Tong Nian took the sky to cover the team from above. With Wang Shui and the others adding pressure, the defenders finally started thinning the beast tide instead of just enduring it. Mandala Flower kept harvesting the dead, and the corpse mound climbed from 10 meters to 30 in a mess of bones and rivers of blood. Then the flower pulsed, and the corpses on the mountain started moving again as red-eyed puppets. Lin Tian kept feeding that nightmare machine with more Wolf King bombs, blasting gaps in the horde and adding fresh bodies to the pile. The battlefield turned viciously efficient as vines flung some beasts away, dragged others into the pile alive, and sent them back out under Mandala Flower's control. As the dead kept stacking, the corpse mountain swelled from 30 meters to 80 and started becoming a real barrier instead of just a trap. Most charging beasts could not even climb the slick, bloody slope, and the flower buds along the way kept infecting and turning them back down the mountain. Even bronze-level beasts only got a few meters up before the vines wrapped around them and crushed them back into the mountain. Lin Tian knew it still was not enough, because Mandala Flower could dominate weaker beasts but had to fight bronze-level ones the hard way. So instead of hiding behind his own defense, Lin Tian dropped back into the melee and started carving through beasts himself. The defenders on the wall could barely believe that a high school student had built a 100-meter corpse mountain and actually stalled the tide with it. With more controlled beasts charging down from above and vine walls forming in front, the 100-meter corpse mountain finally stood like a real fortress before number 3 defense line. Lin Tian fought until his eyes turned bloodshot, blasting so many beasts apart that he carved out an empty zone in the middle of the swarm. After what felt like 1 or 2 endless hours, voices from the distance finally shouted that reinforcements were almost there. When the other silver-level armored guards finally returned, Lin Tian could only sit on the ground in the drizzle and breathe while the front line fell quiet for a moment. That fragile calm barely lasted, because just as missions were being handed out again, the entire ground started shaking under a new threat. The next roar rolling in from outside the wall was so loud and continuous that everyone immediately knew this was a much bigger wave. When Lin Tian's group looked out, they saw a beast tide stretching 2 to 3 kilometers, so huge that he could not even see the end of it. The horde was so dense and heavy that its iron hooves cracked the earth and flattened small hills as it rushed forward. Then Lin Tian spotted the real problem, a 20-meter shadow moving inside the tide, so imposing that the surrounding beasts opened a path for it. Zhou Jin realized they were staring at least 50,000 beasts led by a silver-level monster, right after their reinforcements had already left. This time Zhou Jin did not argue, he simply asked Lin Tian what to do next. Lin Tian first asked for their numbers, because the scale of the next fight would depend on exactly how much manpower he still had. A one-armed team member that Lin Tian had saved earlier stepped up to report that 88 people were still available, about 40 more than before. With that answer, Lin Tian made the call to fight with everything they had and ordered the whole line to prepare. He quickly sorted his people by what they could do, counting on Wang Shui for strong support, Zhou Jin for frontline harassment, and the rarer control and buff users to hold the formation together. As names were called into position, the second wave crossed into the 1-kilometer warning line and its pressure became almost suffocating. Lin Tian decided to use the corpse mountain again, but this time as the center of a layered retreating defense instead of a last-second wall. He ordered 20 people to go with him and build a first line 500 meters out, 30 more to hold a second line at 800 meters, and the rest to stay ready at the wall. Then he made the battlefield itself move, sending Mandala Flower's vines around the whole corpse mountain and dragging the 100-meter mass forward. Wang Shui moved with him and used freezing skills to smooth the path, helping the grotesque fortress slide faster into position. Wang Shui pushed harder with frozen land and frozen miles, coating the route in blue light and rising ice. Then her second magical beast appeared, an ice spirit tiger nearly 10 meters long, and it blasted a 100-meter stream of icy flame downrange. At that point a support envoy named Mu Zi rose into the air behind them and dropped a strength buff over Lin Tian, Wang Shui, and the others. Lin Tian felt the difference immediately as power filled his body and even Mandala Flower itself thickened and sped up under the buff. As Zhou Jin and Tong Nian joined in to help haul the moving corpse mountain, Lin Tian finally saw how valuable an enhancement-type armored envoy could be in a real war. 500 meters out from number 3 defense line, Lin Tian and his small squad stare down a second wave of 50 to 60,000 magical beasts as the whole plain ripples under their charge. Mandala Flower slams the corpse mountain onto the plain, and fresh blossoms open across the piled bodies like Lin Tian's trap is finally in place. Lin Tian orders Xiaohua to spread pollen, and dark purple spores pour into the wind over the corpse mountain. The dead on the mountain wake with red eyes and a rotten purple aura, then rush down to form a controlled beast army behind Lin Tian. Beside him, Xiaohui appears as a giant silver moon wolf king and throws back a howl under the moon. Lin Tian calls for armor transformation, and Xiaohui turns into white light that wraps around his body. With the horde still closing, Lin Tian fires an oversized wolf king bomb to tear a huge crater into the plain and seed the field with stubborn ice blocks. Zhou Jin and Tong Yan sprint out ahead and carve deep tunnels across the approach to turn the ground itself into a trap. Zhou Jin pops back up long enough to throw short-range wind blades, then retreats because the beasts are almost on top of them. When the first wave reaches 50 meters, Lin Tian drops to the front line and orders everyone to brace for direct impact. He opens the melee with repeated Wolf King bombs and silver blades, smashing straight into the first line of monsters. Mandala Flower's red-eyed corpse beasts pile into the melee after Lin Tian, and thick vines burst up through the ground to skewer the horde. Wang Shui and Zhou Jin unleash their second beast powers together, freezing part of the front, while a blade storm whips the rest into the air. The enemy's bronze-level beast answer with energy cannons, forcing Lin Tian to rely on his moon-pattern speed to vanish through the crossfire. Those enemy blasts wipe out their own side, and Mandala Flower immediately drags the fresh corpses back to rebuild its corpse mountain. Lin Tian keeps harvesting kills fast enough to earn evolution points, but even after half an hour the horde is still grinding forward. When the line threatens to buckle, Mandala Flower's vines yank the whole squad back, and Lin Tian immediately dives toward the trapped beasts instead of falling back. Lin Tian orders Xiaohua to cover the squad, and Wang Shui rises with cold focus to trigger the ice trap they planted earlier. Wang Shui detonates the frozen field, and the buried ice blocks explode into a brutal storm of shards through the trapped beasts. Right in the middle of that chaos, Lin Tian spends 6 save points on himself and triggers a new evolution. A white glow bursts around Lin Tian as he gains ear awareness, and the battlefield suddenly opens up to him through sound. With his new hearing, Lin Tian catches the thunder of a huge bear 3 or 4 kilometers away and realizes a silver-level beast is closing in. He also hears an incoming blade through the wind and sidesteps it cleanly, proving the new sense works instantly in real combat. After nearly an hour of fighting, Zhou Jin bleeds from the arm and asks the question everyone is thinking: do they even have time left? Lin Tian sees the truth at a glance. The corpse mountain has been trampled flat, the squad is full of wounds, and only 300 meters remain before the defense line is hit. Even with a silver-level threat approaching from behind the tide, Lin Tian refuses to break and tells them they still have to try. He charges back in, and Mandala Flower answers by smashing a path open with its roots and body. Lin Tian orders Flower Curtain, and Mandala Flower spreads a dark purple pollen screen that turns more beasts on each other. Lin Tian follows that opening with a full-power Wolf King bomb that erases a wide chunk of the horde in one blast. The defenders rally around that strike, and the whole 50-man team somehow holds the beast tied at the last 300-meter line. Knowing brute force alone is not enough, Lin Tian growls for Mu Zi and the support line to pour every buff they have into the squad. Colored enhancement lights flood the defenders, hardening Lin Tian's wolf armor and helping the squad fight through their smaller wounds. Lin Tian throws himself back into the slaughter, because every second now is about scraping together enough evolution points for one more breakthrough. At last a deafening roar rips through the battlefield, and a burst of white light blows an empty circle open in the middle of the horde. Xiaohui descends in a new hero-grade form, the moon-howling stellar wolf, with a full moon mark and an overlord-like presence. Lin Tian checks the result and realizes Xiaohui now has 2 hero talents, including moon-howling that can even boost his armored fighting power. Excited to test the evolution at once, Lin Tian orders Xiaohui to attack while Mandala Flower's vine lifts him clear of the crush. The evolved wolf turns into a white streak and rips through the horde, its crystal claws opening beasts in sprays of starlit cuts. Then 6 enormous crystal blades tear across the battlefield, smashing enemy blasts and cleaving monsters apart so brutally that the squad can only stare. Lin Tian snaps everyone out of their shock and orders a full counterattack while Xiaohui and the Mandala Flower dive back into the beast tide. With Xiaohui's recent evolution and the support buff stacking on top, the team finally holds the monsters 300 meters away from the vital line. Then a deafening roar shakes the ground, and Lin Tian immediately realizes the real danger has finally arrived. A massive flaming cyan bear crashes through its own horde, swatting beasts aside as it charges straight for Xiaohui. One casual swipe from the silver-level bear blows open the battlefield and makes the gap in strength painfully clear. Lin Tian checks the monster's status and sees bad news with one small opening. The flaming cyan bear is silver-level, but only rare grade. The bear lunges first, and Lin Tian warns Xiaohui just as 2 giant claw blades rip toward him. Xiaohui flashes away like white lightning, and the mist strike carves cracks so deep it also vaporizes beasts far behind him. Lin Tian keeps calm and orders crystal blades, and Xiaohui uses the opening to counterattack from the air. The bear answers with a wall of green fire, but Xiaohui slips through the flames and slashes its back anyway. Even that clean hit barely gets through, and Zhou Jin and Tong Nian turn to Lin Tian because he is now the one holding this whole defense together. Lin Tian refuses to fold at the worst moment and decides their only chance is to gamble everything on numbers and stronger forms. He calls for armor transformation, and Mandala Flower throws him upwards so he can merge with Xiaohui in midair. Moonlight armor forms around Lin Tian, and this time the full moon mark and crystal heavy limbs show the night boost has become much stronger. Lin Tian immediately calls for Mu Zi's power boost and dives back down to pressure the bear himself. At the same time, Lin Tian tells Wang Shui to freeze the field and trap the bear's movement. The flaming cyan bear responds by hardening into iron wall, turning Lin Tian's blades useless but also making itself slow. Lin Tian sees the trade-off instantly, and orders everyone to pour in all their firepower while the bear is stuck. Dozens of attacks slam in from every direction, and Lin Tian rises above them to charge one full-power Wolf King bomb. As the charge peaks, the moon mark on Lin Tian's body fully lights up and a giant moonlit wolf phantom gathers power behind him. The 10-meter Wolf King bomb drops from the sky and detonates so brightly it almost drowns out the moon. Lin Tian does not let up for a second and keeps feeding more Wolf King bombs into the blast while the whole team continues firing. When the smoke finally breaks, the flaming cyan bear is still standing, but now it is mangled, burned, and bleeding black tainted blood. Lin Tian is visibly drained after the barrage, and that weakness gives the wounded bear one last opening. The others panic and shout a warning, because the bear is burning away its last energy for one all-or-nothing flame shot. Wang Shui nearly throws herself forward, but she is too late as the dark green flame washes across the battlefield and melts everything in its path. At the last instant, Xiaohui reappears beside Lin Tian, and the two escape together as a white lightning flash. The attack leaves behind a 200-meter lava field, and the overdrawn flaming cyan bear collapses trying to recover. Before the bear can recover, Xiaohui flashes back in front of it, and a weak Lin Tian gives the final order for one last Wolf King bomb. The final blast finally swallows the flaming cyan bear before it can react. A system prompt pops up the moment the bear dies, and Lin Tian upgrades Xiaohui to middle-grade bronze without hesitating. Moonlight pours over Xiaohui as he evolves again and gains a new bronze skill, Moon Howling Strike. When the light fades, Xiaohui looks leaner and stronger than before, and Lin Tian quickly confirms the new skill on his status panel. The mandala flower also synchronizes up to middle-grade bronze and gains branching roots, giving Lin Tian another big boost in crowd control. After catching his breath, Lin Tian sends Xiaohui straight back into the battle because the beast tide is still pressing the vital line. Even after the silver beast falls, 20 to 30,000 monsters remain, but the defenders now have enough people and momentum to push back. Lin Tian immediately tests Xiaohui's new move and has the vines throw him up for another moon-powered strike. Xiaohui merges into a hanging full moon in the sky and starts drawing power directly from the larger moon behind it. Then Moon Howling Strike fires, blasting a 100-meter section of the battlefield clean and turning everything in its path to ash. The system starts chiming non-stop as the new skill wipes out over 100 beasts in one shot. Just as the defense seems to be recovering, the entire ground trembles again and a giant crack rips open across the sky. Black gas pours out of the 100-kilometer rupture and quickly spreads over the entire 5-realm mountain range. Roars explode across the mountains, and then a calm demonic voice announces that the human base will be offered to supreme beings. Hearing that voice and seeing the same black energy as before, Lin Tian realizes the beast tide may be controlled by something far worse hiding behind the mountains. At the front line, Zhou Jin stares at the distant space crack and grimly confirms that the rumors were true. When Lin Tian asks what he means, Zhou Jin explains that the Molten Dragon is only a subordinate, and the true ruler of the 5-realm is an even stronger queen who can take human form. That revelation hits hard, and Lin Tian realizes the beast tide was likely a planned test by the 5-realm, tied to something even darker than the Molten Dragon. Before anyone can say more, two earth-shaking roars tear across the battlefield. A colossal golden giant ape suddenly leaps from a distant mountain, its 50-meter body blazing with metallic light and scarlet eyes. The ape's eye beams slam into the ground, blasting apart a huge area before its landing sends dirt and rock flying. Then a heavy red sound wave rolls out from the giant ape and crushes the ground down around it. Under that pressure, rock after rock surges upward until a whole field of stone forms around the monster, and it climbs to the highest point like a warlord taking the field. When the golden giant ape roars at the sky, the hidden response comes at once, with scarlet eyes igniting across nearby mountains, forest, and open land. An entire golden ape race pours out in a dense tide, stretching for kilometers and hammering toward number 3 defense line like a moving sea. The front line is forced to pull back under the pressure, because no one expected this gold-level beast to lead its whole race into the assault. With the 5-realm beasts added in, the total attack swells to 200,000 magical beasts, turning Green Mountain Base's worst nightmare into reality. The beast tide tramples hills flat, snaps thick trees instantly, and even crushes the ground down into a new layer of broken earth. That impossible wave leaves the whole defense line staring out in raw despair. Then the giant ape gives the order, and the final charge on number 3 defense line begins. Lin Tian and the others answer by gathering at the 3rd defense line and charging out to meet the beasts head-on. Riding Xiaohui, Lin Tian opens with Wolf King Bomb and blasts more than a dozen magical beasts away. But the black iron beasts don't stay down, because the ones wreathed in black smoke are tougher and clearly warped by evil energy. Zhou Jin shouts the explanation out loud. These magical beasts have been taken over by evil energy. Lin Tian tests his strengthened crystal blades next, only to find that even they need 2 clean hits to finish these corrupted beasts. Since staying at range is too slow and close combat is risky, Lin Tian makes a sharper choice and goes into armor transformation. With crystal blades mounted on his armored arms, Lin Tian starts carving through the corrupted beasts as easily as cutting vegetables. As the system notifications start flashing madly, Lin Tian turns into a one-man harvest machine in the middle of the tide. That momentum suddenly stalls when a 20-meter golden ape swats Lin Tian's crystal blades away with brute force. The ape follows with a crushing punch, and Lin Tian barely slips aside before the ground caves into a deep pit. Lin Tian checks what he's facing and sees the truth. This is a rare silver low-grade raging flame ape with brutal strength and dangerous skills. He decides the silver beast is not unbeatable, and reforms his crystal blade to keep pressing the fight. Before the surrounding beasts can swarm him, Wang Shui and Zhou Jin rush in to lock down the field around his back. Zhou Jin tells Lin Tian to leave the ordinary beasts to them, because the silver-level monsters already have everyone stretched thin. Lin Tian accepts that burden and steels himself to fight like a captain, especially now that Xiaohui has grown stronger again. Mandala flower erupts from the ground at just the right moment, and traps the raging flame ape inside the blasted pit. Lin Tian instantly fires his crystal blades into the opening, but the ape answers by coating itself in golden flames. The enraged ape smashes the ground so hard that a whole 200-meter area starts breaking apart beneath everyone. Lin Tian barely escapes by stepping off a nearby beast and springing into the air before the entire surface explodes. Even after another clean hit, Lin Tian still can't break the silver ape's defense, and has to admit just how tough it is. Then Lin Tian spots the bronze-level beasts nearby and suddenly changes his plan, deciding to use the swarm itself against the ape. To bait them, Lin Tian dives back through the battlefield and cuts down everything in his path, stacking kills while pulling the beasts after him. The harassment works perfectly, and the bronze-level beasts whip themselves into a violent frenzy as they chase him. Even the raging flame ape joins in, hurling magical beasts at Lin Tian as if brute force alone will finally crush him. At the last second, Lin Tian flashes behind the ape and deliberately stops just a few meters from its back. The silver ape thinks Lin Tian just cornered himself, so it goes berserk, turning its golden flames red while the bronze beasts fire at the same target. Just before the fists and energy blasts connect, Lin Tian vanishes out of the kill zone in a streak of white lightning. Then Lin Tian rises into the sky and opens Moon Howling Strike in armored form for the first time. A giant white wolf illusion leaps out, merges into moonlight, and suddenly the sky holds 3 moons at once. The moonlit beam drops onto the raging flame ape and collides with the bronze beast's own attacks, stacking everything into one massive explosion. As kills pour in through the smoke, Lin Tian drops back down feeling the drain of a move he can only use a few more times. But that dazzling attack also draws the worst possible attention, and the 50-meter golden giant ape turns away from the other armored envoys to charge straight at Lin Tian. Even silver-level magical beasts get knocked aside by its rush, and Lin Tian can only stare as a true gold-level monster closes the distance on him. A giant golden ape drops in front of Lin Tian and instantly turns the battlefield into a dead zone around them. The gold-level beast openly looks down on him, snorts in contempt, and slams one mountain-sized hand straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian freezes under the pressure for a beat, while Wang Shui, Zhou Jin, Yi Feng, and Zhang Ninjing can only shout for him to run. With no other option left, Lin Tian gathers a Wolf King bomb under the ape's falling hand. The blast hits the ape's palm, but the real point is the recoil, and Lin Tian finally throws himself clear of a gold-level kill zone. Wang Shui still rushes toward him in alarm, but this time Lin Tian has already saved himself. The near miss hits Lin Tian hard because he remembers the first time death closed in, when Xiaohui had to save him from the mandala flower. He checks the beast and realizes this golden armored ape is basically a tougher evolved version of the raging flame ape. With defense his attack barely scratched. Yi Feng and Zhang Ninjing finally arrive, and Yi Feng throws himself into the gold-level fight as lightning. Zhang Ninjing uses a giant vine to fling Lin Tian backward and orders him to take the others in retreat, because this battlefield is no longer for them. Before anyone can pull back, a new wolf howl rolls out from Mount Shou and the whole battlefield goes cold. The source of that pressure appears as a second 50-meter monster, a perfect snow-white wolf that freezes the ground with every graceful step. Its arrival feels like a king entering his realm, with ice, snow, and terrified beasts parting for it on their own. Then the ground starts shaking harder, and Lin Tian realizes the Wolf King did not come alone. A vast pack of white wolves floods out behind the giant wolf, and the scale is bad enough that number 3 defense line could collapse in an instant. Seeing the crisis, Lin Tian judges that even with nearly 100 teammates and gold-level support, this beast tide is still too much. Right then, Xiao Hui suddenly grows restless inside the illusory armor and demands to come out. Once released, Xiao Hui expands to full size, throws back its head, and howls under the moon as silver patterns begin to flow across its body. That howl hits the White Wolf army like a command, and moon marks start lighting up across the pack. The effect spreads from thousands to tens of thousands, and Lin Tian realizes Xiao Hui's long-dormant Sky Wolf talent is finally taking control of wolves below hero level. But Xiao Hui's move also catches the giant White Wolf's eye, and its full attention swings toward Lin Tian's side. Its aura erupts so hard that nearby beasts are crushed to the ground and everything within 500 meters starts freezing solid. Lin Tian finally remembers the obvious problem too late. The giant White Wolf is still a gold-level monster, and its realm is even higher than the apes. Then the tension twists unexpectedly when Xiao Hui yips with excitement instead of fear at the giant White Wolf. Sensing something, Lin Tian tells Xiao Hui to go, and the little wolf runs straight toward the giant White Wolf. The giant White Wolf does not strike, and instead it softens, touches Xiao Hui with a paw, and presses the mark on its forehead as if checking its bloodline. The two wolves exchange low sounds for a moment, like a private conversation no human can follow. Something in that exchange goes wrong, and after an angry roar from the giant White Wolf, Xiao Hui runs straight back to Lin Tian. The giant White Wolf moves even faster than Xiao Hui and appears right in front of Lin Tian, dropping the whole area into killing cold. Zhang Yinjing wants to jump in, but Yifeng stops her, because one wrong move here could get Lin Tian killed immediately. While everyone else holds their breath, Lin Tian does the opposite and smiles up at the giant White Wolf. Lin Tian speaks plainly and says he understands the giant White Wolf wants Xiao Hui back, but Xiao Hui is already bound to him by contract and they cannot be separated. He keeps talking, explaining that Xiao Hui was just an ordinary slaughterhouse silver wolf a month ago and only reached this point because they grew by helping each other. The giant White Wolf is visibly shaken, and it turns to Xiao Hui for the truth. Xiao Hui answers by rubbing against Lin Tian, making its choice clear without any hesitation. That answer leaves the giant White Wolf silent and conflicted as it looks from Xiao Hui and Lin Tian to its own pack, then toward the distant golden armored ape. At last the giant White Wolf makes a decision, throws its head back, and howls so hard that the surrounding ice explodes into the air. The White Wolf army answers that call at once, and even Xiao Hui joins the howl in excitement. Then the giant White Wolf turns into white lightning and charges the golden armored ape, splitting the battlefield between two gold-level kings instead of letting the defense line fall. With the defense line still in chaos, Lin Tian urges Xiao Hui forward and decides to help by cutting down the beasts around them instead of charging into the gold-level clash. Xiao Hui's command pulls a huge White Wolf pack into battle, and that sudden support instantly takes some of the crushing pressure off Lin Tian's side. At the same time, the Frost Demon Wolf's arrival steadies the number 3 defense line just when it was close to breaking. Lin Tian shouts for Yifeng and Zhang Yinjing to handle the gold-level fight while he takes the wolf pack into the beast tide. Yifeng and Zhang Yinjing are startled to see him rush in with a wolf army, but they recover fast and keep pressing the ape. Zhang Yinjing calls after him to be careful, then turns right back to supporting Yifeng with her vines. With the Frost Demon Wolf and the White Wolves in play, the human side finally has the strength to start grinding down the remaining beast tide. The golden armored ape, its body frosting over under repeated attacks, finally loses ground and tries to flee back to the horde. Yifeng immediately realizes he cannot let it escape, because once it rejoins the horde its battlefield domain will make every beast even harder to stop. The Frost Demon Wolf seems to understand too, and it shoots forward like a white bolt to cut off the ape. But the bigger picture turns uglier, as more black smoke beasts keep pouring out of the 5-realm forbidden zone and the front line starts buckling again. The count surges to around 200,000, stretching the horde for kilometers and turning the whole battlefield into a nightmare. Even worse, several gold-level magical beasts are now leading packs in from different directions, piling fresh pressure onto the defenders. While leading the wolf pack through the chaos, Lin Tian draws amazed looks from Zhou Jin, who blurts out that he looks impressive enough to be their captain. Lin Tian rallies everyone and keeps clearing beasts, but the enemy numbers keep climbing until his whole group is swallowed from every side. Faced with a sea of monsters, Lin Tian knows killing them all is impossible right now, so he switches to the only goal that matters, forcing open a path. He orders out a Wolf King bomb, blasting straight ahead to tear a route through the horde. Then every combat communicator crackles to life with the message the exhausted defenders have been waiting for: official reinforcements are almost here. Helicopters roar in overhead while heavy vehicles approach from several kilometers away, finally putting visible hope on the horizon. When Lin Tian asks what he is seeing, Zhou Jin explains that once a base's danger rises above B-level, the government sends official support within hours. She adds that the evil energy organization triggered an even faster official response, so the authorities were already moving before the beast tide fully exploded. Relieved that real support has arrived, Lin Tian pushes even harder and throws himself back into the tide. Because Xiao Hui cannot handle this many enemies alone, Lin Tian switches into armor form to bring his own full combat power into the fight. Wang Shui, Zhou Jin, and the others armor up too, turning the White Wolf charge into a much sharper spearhead. They do carve out a route, but the horde closes almost immediately and traps them all over again. Above them, the helicopters finally reach the center of the battlefield, and the arriving officials get their first clear look at Lin Tian's wolf-led charge below. One middle-aged officer laughs at the sight of a bunch of young fighters leading a pack of white wolves straight through the beast's tide. Another official clocks Lin Tian's bright armor and seems to realize exactly who is driving that impossible charge. Then the reinforcement leader gives the order to move, and a ring of golden light erupts around him. More than 10 officials jump into the battlefield at once, and Zhou Jin quickly recognizes that many of them are gold-level armored envoys. She also spots symbols from the Sacred Association and the Night Keepers, which tells her the government has sent unusually serious forces. Lin Tian admits he only knows the names, so Zhou Jin explains that the Sacred Association exists to hunt down the evil energy organization. The Sacred Association members prove it immediately by aiming strange devices at black smoke beasts and sucking the dark energy out of them. Once the extraction finishes, golden capsule-like containers eject from the devices and get neatly collected, making the operation look practiced and secretive. Watching that, Lin Tian finally understands why the public was never told much about these units, or their methods. Next, 6 black-robed officials in mask sweep past them, and Zhou Jin identifies them as the hidden Night Keepers stationed inside every base. She says the Night Keepers are basically the authorities' hidden eyes, the kind of people no one notices until a real disaster hits. With both official units now fighting, the pressure drops again and Lin Tian drives the White Wolf pack forward through the opening. A sudden drop in temperature hits the field, and ice thorns burst from the ground under the monsters. The Frost Demon Wolf returns with a massive roar and moves to protect Lin Tian and Xiao Hui now that the officials have eased the pressure elsewhere. Its injuries are visible, but not crippling, and that added gold-level support turns Lin Tian's wolf force into a brutal clearing machine. Soon even the trap defenders start getting pulled free, because the wolf pack has become a blade that can cut straight through the tide. With the Frost Demon Wolf backing them, the human side starts wiping out beasts on a huge scale and finally looks capable of finishing the tide. After nearly 6 hours of desperate fighting, Zhou Jin can barely hide her excitement, and says it looks like the end is finally in sight. Lin Tian agrees, and as he looks up at the stars he quietly realizes how precious peace is when so many people have bought it with their lives. That thought hardens into conviction inside him, just before a beautiful unfamiliar voice suddenly cuts through the moment, and asks if they still need her help. The instant Lin Tian turns, sheer pressure crashes over him so hard that he breaks into cold sweat and struggles to breathe. When he finally turns, Lin Tian sees an elegant woman in a gorgeous cheongsam, and meeting her eyes feels like staring into a bottomless abyss. Lin Tian's heart pounds as he realizes the elegant stranger is even more oppressive than any gold-level beast he has faced, terrifying enough to rival his memory of the molten dragon. With no other answer that fits, Lin Tian shakily blurts out that the woman in front of him must be the queen of the 5 realm. The elegant woman confirms it with an almost playful smile, and rose-like petals begin drifting through the suddenly strange, still air around her. She reaches out and lightly taps Lin Tian's forehead, and the crushing pressure on him vanishes at once. Only then does Lin Tian realize what her pressure did. All the surrounding beasts, and even Xiao Hui, have been pinned flat to the ground the entire time. Lin Tian's mind reels as he realizes he and the elegant woman were just moving inside a bizarre space where nobody else could act. The Queen of 5 Realm blinked in front of the Frost Demon Wolf and petted it like a naughty pet, and even this giant gold-level beast shook in fear. When the wolf pleaded for mercy, the Queen guessed it wanted Lin Tian and Xiao Hui spared, then casually blasted the Frost Demon Wolf away with one invisible hit. Next she turned to Xiao Hui, stroked his fur, and quietly recognized him as a wolf god bloodline that should not be here. Lin Tian panicked, called out to Xiao Hui, and realized they were facing something far beyond anything he had fought before. He checked her status and got nothing but question marks, except one terrifying truth: she was a legendary magical beast. The Queen caught him peeking at her, found him interesting, and changed her plan from killing him to taking him back for research after the humans were wiped out. Before Lin Tian could even react, shattered space folded around him and Xiao Hui, and the Queen sealed them together with the Frost Demon Wolf inside a floating transparent cage. Lin Tian looked around and realized she had moved them all the way to the beast-held front line, 10 kilometers from number 3 defense line. Then the Queen started reshaping the battlefield itself, and a 10-kilometer zone collapsed into pure elemental disaster. She was still not done, and with one command she tore open a giant space gate across the sky. When she smacked the door and told it to work, dozens of nearly 50-meter magical beasts started coming out, all carrying gold-level pressure. Lin Tian could only stare as the 5-realm mountain range seemed to have mobilized its true heavy hitters. That was when Jiang Tao finally appeared, facing the Queen as a giant defeated beast dropped dead to the ground beside him. The Queen went straight to the battered molten bat dragon, revived it with a flash of red light, and coldly warned Jiang Tao not to think she would ignore what he had done. Jiang Tao admitted he feared her, but said the real plan had already begun. All across the area, hidden equipment activated, and 9 silver-white pillars locked the battlefield inside a giant barrier. The barrier jammed the space gate and even freed Lin Tian's group from the vanished spatial prison. Jiang Tao called out for Ambassador Wan Yang and the other city lords, and figures in fused multi-beast armor started appearing through the night. Then the strongest presence stepped out last, Wan Yang, floating without armor, with a rotating spirit wheel behind his back and the mark of the Sacred Association at his throat. Wan Yang revealed the truth. The Sacred Association had traced the evil energy back to the Five Realms Zone and set this trap because they suspected a much deeper conspiracy. He explained that the barrier existed for one reason. If the Queen kept her space powers, she could keep summoning gold and platinum level monsters until no base could survive. With the setup complete, Wan Yang gave the order to split forces, hunt the summoned beasts, and encircle the Queen to finally wipe out this B-grade magical zone. Realizing this fight was now far above his level, Lin Tian checked the Frost Demon Wolf and decided to withdraw at once. Xiao Hui answered by ordering the remaining 20,000 white wolves to fall back with them. Their retreat drew the attention of the experts overhead, and several powerful people started wondering who this bronze-level student even was. Wan Yang was also surprised by Lin Tian, but he shelved that curiosity and turned everyone back to the real target. Then the real clash began, as colossal magical beasts and top experts attacked together and turned the sky into an early apocalypse. Wan Yang made the goal clear in the middle of the assault, killed the Queen, and the mastermind behind her might finally show himself. The Queen answered with open contempt, declaring that none of them would ever see her lord because they were all going to die here. Even after retreating far back, Lin Tian still watched the battlefield rip the land apart, and finally understood just how far behind he still was. Still, he did not stop moving, and he led Xiao Hui and the White Wolves farther away to get the badly injured Frost Demon Wolf back toward the Ice Mountain. As the Frost Demon Wolf bled across the ground, Lin Tian kept encouraging it to hold on until it reached home. Then Wang Shui, Zhou Jin, and the others finally caught up, stunned and relieved to find Lin Tian alive. Wang Shui threw herself at Lin Tian, shaking and crying because she had already given up hope when the Queen took him away. Lin Tian patted her back, joked that he was too tough to die, and in that moment he finally felt that he was not fighting alone anymore. After dragging the White Wolves out of the siege, Lin Tian's group finally reaches the Ice Mountain hideout with the Frost Demon Wolf. The Frost Demon Wolf howls at the cave, and hidden wolf eyes light up as the pack welcomes its king home. When a few little white wolves rush out, even the huge wolf finally drops its guard and lies down to rest. Lin Tian and the others are completely spent after fighting from afternoon to moonrise, so they collapse and fall asleep in the cave. By dawn, the front line finally quiets down, and the defenders start cleaning a battlefield with almost no beasts left alive. That fragile calm shatters when a distant explosion shakes the earth so hard that even Green Mountain base trembles. Out of that blast, the Queen of Five Realms is thrown into view, battered, bleeding, and still frightening. A powerful voice roars that she cannot escape, and 6 mountains rise around the Queen of Five Realms like a moving prison. She tries to seize the mountains with earth yellow power, but another mouthful of blood leaves the Queen of Five Realms fading and unstable. A hoarse command seals the trap, and the 6 glowing mountains slam shut with a magnetic field that blocks every escape route. The collision hits like the world is breaking, and a beam of light erupts from the crushed mountains into the sky. 6 exhausted city lords step out of the light, with Wan Yang rising above them to stare down at the trapped queen. The trapped Queen of Five Realms snarls up at Wan Yang and the city lords that even killing her will not save them from her lord. Then the Queen of Five Realms rips open space and releases a surge of black evil energy threaded with something even more sinister. Wan Yang instantly leaves the pursuit to the other city lords and stays behind to deal with the new threat himself. When Wan Yang tests the evil energy with a golden capsule, the result confirms his worst fear that the forces behind this zone are even deeper than expected. Meanwhile, the wounded Queen of Five Realms flees through space again, and when she realizes the pursuers are still closing in, she looks toward the distant ice mountain and makes her choice. Back at the cave, Lin Tian wakes to morning light and realizes they slept all the way through the night. Wang Shui is already awake and smiling, while Zhou Jin and Tong Nian stir beside them as the battlefield outside seems strangely calm. Before anyone can settle in, a space crack tears open right beside Lin Tian, and the wounded Queen of Five Realms stumbles out. Zhou Jin recognizes the Queen of Five Realms at once, and the whole cave goes rigid as everyone faces a monster they know they cannot beat. Seeing that she seems to be here for him, Lin Tian forces himself to tell the others to run and leave him behind. The Queen of Five Realms does not let anyone move, warping the cave's space with one wave of her hand and pinning Lin Tian's group in place. Then the Queen of Five Realms bites her finger, presses blood to Lin Tian's forehead, and starts a ritual instead of killing him. A blood-red formation erupts under Lin Tian and the Queen of Five Realms, then rapidly spreads out of the cave across the entire ice mountain. As the giant formation climbs into the sky, the Queen of Five Realms chants life contract, and Lin Tian realizes she may be binding herself to him on purpose. The ritual surges even harder as white-lit nodes ignite, the sky darkens, and the whole mountain starts coming apart. The Queen of Five Realms turns into a 7-colored beam and rises into the sky, while Lin Tian is lifted into the air beneath her. What started as a contract now looks like a natural disaster, with cracked land, for tornadoes, flames, and stone pillars swallowing the area around Ice Mountain. The ritual's second layer forms in the sky, and blood-red liquid begins pouring down over the mountain like rain. Then a chosen beam falls on Lin Tian's head, and a terrifying force floods straight into his body. The impact is so brutal that nearby mountains collapse, and an unreal contract pattern starts appearing on Lin Tian's back. Right before he blacks out, a system prompt asks if he accepts the Elemental Queen's contract, but he loses consciousness before he can answer. Even with Lin Tian unconscious, the ceremony keeps devouring the area as beasts inside the circle bleed out, and their blood is pulled into the formation. The chasing city lords finally arrive overhead, wounded and weary, and instantly recognize both elemental nirvana and a life contract below them. The city lords realize the Queen of Five Realm chose to contract with a human and become a magical beast just to escape death. When asked if they should kill her anyway, Wan Yang shuts that down because Lin Tian's life is already tied to hers and he would die with her. Once the danger of interrupting the contract is clear, the city lords can only admit that this battle is effectively over. Wan Yang studies Lin Tian from above and openly says that anyone who contracts the Elemental Queen is bound to become terrifyingly strong. A city lord remembers Lin Tian is from Green City, and likely the same bronze-armored envoy who showed up on the front line with wolves, so they decide to contact Jiang Tao. The conversation shifts from battle to the coming college entrance exam, because a student who just bound the Elemental Queen is now impossible to ignore. Wan Yang brings up another top contender from the Imperial City, a girl who recently contracted a legendary magical beast, and the city lords start listing how stacked this year's exam will be. By the end, even these veterans are saying this exam will be an era of monsters, and Lin Tian is already hanging at the center of that coming storm. The system suddenly asks Lin Tian if he wants to sign a contract with the Elemental Queen, and he accepts on the spot. A second system notice confirms the contract, then another says the Elemental Queen's level sync has finished at bronze low middle grade. When Lin Tian wakes up, the whole world around him feels different, with colorful elemental light spots drifting through the room. A blurry girl-shaped rainbow light sinks into Lin Tian's body and leaves a new tattoo on his back. The tattoo flashes again, and the Elemental Queen appears in front of him as a tiny girl in a three-colored dress. This new childlike Elemental Queen looks nothing like the terrifying ruler from before, just confused and a little shaky in Lin Tian's bedroom. The moment she notices Lin Tian, the confused little queen lights up with joy and flies straight at him for a hug. Lin Tian's beast tattoos flare at once, and Xiao Hui and Mandala Flower jump out as if he is under attack. Seeing that the girl means no harm, Lin Tian quickly stops his two beasts from attacking. The little queen crashes into Lin Tian anyway, wraps around his waist, and clings to him like he is the safest person in the world. Lin Tian is thrown off by how gentle she feels, especially because this is the same Elemental Queen who nearly killed him before. He almost hesitates when he reaches out to touch her, but in the end he lets the old fear go. Xiao Hui can tell her aura is familiar, but with Lin Tian unharmed, the wolf can only stare in bafflement. The little queen tilts her face up at him with shining eyes, and Lin Tian finally gives in and pats her head. She enjoys the head pat so much that she asks for another hug and sweetly calls him daddy. That childlike reaction makes Lin Tian suspect the contract wiped her memories completely. Once he realizes she may have been reset from scratch, Lin Tian sees the upside immediately. A legendary beast he can raise himself. He gives her a new name, Xiaoling, and firmly tells her to call him Lin Tian instead of daddy. Xiaoling accepts the name at once, then spots Xiao Hui and happily launches herself at the wolf, yelling big dog. Xiao Hui does not dare fight back, and before he can escape, the tiny queen has already caught him. Lin Tian opens the Elemental Queen's status panel and is stunned by how absurdly strong a legendary beast looks even at bronze rank. What excites him most is her growth potential. Every level up awakens another element, and she has already awakened fire, water, and earth. Her skills are even stranger than they look, because the spirit spells are whole categories that cover all low-level elemental attacks and defenses. Then Lin Tian spots one extra line on the panel that confirms it. Her memory is sealed at 0%. Right then, Jiang Tao walks in and tells Lin Tian he has been unconscious for 6 full days. Jiang Tao explains that absorbing the Elemental Queen's power was too much for a bronze-ranked Lin Tian, so the contract ritual dragged on for 5 days before it settled. Lin Tian finally understands why he woke up back at home and apologizes for all the trouble he caused. When Jiang Tao crouches to inspect the little queen, she shrinks into Lin Tian's arms, and that reaction confirms his fear that her memories are gone. He quickly puts that disappointment aside and formally asks Lin Tian to raise the Elemental Queen back to her peak for humanity's sake. Jiang Tao reminds him that what happened was not an exception at all, but the normal danger humans have endured for centuries. Hearing that, Lin Tian feels the weight on Jiang Tao's shoulders and asks the only question left: what can he do? Jiang Tao's answer is brutally simple: get stronger. Because if the Elemental Queen returns to her peak, Lin Tian could become a leading envoy or even the king of this era. Lin Tian can only nod, and Jiang Tao immediately reins the pressure back in by reminding him he is still just a student. Jiang Tao says Lin Tian's real beginning will come after university, but first he must go all out in the coming college entrance exam. He adds one more shock: this year's exam will draw national attention, maybe even the attention of all humanity. That night, after Jiang Tao leaves in the afternoon, Lin Tian finally lies back on the sofa and lets his exhausted mind loosen for the first time. Jiang Tao had not left empty-handed either, because he gave Lin Tian a card loaded with nearly 1,000,000 credits. Even so, the money barely matters to him compared with the real rewards tied to the defense line battle. Green City has awarded him 1,000 military merits and bonus points for the college entrance exam for what he did there. The military merits hit hardest, because they can be traded for titles, national resources, magical crystals, even beasts from the country's own reserves. That makes them far more valuable than ordinary money or private organization points, because they open the full backing of a nation. Jiang Tao had even told him that a city lord like him only earns around 2,000 merits in a year, which makes Lin Tian's reward feel enormous. He knows the real reason is not just his kills at the defense line, but that contracting the Elemental Queen solved the biggest threat in the whole disaster. By comparison, even killing 2 silver beasts and piles of weaker monsters might not have earned him 500 merits on its own, because the system judges overall contribution, not just body count. In the end, Lin Tian settles on one hard fact. After the approval passed, those precious military merits were transferred straight onto his identity card. 6 days after sleeping through the chaos, Lin Tian gets a call from an unknown number and answers it out of curiosity. The caller is Zhang Feng from the guards, and he wastes no time inviting Lin Tian to join an encirclement operation. The word encirclement throws Lin Tian off, and the mention of the guards drags up the heavy memory of the defense line and Zhou Tao's death. When Lin Tian asks what the operation is, Zhang Feng only tells him to come to the south gate of Green Mountain Base and see for himself. Lin Tian tidies up and heads out, while the tattoo on his back warms with excitement because Xiaoling clearly wants to come along. At the south gate, Lin Tian finds a huge mixed force already gathered, with guards making up more than half and both the Sacred Association and Night Keepers present too. Zhang Feng calls Lin Tian over and finally explains the mission. Green Mountain Base has identified 5 hidden evil energy nests, and this raid aims to wipe them out at once. A commanding speech fires up the crowd, and Lin Tian studies the middle-aged Sacred Association officer with the gold-patterned collar leading it. For one unsettling instant, Lin Tian thinks he sees blackness in the officer's eyes, and the glimpse leaves him rattled and unsure. Zhou Jin runs over and almost calls Lin Tian captain again, while casually revealing that the man who just spoke is the vice president of the Sacred Association. Lin Tian talks himself down, deciding he probably saw wrong because someone leading the Sacred Association should be protecting people, not carrying evil energy. As he looks around, Lin Tian realizes Zhou Jin, Mu Zi, Tong Nian, and the rest of his old combat teammates are all here too. Their answer surprises him a little. Mu Zi and the others have been transferred into the guard team, so the whole old squad is effectively together again. Lin Tian gets caught up joking with everyone until Wang Shui silently punches him for ignoring her, and the reunion lands with a familiar sting. With the full 5-team combat group assembled, the long-awaited encirclement operation finally begins. Zhang Feng's group is assigned to Nest Number 3, an abandoned warehouse in the old industrial district, alongside Special Combat Team 2, 10 Sacred Association members, and 20 Night Keepers. On the way, a Sacred Association member briefs the team that Nest Number 3 holds 2 gold-level armored envoys, 10 silver-level, and 40 bronze-level. Lin Tian studies the odd knife-shaped tool they issue him and realizes it was built to trick the enemy, not to stab anyone. The explanation makes the tool's job clear to Lin Tian. Its magnetic field forces evil energy out of a body, and the golden capsule absorbs the black smoke once it appears. Lin Tian also notices several Sacred Association members struggling under huge half-person-sized backpacks, which makes it obvious they brought heavier tools for this raid too. After nearly half an hour, the team reaches a rusted abandoned warehouse that looks too broken and ordinary to be hiding a major nest. The team quietly spreads out through the small woods around the warehouse while the 5 backpack carriers advance first to set the trap. The ambush nearly works, but 2 people step out of the warehouse at the worst possible moment, spot the Sacred Association, and immediately blow the alarm. The raid turns hot instantly as the order to attack goes out, and both sides transform into armor at the same time. The 5 heavy backpacks hit the ground and unleash bright golden beams that connect into a giant barrier around the whole warehouse. Enemies come pouring out through the black smoke, and Lin Tian realizes the intelligence was wrong because there are clearly more armored envoys inside than expected. Then 2 powerful domains erupt from inside, blasting apart a huge section of the warehouse and hurling smoke, wood, and twisted metal everywhere. The blast teaches Lin Tian a nasty rule of the barrier on the spot. It can trap evil energy users, but it does not stop ordinary debris or shockwaves. Before he can react to the bigger battle, 2 bronze-level armored envoys close in on Lin Tian from front and back and pin him into his own fight. Mandala Flower saves him from being boxed in as several vines burst out of the ground and lash upward to interrupt the enemies. With the initiative back, Lin Tian lights up his moon patterns and charges, forcing his daytime body to fight with the same edge he has at night. Up close, the bronze Anva looks wrong in a way Lin Tian has never seen before, with beast-like limbs, crystallized claws, and protruding fangs instead of a normal human frame. That single glance tells Lin Tian the evil energy problem runs deeper than simple mind control, because these remnants have learned to mutate and weaponize it. Lin Tian answers with crystal blades, snapping 2 energy blades into shape and hurling them from less than a meter away. But the envoy blocks them by wrapping evil energy over his chest, proving he controls that black power far better than Li Mingyang ever did. The beast-like envoy roars, ignites with flames, and opens his mouth to gather a string of oversized energy shots for a brutal counterattack. He spits out 5 or 6 cannons in a row, but Lin Tian turns into white lightning and slips through every blast on speed alone. At the same time, Mandala Flower keeps the second bronze envoy tangled up with pounding vines and drifting pollen, which buys Lin Tian the breathing room he badly needs. Lin Tian gets behind the first envoy and drives a Wolf King bomb into his back at point-blank range. The explosion blasts the enemy forward and rocks the warehouse ruins with another violent burst. As Lin Tian moves to finish the job, another bronze envoy lunges in from the side and nearly catches him off guard. A Sacred Association member crashes in first, kicking the attacker away and saving Lin Tian from a dangerous extra exchange. When the envoy smashes into the barrier, black smoke bursts off his body instead of letting him escape, and Lin Tian finally understands what the golden shield is really for. The Sacred Association follows up with throne rings that snap into a magnetic restraint around the envoy's limbs, pinning him for extraction. Lin Tian copies the process with his own capture device, stepping in close and triggering the magnetic field to force the evil energy out. The armored envoy starts shaking as black smoke pours free, and Lin Tian throws the golden capsule to absorb every strand of it. With the method figured out, Lin Tian quickly helps finish off the second bronze envoy too, while the rest of Special Combat Team 2 cleans up the battlefield around him. Once the fight settles, the surviving evil energy members are cuffed by the Night Keepers and hauled into custody. Zhou Jin rushes over in open admiration, excited that Lin Tian really fought 2 bronze envoys at once against enemies stronger than normal armored agents. Tong Nian immediately jumps in too, eager for the full story now that Lin Tian's performance has everyone impressed. But before the banter can continue, a faint white glint catches Lin Tian's eye and instantly pulls his attention back to the warehouse. He leaves the others behind and heads back alone to check the strange glimmer hiding near the broken entrance. Under the warehouse door, Lin Tian finds a capsule shaped exactly like the collection tool they used in the raid, except this one is silver-white instead of gold. After making sure no one is watching, Lin Tian quietly pockets the strange silver-white capsule he found and hurries back to the group. Zhou Jin and Tong Nian instantly get the wrong idea when a silver button falls from Lin Tian's pocket, but he snaps it onto his collar and brushes off their teasing. Lin Tian keeps the real secret to himself, because the silver-white capsule is still hidden in his other pocket, and nobody notices it. Back at the city gate, the survivors regroup with the wounded, and Lin Tian realizes his team was lucky to make it out alive. The Sacred Association's vice president gives a long victory speech, thanking everyone for wiping out the hidden evil energy remnants in Green Mountain Base. When the teams line up for rewards, Lin Tian accidentally meets the vice president's eyes and everything suddenly goes wrong. A brutal illusion slams into Lin Tian, and the vice president's gaze feels like a black hole dragging him into endless darkness. Inside the vision, Lin Tian finds himself on a cracking cliff above a bottomless abyss and drops into it in pure panic. A hand on his shoulder snaps him back to reality, and he finds the vice president smiling at him like nothing happened. Lin Tian forces out a polite reply, but when the vice president steps even closer and studies him, he instinctively pulls away. Only after the man leaves does Lin Tian finally breathe again, now convinced the vice president is far more dangerous than he looks. From his departing car, the vice president quietly reveals he noticed Lin Tian's contract with the Elemental Queen and orders a background check. Wang Shui notices Lin Tian's cold sweat and quietly checks on him, showing how much warmer she has become around him. Lin Tian hides the truth from her too, because with the capsule and the vice president both looming over him, he no longer knows who he can trust. When Zhang Feng proposes visiting Zhou Tao's family, Lin Tian goes along with the guards and buys fruit, still carrying heavy guilt over Zhou Tao's death. They arrive at Zhou Tao's old home by the city wall, and the worn building makes his hard life painfully obvious before anyone even opens the door. The door opens to Zhou Tao's frail parents in mourning clothes, and their grief hits the whole group at once. Inside the white mourning room, one look at Zhou Tao's memorial photo breaks Lin Tian's composure. When Zhou Tao's mother asks which one is Lin Tian, he can only apologize through tears for failing to save her son. Instead of blaming him, Zhou Tao's mother gently tells Lin Tian that her son always came home talking about the amazing high school student he admired. She says Zhou Tao's eyes shone with admiration whenever he mentioned Lin Tian, and that memory only makes the loss hurt more. Then she gives Lin Tian the words that land hardest of all. If Zhou Tao could choose someone to protect the world with, it would be him. Lin Tian answers her with a firm promise, and the moment feels almost like Zhou Tao heard it too. When they finally leave, the guard team honors the fallen by making Wang Shui an honorary member and giving Lin Tian command of Team 3 with Zhou Tao's vice leader post left forever untouched. Late that night at home, Lin Tian's beast tattoo lights up and the Elemental Queen suddenly flies out with a startling memory clue. The Elemental Queen says she thinks she has seen that vice president before, instantly tying her forgotten past to Lin Tian's new enemy. But just as Lin Tian presses for details, the little queen goes right back to asking for hugs, leaving him with more questions than answers. Checking her status only confirms that her sealed memories have barely begun to open, with the memory section unlocked by just 1%. Realizing the vice president may already be watching him, Lin Tian hides the silver-white capsule under a floor tile in his room as a safety measure. A text message breaks the tension when Yifeng personally invites Lin Tian to visit the Star Alliance mercenary group again. This time Lin Tian decides to accept, partly out of curiosity and partly because Yifeng has already reached out to him more than once. That night his unease follows him into sleep, where a nightmare traps him in darkness before an eerie figure lifts him like a puppet on countless strings. Lin Tian wakes with a jolt and cold sweat, but the dream's details are already slipping away from him. The elemental queen wakes with him and asks what happened, and Lin Tian is left unsettled by the fact that she can now come out on her own. The next morning, Lin Tian heads to the Star Alliance mercenary group by Green Mountain Base's east gate. Inside, the mercenary hall feels a lot like the number 3 defense line, with giant screens, mission boards, and an organized combat-ready setup. When Lin Tian steps up to the registration window, the staff member takes one look at his age and bluntly treats him like a reckless kid looking for death. Before the moment can turn awkward, Yifeng strides in and publicly confirms that Lin Tian is here to register. The whole hall immediately salutes Yifeng as vice leader, making it obvious just how much weight his backing gives Lin Tian here. With Yifeng personally vouching for him, Lin Tian's registration is handled fast, and he receives his mercenary identity card. Yifeng happily welcomes Lin Tian into the Star Alliance, and looks downright relieved that all his effort to recruit him finally worked. As they walk, Yifeng explains that mercenaries earn rewards and points through missions, and even beast crystals and rare ores can be traded for more. He also lays out the rank system, including the fact that Lin Tian is starting as a level 1 mercenary and higher levels even come with a steady point income. Then the mood shifts when 2 cold-faced young men pass by with such heavy pressure that Lin Tian feels like ferocious beasts are brushing right past him. Just from the pressure they leave behind, Lin Tian realizes those 2 young men are already silver-level armored envoys. At Star Alliance headquarters, Yifeng notices Lin Tian watching 2 passing students and explains they are newly joined third years from Jiha High School. The name Jiha High School sticks with Lin Tian, because he did not expect even Green Mountain Base's top school to be hiding students that strong. Yifeng brings him into the real mission hall and says there is one mission in particular that fits Lin Tian perfectly. What Yifeng has been saving for him is a clearing mission, the toughest kind of mercenary job because it means wiping out an entire magical beast zone. The reward is worth the danger, and the target turns out to be the D-rank magical zone called Thunder Abyss. Lin Tian jokes about being just a bronze envoy, and Yifeng instantly calls him out for already handling silver beasts on the number 3 defense line. Lin Tian accepts the mission with his identity card and learns this clear operation needs more than 20 level 1 mercenaries. The real surprise is in the team list, because this D-rank clearing mission has no silver envoy leading it at all, only a full bronze level team. Yifeng says he will introduce the team, and he clearly wants this younger generation to prove themselves against a real dangerous zone. In the preparation area, Lin Tian changes into the Star Alliance black combat uniform made for fast identification in battle. When he joins the lineup, Lin Tian sees about 20 teammates waiting, and most of them are students around his own age. He quickly meets 2 schoolmates from Amping High, including Longan, a glasses-wearing senior whose refined look hides high-grade bronze strength. The other is Li Na, a sweet and friendly girl with a high ponytail who is also already at middle-grade bronze level. That mix of students and hidden talents drives home a bigger truth for Lin Tian. The outside world is packed with stronger people than any school test could show. One teammate stands apart from the rest, a scar-faced repeater named Xiao Jun, whose rigid posture and ferocious presence make even fellow bronze envoys wary. Longan quietly explains that Xiao Jun is a repeater from Qifeng High and very strong, which catches Lin Tian's attention immediately. When Lin Tian asks how repeating is even allowed, Longan explains it only happens by special approval after a real contribution. That answer makes Lin Tian mark Xiao Jun as more than just arrogant, because he must have earned his place the hard way. Once the team gathers, they set out for Thunder Abyss, a D-rank zone only a few kilometers from the city gate. At the edge of Thunder Abyss, the whole team stops short because the place looks less like a forest and more like a ruin smashed apart by endless lightning. Deeper in, a swamp crackles with natural lightning so violent it can turn anything crossing it into ash. Yifeng leaves them there, making it clear this mission really belongs to the younger team now. For Lin Tian, stepping in with only peers feels like a milestone, because this time no stronger envoy is there to cover for them. Before they even get moving, Xiao Jun shoots Lin Tian a cold look and heads into Thunder Abyss alone. Lin Tian also feels the rest of the team keeping their distance, irritated that a newcomer got special attention from Yifeng and jumped straight into the mission. Longan tells him not to mind those looks, and because they share a school, he and Li Na still choose to bring Lin Tian with them. The moment the team pushes inside, everyone starts summoning magical beasts, and Lin Tian's giant silver-white stellar wolf appears in a flash of light. Li Na blurts out that stellar wolf is beautiful, and even the others start looking at Lin Tian differently once they see the quality of his beast. Xiao Jun answers with an even louder entrance by summoning a mountain-like green rock bear and standing on its shoulder above the team. Lin Tian checks the beast and is impressed because the green rock bear is basically a stronger, harder version of Wang Jun's Terra Bear. Arrogant or not, Xiao Jun proves he is the real deal when he orders earth-shattering without hesitation. The green rock bear slams the ground, rips open a huge field of cracks, and blasts rising stone pillars through the first wave of charging beasts. Its roar echoes deeper into Thunder Abyss, and that reckless charge stirs a much bigger response from the zone. From behind the broken trees, countless glowing beast eyes open at once and lock onto the intruders. Instead of backing off, Xiao Jun welcomes the fight as 2,000 to 3,000 magical beasts pour down on him at once. Lin Tian does not wait around watching, and he tells the others to start cleaning up beasts on their side too. He throws himself into the fight, using Stellar Wolf and his crystal blades to carve through the magical beasts around them. Meanwhile, the green rock bear anchors itself with earth power and starts smashing beast after beast, but even its heavy defense cannot fully stop a horde this large. As bronze-level beasts begin to box Xiao Jun in, Lin Tian fires a Wolf King bomb straight through the crowd and blasts open a 100-meter path. Xiao Jun still snarls at Lin Tian to stay out of his way, and Lin Tian can only shake his head because that shot just saved him from the energy attacks building behind him. At the edge of Thunder Abyss, Lin Tian ignores Zhang Wei showing off and keeps Xiao Hui blasting a path through the beast's tide. The mercenaries are barely inside the ruin when beasts surge from all sides, and every step is dangerous because the sky itself can strike them with lightning. Xiao Hui dives into the swarm and keeps earning kills, but most of the enemies are too weak now to give Lin Tian much progress. When 2 bronze beasts and a pack of black iron monsters jump Xiao Hui, Lin Tian shouts a warning a beat too late. Zhang Wei slams a huge stone attack into one of the bronze beasts, and gruffly calls it even, still too stubborn to accept a simple thank you. With beasts closing in from every side, Lin Tian and Zhang Wei transform together, and finally meet the horde seriously. Lin Tian cuts in close with crystal blades while Xiao Hui's Wolf King bombs keep detonating around him, and Zhang Wei backs him up with flying chunks of stone. Zhang Wei shoots Lin Tian a provocative look and openly turns the battle into a contest between equals. The match gets intense fast, because Zhang Wei's earth-powered punches are strong enough to send bronze beasts flying and clear whole chunks of the battlefield. Lin Tian answers by launching a spread of Wolf King bombs high overhead, letting the blasts rain down and wipe out the beasts around him. Still refusing to back down, Zhang Wei jokes that this many beasts are barely enough to get started even as the horde shoves him backward. His big mouth immediately backfires when a deeper roar rolls through Thunder Abyss and the local beast wave swells from a few thousand to well over 10,000. Lin Tian can only stare at Zhang Wei in disbelief, because they have somehow triggered a disaster-level pull before even reaching the real center of the zone. Zhang Wei doubles down anyway, lighting his gravity halo and ripping up towering slabs of earth to smash the front ranks back. With even more beasts crashing in, Lin Tian finally asks the stubborn repeater's name in the middle of the chaos. Zhang Wei shouts his name back, and the rivalry cleanly shifts into real respect between the two fighters. Lin Tian knows brute force is no longer enough, so he calls out Xiao Hua and brings Mandala Flower into the fight. More than 10 giant vines explode from the ground and fling charging monsters into the air in one violent sweep. At the same time, Lin Tian rises and fires Moon Howling Strike, carving out a clean circle of space around their position. Mandala Flower starts dragging in corpses so fast that a beast mound rises on the spot like a grotesque fortress wall. Then its pollen turns nearby monsters red-eyed and frenzied, and the surrounding horde starts tearing into itself. Watching Lin Tian hijack the whole battlefield, Zhang Wei can only swear that this is blatant cheating. While Zhang Wei is still hanging on, Lin Tian's corpse mountain keeps rising until it becomes the highest point in the Thunder Abyss outskirts. 6 mandala blooms open on the mountain, and when lightning starts striking the pile, the death heap turns into a natural lightning rod and defense point. As Lin Tian farms kills beside the mountain, Longan, Li Na, and the other mercenaries slowly start moving toward his position. They are still embarrassed after looking down on him earlier, so even now the group keeps an awkward distance from the person carrying the mission. Lin Tian cuts through the awkwardness by ordering everyone to use the corpse mountain as their center and fight together. That one order snaps the group into shape, and the same mercenaries who doubted him now agree to follow his lead. With the corpse mountain as their anchor, the mercenaries finally settle into a real formation and begin shaving down the horde from all sides. As thousands of beasts fall, Lin Tian quietly becomes the backbone of the whole clearing operation. Their combined push finally cuts down several thousand monsters, easing the pressure that had nearly buried them alive. Fighting beside Lin Tian, Zhang Wei also reveals his other beast, an epic bear, and Lin Tian starts to realize how fierce this year's competition may be. Then Zhang Wei starts musing out loud again that the fight still does not feel finished, and Lin Tian's patience instantly evaporates. Lin Tian tells him to shut up, but Zhang Wei keeps going and even points out that a D-rank zone should have shown its silver beast by now. The instant Zhang Wei says it, trees a kilometer away burst into blue-white flames and the ground starts to shake again. A 20-meter giant beast wrapped in blue-white flames walks out of the burning trees, and each step makes Thunder Abyss quake. When the monster roars and smashes a whole stand of trees flat with one huge paw, Lin Tian stops joking and sprints back into the slaughter at full speed. Zhang Wei is still baffled that he said anything wrong, which only makes the timing feel even worse. Lin Tian knows he still cannot beat the silver beast alone, so he races to kill the last worthwhile monsters before it reaches them. Just as the silver aura reaches 500 meters, Lin Tian drops the last bronze beast he needed and finally fills Xiao Hui's experience bar. Lin Tian does not hesitate for even a second and chooses to level Xiao Hui up immediately. A dazzling white glow erupts as Xiao Hui reaches upper bronze level, and a silver wolf phantom leaps into the sky and howls like a living full moon. When the light settles, Lin Tian learns Xiao Hui's new bronze skill is Wolf Shadow, a practical trick that lets the wolf slip through moonlit shadows for deadly repositioning. The moment Stellar Wolf reaches high bronze, the silver beast is already on top of them and slams a giant palm down with a wave of scorching pressure. Lin Tian immediately tests Wolf Shadow, melting into black liquid and vanishing into the ground's darkness so completely that even his aura disappears. The ape's blow tears open the earth and floods a wide area with lightning, while Lin Tian slips unseen through the ground shadow and nearby beasts convulse in the electric field. Zhang Wei is a bit too slow and gets hammered by the lightning, proving even his heavy green rock bear armor cannot fully take this hit. When Lin Tian seems to vanish, Zhang Wei's face goes red with panic and old bad memories, and he charges the silver beast ready to die fighting. Hidden inside the ape's own shadow, Lin Tian finally gets a clear red on it and discovers the shocker. This ice breath ape has a rare thunder mutation on top of its ice power. The ape turns on Zhang Wei with an ice choke palm, and the air around them drops fast as it prepares to freeze and crush him in one move. Lin Tian cuts in from concealment, dropping 6 Wolf King bombs onto the ape's head while crystal blades burst up from underground toward its legs. The explosions stagger the ape in pain before it can catch Zhang Wei, and the hidden blade strikes make its body tilt even farther off balance. Zhang Wei does not waste the opening and crashes in with earth-shattering, slamming the silver beast like a moving hill. Now that Wolf Shadow is working, Lin Tian keeps sniping from concealment, refusing a frontal fight and hammering the ape's head over and over where it hurts most. With the silver beast pinned down, the rest of the team finally gets breathing room and starts cutting through the surrounding horde. Cornered and furious, the ape spreads frost across a huge area and starts going red, trying to force a berserk turnaround before they finish it. Zhang Wei smashes the ape down hard and buries it under flying earth, pinning it before that berserk state can fully explode. Lin Tian and Zhang Wei finish it together, moon-howling strike and earth-shattering landing at nearly the same instant under twin moons in the sky. The combined blast wipes the ice breath ape out completely, and the system pop-up confirms the kill as debris and shattered ice rain through the area. With the silver beast down, Zhang Wei grins, trades Lin Tian a rough high-five and elbow bump, and the two dive straight back into the remaining monsters. Mandala flowers vines whip across the battlefield, and with their leader dead the scattered horde starts collapsing fast. The system keeps chiming while Lin Tian slips through the shadows to hunt, and over the next 2 hours the thunder abyss falls from nearly 20,000 beasts to under 5,000. Because Zhang Wei's bad luck pulled most of the zone's monsters outward, the team ends up clearing Thunder Abyss without ever needing to push into its depths. When Zhang Wei starts ominously saying maybe they are all gone, Lin Tian clamps a hand over his mouth before he can jinx them into another wave. Lin Tian orders him back to work, and after one last stretch of cleanup his crystal blade kills the final beast and the D-rank zone is officially cleared. Once it is really over, everyone collapses onto the ground in relief, finally letting the exhaustion hit. The mercenaries who doubted Lin Tian walk over and apologize, admitting he proved he was not just someone carried by connections. Lin Tian answers simply that they were all fighting for the same goal, and the whole group answers with chest-thumping agreement. Zhang Wei steps up too, reintroduces himself properly, and the rough alliance between him and Lin Tian finally turns into real trust. After resting, the team returns to the Star Alliance mercenary group, where Lin Tian swipes his identity card at a mission terminal and waits for the result. The evaluation reveals Lin Tian overcompleted the mission, so instead of the usual 50 points he gets a full 100 and a big push toward level 2 mercenary rank. Instead of saving the points, Lin Tian opens the reward exchange and starts scanning the prices for magical crystals from bronze all the way up to the absurd platinum tier. After a quick calculation, he chooses 5 gold-level magical crystals, deciding that even if he cannot evolve the beasts yet, strengthening himself right now is still worth it. Zhang Wei comes over bragging about his 80 points, only to freeze when he sees Lin Tian somehow pulled a clean 100. Lin Tian asks if Zhang Wei is exchanging anything, and Zhang Wei refuses because he wants to save his points until he can unlock a larger level 2 storage. Zhang Wei jumps to his own conclusion and teases that Lin Tian must be stocking up to beat him in the coming college entrance exam. Lin Tian cuts past the joke and asks the real question on his mind. Does Zhang Wei know what this year's college entrance exam mode will be? Zhang Wei admits the exam details are unusually sealed this year, but he does have one rumor and lowers his voice before saying it. The rumor is a big one. This year's college entrance exam may be reformed into a completely new model. After talking with Zhang Wei, Lin Tian quietly accepts that this year's college entrance exam is hiding a big change, but with only 10 days left, he decides to focus on what he can control now. He heads home with one clear plan: use today's gains to evolve himself first. Back in his room, the beast contract tattoos light up and his 3 magical beasts appear around him again. The serious mood breaks instantly when Xiaohui charges straight for Lin Tian's slippers again like a house-wrecking husky. After the chaos settles, Lin Tian starts converting magical crystals into evolution points with Xiaohui and Mandala Flower beside him. He calls on Mandala Flower to empty out the crystals she collected from all the corpses, and the total jumps sharply. Even with 20 fresh points, Lin Tian can see how steep the road still is, especially with Xiaohui needing 100 points for the next major evolution and Mandala Flower needing far more. Instead of saving the points, he chooses to invest them all into himself. White light wraps around Lin Tian, and the system grants him a new innate talent, ear awareness. The moment the evolution finishes, sound crashes into him from every direction as his hearing suddenly opens far beyond normal human limits. He can pick out everything at once, from traffic and distant arguments to construction noise and even a school bell 2 kilometers away. His hearing gets so sharp that he can even track the tiny wing beats and movement path of mosquitoes around the room. Along with the new talent, his body also hardens again, leaving his lean frame visibly stronger under his clothes. When he checks his status, Lin Tian confirms the result. He is upper bronze now with both eye awareness and the newly awakened ear awareness. Seeing only 10 evolution points left, he quickly shifts into planning mode and figures he can still squeeze out 5 more before the exam. For the rest of the evening, he relaxes with his beasts a little before finally going to sleep. 2 days later, Lin Tian returns to Anping High School and feels the weight of how far he has come in just a few months. When he steps into class 3-2 again, the whole room turns to look at him with envy instead of indifference. Teacher Jingrong greets him with an unusually bright smile, making the shift in his status impossible to miss. Fan Wei walks over awkwardly, bows, and sincerely apologizes for how he treated Lin Tian before. Lin Tian lets it go on the spot, telling Fan Wei the past is over and the only thing that matters now is the college entrance exam. Then Jingrong pulls Lin Tian aside and asks him to speak for the class before the exam, which catches him off guard because that role used to belong to Fan Wei. Jingrong explains why everyone is treating him differently. Ocean University, Forest University, and several other key schools have already sent Lin Tian invitations. Lin Tian does not rush to choose, because after everything he has seen, ordinary key universities no longer feel like the end of the road to him. Even so, he agrees to give the speech, deciding to close out his high school life properly. Standing at the podium in front of the classmates he once spent 3 years with, Lin Tian suddenly feels how familiar and strange this room has become. He takes a breath and begins speaking to the class as their final exam stretch truly starts. By the time he finishes 10 minutes later, the room answers him with thunderous applause. With the mood fully lit, Xingrong takes over and starts handing out the admission passes that make the exam real for everyone. He warns the class to register every magical beast on the exam website within 2 nights, because students have lost points that way before. Xingrong also reminds them that the written test is routine but the real college entrance exam is the Unified Combat Assessment, and this year's exact content will only be announced in 2 more days. Lin Tian studies his own past and notes how strict the identity checks are now after past cheating scandals. The class quickly breaks into excited talk about exam venues, and even students who used to look down on him now crowd around Lin Tian like old friends. He stays courteous, but the abrupt change in how people treat him still feels a little awkward. Once today's pass is in hand, Lin Tian realizes his real high school life is basically over and the school can no longer hold the students back after graduation. That is when Longan and Li Na show up at class 3-2 and openly call Lin Tian over, making the room even more stunned. After the mission they shared, Longan and Li Na now treat Lin Tian like a real friend and immediately ask about his exam room too. Inside the room, the other students can only stare and whisper that even the school's top-tier talents are now standing beside Lin Tian. After a short talk, the 3 agree to keep improving in the last week before the exam and plan to team up for more missions. That afternoon, the school holds its graduation ceremony, and after the tears and noise, Anping High's 3rd years are finally done. Lin Tian himself feels more relieved than sentimental, because he spent most of those years as a loner rushing between school and the slaughterhouse. Several university representatives approach him after the ceremony, but he politely turns them all down on the spot. His target is already fixed on the 5 great universities, the elite powerhouses that produced figures like Wang Yang. He quietly vows to give everything he has, because this chance is too important to waste. Back home, he logs into the exam network and starts filling in his real magical beast lineup at last. He enters the beasts one by one, ending with the legendary Great Elemental Queen as the strongest card in his file. Looking at that lineup, Lin Tian figures his magical beast score should be close to full marks this year. After submitting the registration, he starts browsing online predictions about this year's exam and the size of the candidate pool. The projected numbers make even him pause, because the country may have well over 100,000 candidates this time. Comparing it with last year's surge, he quickly realizes the real total could climb even higher and make the fight for university places brutal. That pressure only confirms he still needs to train hard in the final days instead of feeling safe. Then one eye-catching post pulls him in, a national top scorer prediction list with strength analysis for each base. He opens it out of curiosity, only to find the list does not include him at all. A few days before the exam, Lin Tian scrolls through the predicted top scorers and calmly accepts that his own name is missing. He quickly realizes the reason is simple. He awakened too recently, and the secret B-grade zone battle was blocked from public news anyway. Since fame does not matter to him, Lin Tian turns his attention to the real value in the list, the strength of students from other major bases. The Imperial City base leaves the strongest impression, with nearly 20 silver-armored envoys and even a rumored legendary magical beast contractor. As he reads on, Lin Tian sees just how wide the gap is between Green Mountain Base and the true giants, where rich families and top resources push students ahead early. Even so, Green Mountain Base has its own support system, and once Lin Tian logs in, free exam tutoring and sprint training notices flood his account. He missed most of those programs because he kept fighting and taking missions alone, so he spends the last stretch reviewing beast knowledge by himself late into the night. 2 days later, the examinee system shuts down, and the long-hidden combat exam format is finally announced across every screen in the base. The announcement confirms a brand new combat test. 150,000 students will enter 5 military regions for a point-based hunting battle. Another rule raises the stakes even more. The top 1,000 in each military region enter the national ranking, and the top 500 nationwide will fight for first place. The notice finally names Green Mountain Base's Destination 2, and Lin Tian learns he will be sent to the Hex City military region. Lin Tian immediately senses what this new format really means. This exam is no longer about surviving pressure, but about humans learning to hunt back. That thought connects to everything he has already seen, from the 5-realm battle to humanity's first real moves toward clearing magical zones instead of just enduring them. Looking up at the sealed life inside the walls, Lin Tian feels his blood ignite and wants the future beyond the cage more than ever. He makes himself a promise with absolute conviction. One day, he will breathe the fresh air outside the wall. The excitement keeps him awake all night, so when the written exam morning arrives, Lin Tian shows up with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Li Na immediately laughs at him for looking like a panda, and the joke lands because she and the others look just as sleep-deprived. Seeing each other's matching dark circles, Lin Tian and Li Na share a quick laugh because neither of them managed to sleep before the exam. Wang Shui walks over next, colder in aura than before but noticeably gentler in the way she greets Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately teases Wang Shui about her own dark circles, and her sharp glare turns the tense morning back into a joke. The preparatory bell cuts the banter short, and everyone finally heads inside with their admission passes to start the written test. With the written test underway, the whole Green Mountain base feels mobilized, and roads are cleared to keep the exam running smoothly. Lin Tian reaches his classroom at Anping High and finds himself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, but he does not let that distract him. Before anyone can sit down, invigilators use special devices to scan and verify every student's identity with tight exam security. Once the papers are handed out, Lin Tian gets to work immediately because most of the test is basic knowledge he already knows. By the time Lin Tian is ready to submit, more than half the room is already empty because everyone cares far more about the combat exam than this paper test. Lin Tian thinks the same way, so the moment the written exam ends, he heads straight for the Star Alliance mercenary group to squeeze out one more boost in strength. At the Star Alliance hall, Zhang Wei has already been waiting long enough to mock Lin Tian for being late. Lin Tian answers with a light punch to Zhang Wei's shoulder, and the team slips right back into their easy, familiar rhythm. Then Zhang Wei spots a beautiful girl at the mission counter and tries to bait Lin Tian into going over to talk to her. Li Na immediately exposes the trick. Zhang Wei already failed himself and is just trying to drag Lin Tian down with him. When Lin Tian looks properly, he realizes the so-called beauty is actually Wang Shui. That changes the mood instantly, and Lin Tian bets Zhang Wei that he can pull Wang Shui into their team for 2 gold-grade magical crystals. Zhang Wei takes the bet at once because he still cannot believe the same icy girl who shut him down will treat Lin Tian any differently. Lin Tian walks up and casually asks Wang Shui if she wants to team up. Wang Shui starts to refuse on instinct, but the moment she sees it is Lin Tian, surprise flashes across her face instead. Instead of freezing him out, Wang Shui ends up chatting with him naturally, and Zhang Wei's confidence collapses on the spot. Watching them get along, Zhang Wei can only retreat into wounded vanity and blame his failure on his own buzz cut and bad luck. Once the others join them, Lin Tian shifts the conversation to business and suggests clearing missions as the best way to earn points fast before the combat exam. His reasoning is practical: kill missions split rewards too tightly, but clearing missions judge each member's contribution and suit a strong team much better. Wang Shui agrees. The group locks in 3 missions at once, and the 5-person team officially forms. Once they reach the field, the team starts clearing magical beasts at full speed with no wasted movement. Li Na calls out Mandala Flower, and Wang Shui follows with Frost Goshawk's freezing power to lock the battlefield down. With Mandala Flower easing the pressure on everyone else, Lin Tian can attack more aggressively and release Stellar Wolf to help sweep the area. Lin Tian's upgraded hearing also changes the way he fights, letting him read attacks from every direction and turn bad angles into openings. The team keeps grinding mission after mission for 4 straight days, and their pace is strong enough to push everyone up to level 2 mercenary status. By the end of the run, Lin Tian has exactly what he wanted: 3 more evolution points, and the 2 gold-grade magical crystals Zhang Wei lost in the bet. The moment he gets home, Lin Tian does not wait even a little and decides to evolve himself again before the combat exam arrives. A system prompt confirms he still has 15 unassigned evolution points, and Lin Tian uses all of them on himself without hesitation. The evolution succeeds, and Lin Tian awakens a new innate ability, nose awareness. As the white light wraps him, strange streams of air surge from his nose and his sense of smell suddenly expands far beyond normal limits. At first the new sense seems useful, because Lin Tian can clearly pick up nearby smells like kebabs downstairs. Then the range keeps expanding, and the ability turns nasty fast when even the rotten stink of a garbage bin half a kilometer away slams into him. The smell radius keeps exploding outward from 1 kilometer to 2 and then 3, until the chaos of mixed scents nearly chokes him where he stands. In the end, Lin Tian has to clamp a hand over his nose just to stop himself from suffocating under his own new power. His grim little takeaway is immediate: having an absurdly sensitive nose is definitely not as pleasant as it sounds. Right after evolving, Lin Tian opens his status panel and confirms he has reached upper bronze, though all 15 evolution points are gone. Even with his points emptied out, the power-up feels obvious, and Lin Tian can tell his whole body is stronger than before. With 2 days left before the college entrance exam, he packs his necessities for the trip to the Hex City military region. Before leaving, Lin Tian calls home and sends more than half of the credit points he earned to his family. His family sends their blessings back, and Lin Tian quietly accepts it like someone already used to handling life alone. After resting for the night, Lin Tian heads to school the next afternoon for the official departure. On Anping High School's field, all the third-year students line up in order and wait for transport. A heavy roar rolls over Green Mountain Base as 4 giant transport planes descend from the sky. Vigorous soldiers march out and order the third years to bring their admission passes and board immediately. Lin Tian joins the boarding line with his suitcase, while the teachers can only watch the students leave. Once the plane lifts off, Green Mountain Base shrinks below him, and the exam suddenly feels very real. The trip drags on far longer than he expected, and only after flying through the entire night does the plane finally reach Hex City's military region. From the window, Lin Tian spots more than 20 transport planes landing one after another and finally grasps how huge this national exam really is. After repeated announcements, the examinees are told to disembark, rest first, and wait for an afternoon visit to the exam venue. When Lin Tian steps outside, he's surprised that the military region is not a bleak camp at all but a desert fortress filled with city-like buildings. A loud notice sends Green Mountain Base candidates to the third entrance, and Lin Tian follows his base's stream toward Gate 3. Before he enters, Lin Tian runs into Zhang Wei, and the two greet each other in the middle of the packed crowd. The huge lounge beyond Gate 3 is crammed with unfamiliar faces, showing just how many students Green City sent this year. In the packed lounge, Lin Tian spots the same 2 silver-armored envoys from Star Alliance among Jiha High School's group and quietly notes how deep that school's backing runs. Once Green City's examinees are fully assembled, soldiers lead them out from the airport toward the nearby residence area. The so-called residence turns out to be a full commercial street with hotels, restaurants, and tall apartment blocks set up for the exam. By the room assignment rules, Lin Tian should stay with a schoolmate, but Zhang Wei shamelessly swaps places so he can room with him instead. The moment he gets inside the spacious 2-person suite, Lin Tian drops onto the bed, dead tired from the overnight flight. Lin Tian just wants sleep before the afternoon venue visit, but Zhang Wei has no intention of letting the room stay quiet. Zhang Wei excitedly drags Lin Tian up and blurts out the rumor he heard. In the points competition, even the weakest magical beasts may be black iron rank. That one detail instantly wakes Lin Tian up, because if it's true, more than half of this year's 150,000 examinees could be wiped out early. Zhang Wei turns serious, and says this year's college entrance exam may be even harsher than usual, and Lin Tian can only agree. After a bit more talk and a look at the time, Zhang Wei hurriedly opens his notebook, convinced the official exam details should be online by now. The rules page confirms the core test. Candidates will enter a magical zone and search for military place special tokens worth points. The page makes it worse by explaining that the tokens are randomly scattered, so finding them will be as important as fighting. Then comes the real pressure. They must survive in that magical zone for 3 days and 2 nights, handling food, shelter, and danger inside it the whole time. The final blow is written plainly on the page. The magical beasts inside start at black iron rank. With the full rules laid out in front of them, Lin Tian and Zhang Wei realize this exam is a brutal mix of searching, survival, and beast fighting all at once. One part of the rules eases the pressure a little. Candidates are allowed to communicate, which makes teaming up feel almost necessary in a zone this huge. Another note warns that some special tokens may appear inside beast hordes or on individual magical beasts, meaning high scores will demand real risk. By the time they finish reading, both boys can only call it what it is: maybe the hardest college entrance exam in history. The internet explodes with discussion, but Lin Tian is too sleepy to care and crashes early before the afternoon field trip. Even Zhang Wei loses his energy after seeing the rules and heads back to rest too. That afternoon, the Green Mountain base candidates gather again outside the residences and head out together for the exam venue visit. On the way, Lin Tian sees streams of examinees from other bases everywhere, especially the Southern Joint Base, whose numbers completely dwarf Green Mountain's. Among those huge Southern Joint Base groups, Lin Tian immediately picks out several examinees with clearly stronger silver-level auras. The sight leaves Lin Tian genuinely impressed, because a large base's resources and foundation show up fast when the elites start appearing in batches. Even so, he steadies himself by remembering Green Mountain Base is not weak either, and still brought 4 silver-armored envoys of its own. But once he adds up what he has already seen from Imperial City, Hex City, the Southern Joint Base, and now here, Lin Tian starts to suspect the true number of silver-armored envoys is far higher than the internet claims. He ends up estimating that this year's exam may hide at least 100 silver-level contestants, not just 50 or 60. Then Zhang Wei nudges him toward another group and points out the rumored top genius of Celeste Base, a girl said to have contracted a legendary magical beast. Lin Tian follows Zhang Wei's line of sight and spots a striking girl in the Celeste Base group who stands out even in the middle of the march. What catches Lin Tian more than her looks is the exposed edge of her magical beast tattoo and the sudden surge of psychic pressure that follows. Lin Tian's own tattoo flares on his back by itself and immediately neutralizes the pressure before it can hit him. Zhang Wei is not so lucky, and the same pressure leaves him dizzy and unsteady on his feet. Lin Tian catches Zhang Wei and checks on him, while the Celeste Base girl keeps walking as if she never even noticed them. That brief clash convinces Lin Tian that this year's candidates are full of hidden monsters, and the girl is probably carrying a legendary grade magical beast just like his own elemental queen. When he studies the rest of the Celeste Base group, Lin Tian realizes they also brought many silver-level armored envoys and a candidate count far beyond Green Mountain Base. Lin Tian's group finally reached the giant college exam hall, and the place was built to swallow all the examinees from every base at once. Once inside, Lin Tian realized the hall was not an empty arena at all but a full simulation of the wild, with harsh terrain packed into the exam space. After circling the venue, they moved back to the rear public area and learned it was the safe zone for anyone forced to surrender during the exam. Just as they were about to leave, a burst of beast roars stopped everyone cold and pulled the crowd's attention toward a new disturbance. 2 student groups had squared off, and the argument was already serious enough that huge summoned beasts were towering over the public area. The onlookers quickly recognized the uniforms and whispered that this was the old bad blood between Imperial City and Hex City flaring up again. Using his sharpened hearing, Lin Tian picked up that the Imperial City side had started it and had summoned beasts on purpose to intimidate Hex City. An Imperial City student named Zhou Hao openly called out Luo Tsong and demanded a fight right there in public. Lin Tian could feel Luo Tsong was also silver level, so this was not some one-sided bullying unless something else tipped the balance. That hidden advantage appeared fast when a much stronger Hex City figure stepped in and mocked Zhou Hao for acting big with only a second-rate family behind him. Wei Fingyan's epic Heavenly Golden Lion appeared behind him in blazing golden fire, and the whole confrontation instantly changed scale. The moment Wei Fingyan showed himself, Zhou Hao's arrogance collapsed, and he tried to explain it away as a private grudge. Zhang Wei quietly explained that Wei Fingyan was the young master of Hex City's top organization and strong enough to become a Dragon Division youth class candidate on his own merit. Then the standoff got even uglier when another brutal youth kicked Zhou Hao down and declared that if anyone was unhappy, they could fight him instead. That youth's even larger beast crushed Zhou Hao's summoned beast underfoot and roared so hard the entire public area shook. Lin Tian's beast tattoo flared on its own and spread a golden barrier around Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, and the others when the legendary level shockwaves swept the crowd. The attacker laughed wildly and bragged that before this ended, 1 or 2 magical beasts were going to die. Before the fight could explode further, powerful presences from Hex City, Imperial City, and Celeste City all pressed down at once and demanded that the students stop. In that same tense moment, a hidden Imperial City youth with a forehead mark like Lin Tian's suddenly locked onto him from the crowd. Ah Zheng's friend noticed something was wrong because the mark on Ah Zheng's forehead had turned dark red and looked close to burning through his skin. Ah Zheng forced the reaction down, memorized Lin Tian's face with one long stare, and left immediately with blood running from his fingers. As he walked off, black light flickered along Ah Zheng's muscular arm beneath his white shirt, hinting that the strange mark was tied to something dangerous. Only after Ah Zheng vanished did Lin Tian feel his own forehead heat up, as if some unseen thread had just tugged hard on his fate. When Lin Tian touched his forehead, blood came away on his fingers and his consciousness was suddenly dragged into a strange vision. In that vision, Lin Tian saw an illusory mountain hidden among clouds, so dreamlike that it felt like the place itself was calling him upward. A sudden wolf howl snapped Lin Tian back, and he realized Stellar Wolf had pulled him out before he drifted any deeper. Stellar Wolf confirmed it felt the same pull and called the unknown source a lifelong enemy that would only settle things in death. Lin Tian could not trace where that hostile fate had come from, but he knew the feeling was real and deeply wrong. Lin Tian was not the only one being watched, because a sinister blonde-haired examinee from a smaller base had already fixed on him with open greed. The blonde leader ordered Shin Kun to investigate Lin Tian's background now and made it clear they could wait until after the exam to make a move. Meanwhile, the military stepped in and finally shut down the public area farce before it turned into a real disaster. Even after the soldiers ended it, Imperial City and Hex City still glared at each other like rivals who had only postponed the next clash. By evening, the mood shifted as more than 100,000 examinees were sent to restaurant halls for a state-funded dinner before the big test. Lin Tian's table mixed students from Green Mountain, Yellow Mountain, and Tusk Mountain base, and these nearby bases got along much more naturally. Jiang Wei slipped back into his usual easygoing mode and cheerfully introduced himself and Lin Tian to everyone at the table. The conversation loosened up fast, with other students admitting they had felt hopeless when they first saw stronger competitors like Lin Tian's group. Lin Tian liked this atmosphere much better, because outside the exam hall they could still act like peers instead of enemies waiting to pounce. The friendly exchange also mattered practically, since good relations with other bases could mean fewer problems once the point hunt began. Near the end of dinner, a Yellow City student named Li Ziwei dropped a fresh rumor that several more bases had examinees bonded to legendary grade magical beasts. Jiang Wei nearly shouted the whole restaurant awake at that news, and Lin Tian had to clamp a hand over his mouth before he made a scene. That rumor hit hard enough that Lin Tian immediately started wondering if this exam might even include true gold-level armored envoys. The night before the exam, the students joked that a gold-level armored envoy among 18-year-old candidates would be absurd, then finally turned in early with the next day on everyone's mind. By morning, 160,000 examinees packed the public area outside the Hex City Military Exam Hall, all dressed and ready for the college entrance test. Soldiers handed out life watches and warned everyone that the device tracked their condition, stored token points, and could summon immediate rescue if they shouted give up. Lin Tian studied his own watch and noticed a heavy triple-lock design, clearly built so it would not come off in a fight. As the final count climbed to 160,025 on the giant screen, the exam officially opened and the candidates filed inside. Once everyone crossed the threshold, the orderly lines broke apart, and most students instinctively stayed near people from their own base. The hall doors sealed shut behind them, a protective barrier rose, and the huge artificial magical zone became their prison for 3 days and 2 nights. Before the countdown even ended, Lin Tian caught distant beast roars and felt the earth starting to tremble under the sealed zone. As the loudspeaker counted down the final minutes, examinees scattered toward the terrain that suited them best. Lin Tian chose the forest on purpose, knowing the shadows, trees, and grass would fit his style far better than open ground. When the exam officially began, Lin Tian and Stellar Wolf burst into motion together, both of them treating this moment like the payoff for everything they had survived. Lin Tian smiled at Xiao Hui and pushed him on, remembering how far they had come from an ordinary life that could have ended very differently. Xiao Hui answered with a fierce howl, and Lin Tian tore through a third of the forest before most people had even settled in. All across the exam zone, other candidates also summoned beasts and abilities, filling the arena with flashes of light and long animal cries. Because the tokens could appear in any shape and anywhere, Lin Tian kept his enhanced eyes working harder than everyone else's. Then he realized he had checked rocks and trees but barely examined the leaves, which was exactly where a disguised token could hide. Watching how every real leaf bent with the wind, Lin Tian spotted a few tiny mismatches that only his sharpened vision could catch. He immediately sent Xiao Hui after one target, gambling that his hunch was right before anyone else found the first token. Outside the arena, city lords, Wan Yang, Jiang Tao, and other big figures watched the giant screens and started guessing who would claim the first token. The veterans argued over famous family talents, but Jiang Tao quietly pinned his hopes on Lin Tian even against stronger silver-level names. A broadcast suddenly announced that the first token had been found and that its owner would get an extra 10 points on top of the token itself. The screen revealed Lin Tian holding a leaf token beside Xiao Hui, and the whole audience finally realized the Green Mountain Boy had beaten everyone to it. After Wan Yang reminded them who Lin Tian was, the big shots shifted from surprise to open admiration, and Jiang Tao looked especially satisfied. Some powerful observers even joked about recruiting Lin Tian into their academies, which only confirmed how much attention he was already drawing. Back in the forest, Lin Tian was caught off guard that the first token carried a hidden bonus, but he was not about to complain. When the 10-minute lock expired, he pressed the leaf token to his life watch and watched his score jump by 5 more points. By the half-hour mark, nearly 10% of the examinees had found tokens too, so Lin Tian tucked away the leaf and pushed deeper into the forest. That first find also taught him the key trick. Even the best fake token still had tiny differences from the real thing around it. The deeper he went, the exam finally turned violent as a pack of low-level magical beasts rushed him in the trees. Since they were only black iron beasts, Lin Tian barely slowed down and told Xiao Hui to clear them out fast. Xiao Hui flashed through the pack with crystal blades, carving the low-level beasts apart before they could become a real obstacle. The system kill notices popped up, but the gains from black iron prey were so small that Lin Tian hardly cared. Even after another half hour, Lin Tian had covered less than half the forest, and the scent of blood was already drawing darker things from the deep woods. Hearing distant fights and catching shadows moving nearby, Lin Tian realized the exam had started with surprisingly few monsters on purpose. He guessed the artificial zone was giving everyone time to learn the terrain and hunt tokens first, because a forest like this should have held far more beasts than it did. That breathing room paid off when Lin Tian found a second token hidden as a nearly perfect rock deep in the forest. 10 minutes later he converted that rock token too, bringing his total up to 20 points. He barely had time to move on before dozens of red eyes opened around him and a larger wave of magical beasts closed in. Most of the pack was still black iron, with only 1 or 2 bronze beasts mixed in, so Lin Tian judged the threat manageable and ordered another fast sweep. Xiao Hui exploded into the crowd again, and his crystal blades lit the dark forest as more than 10 beasts were cut down almost instantly. When the 2 bronze beasts tried to counterattack, Xiao Hui closed the distance, pinned them down, and finished them with point-blank crystal blades to the head. As the blood smell thickened, Lin Tian searched the fresh kill zone and found 2 more tokens plus a flower token by the roadside. Those finds pushed his score past 50, with a 10-point token from a bronze beast and another 10-point flower hidden in plain sight. Right then, the exam broadcast announced that the first hour was over and that a large number of magical beasts would now be released. A second later, the entire exam zone shook so hard that Lin Tian felt a charging tide coming straight at him, just like a real beast horde. Lin Tian quickly realizes this year's exam is hiding extra rules, and the real test is not simple token hunting but how well candidates adapt when the situation suddenly changes. At the end of the forest, he sees the exam grounds truly open up into a huge patchwork of plains, desert, swamps, and forest, far bigger than the outer area candidates saw before. He spots other examinees spreading into the wider zones, but instead of following the safer open terrain, Lin Tian heads right back into another forest. Most candidates avoid the forest because open ground is brighter and easier to watch for ambushes, but Lin Tian trusts his sharpened hearing and smell enough to take the risk. As he pushes deeper in, Lin Tian finds tokens coming faster than before and collects several without unlocking any points yet. That delay bothers him, because setting timed unlocks for every token feels far more complicated than just awarding points on the spot. Before he can think it through, a huge flaming shadow blocks his path and a silver-tear raging flame ape steps out with a whole pack behind it. The ape's roar shakes the forest and lights the trees on fire, and Lin Tian's hearing tells him something even worse is coming. 1,000 more beasts are rushing in from deeper ahead, and others are already closing his retreat behind him, leaving Lin Tian with no clean way out. Even trapped, Lin Tian steadies himself, deciding he can still gamble on Wolf's shadow to survive as long as no gold-tier monster appears. He checks the ape's status and sees bad news and hope at the same time. It is a rare low silver brute with berserk and wind forest volcano, but not so overwhelming that victory is impossible. Lin Tian decides the bronze beasts around the ape are manageable, so the real problem is handling the raging flame ape and the horde at the same time. Then Lin Tian's hearing catches 2 hidden examinees nearby, and he realizes other people are watching this fight from the dark instead of helping. One of them gets excited that the raging flame ape probably carries a token, while the other coldly suggests waiting until the current victim wears it down first. Because his hearing caught every word, Lin Tian instantly changes priorities and decides the 2 scavengers are not leaving this ambush cleanly. He transforms on the spot, bright white armor flashing over his body as he prepares to turn the trap around. The moment his armor locks in, Lin Tian opens with Wolf King Bomb and Crystal Blade, blasting the ape and slicing through the front ranks of black iron beasts. The smaller beasts drop, but the raging flame ape barely cares, proving just how absurdly tough its silver body really is. The ape answers with one casual palm strike, and the force alone rips trees apart before smashing the ground wide open. Lin Tian barely escapes the impact zone as the ground within a huge radius cracks apart under the ape's strength. That dodge only throws him into the rest of the swarm, and the beasts rush him so recklessly that even his blades cannot cut a path free. From their hiding spot, Zhanglei starts to worry the examinee in the middle is only bronze, but Li Fei shrugs off the danger and is happy to let a rival die if it helps him. Lin Tian hears that too, and now he is fighting a beast tied in front of him and opportunists behind him with nowhere left to retreat. As more than 1,000 beasts pile in, the raging flame ape slows down on purpose and starts treating Lin Tian's desperate struggle like a game. Sweating and apparently exhausted, Lin Tian keeps retreating and suddenly charges one more full-power Wolf King Bomb under a rising moonlit glow. He fires the boosted cannon together with crystal blades, then deliberately lets his body sag as if that last attack almost broke him. Li Fei takes the bait at once, quietly telling Zhanglei that the bronze examinee is finished and it is finally time to move in. Instead of collapsing, Lin Tian smiles and throws all his gathered tokens into the air, turning the whole battlefield's greed toward the falling prizes. He uses that instant of confusion to bolt away in a streak of white lightning, leaving beasts and hidden examinees alike staring at the falling bait. Li Fei and Zhanglei cannot resist the sudden pile of tokens, and the special energy leaking from them makes the magical beasts fixate on the same spot too. Li Fei commits first, summoning a huge lightning-wreathed heavenly thunder python and stepping onto it as thunder crashes down around the battlefield. Watching from a distance, Lin Tian sizes him up and realizes Li Fei is a low silver armor envoy with an illusory armor skill called Heavenly Thunder Mark. That discovery matters, because Lin Tian learns silver armor envoys can awaken an extra illusory armor layer after transforming, even if Li Fei has no natural talent. Li Fei's sky blue armor and heavenly thunder aura make him look like a young thunder god as he rises into the air and faces the berserk ape head-on. He orders Zhonglei to hold back the other beasts so he can take the token from the raging flame ape himself. The ape answers by fully flaring its red flames and entering berserk, its whole body turning even fiercer and hotter under the forest firelight. Li Fei activates lightning strikes and dives for the fallen tokens through the storm he created, confident he is now in control. That is the moment Lin Tian was waiting for, and hidden vines suddenly explode from the ground to knock Li Fei off his line. Purple pollen spreads through the battlefield next, driving the surrounding beasts even more feral and redirecting their bloodshot attention toward Li Fei's side. With the others taking all the heat, Lin Tian calmly steps out of the shadows holding the real prize, a faintly blue glowing egg-shaped token. He bluntly admits he used them as distractions, and Li Fei and Zhonglei go pale when they realize Lin Tian never ran at all. He circled back and took the token himself. Humiliated for the first time, Li Fei explodes in rage and charges straight at Lin Tian through a storm of thunder, intent on killing him and taking the token back. But before Li Fei can reach him, the berserk raging flame ape slams a giant palm toward him, refusing to let any of them leave this battlefield on their own terms. Li Fei is blasted backward, and the raging flame ape pounds its chest before leaping up in a wall of spreading fire. Badly hurt but still standing, Li Fei forces out his silver-level power and raises a sky-blue shield with a giant lightning python behind him. The ape slams both fists into the shield hard enough to drive Li Fei into the ground and crack the whole area open with fire. Pinned in the crater, Li Fei ignites the mark on his chest and pours the python phantom into it for a desperate power-up. As the ape rips up 2 trees to throw at him, Li Fei finally unleashes Heavenly Thunder Mark and calls lightning straight onto his own body. Li Fei charges forward on crackling lightning, finally looking like a true silver-level fighter. Right then, Lin Tian cuts in again and fires 2 Wolf King bombs at Li Fei's footing to ruin his momentum. The blast knocks Li Fei off balance, and the ape's thrown trees crash in after it, sending him flying all over again. As Li Fei's tokens spill out, Lin Tian flashes in, snatches all 5, and vanishes before anyone can stop him. Lin Tian drops a mandala flower seed as cover and escapes through midair shadows with Wolf Shadow, leaving Li Fei furious and helpless. Li Fei is left with internal and external injuries, and before he can recover, the raging flame ape charges him again. While Li Fei is trapped with the ape, Lin Tian turns his attention to Zhonglei, who is already buried under a swarm of magical beasts. After adding Li Fei's haul, Lin Tian's score jumps to 150, and he coolly decides ambushes like Zhonglei can be robbed right back. Seeing Long Plain engraved on Zhonglei's clothes, Lin Tian suddenly realizes these two are from a much bigger base than his own. That clue makes Lin Tian connect the dots and recognize Li Fei as the famous 17-year-old silver-level prodigy he once read about in the papers. Fame changes nothing, and Lin Tian goes right ahead and strips Zhonglei of his tokens too. Lin Tian also notices the tokens seem to have some kind of time limit, but he decides not to get distracted by that mystery. Instead of helping, Lin Tian's mandala flower lashes the nearby beasts, and drives both Li Fei's and Zhonglei's attackers into an even wilder frenzy. With a mocking reminder to admit defeat if they can't hold on, Lin Tian disappears and leaves them in a fresh round of misery. Their screams ring out through the forest, though Lin Tian still leaves a few hidden seeds behind so they will not actually die. By 11:30, the exam broadcast announces the first elimination, and several figures fly overhead without coming near Lin Tian's area. By the time Lin Tian has moved well away, a huge explosion erupts behind him and Li Fei finally tears out of the forest wrapped in lightning and rage. Lin Tian just calls the whole thing hot-headed and keeps walking, calmly toying with a crystal and vine, while Li Fei howls revenge in the distance. To make the most of the noon shadows, Lin Tian heads into a shrub zone where Wolf Shadow will be even easier to use. Half an hour of steady hunting only pushes his total to 160, while the elimination count quietly climbs to 100 before lunch. That number makes Lin Tian uneasy, because once everyone knows the terrain, the real scramble for points will get much nastier in the afternoon. Even with 160 points, Lin Tian still doesn't feel safe, because he wants a place in one of the 5 great universities. At noon, the broadcast forces everyone to stop fighting and wait for a 30-minute supply break. Lin Tian taps his life watch and waits in a safer spot as supply drones flood into the artificial zone. The lunch is unexpectedly decent, and in this remote dangerous corner Lin Tian finally gets a rare quiet moment to eat. He also feeds Stellar Wolf, taking advantage of the exam's humane supply system before the next round starts. As soon as the bell rings again, Lin Tian slips back into the bushes and resumes the grind. The shrubs are full of small black iron and bronze beasts, but the token yield is poor and only drags him up to 180. After crossing 2 whole areas and walking several kilometers, Lin Tian finally feels how enormous this man-made exam zone really is. Another hour passes, and Lin Tian finally reaches 200 points. Then an earth-shaking roar rolls across the wilderness, and Lin Tian feels the ground tremble under his feet. A kilometer away, Lin Tian spots a 20-meter silver-grayed red gorilla covered in crimson flames, and strangely, it is carrying a backpack. When Lin Tian sees that even the token hanging outside the pack is worth 5 points, he instantly realizes the bag itself must hold something far better. He jumps onto Stellar Wolf and rushes straight for it before anyone else can claim the chance. Other examinees are charging in too, and Lin Tian can only hope they are not teammates from the same base. Remembering how troublesome even Li Fei and Zhang Lei were separately, Lin Tian knows a silver fighter plus support would be much harder to handle head-on. The silver beast stands its ground like it is waiting for challengers, staring around with open contempt while its flames scorch the land. Up close, Lin Tian sees the monster is a heavily armored red gorilla, not the same kind of ape he fought earlier, and its thick flesh-like armor looks built to take punishment. Lin Tian reaches it first, transforms into armor without hesitation, and plants Mandala Flower to start the fight on his terms. Seeing other examinees closing in, Lin Tian knows he has to bring down the lone blazing gorilla fast before this turns into a scramble. One look at the beast's status tells Lin Tian why it came here alone. This is a hero-grade silver blazing gorilla with brutal offense and terrifying defense. Lin Tian immediately orders Mandala Flower to use inescapable net and lock the giant beast down. Huge vines burst from the ground in a 100-meter ring, but the blazing gorilla roars, plants its feet, and starts burning its way through the trap. Lin Tian does not wait for a clean opening and blasts the trapped gorilla with Wolf King bombs and crystal blades at the same time. Even while the flames make it writhe in pain, Mandala Flower forces the vines higher and higher until they wrap the gorilla in a towering cage. Lin Tian shouts for Xiaohua to hold on, fully aware this is his first real clash with a hero-grade silver beast, and that brute force is all he has right now. Mandala Flower answers by shaking out pollen, trying to confuse the gorilla before it tears free. Before Lin Tian can finish the job, 4 examinees rush in and one of them sneers that he is overestimating himself. Lin Tian recognizes the leader at once, Zhou Hao from Imperial City High School, the capital disciple tied to Hex City's old trouble. Zhou Hao barely bothers to hide his contempt and tells Lin Tian to leave now or wait to be eliminated. Lin Tian answers with action, sending Mandala Flower's vines at the 4 newcomers and flatly refusing to back down. With one energy blade, Lin Tian rips open the wall of fire and exposes the roaring blazing gorilla again. Zhou Hao crushes a vine in his flaming hand, irritated that a small base examinee would dare challenge him at all. Before Zhou Hao even has to move, his 3 followers jump in and start barking that Lin Tian is not worth dirtying their young master's hands. All 3 bronze examinees fire together, but Lin Tian stays calm and sends 6 energy blades curving in from both sides to break their formation. At the same time, Mandala Flower spreads into a dense 50-meter vine field, layering the ground with living cover for Lin Tian. The attacks collide in a heavy blast, and Li Feng's group comes out of the smoke already acting like they have won. Their smug taunt dies fast when the smoke clears and reveals Lin Tian still standing behind a scorched vine wall. Lin Tian grabs that stunned heartbeat to charge a full Wolf King bomb, moonlight blazing behind him as a silver wolf apparition answers the call. The moonlit blast slams straight into the trio and drowns them in white light before they can recover. When the dust finally settles, the 3 elite students are dirty and rattled, furious that someone they looked down on just embarrassed them. Then Zhou Hao calls out from the main fight, telling them to end this quickly and come help him. Zhou Hao's own pressure spikes as a massive column of flame rises and a giant flaming bird dives at the blazing gorilla. Stung and angry, Li Feng's side summons their second magical beasts and prepares to crush Lin Tian with overwhelming force. Fire, ice, and wind attacks surge toward Lin Tian together, and he is just about to use Wolf Shadow to break out. Before he has to, dense ice blocks crash down in front of him and carve a deep frozen barrier right across the attack path. An icy blue flash sweeps over the battlefield, the temperature drops sharply, and Wang Shui announces herself with Frost Snow World. Lin Tian smiles, pulls Mandala Flower back, and lets Wang Shui's freezing field take over the ground in front of him. Wang Shui steps up beside him and coolly says a fight this loud was never going to happen without them joining in. Longin and Li Na arrive with their magical beasts too, suddenly evening the numbers against Imperial City High School. Lin Tian jokes that if they had come any later, he would have been finished, and the easy banter shows how naturally this old team falls back together. Longin says they rushed over as soon as they heard the fight, because whatever happens in the exam, they were never going to leave Lin Tian hanging. Then Zhang Wei barrels in on the green rock bear like a loud bad omen who somehow always arrives at the right time. After hopping down, Zhang Wei immediately checks Lin Tian over and only relaxes once he is sure his friend is still in one piece. With Zhang Wei here, Lin Tian's whole side is finally assembled, and the balance of power on the plane shifts hard. Li Feng's trio crashes into the newly arrived team, but Zhang Wei's side meets them head-on and proves the capital students are not untouchable. Spotting Zhou Hao still locked onto the backpack-carrying blazing gorilla, Zhang Wei yells for Lin Tian to stop wasting time and go snatch the real target. Lin Tian agrees without hesitation, trusting the others to hold the line while he goes after Zhou Hao. As he heads toward Zhou Hao, Lin Tian feels a rare thrill, because this is his first real chance to challenge a silver-level armored envoy his own age. That excitement carries a deeper shock too, because just 2 or 3 months ago even becoming an armored envoy had felt impossibly far away to him. Now that the Silver Realm is right in front of him, Lin Tian decides to break through by facing it head-on with Xiao Hui at his side. When Lin Tian arrives, Zhou Hao already has the blazing gorilla trapped in a 100-meter inferno, and even a fire beast is screaming inside it. The gorilla smashes both hands into the ground, tears open a huge crater, and forces its own stronger flames back out through the cracks. Zhou Hao reacts fast, retreats into the air on flaming wings, and starts charging a far bigger attack instead of pressing in carelessly. A towering pillar of fire erupts behind Zhou Hao, and Lin Tian realizes Zhou Hao is focused so completely on the silver beast that he does not even treat Lin Tian as a threat. Lin Tian checks Zhou Hao's strength, sees a stacked silver rank armor loadout, and awakened talent, and dryly accepts that a genius like this was bound to underestimate him. Since Zhou Hao left himself open, Lin Tian stops holding back and activates Moon Howling Strike. A round moon appears behind Lin Tian, a silver wolf phantom leaps into the sky, and his attack locks onto Zhou Hao under twin moonlight. Zhou Hao still dismisses Lin Tian as a clown, while the blazing gorilla catches on to the humans' conflict and decides to use that opening against the stronger one. The silver beast goes all in, erupting into a berserk red blaze and hurling itself upward for a desperate finishing clash. Lin Tian's moonbeam and the gorilla's flaming prairie slam into Zhou Hao at almost the same instant. Even inside that collision, Zhou Hao coolly fires Inferno Prison at the blazing gorilla, still convinced he can tank the rest. Lin Tian lands outside the blast and judges the moment perfectly, because Zhou Hao aimed his defense at the beast instead of respecting Lin Tian's full-force strike. As the explosion throws Zhou Hao back in burning black smoke, Lin Tian sends vines at the gorilla's back and targets the backpack instead of the beast itself. The gorilla is swallowed by fire again, its backpack catches, and the prize drops free to the ground in the middle of the chaos. The delayed blast hits even harder than Zhou Hao expected, leaving him bleeding, charred, and barely steady in the air. By the time Zhou Hao realizes how badly he misjudged Lin Tian's attack, Lin Tian has already taken the backpack and escaped the blast zone. Lin Tian immediately signals the squad to break off and regroup at their prearranged meeting point. Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, Li Na, Longan and the others catch the meaning at once, fire a last burst to force Li Feng's side back, and start retreating. Zhou Hao explodes in fury and orders them stopped. But Zhou Hao cannot chase, because the blazing gorilla swallows the loose flames, turns its wounded rage on him, and attacks again over the stolen treasures. Li Feng's side moves to help Zhou Hao, but his anger only gets worse, and he changes the order from capture to total elimination. Zhou Hao and the gorilla go at each other with real killing intent, smashing the land apart, and painting the whole area red with fire. Meanwhile, Lin Tian rides the opening hard, escapes on the Stellar Wolf, and heads back toward the outer forest where fewer people will be searching. After a long run with explosions fading behind him, Lin Tian finally stops in a quiet patch of forest and drops the backpack to rest. Without even opening it yet, he can tell from the weight that this bag is probably worth well over 100 points. As Lin Tian catches his breath and checks the time, he has no idea the public lounge is now watching him live as one of the exam's hottest names. The big shots are openly impressed that a bronze-rank student made Zhou Hao suffer, and several schools are already talking about snatching Lin Tian for themselves. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian hears someone approaching, and both he and the Stellar Wolf snap back into alert mode. The first one back is Longan, limping badly with a long bleeding wound, and Lin Tian rushes over to help him sit down. Seeing how serious the cut is, Lin Tian blames himself and offers to spend points on military medicine so Longan can still recover for the next exam round. Longan refuses to blame Lin Tian and says he would have made the same move himself, even hurt like this. Soon Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, and Li Na make it to the forest too, all scraped up but still standing after a hard lesson against Imperial City's top students. Once everyone regrouped, Lin Tian spent 20 points from his life watch on special effect medicine so the team could patch themselves up first. After more than 10 minutes of treatment and rest, Lin Tian picked up the backpack they risked so much to steal. Lin Tian tried to split the backpack tokens evenly, saying he could not have taken them without the others. Longan and the others refused right away, insisting they helped because Lin Tian was their teammate, not because they wanted his points. Zhang Wei got mock angry and punched Lin Tian lightly on the shoulder, making it clear he was acting like a brother, not a business partner. Wang Shui folded her arms and coldly backed that up, bluntly telling Lin Tian she was not there for a token either. Realizing his first offer sounded wrong, Lin Tian backed off and proposed a smaller share instead of an equal split. When Lin Tian finally poured out the backpack, the pile of tokens spilling across the ground stunned all 5 of them. They tested the tokens against their life watches and quickly realized there were more than 100 of them, worth at least 500 points total. After some heated arguing, the others each accepted 50 points as a fair share for the hour-long fight. Lin Tian kept 300 points from the haul, and his total jumped past the 500-point mark in one shot. Zhang Wei peeked at Lin Tian's watch, saw the number over 500, and nearly exploded on the spot. Li Na groaned that she had nearly risked her life for tiny scraps of points, so Lin Tian jumping to 501 hall felt painfully unfair. Even Wang Shui could only wear a bitter smile, because after searching 3 regions she had still only barely caught Lin Tian's old score. The gap lit a fire under them, and Zhang Wei declared he had to grind through the night if he wanted any hope of catching Lin Tian. Lin Tian could only look at the suddenly motivated group in helpless silence, because their logic was hard to argue with. By dinner time they still had not split up, planning to move again only after night fell. Then the broadcast cut in and announced that the first day was over, and the exam area would stay closed until 8 tomorrow morning. Drones swarmed in and dropped ceiling devices across the grounds, locking down the whole venue for the night. Just as everyone thought the day was finally done, another announcement warned that the first day's rankings were about to be released. The sudden ranking reveal put the entire exam field on edge, because nobody had expected to be judged this early. Even with 500 points, Lin Tian did not dare relax, because he suspected there were other token backpacks and other monsters hiding in the rankings. The new exam format made the pressure harsher by pushing scores and rankings straight onto every life watch, so nobody could avoid seeing where they stood. Then a giant projection screen opened in the sky above the venue, and every examinee looked up at once. The first line hit like a bomb. Lin Tian from Green Mountain Base was ranked first with 500 points. The whole venue erupted, with stunned examinees accusing the score of being impossible and even muttering that Lin Tian must have cheated. Wang Shui's group could only laugh awkwardly, because if they had not seen the token snatch themselves, they might have doubted him too. Lin Tian spread his hands and joked back, because even he had to admit the result looked outrageous from the outside. As the list kept scrolling, the next name showed the top ranks packed with powerhouse students close behind Lin Tian, mostly from Imperial City and Hex City. Seeing 5 scores above 400, Lin Tian quickly guessed there had to be several token backpacks hidden across the exam zones, not just the one he stole. That also made Lin Tian realize why his first place stood out so much, because most of the other heavy hitters still came from the biggest bases. His teammates laughed with him on the surface, but the rankings made the gap feel painfully real now that they could see how far they were from Lin Tian and the top 10. Wang Shui and the others were only around the 5,000th to 6,000th range, and they knew they would have looked even worse without Lin Tian's extra 50 points. That realization alone was enough to keep them from sleeping easy, and they understood why the military had forced everyone to stop moving at night. All across the venue, some examinees looked crushed while others were thrilled, and the first day's leaderboard left everyone with a different kind of pressure. Far away on a scorched battlefield, an unseen rival glared at a huge 20-meter beast corpse and ground out Lin Tian's name, clearly marking him as a target from now on. In the public lounge, the big shots watched the top 10 rankings and quickly zero in on one matchup everyone wants to see: Lin Tian against Xinjing. As they talk, the adults treat those two boys like natural rivals, half excited and half frustrated that they cannot all recruit both of them. The ranking screen follows up with close-up portraits of first place Lin Tian and second place Xinjing, making the rivalry feel even more direct. A closer look at the 2 screen portraits reveals matching wolf and moon forehead marks, hinting that this rivalry runs deeper than rankings. By 6 in the evening the first day is shut down, and the exam has already chewed through more than 50,000 students, a brutal new record. At 9 that night, Lin Tian settles into a military tent and quietly marvels at how unreal the first day already feels. Then Elemental Queen suddenly jumps out of his beast space, wraps herself around him, and sulks that he never brings her out to fight. Lin Tian can only coax her like a child, promising that when she is older, he will take her with him. That simple promise works instantly, and the little queen brightens up and clings to his arm in obvious relief. Under the full moon outside, Lin Tian's beast tattoo glows as if drinking in moonlight, and sleep hits him hard. Morning comes with the 7 o'clock broadcast, and the camp snaps back to life as examinees wash up and prepare for round 2. When the 8 o'clock announcement sounds, the second day officially begins. Lin Tian, Longan, and the others move out as a temporary team, planning to enter a wider zone first and split up later once everyone settles into rhythm. A few kilometers in, they unexpectedly drift back toward yesterday's area, and Lin Tian is the first one to sense that something is wrong. He asks if the others felt it too, but they only stare back blankly, which makes his unease worse instead of better. Seconds later the faint noise swells into pounding tremors, and the whole ground starts shaking under their feet. Then the forest a kilometer away bursts open as dense waves of magical beasts smash through the trees and charge straight at the exam grounds. The stampede is so massive it tears cracks through the earth, and even towering silver-rank beasts are mixed into the front lines. Flying monsters flood the sky too, turning the whole exam zone into a sealed storm of claws, dust, and roars from every direction. Staring at the sheer scale, Lin Tian can only estimate the same terrifying number everyone else is thinking, well over 200,000. Realizing they cannot stop that flood head-on, Lin Tian's group ducks into the forest first to watch for the reason behind the sudden frenzy. From cover, the picture only gets worse. Lin Tian counts ridiculous numbers of silver-rank beasts, and realizes most examinees probably cannot handle this at all. The exam broadcast finally catches up and announces that a 300,000 beast tide has broken into the test area, ordering everyone to keep taking the exam while protecting themselves. That number hits Lin Tian hard, because he has survived a real beast tide before, and this one is 3 times worse and far more destructive than he imagined. Even so, Lin Tian grins and makes his choice fast. If this is the day they risk their lives, then so be it. He summons his power in a flash of white lightning, while Zhang Wei, Wang Shui, and the others also call out their own beasts and prepare to join him. Lin Tian is the first student to break from cover and dive straight into the beast tide, a white streak against a black wall of monsters. His reckless opening shocks the scattered examinees nearby, but watching him rush and also snaps them out of hesitation. Once one student dares to move, the logic becomes obvious to everyone else too. These beasts are danger, but they are also points. Inside the horde, Lin Tian abuses Wolf Shadow mobility and starts firing Wolf King bombs almost freely into packed groups of monsters. Each blast wipes out huge swaths at once, and the system notices start stacking so fast they barely stop flashing. At the same time, mandala flowers' vines spread through the wreckage, snatching corpses and dragging them together into a growing mound. Some of those vines even plunge underground with fresh bodies like they are feeding, and the whole trap zone starts glowing an eerie green. Zhang Wei, Wang Shui, and the others lock down the area around those vines, fighting as support while Lin Tian keeps carving through the densest parts of the tide. All across the exam field, more students finally pile into the chaos, and the beast tide turns into a sprawling battle for survival and points. After Lin Tian racks up more than 1,000 kills, the tide answers him with something heavier, 2 silver earth devil apes charging straight at him. The rare earth devil apes roar, clear out a vacuum around themselves, and attack together with raw force powerful enough to split the ground. Lin Tian sizes them up in an instant and realizes the good news is relative. They are dangerous, but at least they do not have the worst earth defense talent he feared. Instead of meeting them head-on, he slips behind them with Wolf Shadow just before their attack lands. The apes smash open a huge section of land anyway, ripping up a wide field of earth so violently that even nearby monsters die in the blast. Mandala Flower takes advantage of the carnage immediately, swelling the corpse pile and spreading its pollen mist over the battlefield. From behind one ape, Lin Tian forms crystal blades and hurls 2 giant crescent slashes at the back of its head. The second ape whips around and swats at him, forcing Lin Tian to block a mountain of brute force with his own wolf claw armor. The hit still blows Lin Tian away, but not before his claw tears the ape's palm open and leaves it bleeding. He lands and instantly disappears again with Wolf Shadow, refusing to let the apes pin him down. At the same moment, his twin crystal slashes finally detonate behind the other ape's head and stagger it forward. Lin Tian uses that opening perfectly, springing up from behind the staggered ape to press the attack again. Enraged, both Earth Devil apes throw back their heads and roar, and the ground around them caves in across a huge radius as the fight spikes even harder. 2 Earth Devil apes unleash Earth Fission together, tearing up the battlefield so violently that Lin Tian has to spring from flying dirt just to stay above the collapsing ground. Even Lin Tian has to admit this is rough, because 2 silver beasts at once are far harder to handle, while his teammates are still trapped inside the surrounding beast tide. Before he can reset the fight, 2 furious voices lock onto him as Li Fei streaks in with thunder, and Zhou Hao charges like a flaming meteor from the other side. A third silver threat crashes in from above, but Lin Tian reacts faster than it expects and grabs the giant eagle instead of letting it seize the advantage. Lin Tian quickly realizes the bird is an epic mid-tier silver Gale Goshawk, and the situation gets even uglier now that 5 silver-level enemies are converging on him at once. The Gale Goshawk flips in the air and tries to dump Lin Tian straight onto the waiting apes, while both Earth Devil apes pound their chests like they are ready to crush him on landing. Zhou Hao burns everything into one revenge strike, gathering his disappearing fire wings into a blazing sun behind him as he vows to eliminate Lin Tian today. Li Fei matches that killing intent by coating his whole body in lightning and expanding a thunder field over 100 meters as he dives in for revenge. While Lin Tian falls, the 2 Earth Devil apes heat up with earth and light. The Gale Goshawk climbs into the sky inside spinning tornadoes, and all 5 silver-level enemies prepare their strongest attacks together. Wang Shui and the others see the trap closing and panic, but the beast tide around them is so dense they still cannot break through to help him. Just as the 5 attacks converge on him, Lin Tian suddenly vanishes and leaves every one of them striking empty air. The 5 full-power strikes slam into each other instead, and the collision instantly becomes a terrifying chain explosion that melts the ground and crushes the air itself. Instead of fading out, the chaos compresses into a floating energy sphere that keeps swelling with unstable power. The shockwave rips outward for hundreds of meters and massacres every magical beast in range, turning the whole half-kilometer zone into a red field of torn corpses. Even the attackers are not spared, and Li Fei, Zhou Hao, the Gale Goshawk, and both Earth Devil apes are dragged into the blast they created. Then the compressed sphere detonates again, blasting a pillar of energy into the sky, carving out a bottomless crater, and even scorching a hole into the exam barrier. When the blast finally spits everyone out, Li Fei crashes unconscious with shattered armor. Zhou Hao barely holds together before fainting, and the 3 silver beasts are left on the edge of death. The explosion keeps raging for 10 full minutes, and from a safe distance Wang Shui's group can only stare at the scorched wasteland and call for Lin Tian in panic. The nearby beast tide is so frightened by that disaster that the surviving monsters refuse to approach the ruined area. Then Lin Tian suddenly bursts back out of the wasteland as a white flash, proving he escaped the kill zone alive. He does not waste the opening, and in midair he forms energy blades with both hands and fires them into the 3 crippled silver beasts to finish them off. Wang Shui and the others are left staring in disbelief, because Lin Tian comes down from that nightmare explosion looking basically unharmed. As system notices start popping up, Lin Tian quietly reveals the truth to himself. He used Wolf Shadow at the last second, and from the moment he let the goshawk throw him, he was already setting the trap. He strips the tokens from the dead silver beasts, and walks back to his team as the real hunter of that exchange. Back with the group, Lin Tian reassures them with a smile, but Wang Shui keeps staring until she is sure he really made it out alive. Zhang Wei cannot resist teasing that Wang Shui nearly lost her mind over him, and she instantly shuts him down with one glare. Lin Tian notices the injuries on Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, Longan, and Li Na and understands they pushed themselves hard trying to reach him through the swarm. He thanks them sincerely, and the group dives right back into killing magical beasts instead of lingering on the scare. Meanwhile, the military carries out the unconscious Li Fei and Zhou Hao, and their shocking condition leaves nearby examinees convinced they must have met something terrifying. Most people only see a disaster, but Li Feng knows exactly who did this, and he immediately swears Zhou Hao will be avenged. Thinking about his family's troubles and the value of Zhou family support, Li Feng hardens his resolve and decides to turn the other examinees against Lin Tian. Back on Lin Tian's side, Mandala Flower keeps pinning monsters in place while system notifications ring non-stop and the corpse mountain around him keeps growing. That impossible corpse pile and the rare Mandala Flower soon draw the attention of nearby examinees, because everyone knows almost no one can afford to cultivate one. Once they realize Lin Tian's whole team is only bronze level, greed takes over and the silver-ranked examinees begin edging closer, convinced he must be carrying a huge number of tokens. Lin Tian's huge blast draws everyone's eyes, and the nearby examinees finally notice the 100-meter corpse mountain piled beside his team. The moment people realize that mountain of corpses could be hiding hundreds of token points, greed spreads fast and more examinees start closing in. Lin Tian feels the hostility immediately, smiles at the obvious ambush, and keeps firing energy cannons into the beast tide without slowing down. Knowing a clash with other examinees is coming, Lin Tian tells Mandala Flower to use corpse devouring and squeeze more value out of the mountain now. Mandala Flower answers with a purple glow, and the whole corpse mountain begins to pulse with eerie white light. A heartbeat-like thump starts pounding through the field, and the mountain visibly shrinks as the flower devours the corpses from inside. New flower buds burst from the corpse pile and spray purple pollen, sealing Lin Tian's side inside a 100-meter light screen. Inside that purple field, Lin Tian's team keeps cutting down beasts while hundreds more examinees gather around them in full armor. Once the nearby beasts are cleared, Wang Shui and the others stop and stare at the encircling examinees like they are the next monsters to kill. A silver-level leader steps out with a fake smile and proposes a trade, pretending this pressure move is something fair. Lin Tian steps up as the core of the team and asks what kind of trade they mean, even while spotting that this mob is a mix from different bases. The leader drops the act and demands that everyone clear beasts together while Lin Tian's team hands over half the corpse mountain. To everyone's shock, Lin Tian agrees on the spot, and his own teammates go tense because it sounds like he is giving in to robbery. Zhang Wei and the others call out in frustration, but Lin Tian quiets them with a look and keeps control of the conversation. Lin Tian adds one condition: if they want half the corpse mountain, they need to pay token compensation first. The silver-level examinees huddle, decide the price is worth it, and come back with a token payment that is stingy but real. An examinee walks up and hands over the bag, still thinking the deal is done and the corpse mountain is about to be theirs. Before the man can finish speaking, the entire corpse mountain suddenly explodes. Lin Tian is already moving, snatching the backpack and retreating the instant his trap goes off. The cheated silver-level examinee finally realizes what happened, but before he can strike back, enraged beasts crash into him. Then the real nightmare starts, because the blasted beast corpses hit the ground, open red eyes, and lunge at the examinees like revived monsters. Thousands of reanimated corpses cannot wipe out that crowd, but they pin the examinees in place long enough to ruin everything for them. As if that was not enough, the surrounding beast tide floods back in and swallows the trapped examinees completely. Lin Tian's team uses the chaos to slip away, and the 1,000+ examinees disappear behind a wall of monsters. Once they are clear, Li Na admits she really thought Lin Tian was about to surrender the whole corpse mountain. Wang Shui is still sighing over the loss, convinced the explosion must have blown away all the hard-earned tokens with it. Lin Tian finally lets them in on the trick and calmly says he already removed the tokens before the blast. 2 hidden vines rise from the ground and dump a stream of tokens into a waiting backpack right in front of the stunned team. When Lin Tian reveals 3 full backpacks of tokens, all that earlier frustration disappears at once. Lin Tian explains that the whole negotiation was just stalling for time until the beast tide refilled the area and his trap could close. With the score haul secured, Lin Tian pushes the team back to work because the exam grounds are still too dangerous to even sit down and eat. Lin Tian is especially focused now because Stellar Wolf is still short of the strength it needs to break into silver rank before the exam ends. He hands the token backpacks over to Mandala Flower for safekeeping, and the team dives back into the hunt. This time Lin Tian avoids making another flashy corpse mountain and chooses a lower profile slaughter instead. With less than 3 hours left, he stops caring about rival examinees and focuses purely on farming enough points and strength to break through. He throws himself back into the beast tide with Wolf Shadow, while Mandala Flower's underground vines snatch and hold targets for him. Energy cannons erupt from below and blast the beasts apart, turning Lin Tian into a nightmare once he is inside a crowded pack. Then a huge wolf claw suddenly smashes into Lin Tian's shadow path, forcing him to block and breaking his momentum for the first time in this rush. Lin Tian meets the strike with his own wolf claw and fire, but the impact still blasts him backward across the field. When he looks up, he finds a strange 18-meter white wolf staring him down with cold eyes. The wolf roars, and the sound itself slams into Lin Tian's mind so hard that his head starts buzzing. Lin Tian realizes this is no normal silver beast, because it lacks the usual flame aura and instead twists the air around itself with some kind of psychic field. Just as he braces for that fight, a harsh broadcast cuts across the whole exam and red warning light sweeps the battlefield again. Under the alarm, the remaining magical beasts all turn red-eyed and even more violent, as if the whole tide has been driven mad. Even the white wolf reacts in pain, and the warp space around it grows chaotic enough to make Lin Tian's body feel unbearably heavy. Then the announcement reveals the reason for the alarm. The beast tide is temporarily retreating, and a treasure spot has appeared at coordinates 55.55. Lin Tian checks his life watch and sees the exam field has changed again, with a bright red treasure marker blinking about 2 kilometers away from him. The red alarm leaves the field in chaos, and even after the main horde breaks apart, 50 to 60,000 magical beasts are still stampeding everywhere and choking the route to the treasure. Lin Tian gives up on finishing his current silver beast target, because if he waits any longer the treasure will be gone. He launches forward with Wolf Shadow, while Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, and the rest of the examinees all surge toward the same prize at once. As he runs, Lin Tian realizes the competition is absurdly crowded, and a high-tier bronze fighter like him should have almost no edge in a crush this big. Since he cannot outnumber the crowd, Lin Tian starts harvesting every beast in his path with Wolf King Bomb and Crystal Blade to squeeze out more experience on the way. The kills stack up so fast that system alerts keep flashing in front of Lin Tian, and Xiao Hui's experience bar rockets toward a breakthrough as he closes in on the treasure. To speed things up even more, he sends out Mandala Flower, and armored vines tear through the beasts in front of him like a moving death net. Right before the treasure point, the system finally asks if he wants to push Silver Wolf into low-tier silver, and Lin Tian accepts instantly. A burst of white light engulfs Xiao Hui, and the wolf starts growing from a giant beast into something far more imposing. When the light clears, Xiao Hui has become a 15-meter howling moon stellar wolf, with starlit armor on its limbs and a much heavier presence than before. Xiao Hui throws back its head and roars, and the nearby magical beasts immediately shake and flatten themselves to the ground under the pressure. White flames ignite over Xiao Hui's body, scorching the air without hurting Lin Tian, and the silver rank evolution feels even more overwhelming up close. The breakthrough also drags Lin Tian's other beasts upward, with Mandala Flower gaining green armored vines and Elemental Queen rising into silver as well. Lin Tian climbs onto the newly evolved Xiao Hui and charges for the treasure spot, now riding a white blur fast enough to tear a path through the field. Xiao Hui's arrival is so violent that the blast wave throws away every magical beast within roughly 150 meters and splits the ground apart. That flashy rush draws enemy fire at once, and energy cannons from surrounding beasts slam toward Lin Tian and Xiao Hui. Lin Tian immediately orders Star Moon armor, and a pale light barrier blooms over Xiao Hui's body just in time to meet the barrage. The upgraded Star Moon armor tanks even combine bronze-level cannon fire, and moon power keeps feeding the shield until Xiao Hui looks almost impossible to break. By the time the smoke clears, Lin Tian has reached the treasure zone, where nearly 10,000 examinees are already packed around the target like a battlefield about to explode. More people keep arriving until the crowd doubles again, so Xiao Hui shrinks back down, and Lin Tian dismounts to judge the impossible mess in front of him. He quickly realizes the front ranks are full of silver-level armored envoys, and there are 200 to 300 of them here alone. That number scares even Lin Tian, because if hundreds of silver-level fighters unleash their strongest attacks at once, the whole area could be wiped clean before anyone touches the prize. Even so, nobody is willing to back off, because a treasure token announced to the whole exam has to be worth fighting over. Trying to judge whether brute force is even possible, Lin Tian opens Xiao Hui's status panel and checks the evolved wolf's new silver rank stats in the middle of the standoff. The readout confirms Moon Howling Strike, Wolf King Bomb, Star Moon Armor, Star Moon Blade, and Wolf Shadow are all stronger now, and Star Moon Armor can draw on both Moonlight and Starlight. That detail changes his mood fast, because if Xiao Hui can stack Moon and Star power together, Lin Tian might actually have a shot at stealing the treasure. Still, nobody makes the first grab, because the first person to rush the token would be vaporized by everyone else in the circle. So Lin Tian chooses a quieter move and sends a vine underground, letting Mandala Flower creep toward the treasure point to find the exact location first. In the middle of that careful setup, Lin Tian suddenly feels a sharp malicious stare on him and snaps his head up to search for the source. Lin Tian cannot spot the source, but buried in the crowd a hidden man with a black light on his forehead fixes on him and coldly confirms he has found the right target. Another 10 minutes drags by, and the treasure spot swells into a crushing mass of nearly 100,000 examinees, all still waiting for someone else to break first. The pressure finally turns visible as everyone enters combat mode, with silver-armored envoys igniting their armor and bronze fighters charging blades and cannons for the moment the standoff snaps. Lin Tian also enters combat mode, but his transformation shocks the crowd because Xiao Hui turns into white light and wraps around him instead of staying as a separate wolf body. Bright white armor forms over Lin Tian, white flames rise around him, and the new power hits so hard that even he feels the difference immediately. Then moonlight gathers behind him and a full moon starts rising in broad daylight, turning heads all across the treasure zone. The whole crowd freezes when they realize broad daylight now holds the sun and twin moons together, while Lin Tian stands at the center calmly drawing that moonlight into his armor. Lin Tian's reckless grab for the treasure finally pushes the other examinees to attack him all at once. Just before the barrage lands, Lin Tian turns into a streak of white lightning and vanishes from sight. With Lin Tian gone, the examinees' attacks crash into each other and blow a 200-meter crater into the ground. The blast keeps raging so hard that only a few thousand people can stay on their feet, while others are thrown back by the shockwave. When the explosion finally clears, the black treasure box is still hanging in midair on a tiny chunk of earth wrapped in glowing vines. Lin Tian reappears beside the box and quietly realizes Wolf's shadow barely saved him from getting erased in that blast. The moment he reaches for the treasure, several examinees rush in and sneer that a small base nobody has no right to take it. Lin Tian sees silver and bronze level fighters closing in, but this treasure cache is too valuable for him to back down now. He answers by drawing Starlight into both hands and unleashing Star Moon Blade for the first time. The pressure from that attack alone blasts the bronze level examinees backward before they can even get close. The silver level fighters meet his blades head on, but the collision floods the air with white fog and star-bright force. Cross-shaped flying blades tear out of the fog, forcing the silver level examinees into a panicked defense. While everyone hesitates, Lin Tian snatches the black box and freezes the whole treasure ground in a tense silence. That silence breaks when Zhou Fang steps out and makes it clear Lin Tian still is not strong enough to keep what he stole. The crowd immediately recognizes Zhou Fang, Lin Dong, and Li Wuhui as famous top students, and the pressure around Lin Tian jumps again. Lin Tian can tell these capital school elites are on another level, but he still has no intention of giving up the prize. He leaps up with the box as the supporting vines yank downward, and 2 full moons rise behind him in broad daylight. Starlight and a wolf shadow wrap around Lin Tian as translucent armor forms over his body and fills with wolf patterns. Zhou Fang meets him in the air, and their first exchange is a brutal straight-up clash of strength. The other top examinees attack together, so Lin Tian has to split his focus between Zhou Fang and the whole mob closing in on him. Lin Tian answers with Star Moon Blade in one hand and a spread of Wolf King bombs aimed straight at Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang fires back with his own explosive bomb, and the 2 attacks erupt into a wall of detonations right in front of Lin Tian. The head-on blast hits Lin Tian like a mountain, cracking his Star Moon armor apart in an instant. Then the twin moons flare, restoring his armor and healing his injuries so fast that he becomes terrifyingly hard to put down. Lin Tian rides the blast backward with the box, trying to use the chaos to escape the siege. A new voice suddenly sounds behind him, and a sun-like heat bears down on Lin Tian before he can get away. The pressure is so sharp that Lin Tian feels like a giant beast is staring him down, and even his wolf power reacts in warning. When Lin Tian turns, he sees a tall, foreign-looking young man in radiant light gold armor, with blue eyes and a strange mark on his forehead. An even stranger shadow rises behind that young man as a pair of huge eyes, and Lin Tian instantly connects the feeling to the vice president he met before. In the next instant, the battlefield vanishes into a blank white world where it feels like only Lin Tian and this stranger remain. Lin Tian demands to know who he is, but the stranger coldly refuses to answer. Chen Jingjiang casually forms an energy cannon, and reality snaps back just as he fires. Lin Tian dodges the shot cleanly, ready for a real fight, but Chen Jingjiang simply leaves instead of pressing the attack. The onlookers are stunned when they realize the mysterious attacker was second-ranked Chen Jingjiang, and that he just let Lin Tian go. Lin Tian does not understand that brief confrontation either, but he takes the opening and escapes at full speed with Wolf Shadow. As he flees, the exam broadcast announces that the treasure token now belongs to Lin Tian from Green Mountain Base. Back at the treasure site, the green vines withdraw at once, revealing that Lin Tian had planted the trap there in advance with Mandala Flower. The crowd goes from angry to stunned when they realize the fighter who stole the prize and even crossed hands with second place was actually first-ranked Lin Tian. Lin Tian curses the loudmouth broadcast the whole way, because now every examinee has a reason to hunt him down. He decides the treasure token is enough for now and switches from fighting for big prizes to quietly scavenging safer areas for points. 2 quiet hours pass with Lin Tian staying hidden and searching the undamaged parts of the magical zone for more tokens. By the end of the second day, the magical zone seals again and all the surviving examinees are forced out to rest. The day-end announcement reveals just how brutal the exam has been. Only 70,000 examinees are still left after the beast tied. Then the leaderboard appears, and Lin Tian is still first with 1,200 points, only barely ahead of Chen Jingjiang at 1,125. Lin Tian realizes that without the treasure token's huge bonus, the top students from the big bases would already be breathing right down his neck. That result immediately makes Lin Tian a magnet for resentment, and angry examinees crowd around to threaten him about tomorrow. Even 4th-ranked Zhou Zihao steps forward, coldly introduces himself, and promises that he will surpass Lin Tian. Before Lin Tian can answer, Zhang Wei barges in with Wang Shui, Longan, and the others, openly backing him and daring the crowd to stop talking and fight. Just when everyone expected trouble after Zhang Wei's group arrived, the exam broadcast cut in and announced that the third day would be the final push, with real-time rankings and a large new batch of tokens. That announcement instantly changed the mood, because every unhappy examinee suddenly felt they still had one last chance to flip the rankings. Several students threw out bold threats at Lin Tian, swearing he would not stay number 1 for long. Lin Tian shut one loudmouth down with a single question by asking how many points he actually had. When the student admitted he only had 200 points, Lin Tian's disbelief was almost worse than an insult. Even so, Lin Tian did not bother pressing the issue, because night had already fallen and tomorrow's final hunt mattered more than pointless arguing. After a night's rest, the third day began, and Lin Tian split up from Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, and the others after a brief round of encouragement. Lin Tian reminded himself that the final day could still decide who entered the 5 great universities, so he stepped out with real urgency. He summoned Stellar Wolf, and the beast answered with an excited howl as if it understood this was the last day that mattered. After a quick pat on its back, Lin Tian and Stellar Wolf charged out together and merged into standard armor mid-run. With standard armor on, Lin Tian opened the final day by charging straight into the nearest monster pack while nearby examinees could only watch. His Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade tore through the horde so brutally that dozens of magical beasts vanished in a burst of ash and light. Other examinees rushed toward the commotion hoping to steal a chance at tokens, but the moment they realized Lin Tian was there, their courage disappeared. The memory of yesterday's Star Moon Blade was enough to make them back off, because nobody wanted to get launched away just for 1 token. By the time Lin Tian finished collecting the tokens, the huge crowd around him had somehow vanished, leaving him alone with monster corpses. He had actually been ready to fight people all day, but instead his score climbed smoothly to 1,300 as he stayed in first place. The rankings were tightening fast behind him, with Qingjing up to 1,230, Gong Sunqian past 1,100, and the whole top 10 crowding around 1,000 or more. Soon after, Lin Tian spotted the same examinee who had bragged at him yesterday, and the guy looked far less confident with Lin Tian suddenly in front of him. Lin Tian asked with a sunny smile if the man could hand over the token, which somehow sounded more threatening than shouting. That student had fought hard to win this silver kill, so he snapped and attacked instead of surrendering it. A violent blast shook the area, and when the smoke cleared, Lin Tian was the only one still walking. He took the token, muttered that refusing was one thing but fighting was pointless, and casually pushed his total past 1,400. Only after Lin Tian left did the battered examinee crawl out, and realize both his token and his dignity were gone. From that point on, Lin Tian became the exam's boogeyman, with bronze-level students fleeing on sight and fresh silver-level challengers getting flattened one after another. The top-ranked contestants made the smarter choice and avoided him entirely, because fighting Lin Tian wasted time, risked injuries, and gave them almost nothing back. That fear made Lin Tian almost untouchable for the rest of the day, and his score kept rising fast while everyone else worked around him. By the time the last stretch arrived, red warning lights flashed across the hall and the broadcast announced only 20 minutes remained, along with 20 bonus points for reaching an exit. Lin Tian used the announcement window to finish off another beast and finally broke through the 2,000-point mark. He wanted to believe first place was secure now, but Qingjing, Gong Sunqian, and the rest of the top scorers were still packed close enough to threaten him. Since almost every remaining beast had already been cleared out, Lin Tian decided the safest move was to hold his lead and not take unnecessary risks. Then the exam hit everyone with one last twist. 10 minutes before the end, the final 100-point token would be dropped into the hall. That single rule put Lin Tian right back on edge, because one lucky grab by second or third place could erase his lead instantly. Zhou Zihao spotted the opening, cashed in the token he had been holding, and realized the final 100 points could carry him past Lin Tian. Qingjing did the same, raising his score to 1,950 and deciding the last token was his chance to take first. Most of the top-ranked examinees made the same choice and abandoned the easy 20 exit points to gamble everything on the final 100. The weaker students reached the opposite conclusion and rushed for the exits, because for them those 20 safe points could matter more than chasing a hopeless showdown. 5 more minutes passed, and only about 20 examinees were still inside while everyone else gathered in the public rest area to watch the finish on the big screen. Lin Tian reached the drop zone first, beating the others to the place where a helicopter was lowering the final prize. This last token was not a loose chip at all but a blazing golden box that flooded the entire hall with light. Lin Tian immediately anchored mandala flowers vines into the ground and grabbed the box the moment it came within reach. At that exact instant, a brighter golden streak cut in and another hand reached the box almost together with his. The challenger was Qinjing, who stepped out of the radiance and met Lin Tian at the box before anyone else could interfere. Neither of them let go, and both released their full pressure at once as Lin Tian's moon patterns flared and Qinjing's golden flames roared to life. Their struggle escalated into a raw power clash, with huge eyes appearing behind both of them and the space around the box twisting under the pressure. Yahello and the other top contenders arrived ready to join the scramble, but the energy field around those two was so violent that they could not even force a step inside. With less than 2 minutes left, and still no way through the energy field, Yahello and the rest finally gave up on the final token and sprinted for the exits. As everyone else peeled away, Lin Tian and Qinjing's collision exploded again and swallowed the ground for a full 100 meters around them. The blast on the exam field vanishes under a towering white pillar, and a second pale gold pillar surges up to meet it head-on. Their opposite energies grind together so hard that circular ripples roll through the air and even the earth buckles into wave-like rings. 2 deafening wolf howls tear through the light, and giant wolf phantoms finally face each other with scarlet eyes full of killing intent. Behind those wolf phantoms, Lin Tian and Qinjing stand revealed as the 2 young fighters driving this deadly clash. Stellar Wolf flares with white fire and lights the moon mark on its forehead, calling up a full moon from the shaking ground. Then Qinjing's side answers with a cold reveal. He says he always hated that moon mark and forces his wolf into its true solar form. The moon pattern on the pale gold wolf's forehead burns into black ash, and a blazing sun imprint takes its place. As the radiant emperor wolf howls, a scorching sun rises into the sky and turns the whole battlefield hotter. Moon and sun crash together as the 2 giant wolves slam into each other, gouging a deep crater into the exam field. Qinjing coolly names the beast as the legendary radiant emperor wolf while the clash rages overhead, making clear Lin Tian is up against something exceptional. Seeing Qinjing's changed forehead mark makes Lin Tian's blood boil, and he realizes this enemy feels tied to him and Stellar Wolf in some deeper way. The beasts drop back behind their masters, both wounded but still glaring at each other with raw hatred. Neither side backs off, and both boys call for armor transformation at the exact same moment. Stellar Wolf seals itself into bright white armor around Lin Tian, while Qinjing is wrapped in a flaming pale gold suit as the 2 finish transforming face to face. Lin Tian makes the first move in armor, rushing in with Star Moon Blade and a Wolf King Bomb to seize the pace before Qinjing's fire pressure builds. Qinjing answers without giving ground, gathering Radiant Blade and Wolf Emperor Flame as the fire around him jumps violently. Their first armored clash exposes the gap, and Lin Tian feels how much harder Qinjing's legendary beast makes those fire attacks hit. Bombs and flames keep colliding until a huge mixed energy sphere swells between them and blows both fighters away. With smoke swallowing 100 meters of ruined ground, Lin Tian decides the stalemate will only break if he uses Twin Moon. His armor ignites with white flames, a full moon rises from the earth, and a wolf phantom leaps up to become a second moon in the sky. Under the twin moons, Lin Tian's surge pays off immediately as his next charge smashes Qinjing backward on contact. Qinjing actually enjoys the pressure, calls it interesting, and dives back at Lin Tian in a burst of flame. Lin Tian throws up Star Moon armor, but Qinjing's flaming blade breaks at the moment it settles over him. Moon patterns flash across Lin Tian's body and the broken armor restores itself fast enough to keep him in the fight. Lin Tian answers right away with Moon Howling Strike, hurling 2 moonlit blades that force Qinjing to fall back. Then Lin Tian rises into the air and becomes the 3rd full moon, turning the sky above Qinjing into a trap of 3 moons. A white lockdown field drops over Qinjing and seals off a radius of 150 meters for Lin Tian's next shot. Lin Tian fires from above, and Qinjing answers inside the lock zone by raising a flame wing to block and charge his own beam. His Empire Wolf flame charge slams back into Lin Tian's beam, and the air inside the lock zone erupts into chained explosions. After that, the duel becomes a frantic bombardment of bombs, moonblades, and flame attacks that tears the exam field apart meter by meter. The destruction keeps spreading until kilometers of the examination hall are charred black and the protective shield is close to failing. After another heavy blast, Qinjing is knocked back coughing blood, and Lin Tian stumbles out of the smoke looking just as worn down. Instead of backing down, Qinjing takes the damage as an insult and decides to unveil his real trump card. He activates Glorious Burning Sun, sprouting radiant wings as a gigantic sun rises behind him and his aura starts climbing again. Lin Tian tries to interrupt him with Wolf King bombs, but Qinjing casually blocks the barrage with a wall of fire. Then space distorts around Qinjing as another sun appears overhead, leaving 3 suns blazing over the examination field. The exam field starts roasting bright red, plants wither on the spot, and even Lin Tian feels his sweat evaporate before it can fall. Lin Tian suddenly realizes the sunlight isn't normal at all when a single ray pierces his arm like a needle. He rebuilds Star Moon armor and looks harder, only to see that the whole sky is packed with countless needle-like rays ready to fall. Great sunlight rain finally pours down, shredding Lin Tian's armor over and over as he is driven backward across the burning ground. Lin Tian's own blades and bombs vanish inside the light storm, and the ground around him is smashed to pieces under the downpour. Qinjing presses even harder with radiant flame rain, layering a second storm of burning fire over the sunlight barrage. The combined attack finally breaks Lin Tian's illusory armor and blasts him out of the sky. Stellar Wolf throws itself in front of the fatal damage and is blasted away, its body left bloody from protecting Lin Tian. At the last moment, Mandala Flower erupts from the ground with vines that catch Lin Tian and wrap him in a green shield. Qinjing coldly says it's useless, and his blazing sun power tears through the vine shield anyway. When the barrage finally ends, Mandala Flower is almost burned down to roots and buds, Stellar Wolf is left bloodied, and the two can only barely protect the collapsed Lin Tian. Pinned under Qinjing's rain of light, Lin Tian watches Xiao Hui and Mandala Flower get torn apart, while Qinjing coldly tells him to stop struggling. Lin Tian checks Qinjing's abilities and realizes the problem is bigger than he thought. Radiant Emperor Wolf's legendary armor has pushed Qinjing into a brutal elemental powerhouse. Instead of finishing him immediately, Qinjing lands and starts talking about his home beneath Kunlun Godly Mountain, shifting the fight into something older and more personal. As Qinjing brings up Kunlun and the wolf race, Lin Tian remembers Stellar Wolf's wolf god bloodline and realizes this duel may be tied to an ancient feud. Qinjing recounts the old legend of the first heavenly light guiding the wolf race, but the hatred in his eyes makes it clear that blessing became a blood-deep grudge. Lin Tian finally understands the shape of it. Moon-howling Stellar Wolf and Radiant Emperor Wolf were likely rival wolf kings, and their clan's hatred has reached this generation. Then Qinjing steps closer, reignites with blazing golden fire, and declares that he will end everything here for Gongbu. Lin Tian struggles up to face him, but before Qinjing can finish the attack, the beast tattoo on Lin Tian's back suddenly lights up. A terrifying hidden aura erupts out of Lin Tian and blasts Qinjing backward, instantly proving there is an even more dangerous power inside him. The battlefield twists into a nightmare of fire, sea, and rising stone as the space around them distorts into a natural disaster zone. A crack opens behind Lin Tian. An elemental queen finally flies out and lands on his shoulder at the exact moment he is about to lose. Furious that Lin Tian was hurt, Elemental Queen orders Xiao Hua and Xiao Hui to take revenge, and even Qinjing goes rigid when he feels how dangerous she is. Qinjing tries to retreat, but the warp space traps him in place as if the whole battlefield has turned against him. Elemental Queen opens with Inferno Sea, splitting the ground and turning 200 meters of the arena into a molten green fire hell. Qinjing shoots upward to escape, only for several giant fire dragons to rise from the flames and hunt him through the air. His radiant blades melt on contact, and the fire dragons swallow him anyway. Before Qinjing can recover, Elemental Queen switches elements again and calls up raging water while Mandala Flower's battered vines lunge back into the fight. The whole zone turns into a violent ocean, and a 100-meter wave smashes the already burned and bleeding Qinjing out of the sky. Qinjing crashes to the ground and his armor shatters, leaving Radiant Emperor Wolf to leap out and shield him from the next crushing wave. Radiant Emperor Wolf gets hammered into a deep pit and comes up bloodied, while Qinjing can only stare in grief before forcing himself to transform again. Elemental Queen gives him no breathing room and starts bombarding him like a walking fortress, raining mixed fire and ice from every direction. Her power is so overwhelming that the examination hall's barrier finally breaks apart under the strain. The moment the barrier falls, surviving magical beasts from inside and outside the hall go berserk and flood into the rectorina. With corridors destroyed and even part of the land collapsed into an abyss, the whole exam venue turns into a full purgatory. Bleeding and cornered, Qinjing still roars that he refuses to accept defeat. He forces himself back into the air under 3 blazing suns and throws out another great sun sword rain, trying to repeat the move that crushed Lin Tian. Elemental Queen stays calm, remembers exactly how he bullied Lin Tian with that attack, and her anger turns ice cold. She answers with an even bigger disaster, stacking inferno, flood, landslide, and more elemental blasts until the arena floor is simply erased. Qinjing drops out of the explosions like a bird with broken wings, his body ripped full of bloody holes. Radiant Emperor Wolf is in just as bad a state, with a huge bloody hole in its chest, and both Master and Beast are nearly out of strength. Elemental Queen is ready to finish them for good and summons another crushing prison of mixed elements over Qinjing. At the last second, a gold-rank military examiner steps in front of Qinjing and blocks the attack head-on. Lin Tian recognizes the uniform at once. The military region examiners have finally intervened. With a small annoyed snort, Elemental Queen gives up the kill and turns back into light, disappearing into Lin Tian's tattoo. The examiner announces that the final token battle is over, and the entire examination has officially ended. Even after stopping it, the examiner quietly hides the fact that Elemental Queen's attack charred his own palm. With the crisis over, the wounded Stellar Wolf gives one low cry and returns to Lin Tian's tattoo, and Mandala Flower also fades away. Qinjing has already blacked out, and the examiner carries him away while Radiant Emperor Wolf withdraws as well, showing just how close both sides came to death. Outside the venue, stunned onlookers suddenly remember what this apocalyptic fight was actually for and start shouting for the result. The examiner lands beside Lin Tian and declares that the final token belongs to him. Lin Tian takes the hard-won token with a dazed, emotional pause, only now remembering that all of that destruction started over this single prize. He finally presses the token to his life watch, sealing the score as the ranking board updates in front of everyone. The ranking locks in with Lin Tian at first place, and his score jumps from 2,000 to 2,100 as the exam officially seals. As thunderous applause breaks out, Lin Tian looks at the final board and finally breathes out. He has become the college entrance exam's top scorer. Right after the exam ends, Zhang Wei strides over and punches Lin Tian's shoulder, while Wang Shui and the others crowd around to celebrate his first-place finish. The contrast is sharp nearby. Second-place Chen Xingjiang is badly hurt and hauled away on a stretcher, while other top-ranked students are swarmed by people from their own bases. Up in the public resting area, the big shots watching the exam lean forward with obvious interest, already eyeing these fresh talents for recruitment. Wan Yan stands and officially closes the 3-day exam, telling the exhausted students to rest first and wait for their results within 2 days. That order forces the recruiters to hold back, and after a few polite wishes, the entire college entrance exam is finally over. On the way out, Zhou Zihao grabs Lin Tian and angrily swears they will meet again, because losing to him still stings his pride. Beside him, Ren Feifei reacts very differently, waving her fist and saying she hopes to meet Lin Tian again because she wants to see how far he goes. Lin Tian can only smile back at the elite students around him as the crowd finally breaks apart, and the exam chapter of his life closes for real. Back home, Lin Tian drops onto his bed, stares at the ceiling, and finally lets his whole body go slack in relief. As he replays the exam in his head, even Lin Tian feels it is unreal that a bronze-level armored envoy beat a field full of silver-level favorites to take first place. 2 days later in Hex City's military district, one university teacher after another comes to recruit Lin Tian, and even ordinary schools throw out surprisingly rich offers just to try their luck. Watching another recruiter leave, Zhang Wei groans with envy because Lin Tian is even being offered magical crystals and military merit rewards that no one is offering him. Lin Tian immediately throws his old lost bet back in Zhang Wei's face, reminding him that he already handed over a gold-tier magical crystal before this. That hits a nerve fast, and Zhang Wei explodes, still convinced Lin Tian tricked him by knowing Wang Shui long before the bet. The two of them keep dealing with recruiters until Zhang Wei gets called away by one of the 5 great universities and leaves first. As soon as Zhang Wei leaves, a slovenly old man approaches Lin Tian, and the pressure rolling off him is heavy enough for Lin Tian to judge him as Wan Yang's equal. The old man casually asks if he is Lin Tian, which only makes the moment stranger because Lin Tian still has no idea who this powerhouse is. Before Lin Tian can answer, a suited middle-aged man rushes over and calls out the old man from Hex City University for trying to snatch him first. The suited teacher shoves a Celeste City University business card into Lin Tian's hand, and Lin Tian suddenly realizes the 5 great universities have come to recruit him in person. Then 3 more recruiters arrive, and in a flash all 5 top universities are standing in front of Lin Tian, staring each other down like no one wants to lose him. To stop the argument from turning ugly, the Imperial City University teacher proposes that everyone state their best offer and let Lin Tian choose fairly. Imperial City University goes first and drops its biggest lure, graduate there, and Lin Tian can directly enter the Sacred Association. Lin Tian politely says he will think about it, but inside he rejects it immediately because going near the Sacred Association would be walking straight into danger. The other universities raise the stakes one after another with epic beasts, hero-level beasts, training resources, and special recommendations, but none of it truly shakes Lin Tian. At the end, the old man from Hex City University quietly says their school has something no one else can match, a magical beast experimental realm that opens once every 10 years. He explains that if Lin Tian joins Hex City University, he can enter that mystic realm next year and try to contract one of the young beasts raised there himself. Then the real bomb drops. That realm does not just hold legendary young beasts, it may even hold a divine-level magical beast. Lin Tian can only stare at him in surprise, because that level of beast is almost beyond anything he can imagine. By the time the recruiting chaos finally ends, it is already evening, and Lin Tian heads back to his temporary residence because tomorrow he returns to Green Mountain Base. After packing in his room, the tattoo on Lin Tian's back lights up and the Elemental Queen appears, instantly wrapping her arms around his neck after finally recovering from the exam battle. Seeing how pale she still looks, Lin Tian gently holds her and thanks her for fighting so hard, which only makes her quiet cling feel more heartbreaking. A green glow and a white flash follow as Stellar Wolf and Mandala Flower come out too, both finally recovered after the heavy injuries from the last battle. Stellar Wolf immediately returns to being a menace and starts chewing on Lin Tian's slippers like nothing serious ever happened. Instead of scolding him, Lin Tian just smiles with guilty affection until Xiao Hui gets bold enough to go after his shoes too. Xiao Hui only throws back a happy howl, and Lin Tian feels both amused and a little emotional after everything they have survived together. Mandala Flower refuses to be ignored, brushing Lin Tian's cheek with a vine until he turns to praise it too. When Lin Tian thanks Xiaohua for its hard work, the little flower trembles with excitement, shakes out pollen, and hugs him with its vines. After spending a quiet moment with all three beasts, Lin Tian pulls up their attribute panels to see how far they have grown. He looks at Stellar Wolf first, and sees just how absurd the growth has been. Xiao Hui is now a low-tier silver hero beast packed with silver rank skills. That panel hits Lin Tian hard, because he knows better than anyone that without the system there would be no current him, and no current Xiao Hui. He pats Xiao Hui and promises they will keep fighting forward together, and the wolf answers with a low growl that feels like a shared vow. Next he checks Mandala Flower, and realizes it has quietly become much nastier, because its new charm skill can turn other beasts on each other without the heavy focus that control demands. Then he opens the Elemental Queen's panel and stares at a truly outrageous setup. Legendary grade, multiple elemental talents, silver rank skills, and a sealed memory that is only 1% unlocked. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Tian can only admit that the Elemental Queen's panel still feels ridiculously hard for any normal beast to surpass. That instantly drags his thoughts back to Hex City University's offer, and Lin Tian starts imagining how terrifying the attributes of a young divine-grade magical beast would be. He remembers how much it took just to handle the legendary Queen of Five Realm, and the idea of something even higher than that leaves the scale almost unimaginable. Before he can sink too deep into that thought, Jiang Wei barges into the room and almost trips over Mandala Flower's vines at the door. After recovering, Jiang Wei clicks his tongue at Lin Tian's little monster lineup and gets straight to the real news. Wang Shui and Long and Mei also choose Hex City University. He adds that Li Na is still torn between Imperial City University and Southwest University, while he himself has already decided to go to Hex City University. Lin Tian is genuinely surprised they never mentioned any of this to him, because he thought he would have heard from them already. Jiang Wei snaps back that they did tell him, and all of them had already sent messages that Lin Tian completely ignored. When Lin Tian finally checks, he finds Wang Shui and the others really did message him yesterday, and he realizes he forgot all about it because the recruiters kept him busy non-stop. Still, with everyone heading back to Green Mountain Base together tomorrow, Lin Tian decides he can talk it through with them in person then. After flying through the night, Lin Tian finally returned to Green Mountain Base and walked into a city already waiting to celebrate him. Before he could even get into a car, the crowd erupted with flowers and a huge red banner naming Lin Tian as Amping High's top scorer. The welcome got even bigger when City Lord Jiang Tao and other Green City leaders personally stepped forward to greet him. Reporters swarmed so hard that microphones were nearly in his face while cameras clicked without stopping. Jiang Tao proudly announced that Lin Tian was not just this year's top scorer, but possibly the highest scorer in the history of the exam. Then Jiang Tao went further and declared a citywide 3-day paid celebration, leaving Lin Tian smiling on the outside and stunned on the inside. Lin Tian spent nearly half an hour fighting through the reporters before finally escaping into Principal Zhu's car. Inside the car, Principal Zhu and Guofeng congratulated him and admitted the whole school was in a frenzy because of him. Principal Zhu explained that admissions teams had been flooding Amping High every day, all trying to grab Lin Tian before the 5 great universities moved. He had already rejected those schools on Lin Tian's behalf, but the recruiters were so desperate they started trying to poach Guofeng instead. Lin Tian thanked them for taking the pressure, knowing the school had been forced to shield his future from constant interference. Principal Zhu answered seriously that the school would never make that choice for him, because Lin Tian's future mattered more than easy gains. After circling around the topic, Principal Zhu awkwardly admitted he wanted one more favor from Lin Tian. The request was simple: come back as the graduate representative and give the younger students a speech. Principal Zhu said the underclassmen had already watched videos of Lin Tian's past feats, and now worshipped him even more. Lin Tian agreed right away, because whatever his fame had become, he still felt he owed the school that raised him. With the speech set for 3 days later, Lin Tian went home, shared the good news with his parents, and settled in to wait. 3 days later, Lin Tian returned to Amping High and felt a wave of emotion as he walked past the younger students he used to resemble. A brave girl ran up, blushing so hard she could barely speak, then shoved a fragrant letter into his hands and fled. Word spread instantly, and more students stared from a distance, whispering that the real Lin Tian looked even better than the videos. Principal Zhu found him in the crowd and led him onto the school stadium stage. When Lin Tian faced the microphone, it hit him that he had become the graduate speaker for the entire school. He steadied himself, began his speech, and his voice rolled across the whole stadium. By the time he finished, the applause was thunderous, and Lin Tian looked down at the students while remembering his own 3 years here. That moment landed hard on him, because only 3 years earlier he had been just another student sitting below this same stage. While other student representatives continued the event, Lin Tian quietly slipped away with Principal Zhu and Guofeng to the principal's office. In the office, Principal Zhu hesitated again, and Guofeng finally admitted the speech had only been half the reason they invited him back. Their real request was for Lin Tian to lead a small special training trip for selected high school students. Guafone quickly added that the group would be small and backed by Star Alliance mercenaries, because they knew this was a heavy responsibility to place on him. Instead of refusing, Lin Tian told them to speak plainly, because helping his alma mater felt like the right thing to do. The request hit him in a new way when he realized how much had changed in just a few months. He had gone from student trainee to instructor. That pride came with weight, because being trusted as the one responsible for younger students made the job feel real. They settled the plan to leave right after the school event and head for Bramble Forest, a D-class magical zone near Green Mountain Base. The school had already done repeated safety checks in Bramble Forest and confirmed the route before approving the training. The school kept the full cost and effort behind the training to itself so Lin Tian would not feel extra pressure. By 10 o'clock the school event was over, and old classmates like Longan and Lina came over to catch up with him before he left. Then Lin Tian set out with Star Alliance mercenaries and 100 students, officially stepping into the instructor role. Before they entered the forest, Zhang Enjing punched him with a grin and warned that this time she would not be helping him. Lin Tian joked about filing a complaint, and Zhang Enjing shot back that they were colleagues now, so she would not baby him anymore. Lin Tian led the team into Bramble Forest, where the thorn-choked terrain made every step rougher than the dark forest had been. Knowing these near third-year students would struggle fighting in that terrain, Lin Tian decided to clear the way before they reached the inner swamp. He summoned Xiaohui, and the wolf burst out as a bright white streak into the bramble-choked forest. The students instantly lit up, because to them Xiaohui was not just a beast partner, but the famous moon-howling stellar wolf from the stories. Their gossip got wild fast, with some of them insisting Lin Tian's Wolf King bomb had once killed a silver beast in a single shot. Lin Tian could only turn red and endure it, because correcting that kind of hero worship would have been hopeless in the moment. Once Xiaohui led them to the central grassland, Lin Tian finally moved to the side and let the students step forward to hunt. Then he summoned Mandala Flower, and green light burst behind him as countless vines tore up from the ground. As purple pollen spread into the air, Lin Tian warned the students to stay close, because if they pushed too far he would not be able to protect them. But the students barely listened, because seeing Mandala Flower up close made them even more excited than Xiaohui had. To these kids, the flower was the legendary beast from the defense line, the one they believed had raised an endless corpse mountain to save Green Mountain Base. Listening to them hype his feats into something absurd again, Lin Tian could only blush harder and wonder what exactly the school had shown these students. With Lin Tian directing the field, the student team finally starts moving through the bramble forest in an organized push. Mandala Flower turns the grassland into a safer pocket, giving Lin Tian room to cover the students while Stellar Wolf quietly watches for danger at his side. From the rear, Zhang Enjing and the Star Alliance observers keep watching because this special training is also a direct evaluation of Lin Tian's worth to the group. Lin Tian warns the students not to leave his sight, making it clear they can fight hard as long as they stay inside his control. As Beast roars close in from all sides, Lin Tian scans the forest and Stellar Wolf keeps watch with him despite its lazy pose. Ordinary and black iron beasts start swarming in, but the top students can handle them, and a few bronze-level students even rush forward to meet them head-on. Watching the juniors fight stirs old memories, and Lin Tian jokes with Zhang Enjing that these students already have it much easier than they did. Then Lin Tian copies Zhang Enjing's old teaching style and starts feeding monsters to the students instead of clearing everything himself. He pushes them even harder by using Mandala Flower's corpse control, sending dead beasts back into the drills so the students have to face a second wave under pressure. Because Mandala Flower keeps the battlefield under control, the students can go all out without getting overwhelmed, even when bronze-level beasts join the mix. The afternoon burns away in non-stop combat, and by nightfall Lin Tian grows visibly more cautious because beasts become deadlier in the dark. A deafening roar rips through the forest, and a giant silver-level storm blue lion finally bursts out from the depths in a wave of green-blue fire. Lin Tian reads the threat in an instant and realizes this is a rare Loter silver beast. But now that he is silver rank 2, he does not flinch. Under the moon, Stellar Wolf surges into bright white lightning and wraps around Lin Tian, instantly turning him into his silver-white armored form. Knowing the lion's speed is the real danger, Lin Tian warns the students to be careful and immediately locks them behind a wall of vines. He already has a backup plan too, because even if Mandala Flower fails to hold, Elemental Queen is still waiting in reserve. Lifted into the air by vines, Lin Tian starts charging Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade at the same time as Moonlight and Starlight pour into him. The students stare up in awe, arguing in excitement over whether Lin Tian is about to use Wolf King Bomb or his more famous Moon Howling Strike. Lin Tian fires first, and the Wolf King Bomb tears across the night just as the Storm Blue Lion lunges at him. The Wolf King Bomb swallows the lion before it can dodge, and Star Moon Blades drive into the blast to keep the silver beast trapped inside the hit zone. Right at that opening, Lin Tian orders everyone to attack together and turns the students from spectators into finishers. Blades, cannons, and every attack the juniors have fly through the vines and crash into the trapped silver beast in one overwhelming burst. The combined explosion blooms so brightly that the whole bramble forest flashes like daylight. When the light fades, Lin Tian drops back down, dismisses his armor, and stares into the deep crater left by the blast. The students rush over in disbelief, thrilled that they really helped bring down a silver-level magical beast with their own hands. Their excitement hits Lin Tian hard because it mirrors his own past, and he quietly confirms that yes, they really did it. Then Lin Tian tells them the baton of Amping High School now belongs to them, turning the training victory into a clear passing of the torch. Zhang Yinjing watches that moment with a lump in her throat, because Lin Tian has now become the same kind of senior who once guided him. With the silver beast gone, the bramble forest stops being a real threat, and the group spends another stretch of time cleaning out the rest of the zone. Once the special training ends and the students disperse, Lin Tian finally has room to think about the next step waiting for him at Hex City University. Even as the exam champion, Lin Tian reminds himself not to relax, because the wider world is full of talents stronger than the ones back home. Back at Star Alliance headquarters, Zhang Yinjing immediately starts compiling a full video and written record of Lin Tian's special training. Hours later, the pile of material in her hands is thick enough to shock even her, because Lin Tian's growth has become too big to ignore. Other Star Alliance mercenaries arrive carrying matching Lin Tian reports, and the higher-ups gather for a serious overnight meeting. Yifeng takes the head seat beside several gold-rank elders and opens the meeting with one simple subject: Lin Tian. As Zhang Yinjing and the other seniors recount battle after battle, the room grows steadily more shaken by how fast Lin Tian has climbed. By dawn, praise turns into a decision, and Star Alliance officially resolves to invest in Lin Tian's future. Elsewhere, Lin Tian studies the route from Green Mountain Base to Hex City and starts planning his first real trip out on his own. After weighing the options, he picks North City as his stopover, partly for the route and scenery, but mostly because he still wants a chance to grow stronger before school starts. The route choice carries real pressure for Lin Tian, because he believes the Sacred Association's vice president may already have noticed him, and Chen Jing is still waiting somewhere ahead. For Lin Tian, this is no longer just a personal grudge, because his road now also carries the clash between the moon-howling Stellar Wolf and the Radiant Emperor Wolf, and the fate of the whole wolf pack. A few days later, Lin Tian finally reaches North City after a long trip and immediately feels this famous northern stronghold is different. On the way to his hotel, Lin Tian spots mercenary organizations everywhere and even a Star Alliance branch, which confirms just how resource-rich the city is. After checking into his hotel, Lin Tian opens his laptop and starts digging into the real situation around North City. Using his mercenary identity card, he logs into the Star Alliance network and sees the truth normal people are not allowed to see. North City is ringed by magical zones. The deeper he reads, the more stunned he gets. North City has more than 5 B-class zones, more than 10 C-class zones, and countless D-class zones around it. Instead of backing off, Lin Tian feels he came to the right place, because the city's danger also means resources on a scale far beyond Green Mountain Base. Then the hopeful mood shifts when he discovers the zones around North City are unusually chaotic and active, with beast tides always close to becoming reality. His late-night research paints the full picture. North City survives only because nearby major bases reinforce it, and its absent city lord is an old dragon division general. After hours of reading and days of travel catching up to him, Lin Tian finally falls asleep. A few more days pass, and just as Lin Tian is heading toward the Star Alliance branch, North City's emergency alarm suddenly rips through the air. Roars from magical beasts carry in from only a kilometer or two away, making it clear this is not a drill but a real siege. The whole city flips into wartime mode as guards rush for the gates and mercenary groups receive repeated requests for immediate support. Lin Tian checks the mission notice and learns several magical zones are moving together, including B-class and C-class zones, as if someone timed this attack on purpose. Branch staff are grim because the attack hits right after the college exam, when every base has only just started to relax and reorganize. In the middle of that panic, Yifeng arrives with a group of mercenaries and takes charge with the kind of presence everyone immediately responds to. The staff tell Yifeng the North City cleanup mission needs a gold-armored envoy, 20 silver-armored envoys, and 1,000 people, but the branch is still short-handed. When Yifeng hears the branch is still missing 2 silver-armored envoys and 50 bronze ones, his eyes land on Lin Tian. Yifeng confirms Lin Tian has not taken another mission and calmly orders the staff to put him on the team. The staff are surprised to see Lin Tian's credentials, but they still point out the team remains 1 silver-armored envoy short. Yifeng shuts that down with one blunt line: Lin Tian counts as 2 silver-armored envoys by himself. Lin Tian is left full of question marks, because before he can even ask what this mission really is, Yifeng has already drafted him into it. Seeing that, Yifeng pulls Lin Tian aside and starts with a direct apology for being so forceful. Yifeng explains he saw Lin Tian log into the North City branch system, reviewed the mission in advance, and personally came because this job suits Lin Tian extremely well. To prove it, Yifeng even offers part of the reward in advance and places a platinum-grade magical crystal right in Lin Tian's hand. That crystal hits exactly where it matters, because Lin Tian urgently needs power right now and knows it can be turned into valuable evolution points. Once he factors in the bigger prize of military merit on a city defense mission, refusing starts to make even less sense. Even so, Yi Feng asks properly one more time whether Lin Tian is willing to join the cleanup team. Lin Tian agrees without further objection, partly for the rewards and partly because having Yi Feng on the same team gives him real confidence. With that settled, Yi Feng brings Lin Tian to the big mission screen where the entire North City and its surrounding zones are laid out like a battlefield map. As Lin Tian studies the map, the difference in scale becomes clear. C-class zones are built around gold-rank beasts and can hold 70,000 to over 100,000 monsters. Yi Feng makes the call and selects one C-class zone for their cleanup mission, sending the full assignment to Lin Tian's life watch. The chosen target is the Dark Swamp, a crocodile-filled C-class zone with over 100,000 beasts and terrain that can kill humans even before the monsters do. The mission looks even worse once the details sink in. Deep swamp can trap people to death, and the place is packed with man-eating trees and poison-heavy terrain. A young girl with a high ponytail speaks up for the team and bluntly asks why Yi Feng would pick the one battlefield where humans have no advantage. Yi Feng praises her caution, reminds everyone mercenaries work for profit rather than suicide, and still insists the Dark Swamp is their best choice. Yi Feng refuses to explain more, and the team heads out toward the Dark Swamp with Lin Tian now even more curious about what he is planning. Less than an hour later, they reach the Dark Swamp, and the place looks every bit as hostile as the briefing promised. Lin Tian immediately feels the swamp's black marsh gas hitting his head, and the more he breathes it in, the more irritable he starts to become. What unsettles him even more is the silence, because this entire C-class zone is so quiet that only swamp bubbles can be heard. Yi Feng gives the order to move, and the mercenaries summon their magical beasts before entering the swamp in armored form. Before Lin Tian can settle in, the same ponytailed girl suddenly appears in front of him inside the swamp and addresses him by name. She introduces herself as Bai Linyu from Imperial City High School, says they will meet again, then leaves Lin Tian staring after her in total confusion. As the beast roars rolled ahead, the leading troops finally pushed into the dark swamp, and Lin Tian followed in moon-howling stellar wolf armor. The swamp was exactly as bad as it looked, and when Lin Tian dropped from the trees to find footing, he landed on a tiny bare patch surrounded by black marsh. 5 or 6 bronze crocodiles burst in from every direction, but Lin Tian cut them down almost the moment they lunged. Then the whole swamp answered him as bubbles spread, scarlet eyes opened in the dark, and more beasts kept closing in. Lin Tian answered with Star Moon Blade and Wolf King Bomb, turning himself into a white artillery point, while the dark swamp went completely berserk. He kept mowing through the crocodiles, but one poisonous beast suddenly spat purple-black gas and rushed him at the same time. Lin Tian dodged the bite, only to realize the crocodile never meant to hit him at all. It was chewing away the last ground under his feet. The pack caught on fast, and now multiple crocodiles started tearing apart his only foothold piece by piece. With the swamp swallowing his footing, Lin Tian raised Moon Howling Strike and summoned twin moons over the darkness. The moonlit beam smashed through the swamp, blowing open giant craters and wiping out a huge wave of lower-level beasts. But in the middle of the blast, a green figure shot out of the chaos, and Lin Tian caught her on instinct. Before either of them could settle, 2 more giant crocodiles rushed in, and Lin Tian's white blades crossed with Bai Linyu's green wind attacks over the swamp. When Bai Linyu snapped at him to let go, Lin Tian yanked her clear just before their last patch of ground vanished into a new monster's jaws. Lin Tian finally saw what had taken their footing, a rare silver-level bee-stinger crocodile, its body packed with venomous stingers and dripping poison. With no safe ground left, Lin Tian used the giant crocodile itself as a platform, stepping onto the lower jaw and setting Bai Linyu on the upper one. Bai Linyu flushed and thanked him for the save, but Lin Tian cut her off because they were still trapped between 3 silver-level beasts. A roar gave Lin Tian an idea, and after confirming Bai Linyu could fly, he told her to pull him away on his signal. The bee-stinger crocodile fired a storm of burning poison spines, but Lin Tian hid his cannon and shoved it straight into its open mouth. At Lin Tian's shout, Bai Linyu spread huge green flame wings and hauled both of them into the air just before the blast tore upward. Now airborne, Bai Linyu answered with gale sword feathers and rained green feather blades down on the silver beast. Lin Tian answered from the air with even more moon power, and soon 3 full moons were shining over the whole dark swamp. Backed by Bai Linyu's pressure, Lin Tian locked the bee-stinger crocodile in a terrifying moonlit pillar and burned it to ash. The final detonation ripped across 200 meters, blasted away marsh gas, and let sunlight fall into the swamp for the first time in the fight. When the light faded, only a few bronze beasts were left below, but Bai Linyu's arm was badly torn after risking herself to kill the other silver monster. Bai Linyu thanked him again, this time with the hostility gone, and Lin Tian quietly tossed her a bandage instead of making a big deal of it. She admitted he was far stronger than he had looked during the college entrance exam, but Lin Tian's face changed before the moment could settle. Lin Tian warned that they would not be alone for long, and Bai Linyu turned to see why. A giant crocodile nearly 30 meters long burst out behind them, and one look made it clear this was far beyond the silver beasts. Its crawl alone made the ground collapse, tore open the swamp, and flooded the area with fresh black marsh gas. The monster's presence was so overwhelming that even the surrounding swamp seemed to recoil from its body. Then it roared, shattered nearby trees with the sound alone, and sucked mud, wood, and even smaller beasts into its open mouth. From farther away, Yifeng realized the gold-level beast had locked onto Lin Tian and Bai Linyu instead of the rest of the troops. Yifeng instantly ordered everyone else to keep clearing the swamp and sprinted toward Lin Tian in a streak of dark blue lightning. He even opened his thunder domain to tear apart every obstacle in his path, but the gold-level crocodile was still faster. Facing that pressure head-on, Lin Tian felt exactly how terrifying the gold-level crocodile was as black light gathered in all 4 of its limbs. The swamp beside it started shaking in heavy ripples, as if something ancient and massive was about to rise with the beast's power. Then a black shadow hundreds of meters tall rose behind the crocodile and blocked out the dim light above them. When Lin Tian looked up, he finally understood what was rising behind it, not water, but a towering wave made entirely of swamp mud. At the edge of the dark swamp, Bai Linyu spreads her wings and tries to drag Lin Tian away, because a gold-level beast is far beyond them. Lin Tian stops her immediately and says it is already too late, because the 300-meter mud wave is too close and the monster clearly has no intention of letting them escape. Bai Linyu sees the distance for herself, understands even flying alone will not save her now, and grimly asks what they can do. Lin Tian answers that they can only fight, and he quickly checks the monster's status to see what kind of chance they really have. That status check gives Lin Tian one sliver of hope, because the monster is only a quasi-gold sky-devouring crocodile instead of a true peak gold beast. When Lin Tian looks to Bai Linyu for options, she can only throw him an annoyed look, because this has become a crazy fight neither of them wanted. Lin Tian moves first, gathering starlit energy blades as moon patterns flare over his body and white light floods around him. Right behind him, Bai Linyu launches her own support attack and whips 5 small tornadoes toward the crocodile. Lin Tian goes all out from the start, calling up twin moons until 2 full moons light the pitch-black swamp like day. Wrapped in twin moon light, Lin Tian turns into a white streak and charges straight at the sky-devouring crocodile. The crocodile answers with terrifying suction, opening its mouth like a black tunnel and dragging Lin Tian toward it midair. Lin Tian refuses to be eaten, plants a kick on the upper jaw, and fires a Wolf King bomb straight into the beast's bloody mouth. But the quasi-gold beast is far tougher than the crocodiles Lin Tian fought before, and it simply swallows the blast instead of being blown apart. That first shot was only a setup, and Lin Tian uses the beast's head as a stepping stone to launch himself toward its back instead. As he charges another Wolf King bomb and Star Moon blade in midair, the crocodile finally triggers its gravity skill. The 100 times gravity slams down on Lin Tian so hard that even his evolved body strains under it, and he crashes onto the crocodile's back. Even pinned by that pressure, Lin Tian turns the force landing into his opening and detonates his attack point blank on the beast's back. The blast drives the giant crocodile nearly 10 meters into the ground, and mandala flower blooms behind Lin Tian to yank both him and Bai Linyu out of the danger zone. Safe for a moment, Bai Linyu pants in relief, because that gravity almost crushed her bones before the vines saved her. The attack did hurt the sky-devouring crocodile, but Lin Tian's own hands are burned black from using them as the core of that compressed blast. Mandala Flower tries to lock the monster down next, driving vines through the swamp to pin its body in place. Then Mandala Flower scatters pollen through the swamp and drives nearby monsters mad enough to swarm the trapped crocodile. The sky-devouring crocodile answers with a furious roar, black light and dark flame flood its body, and giant scarlet eyes appear over the swamp like a nightmare. The surrounding swamp starts bubbling violently, and the crazed crocodiles attacking it are dragged into churning mud as if the ground has turned into a bottomless abyss. Lin Tian and Bai Linyu watch in alarm as those beasts are corroded to white bones inside the mud before disappearing completely. The swamp spreads wider around them, the beast's aura keeps climbing, and Lin Tian realizes they have been caught inside its bottomless pit domain. Knowing a gold-level domain is beyond them, Lin Tian asks Mandala Flower for one last bind anyway. Mandala Flower tries, but its roots and vines are already melting under the swamp's corrosion, so Lin Tian has to pull it back with a guilty look. That failure leaves Lin Tian with a hard truth: he has already spent almost every trump card he has, and none of it is enough to deal real damage to this monster. Before Lin Tian can think of anything else, the crocodile opens its jaws again and starts devouring the whole area with an even stronger hurricane. Everything within 300 meters is ripped away, and only Lin Tian and Bai Linyu remain, their bodies shaking as the suction starts dragging them in. Then a bolt of lightning slams into the crocodile and cuts the suction off in an instant. Yifeng arrives at last, stepping in front of Lin Tian and Bai Linyu and taking over the fight without hesitation. Yifeng orders them to run and immediately bursts forward with thunder and wings to take on the quasi-gold beast himself. As Lin Tian and Bai Linyu pull back, a huge explosion erupts behind them and makes it clear this battle has entered a level they cannot touch. On the way back to the main force, Lin Tian starts blasting through the swarming bronze and black iron beasts still blocking the retreat path. Bai Linyu keeps pace from the air, raining down green feather attacks and showing she is far stronger than an ordinary silver-level Anvu. While fighting, Lin Tian is struck by how capable she is and wonders why he never even heard her name among the college exam standouts. A silver-level giant crocodile lunges out to stop them, but Lin Tian and Bai Linyu combine attacks and kill it before reaching the main group. Once they rejoin the main force, the whole line kills much faster, with silver-level envoys cutting through the beast tide far more efficiently than the bronze fighters. After 2 or 3 brutal hours, the count of the 100,000 beast swarm is finally cut down to roughly 50 or 60,000. Then the distant gold-level clash surges again, as a huge dark blue phantom rises and a 300 to 400 meter lightning strike crashes down into the swamp. Electric arcs spread through the waterlogged swamp for hundreds of meters, and even from far away Lin Tian can feel how completely Yifeng is overpowering the quasi-gold beast. Lin Tian judges that Yifeng has basically subdued the monster now, even if the final kill is not finished yet. Back in the swarm fight, Lin Tian drops another moon-howling strike into a giant crocodile, and keeps grinding the battlefield down. When he sees how many corpses now litter the swamp, Lin Tian summons Mandala Flower again to make use of them. As Mandala Flower's green light spreads, countless vines burst out through the swamp and seize the fallen magical beasts, setting up Lin Tian's next move. In the middle of the dark swamp cleanup, Lin Tian tells Xiaohua to use charm and jumps back into the fight. The charm takes hold immediately, and a giant crocodile near Mandala Flower turns on the other beasts with crazed red eyes. The whole battlefield becomes chaotic enough that even the mercenaries stop in confusion, trying to understand why the beasts suddenly started attacking each other. While the others are still processing it, Mandala Flower's vines keep dragging fresh corpses toward Lin Tian and stacking them into one place. Seeing the setup working, Lin Tian shouts for everyone to fall back and form up around the corpse mountain. The idea makes sense fast. In the cramped swamp, that vine-covered ground is one of the few stable places left as more giant crocodiles keep pouring in. Mandala Flower uses the corpses it can still control as disposable shock troops, but its range is limited, so the mercenaries have to handle the outer wave themselves. Once the mercenaries realize Lin Tian and Mandala Flower are creating a kill zone, they stop hesitating and retreat toward the corpse mountain together. Nearly 1,000 mercenaries lock the area down, and under the non-stop slaughter the corpse mountain grows from a heap into a towering mass. Countless Mandala Flower vines root through the corpse mountain and start feeding, turning the whole battlefield into a grotesque harvesting ground. With charm, control, and the mercenaries' firepower all syncing up, Lin Tian starts racking up kills so fast that his system notifications won't stop. Then Mandala Flower proudly slaps another giant crocodile corpse in front of Lin Tian like it wants praise for a good catch. Lin Tian humors it with a quick compliment, and the easier flow of battle lifts the mood for everyone around him. Just when the cleanup is already swinging their way, Yifeng returns dragging the dead sky-devouring crocodile behind him. He looks more excited than tired, joking that the fight barely even warmed him up. Once Yifeng joins the main battle, his thunder domain tears across a huge section of swamp and wipes out beasts by the hundreds. With a gold-level armored envoy backing them, the cleanup speeds up brutally, and the beast tide shrinks from tens of thousands to barely 10,000 after a few more hours. By then the corpse mountain has swollen to 300 meters high, making it the highest point in the entire dark swamp. Lin Tian keeps pushing from the front, chaining Wolf King Bomb with Star Moon Blade and blasting open craters through the remaining beast packs. Every time his attacks drop another batch of monsters, Mandala Flower's vines immediately snatch the bodies back into the harvest pile. As Lin Tian farms kills and Mandala Flower strips magical crystals from the mountain of corpses, his evolution points break past 50 in just a few hours. Finally, Lin Tian uses Moon Howling Strike to erase the last 3 magical beasts and end the entire dark swamp operation in one clean finish. With the last beasts gone, Yifeng loudly announces that the C-Class Dark Swamp has officially been cleared. The force heads back with the high-grade spoils, and they soon learn North City pulled off a major win by clearing 10 C-Class zones and more than 20 D-Class zones with only light losses. Back at the Star Alliance mercenary group, Lin Tian's life watch lights up to confirm the mission is complete and the rewards have been distributed. The reward turns out to be generous on its own, and Lin Tian notes that the platinum-grade magical crystal must really have been Yifeng's personal extra gift. Just as Lin Tian is about to leave, Yifeng stops him to ask about his plans for Hex City University. Lin Tian admits he plans to leave in a few days after squeezing out a bit more training time in North City. Yifeng seriously toys with an absurd idea and wonders if the whole mercenary group should send Lin Tian off to Hex City in style. Knowing Yifeng might actually do it, Lin Tian hurriedly backs off and refuses the idea before it gets out of hand. After talking it through, Yifeng settles on a simpler answer and decides to escort Lin Tian personally instead. Before they part, Bai Linyu throws Lin Tian a stubborn promise that even if he saved her, she still plans to defeat him someday. Her sudden declaration leaves Lin Tian baffled, especially since he is not even sure when they would meet again. A few days later, after farming more evolution points and enjoying Yifeng's unusually attentive hospitality, Lin Tian finally decides it is time to leave North City. Yifeng sends him off in good spirits, promising there will be plenty of chances to return to North City later. The two of them board a plane and set off for Hex City base. When they arrive on Hex City's business street, both of them are momentarily dazzled by how massive and prosperous the city is. Lin Tian is especially surprised to find shops openly selling magical crystals, something his old base never had. Yifeng explains that crystals can be bought with credits here, but the prices are brutal enough that exchanging points is still the better deal. The more they explore, the clearer it gets that Hex City is on a different scale, with specialized halls, rare treasure venues, and major association branches everywhere. Even after an hour of walking, they realize they have covered less than a quarter of the city, which makes Green Mountain Base feel tiny by comparison. Yifeng points out that even Star Alliance has 2 branches here, a reminder that this city runs at a much higher level than the one he leads back home. By the end of the day, they still have not seen everything, and Hex City leaves Lin Tian with one clear impression: it is simply enormous. After their meal, they meet the recruitment teacher Lao Gui, who has already been waiting for Lin Tian in Hex City. One look at Lao Gui is enough to make Yifeng tense up, because this sloppy old teacher feels like a mountain he cannot measure at all. Lin Tian tells Yifeng to head back first, and says his goodbyes before following Lao Gui alone. Lao Gui leads Lin Tian to Hex City University, where the huge gate and its strange energy stop him in his tracks. Lin Tian senses that the gate is made from extremely high-quality magical crystal, and Lao Gui reveals the real twist: it was forged from a transcendent-level magical beast's crystal. That one detail is enough to make Lin Tian realize Hex City University's background is far deeper than he imagined. Lao Gui takes Lin Tian inside and offers to bring him to the dormitory first. The moment Lin Tian steps onto campus, an ancient aura washes over him and a faint unseen force seems to tug at him from somewhere deeper inside. Lao Gui keeps talking without noticing anything strange and casually mentions that official enrollment starts tomorrow with an entrance test first. That snaps Lin Tian out of his daze, and he turns to Lao Gui with fresh curiosity at the unexpected mention of an entrance test. Lao Gui brings Lin Tian into Hex City University, and the sheer scale of the place hits him immediately. As they pass rows of student associations, Lin Tian pauses at odd names like the Power Association and realizes the school has an entire ecosystem he has never seen before. Lao Gui explains that most of these associations started as student groups but now work more like mercenary organizations that take missions for rewards. Walking deeper into campus, Lin Tian sees training fields, multiple districts, and even hears that one field has 10 underground floors with different environments, making the university feel bigger than a whole base city. Then the campus calm breaks when a giant dragon blasts into the sky, warping space around its body until the daylight turns dark and ominous. 2 young men launch after the beast from a circular formation, and Lao Gui shouts at Cho Wen-lu for releasing a divine magical beast in the first place. Caught red-handed, Cho Wen-lu sheepishly says Xing'an wanted to study the beast and promises they will catch it right away before hurrying off. Lao Gui fumes but can only let them go, because stopping to lecture them matters less than making sure the divine beast does not escape. Lin Tian is shaken when he realizes those students are probably platinum-level armored envoys casually using a divine platinum-grade beast for research. Remembering that Green Mountain Base nearly fell to a platinum-grade molten dragon, Lin Tian suddenly feels how terrifying Hex City University's true strength must be. Lao Gui laughs off Lin Tian's shock and says this academy studies magical beasts at the root, so seeing dangerous creatures around campus is normal here. When Lao Gui adds that the university can even lose 1 or 2 legendary beasts now and then, Lin Tian can only stare at the absurd gap between this place and everything he knew before. They finally reach the freshman dorm district, where passing students greet Lao Gui with real respect and make Lin Tian even more curious about who this old man really is. At Building 3, Lao Gui mentions the dragon-chasing pair are upperclassmen and not the kind of students freshmen usually see around the dorms. He goes on to describe the twin elites Mao Mingyi and Mao Minghui, whose powerful family backed them into contracting multiple high-grade beasts and preparing to challenge divine-grade contracts. That last reveal lands hard, and Lin Tian feels his own top scorer pride shrink in front of the monsters this university treats as normal. Seeing Lin Tian's spirits dip, Lao Gui tells him not to be discouraged and promises that if anything happens, no one in the university will dare bully him. After a few more words, Lin Tian steadies himself, thanks Lao Gui, and is left alone to start his new life in the dorm. Inside the room, Lin Tian picks a bed and starts settling in before another freshman walks in and recognizes him on sight. The newcomer introduces himself as Li Jia from Hongyuan Base, and his easy friendliness makes the first roommate meeting go smoothly. After chatting for a bit, Li Jia heads out, leaving his luggage by his chosen bed while Lin Tian keeps tidying up. The calm breaks when a new arrival grabs Li Jia's luggage, throws it aside, and casually declares that bed his own. Lin Tian warns him that someone already took that spot, but Wang Mo shrugs it off and says if the owner is not here, the bed is his now anyway. Wang Mo introduces himself like nothing happened, and Lin Tian quietly sizes him up as another rich kid who came to play at dorm life. Rather than start a fight on day 1, Lin Tian leaves the issue there and waits for the entrance test the next day, still not knowing what the test will actually be. The next day, after saying goodbye to Yifeng, Lin Tian returns to a much busier campus packed with freshmen, upperclassmen, and recruitment booths. Following Lao Gui's instructions, Lin Tian heads to the library and finds around 200 new students already gathered inside. Zhang Wei immediately spots him and yells his name across the room, dragging the top scorer attention right back onto Lin Tian. As the whispers start, Lin Tian hurriedly pulls Zhang Wei aside, already regretting how impossible it is to stay low-key around him. Wang Shui joins them in an ice blue dress and teasingly greets Lin Tian as the top scorer, making the little reunion feel warm instead of awkward. The three catch up quickly and confirm that their old exam team has now split across different universities, just before the entrance test officially begins. Teachers and student helpers carry in 10 huge glossy black stones, and the room's mood shifts from chatter to serious anticipation. One teacher welcomes the freshmen and opens with a bigger question. Do they actually understand what kind of armored envoys they are becoming? He explains that armored envoys are not one uniform path at all, because some specialize in brute strength, others in speed, defense, control, or support. To prove it, the teacher places a hand on one stone, and a fierce red light erupts with a roaring phantom to show he is a strength-type envoy. He says the point of this test is to sort students into matching faculties, where they will train around the strengths and weaknesses of their own type. Once the testing starts, freshmen step forward one by one, light rises from the stones, and teachers happily pull each new recruit into their faculty lines. A small complication appears when one student triggers both ice blue agility and white control, forcing the teachers to explain that mixed types can now be placed into a new hybrid faculty if needed. The testing keeps moving smoothly after that, and Lin Tian finally steps up for his own turn. The moment Lin Tian touches the stone, a beast's roar rips through the hall, cracks race over the black surface, and 3 dazzling beams explode into the sky at once. As the triple light stirs the clouds and the test stone looks ready to shatter, even Lin Tian can only stare and wonder what anyone is supposed to do with a result like this. Lin Tian's test suddenly goes wrong when red, white, and blue power flare together and blast across every test stone. The cracked stone erupts with roaring magical beast phantoms, and even the teachers freeze because nobody has seen this in the entrance exam before. 3 control-type teachers finally join forces and spend 10 minutes forcing the test field back under control. Once the danger passes, the teachers pull Lin Tian aside alone, and the whole crowd starts buzzing that the top scorer might really have 3 different powers. The scene turns into a scramble as teachers from different faculties crowd around Lin Tian and openly try to recruit him. Lin Tian hesitates because each of his 3 beasts points to a different path: Mandala Flower for control, Elemental Queen for strength, and Xiao Hui for agility. Instead of pushing him, Lin Tian feels his 3 beasts quietly support whatever choice he wants to make. After several long minutes, Lin Tian makes his choice and tells the teachers he wants the agility faculty. His decision comes from Xiao Hui, the silver wolf who stayed beside him through every bitter year before he had anything else. Lin Tian remembers that he named the wolf Xiao Hui because he wanted them to become a light people could not ignore, and that promise still matters to him now. The teachers keep arguing that his control or strength talent looks better, but Lin Tian calmly repeats the same answer. With the image of Xiao Hui seeming to stand beside him, Lin Tian's quiet resolve finally makes the teachers back off. The entrance test wraps up, but before the freshmen can head to the opening ceremony, a group of older students suddenly blocks their way. The seniors even summon magical beasts, including a huge gold grade one, and the pressure is so heavy that the freshmen barely dare to breathe. Then the troublemaker steps out, Zhou Xingyang, a black-vested senior who loudly declares he came to beat up the so-called top scorer Lin Tian. He pulls off his necklace, wraps it around his hand like he is ready to brawl, and warns everyone else to move unless they want a beating too. The freshmen quickly give him room, and even though Zhang Wei is ready to jump in, Lin Tian stops him and walks out himself. Lin Tian answers the threat head-on and mocks Zhou Xingyang back, making it clear he will not bow to a bully. Zhou Xingyang laughs at him and says Lin Tian should have run instead of walking out to die. Just as Lin Tian is about to answer with force, Bai Linyu steps in front of him and cuts Zhou Xingyang down with a colder voice than his. Lin Tian is caught off guard when he realizes the girl who once spoke strangely to him was Bai Linyu all along, and she also enrolled here. Zhou Xingyang recognizes Bai Linyu too, shows a flicker of caution, and then sneers that she is only the Bai family's second niece. He digs deeper by dragging in Bai Linyu's famous elder brother, and that instantly darkens her expression. As the freshmen whisper, Lin Tian learns this is not just a campus grudge but a clash between the Bai group and the Zhou family, 2 powerful supplier families tied to armored envoy business. Hearing the family names, Lin Tian quickly connects the dots and realizes Zhou Xingyang's hostility is tied to the same Zhou family behind Zhou Hao. Bai Linyu fires back by warning that if the Zhou family keeps pushing, it may lose its supplier seat with the Armored Envoy Association. Zhou Xingyang only laughs harder and says the Bai family is no longer strong enough to crush the Zhou family like before. He presses the advantage and claims the Zhou family now holds something the Bai family does not, so the old balance of power has already changed. Bai Linyu hates hearing it, because deep down she knows the Bai group really is struggling with both new energy pressure and internal trouble. Having made his point, Zhou Xingyang turns past Bai Linyu and mocks Lin Tian for hiding behind a woman. Lin Tian does not take the bait right away, and his silence makes the next line land even harder. Then Lin Tian casually asks whether Zhou Hao was the one who got carried out on a stretcher after the college entrance exam. That one sentence makes the freshmen remember the combat exam and piece together that Zhou Hao is Zhou Xingyang's cousin, so this whole ambush is revenge. The crowd may understand the reason, but it does nothing to cool Zhou Xingyang down. Enraged, Zhou Xingyang's eyes go bloodshot, and he lunges forward with a punch aimed straight at Lin Tian. But just before the hit lands, another hand clamps down on Zhou Xingyang's wrist and stops the punch cold. A senior steps in with fake calm and tells everyone to settle it at the training ground, but his real tone is pure contempt for the freshman. That insult lands hard, and the freshmen who wanted to watch Lin Tian get targeted suddenly get dragged into the fight themselves. The seniors keep provoking them, and both sides surge toward the stadium in a loud, messy wave. When the crowd clears, only Lin Tian, Bai Lin Yu, and Zhou Xingyang remain in front of the library, and the real tension finally shows. Zhou Xingyang answers Lin Tian's stare with a throat-slitting gesture, making it clear this was never just a school prank. Lin Tian calmly exposes the scheme. The seniors wanted to crush the freshman's spirit, and Zhou Xingyang planned to use the chaos to get revenge and make Lin Tian take the blame. Zhou Xingyang just laughs, because now that everyone has been pushed into this, he thinks Lin Tian has no way out. Lin Tian only leaves him with one quiet question, "What if you lose?" and walks toward the stadium with Zhang Wei. Left behind alone, Zhou Xingyang glares at Lin Tian's back and swears to torture him once the fight starts. At the stadium, 200 seniors line up against 244 freshmen, with Lin Tian and Zhou Xingyang standing at the front of their sides. Lin Tian sees how strong many of the seniors are, but he steps forward anyway and tells the freshmen they absolutely cannot lose if the seniors want to humiliate them. With the mood turning serious, Zhou Xingyang sneers and asks Lin Tian how he wants to play. Lin Tian answers without blinking and opens with an outrageous bet, demanding a huge pile of platinum and gold-grade magical crystals if the freshmen win. Even the confident seniors balk at that price, because Lin Tian is asking for resources that are genuinely hard to get. Zhou Xingyang rejects the crystal demand and counters with purple gold stones, silver moon stones, academy points, and a black ore he flicks straight to Lin Tian. Lin Tian studies the black ore in his palm, and an alarmed senior blurts out that it is a core material for many weapons. Then Lin Tian's system pops up and reveals that one black ore is worth 200 evolution points, and the number nearly shocks him stiff. He wants that ore badly, but Lin Tian reins himself in and throws it back instead of exposing how valuable it is to him. The final bet is set. If the seniors lose, they owe 3 black ores, 20 attribute stones, several black gold materials, and 5,000 academy points. With teams forming, Lin Tian immediately picks Zhang Wei and Wang Shui because they already know how to fight together. Bai Lin Yu joins them next, leaving one final slot open on Lin Tian's side. That last spot goes to Wang Mo, who strolls over with rich kid swagger and offers to handle support. Lin Tian still dislikes Wang Mo over the dorm mess, but with no better option left, he accepts him into the team. As both sides finish organizing, magical beast tattoos flare across the arena and the whole hall erupts with roars. Inside the giant training hall, Stellar Wolf appears at Lin Tian's side and fixes a wary stare on Zhou Xingyang. Zhou Xingyang strokes his own giant summon, an 18-meter thunder white tiger, and looks at Lin Tian like the result is already decided. Lin Tian wastes no time and orders Stellar Wolf to fire a Wolf King bomb the moment the fight begins. The arena explodes into chaos as hundreds of magical beasts trade blasts, collide in midair, and tear across the ground. Amid that first exchange, Lin Tian drives straight for Zhou Xingyang while the rest of both sides surge after him. Zhou Xingyang unleashes furious thunder, and the thunder white tiger turns into a white lightning bolt charging straight at Stellar Wolf. Zhang Wei tries to intercept on Green Rock Bear, but an unnamed senior bruiser rushes in and physically knocks that defense offline. Stellar Wolf and the thunder white tiger finally clash head-on, with thunder crashing into starlight. The tiger follows with a lethal lightning strike, but Stellar Wolf's Star Moon armor flares up and blocks the worst of it. All around them, the full melee escalates into layered elemental attacks, and the training hall floor starts getting blown apart. The first giant exchange peaks in a massive central energy sphere that forces both Lin Tian's side and Zhou Xingyang's side to pull back. When that sphere detonates, the explosion gouges a huge hole in the arena and sends a terrifying shockwave in every direction. As the smoke rises, students on both sides answer by activating armor transformation and stepping back out through the blast haze. Zhou Xingyang appears in front of Lin Tian again and arrogantly beckons him forward like he wants a personal execution. Lin Tian notices the seniors around Zhou Xingyang are standing in careful positions, and that detail immediately puts him on alert. Zhang Wei gets fed up with Zhou Xingyang's smugness and is ready to hit back immediately. The freshmen strike first in a rush, but the seniors instantly drop the loose brawl act and snap back into their original teams. One freshman even mocks the seniors for looking scattered, completely missing that the formation is deliberate. The freshmen's first barrage slams into the front line, but those seniors brace in horse stance and coat themselves in compact earth armor. Green support light immediately pours onto those defenders, and the seniors' formation starts showing real teamwork. Then the counterattack comes from the flanks, as fast senior attackers burst out on both sides and flood the freshmen with blades and cannons. Lin Tian answers by calling Xiaohua's branching route, while Zhang Wei plants himself in front like a wall. Earth armor climbs over Zhang Wei and the ground rises with him until he becomes a towering 20-meter barrier for the freshmen. Mandala Flower spreads a web of vines beside him, and together they barely stop the rain of attacks from breaking the freshmen outright. But the seniors are still only warming up, and even with that defense, the freshmen start getting driven back across the hall. From deeper in the senior ranks, support voices call out more protections, and the ground itself starts shaking under chain follow-up skills. Vines, stone pillars, and giant waves erupt inside the freshman formation, blowing it apart before the next bombardment can land. Watching all of it, Lin Tian finally understands the real problem. The seniors are not fighting like a mob at all. They are moving like trained soldiers with assigned roles. Lin Tian spots the seniors changing tactics just as their front line opens and a new wave of casters steps out. The seniors unleash layered ice, wind, vines, rocks, and flames at once, turning the field into a freezing obstacle course. The freshmen are thrown into chaos, shivering under the cold and struggling to react to the seniors' disciplined assault. One freshman charges out with a gale blade, and the others follow his lead in a messy counterattack. The seniors were waiting for that, and their earth-armored front line slams into the freshmen hard enough to send them flying. Before those freshmen can recover, vines burst up and bind dozens of them in place. Then the seniors reveal their finisher as a giant nine-tailed fox phantom rises over the arena and aims all 9 tails at the freshmen. The cannon detonates across the field in one brutal sweep, cracking the ground and swallowing many freshmen in a blinding blast. At the last second, Lin Tian throws out Star Moon blades, and a golden support light shields him, Wang Shui, Zhang Wei, and the nearby freshmen before the blast swallows the field. Watching the dust cloud, the seniors relax and start mocking the freshmen and Lin Tian as if the fight is already over. But when the smoke clears, Lin Tian and the freshmen are still standing at the front, completely wrecking the seniors' confidence. Lin Tian openly admits the seniors' formation is strong, but he also sees that the freshmen still have the guts to keep fighting. Even the freshmen who were tied down by vines a moment ago step back out, injured but refusing to stay down. The freshmen admit the seniors are stronger, then say it plainly anyway. This time, they still want to win. Lin Tian gives the order to move, and the whole freshman side finally rallies behind a single push. Zhang Wei answers first, leading the defense faculty straight into the seniors to prove the freshmen's resolve. The two front lines collide again, but this time the freshmen meet the hit head-on instead of getting blown apart. With the silver wolf phantom roaring behind him, Lin Tian takes the front and starts assigning every faculty a job. Support buffs the team, agility follows Lin Tian, strength waits to punish breakthroughs, and control prepares timely lockdowns. Because Lin Tian just saved them, the freshmen accept his command without arguing and finally stop fighting like loose sand. Zhou Jingyang sees the freshmen organize and coldly tells the seniors to crush these overconfident newbies. When the seniors rush again in Chapter 130, the reorganized freshmen actually hold the line and start pushing back. The defense faculty still gets driven back a few steps, but for the first time they can barely block the seniors' power. That tiny success shocks the freshmen, because a moment ago they could not even survive the seniors' first hit. Lin Tian uses the opening to flank with Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade instead of staying trapped in the frontal collision. A familiar golden light wraps around Lin Tian again, and he realizes Wang Mo is quietly backing him up with rare light support. Lin Tian thanks him anyway, setting aside their dorm grudge because they need each other in this fight. On Lin Tian's signal, the agility faculty crashes into the seniors with overlapping beams, blades, and small explosions. Using Wolf Shadow mobility, Lin Tian keeps blinking through the battlefield and catches the senior speed team off guard. Then a green light flares behind Lin Tian as Mandala Flower spreads a forest of branching vines across the whole combat zone. The seniors are stunned that a freshman this fast is also packing a pure control beast strong enough to disrupt their whole formation. Wang Shui immediately follows with Frost Snow World, freezing the ground and even coating the mandala vines in ice. The seniors think Wang Shui just froze her own side by mistake, so several of them rush in to smash the iced vines. That is exactly the trap, because Bailinyu dives in with Gale's sword feather and blasts frozen shards all over the seniors' bodies. The icy shards cling to the seniors' armor, and with the vines still grabbing at them, the whole speed team starts freezing in place. One senior finally realizes too late that Lin Tian's side baited them into the freeze combo on purpose. Elsewhere on the field, another freshman team fires a blinding support burst while Lin Tian keeps the whole battlefield in mind instead of only his own lane. For the first time, the freshmen across the training ground can actually contest the seniors instead of getting steamrolled. That sight only makes Zhou Jingyang angrier, because the freshmen he looked down on are suddenly smiling back at the seniors. On Lin Tian's side, the trap senior speed fighters are in real trouble, and one of them reaches for the black box at his waist. Another senior hesitates for a split second and tries to stop him, which tells Lin Tian the fight is about to change again. Then the seniors throw caution aside, summon their second magical beasts, activate illusory armor skills, and charge as if they finally decided to go all out. The clash on the training ground suddenly stops looking like a school scuffle as seniors and freshmen unleash full-power beast attacks and blast the whole field apart. Every loose formation gets torn apart in the chaos, and before long not a single student is left untouched. Lin Tian's side manages to regroup, and even Zhang Wei gets shoved back into their cluster while Zhou Jingyang ends up stranded far across the wrecked field. The moment Lin Tian and Zhou Jingyang lock eyes, both of them decide the real fight is each other. They charge straight through the crowd, and their two teams rush with them to force open a path. Lin Tian cuts through the traffic with Star Moon Blade and Wolf King Bomb, blasting aside anyone unlucky enough to stand between him and Zhou Xingyang. When two seniors jump into Lin Tian's path, Jiang Wei slams in to stop them, and Bai Lin Yu, Wang Shui, and Wang Mo stay behind to cover Lin Tian's push. Zhou Xingyang answers by kicking fighters out of his way, roaring through the chaos while his own side clears a lane for him. At last the two of them meet in the middle and trade brutal punches that burst with enough force to shake the air around them. They barely separate before both of them point-blank fire their strongest cannons, even though the blast could cripple them both. The collision hollows out the ground in an instant and throws both fighters backward with their illusory armor nearly blown apart. Lin Tian recovers first as starlight gathers around him, his armor knits back together, and moon patterns light up to pour more power into his body. The freshmen catch on immediately and throw themselves around Lin Tian to hold the seniors back while he prepares something bigger. Lin Tian starts summoning the Elemental Queen, and the whole arena reacts as torn space, rising flames, and phantom three-colored wings lift him off the ground. Zhou Xingyang tries to summon his own second magical beast, but Lin Tian's pressure hits first and locks him in place as his armor starts to crack. Before either side can push further, a man tears into space and coldly declares that this farce is over. With one casual glance and one raised hand, the deputy director wipes out Lin Tian's summoning, strips every student's armor, and forces all the magical beasts back into their tattoos. Only when Zhou Xingyang blurts out that this is the deputy director do the others fully grasp why the whole battlefield has gone dead silent. The deputy director orders everyone to disperse, and even the seniors who started this mess instantly act like terrified children in front of him. Instead of leaving, Lin Tian steps forward and boldly asks the deputy director who actually won the fight. The deputy director confirms Lin Tian is a freshman, then calmly rules that the freshmen are the winners. Lin Tian immediately turns that ruling into pressure on Zhou Xingyang and asks, right in front of the deputy director, whether the senior still plans to honor the bet. Zhou Xingyang clearly wants to wriggle out of it, but the deputy director's gaze pins him down before he can try. Grinding his teeth, Zhou Xingyang finally hands over the black ore and promises the rest of the payment and academic points within a few days. The deputy director even backs Lin Tian up, saying he will personally make sure Zhou Xingyang does not go back on his word. With no room left to argue, the seniors can only leave after getting beaten and forced to pay up. Lin Tian still makes sure to bow and thank the deputy director before the man leaves. The deputy director warns that this kind of thing must not happen again, then opens space and disappears as abruptly as he came. Only after he is gone does Lin Tian admit to himself how risky that was, because he had just borrowed a terrifying man's authority to force the payout. Then his friends pile in at once, half amazed and half horrified that he dared talk back and bargain in front of the deputy director. As the other freshmen crowd around in excitement, the scale of it sinks in. Lin Tian's group has just helped create the first freshman victory over seniors in the university's history. After the freshmen won their bet with the older students, everyone crowded around Lin Tian and openly admitted he had carried the whole thing. Lin Tian only took the share everyone agreed he deserved, 1.5 black ore, 3 attribute stones, and 1 kilogram of black gold. Back on his own, Lin Tian exchanged 1 full piece of black ore for 200 evolution points and added the other ores for a total of 300, leaving the remaining half piece unspent. He kept the 3 attribute stones for the Elemental Queen and also held onto the black gold in case either one proved useful later. With the team split up and his name already spreading across the university, Lin Tian finally headed back to his dorm. The moment he reached the dorm door, he heard Wang Mo and a new roommate arguing over who should be dorm head. As soon as Lin Tian stepped in, the room went quiet because the new guy recognized him instantly. The newcomer introduced himself as Zhou Yi, a carefree powerhouse with a huge build and an easy smile. Lin Tian jokingly asked if Zhou Yi came from the Imperial City's Zhou family, and Zhou Yi laughed it off. Zhou Yi explained that he was from Celeste City and his family had money too, which was why Wang Mo's attempted bribery had failed. Hearing that, Lin Tian looked at Wang Mo differently, because Wang Mo had also helped a lot in the freshman battle. Their old tension cracked further when Lin Tian joked that Wang Mo should have bribed him too, and Wang Mo shot back that a top scorer did not need the money. Even with the mood fixed, the dorm head argument still needed a real answer, so Lin Tian proposed settling it with a competition. Wang Mo accepted immediately and boldly declared that if either of them could block his first move, he would quit the race himself. Lin Tian found that confidence strange, because Wang Mo belonged to the support faculty, and did not look like someone who should talk this big. Zhou Yi still agreed without hesitation, just as confident in his own toughness. Then Wang Mo's beast tattoo lit up, rainbow light wrapped around him, and Lin Tian and Zhou Yi met his strange 7-colored gaze. Lin Tian instantly recognized the source and was stunned that Wang Mo had a legendary low-silver rainbow unicorn. The reveal hit even harder because rainbow unicorns were famous as absurdly rare top-tier light beasts that almost nobody in the country could capture. Wang Mo quietly launched Dazzling Illusion, and 7-colored light flooded the entire dorm in an instant. For a split second Lin Tian felt himself slipping into a dizzy rainbow world too. But the system flared inside him and instantly stripped the psychic effect away before it could take hold. That made Lin Tian realize just how dangerous the rainbow unicorn was, because without the system he would have been caught like anyone else. The feeling even reminded him of the Sacred Association vice president's overwhelming presence, though he quickly decided that gap was probably too huge to compare. Joey was not so lucky, and when Lin Tian looked over, the big guy was clinging to a bed frame and crying inside the illusion. Wang Mo actually pulled out his phone to record the scene, but Lin Tian reached over and stopped him on the spot. Wang Mo turned and froze, because Lin Tian was standing there perfectly clear-headed and completely unaffected. He could barely believe it, since his rainbow unicorn's illusion had worked even on other silver-level armored envoys before. With no way to deny what happened, Wang Mo let the 7-colored light withdraw and ended the illusion. As the dorm snapped back to normal, Joey came to his senses and realized he had just been hugging the bed and crying. Wang Mo admitted defeat outright, because failing to drag Lin Tian into the illusion meant his challenge had already failed. Joey asked what had happened, and when the other two confirmed it was an illusion, the full danger of Wang Mo's move finally sank in. Just imagining that illusion in a real fight made Joey break into a cold sweat, because Wang Mo could have killed him before he even understood what was happening. What unsettled Joey even more was that Lin Tian had stood through the same illusion like nothing happened. Joey took the loss cleanly and admitted both roommates were monsters he should not mess with. So the dorm head contest ended with Lin Tian taking the top spot, Wang Mo second, and Joey third. Lin Tian immediately got cocky and joked that they should call him dad from now on. That earned him instant payback when Wang Mo and Joey grabbed him together and nearly slammed him into the wall. After all that, the dorm finally felt like a real shared room instead of a battlefield. Joey started sharing all the campus stories he had picked up after arriving early, and Lin Tian and Wang Mo listened with real interest. One detail grabbed them immediately. Hex City University had its own gravity training room. Joey explained that it could only reach 5 times gravity, but even that was enough to toughen both armored envoys and their magical beasts. That was a new idea for Lin Tian, because his home base had nothing like it and the university's training system suddenly felt much more specialized. The mention of gravity also pulled up a sharp memory of the bee-stinger crocodile's terrifying 100 times gravity in the dark swamp. By then Lin Tian was already making plans to see the gravity room for himself. A while later Wang Mo checked the time and suggested they go out for dinner, since Hex City Base was famous for good food. Joey cut in with a better idea. The university cafeteria had dishes specially made for armored envoys. That was enough to change the plan instantly, and the 3 roommates headed straight for the first cafeteria. At the cafeteria area, Lin Tian noticed another stream of young students heading toward a separate building with a much heavier atmosphere. Those students looked only a few years older, but their solemn faces, murderous aura, and faint smell of blood made them feel completely different. Wang Mo was curious about the place called Green Square Cafeteria, but Joey stopped him before he wandered over. Joey explained that Green Square Cafeteria was only for elite students, and the minimum requirement to enter was being a platinum-level armored envoy. Lin Tian and the others ignored the elite Green Square Cafeteria for now and head to the ordinary first cafeteria instead. The menu stops Lin Tian cold because the cafeteria is serving magical beasts like Frost Goshawk and Black Rock Bull as food. Even though the ingredients look bizarre to him, Lin Tian accepts that if the school serves them, they must be edible. When the dishes arrive, the table fills with bright fragrant beast cuisine, and the group digs in without holding back. The first bite sends warmth through Lin Tian's whole body, and even the magical beast tattoo on him lights up as if it recognizes the energy. Another mouthful leaves him feeling refreshed, and Lin Tian realizes these meals are far more than ordinary cafeteria food. After eating their fill, the freshmen wander around campus for a while before heading back to the dorm to wash up and rest. The next morning, Lin Tian heads for the agility faculty, the innermost faculty and the hardest one for dorm students to reach. The school has turned the route itself into training, so Lin Tian has to push through multiple design barriers just to get there. At the agility faculty building, a sudden blast of wind and a red-lit entrance nearly throws him back out the moment he steps inside. He fights his way through the entrance challenge and finally reaches the second-floor classroom, already a little worn out. The moment Lin Tian appears, his classmates buzz around him because yesterday's fight has already made him the standout freshman. Lin Tian can only stand there helplessly while everyone talks about him instead of giving him any chance to answer. The bell saves him, and Lin Tian slips into a seat in the back row as class begins. A stern middle-aged teacher in black-rimmed glasses steps onto the podium and introduces himself as Li Shuren. Li Shuren says he teaches basic knowledge of the armored envoy, and even without exams or practicals, missing too many classes will still cost students hard-earned credits. He makes it clear that compulsory credits decide whether students can stay enrolled, so nobody in the room can take class attendance lightly. He adds that elective credits control everyday treatment too, from training rooms to rewards, so doing badly can make life at Hex City University miserable. Once the warning phase is over, Lin Tian realizes Li Shuren is harsh but actually a very capable teacher. Li Shuren begins the real lesson by reducing the agility faculty's path to one core idea: fast attacks. He breaks agility attacks into two branches, speed type and energy type, and frames both around overwhelming quickness. Li Shuren hammers in the point that for agility-type armored envoys, speed is the weapon that decides everything. Lin Tian compares the lecture to his own strengths and quietly feels that his speed, energy gathering, and attack output all fit this path well. At the same time, he absorbs the warning that agility users usually lose out to strength types and raw energy intensity, and have to win through faster build-up instead. The full 90 minutes fly by, and for the first time Lin Tian finishes a theory class feeling like he still wants more. Because the textbook only scratches the surface, Lin Tian suddenly locks onto the best next step, the university library. He hurries straight there, and the huge library makes him feel tiny the moment he reaches it. Golden light from the glowing library sign washes over him and turns the harsh sunlight unexpectedly warm and gentle. From outside, Lin Tian counts 6 visible floors packed with books behind huge window walls. Then a sharp buzz pierces his ears, and for one dizzy instant a translucent 7th floor appears above the roof. When the dizziness passes, the phantom floor is gone, but Lin Tian can no longer shake the feeling that he saw something real. He enters anyway, and the interior greets him with an ancient calm that feels completely different from the disturbance outside. He takes the elevator toward the 6th floor, but he keeps touching his ears and thinking about that hidden 7th floor. Elemental Queen senses spatial fluctuations and urgently warns him, confirming to Lin Tian that the hidden floor is real. As the elevator rises, the pull grows stronger, and this time Lin Tian realizes the hidden floor itself is summoning him. The elevator suddenly jolts, the lights flicker out, and Lin Tian is thrown into a pitch-black warped space. When the light returns, the elevator is gone and Lin Tian is left floating in a black void by himself. He tries to summon Xiaohui, Xiaohua, and Xiaoling, but the void swallows his voice and gives him nothing back. Then the elevator controls reappear in front of him, now with a blood-red 7th floor button stained like it should never have been pressed. Trusting that the answer lies ahead, Lin Tian reaches out and presses the forbidden 7th floor button. The whole space spins around him, and a glowing door finally opens as the strange ride comes to an end. Lin Tian pushes through the door and steps into a dim corridor hidden on the library's 7th floor. The place is rotten and wrong, the walls ooze blood, the air stinks, and magical beast bones are embedded all around him. He keeps moving until 2 old voices suddenly speak out, wondering why a little outsider has found this forgotten place. 2 withered elders rise from the darkness, so corpse-like that Lin Tian nearly mistakes them for bones until they move. The blind elder turns his empty sockets toward Lin Tian, and even without eyes, the scrutiny makes him feel seen straight through. Before Lin Tian can react, the legless elder appears in front of him, grabs his arm, and blurts out that he carries the bloodline of the wolf god. The pressure from the 2 hidden elders crushes Lin Tian so hard that he feels even more exposed than when he faced the deputy director. Lin Tian forces himself to stay polite, and tremblingly greets them as teachers instead of enemies. The blind elder orders his companion to let Lin Tian go, and flatly tells him this is not a place where he can stay. With a casual wave from the blind elder, the space around Lin Tian starts twisting again as he is sent away from the hidden 7th floor. Just as things go wrong on the hidden 7th floor, the beast tattoo on Lin Tian's back flares and a small figure bursts out from behind him. That tiny figure rapidly expands into the towering elemental queen, wrapped in a cheongsam woven from the 4 elements. Lin Tian instantly recognizes the queen of 5 realms, but this time he can also feel Xiaoling inside her, as if the 2 have merged into one body. The awakened queen raises a hand, and the elements around her turn violent as flames surge up and the whole floor starts to roast. At the same moment, a violent buzzing crashes out of the wall and drills into Lin Tian's head, as if something hidden there is dragging his mind toward it. Before the queen can strike, one of the mysterious old men casually raises a hand and blasts both Lin Tian and the elemental queen backward with absurd ease. The 2 mysterious elders stay completely unfazed, brushing Lin Tian and the queen off as nothing more than little brats. A white light opens behind Lin Tian and the elemental queen, swallowing them whole and wiping the 7th floor from sight. When Lin Tian comes to, he is suddenly back in front of the library on the 1st floor, disoriented and alone. His head throbs again, and when he looks back at the library, the top floor no longer matches his memory but has a tall, sloped cathedral-like ceiling. The timing only makes it stranger, because his phone says barely 10 minutes have passed and less than 2 of them were spent in the library. Lin Tian is still reeling when Joey spots him outside and asks why he is standing there looking so strange. Lin Tian asks if the top floor used to be flat, and Joey stares at him like he has suddenly lost his mind. To prove it, Joey pulls up an old photo on his phone, and even in the picture the library already has the same sloped ceiling. That makes Lin Tian wonder if Wang Mo's illusion from yesterday somehow warped his memory, even though it sounds ridiculous. Joey still has to make class, so he leaves Lin Tian there with one last worried glance. Lin Tian immediately messages Wang Mo about the illusion, but Wang Mo shoots the idea down and says if his trick lasted 2 days he would be unbeatable. With the illusion theory collapsing, Lin Tian finally checks the system panel and looks straight at the elemental queen's status. The answer hits him hard when the panel shows the elemental queen's sealed memory has risen to 10%, proving the hidden 7th floor was real. Now convinced the library is hiding something huge, Lin Tian moves to go back, but his back tattoo lights up as Xiaoling desperately tries to stop him from inside. Inside the beast's space, Lin Tian finds Xiaoling trembling in fear, and she can only force out one fragment of memory, a blue-black halberd. Lin Tian drops the questioning for now, but that half-remembered halberd only makes him more certain the library's 7th floor is worth returning to someday. Before he can leave, a wave of excited students suddenly surges past him toward the library plaza and pushes him to the back. When Lin Tian squeezes through, he sees a line of stern middle-aged men in black combat suits, including the deputy director standing among them. The seniors whisper that the deans have been mobilized again because the Maritime Defense Line and the Sea Monster Empire have both been growing dangerously restless. Lin Tian reads the mood fast and realizes the whole university may already be facing a disaster big enough to drag even the deputy director out personally. Then the answer arrives all at once when the entire university lurches like an earthquake, nearly throwing everyone off their feet. Huge cracks race through the campus from the front gate toward the library, and nearby buildings begin to tilt and sink as the ground tears open. Even the battle-hardened seniors are stunned, because this is not a monster attack at the walls but a catastrophe happening right inside the school. The weather turns wrong next, as a pitch-black storm covers only Hex City University while the rest of the city beyond stays bright. An ear-splitting hum follows, and Lin Tian looks up just in time to see the sky distort and a huge spatial tear begin to open. That crack keeps widening until it stretches for kilometers, turning into a monstrous black opening over the whole campus. As the rift grows, the deputy director rises into the air and the other deans unleash beams of light to illuminate the darkened university. The deputy director answers the threat by summoning the phantom of a magical beast so huge it blots out the sky before condensing into power in his hand. Then something inside the rift moves closer, and a gigantic eyeball emerges from the darkness to stare back at the university. Lin Tian is horrified, because if one eye is already this large, the real body behind it could be far beyond anything he has ever seen. The eye contracts like a camera lens, locks onto the deputy director, and coldly dismisses everyone below as mere ants. That single voice detonates across the sky like thunder and collapses buildings under the pressure alone. Something like a giant hand starts pushing out of the rift, and an invisible strike slams straight into the deputy director. He swings his energy sword to meet it, but the attack shatters the blade on contact and hurls him backward, coughing blood. Wounded and losing momentum, the deputy director still roars one desperate plea for Black Turtle to protect Hex City University. His call is answered when green light erupts from the cracked campus, and the whole university begins to move like something enormous is waking beneath it. The whole Hex City University suddenly lurches upward, and green light washes over the campus as the cracked ground seals itself back together. Towering trees erupt around the university and blot out the light, but Lin Tian realizes the green glow is warm enough to heal the injuries he was carrying. As the campus climbs into the clouds, Lin Tian stares at buildings now so high they nearly scrape the sky. Then a massive black pillar rotates up from below, and Lin Tian slowly understands it is not a pillar at all, but a giant turtle's neck and head. When the turtle moves, the entire university turns with it, and Lin Tian is left thinking the whole school might really be built on its back. Lin Tian almost checks the monster's status out of sheer curiosity, but he remembers how dangerous that kind of probing is and forces himself to stop. The turtle finally speaks, asking who disturbed its sleep, and its voice hits like a mountain crashing into the earth. At the spatial rift, the huge hand pulls back and a terrifying eye meets the turtle's gaze, turning their stare down into an invisible clash of power. As the ground quakes from that collision, the deans rush back to the students and quickly confirm nobody has been hurt. The deans immediately order everyone into the library, warning that staying outside any longer is far too dangerous. Once the students are inside, a dean seals the library with closing doors and layer after layer of protective barriers. Just before the library seals completely, a dean throws a black box back into the battlefield like an emergency countermeasure. The library becomes a sealed bunker, and all the trapped students can do is feel the world shaking while the battle rages beyond the walls. Lin Tian strains his hearing to catch what is happening outside, but all he gets is a painful shriek of noise and the reminder that he is still too weak. Thinking back to the number 3 defense line and the stronger fighters he has now seen, Lin Tian makes a hard promise to grow strong enough to protect the people around him. Right as he steels himself, another brutal impact slams into the library and makes the whole structure shudder, as if it might break apart. After a long stretch of shaking and waiting, the turmoil finally dies down and the library doors begin to open again. Outside, the sky is clear again and the campus has dropped back to normal height, as if the impossible disaster never happened. The shaken upperclassmen start talking all at once, stunned that the university really sits on a turtle and terrified by the eye that faced it. When someone identifies that eye as the king of the Sea Monster Empire, Lin Tian realizes there is an even bigger world beyond what he already knows. That thought sends Lin Tian straight to a plan. If he wants answers about the Maritime Defense Line in the wider world, the school clubs are his best lead. Just before he leaves, Lin Tian's phone floods with worried messages from Zhou, Zhang Wei, Bai Linyu, and the others asking if he is safe. For a moment Lin Tian is quietly moved, because not long ago he never thought he would have friends who genuinely worried about him. He barely has time to reply before Zhou, Zhang Wei, and the others rush over in person after getting released early from class. Since they are all together now, Lin Tian brings up joining a club as a team. Joey immediately warns him that clubs are troublesome, because every semester members have to clear enough missions or face expulsion and even point penalties. Lin Tian casually dangles a rumor that the Strength Enthusiasts Club gives 5 free gravity training sessions, and that bait lands exactly where he wanted. As a training fanatic who already worries about spending future academy points on the gravity room, Joey instantly gets hooked. Joey grabs the group and drags them toward the club area before anyone else can object. But once they arrive, Lin Tian does not follow Joey to the Strength Club and keeps scanning the other booths instead. Joey comes back panting and furious after learning the free gravity sessions were a complete lie. Lin Tian openly admits he made the story up just to haul Joey over here, and Joey can only grind his teeth and accept that he got played. Since they are already at the fair, the group starts looking seriously at the clubs and stops at the unusually empty Armored Envoy Association booth. The senior running that booth barely bothers to move, greeting them lazily from a rocking chair and telling them to look around. The brochure explains why the booth is so empty. Just qualifying already demands a legendary grade beast and silver rank armored envoy strength. Lin Tian quickly sees the appeal too, because even as a university branch, this association is tied to one of the country's biggest forces and could become a real launch point after graduation. Before Lin Tian can even ask the others, Joey blurts out that he is in, mostly because this club skips the annoying semester mission assessment. Zhang Wei is fine with it too, because what matters most to them now is getting missions and academy points for the university's expensive resources. Lin Tian checks with Bai Lingyu and Wang Shui, and even though both girls have been unusually quiet lately, they still agreed to join this association with the group. With the team decided, Lin Tian picks up the application forms and starts the process for all of them on the spot. That easy confidence finally makes the lounging senior sit up, because these freshmen are acting far too casually for an organization this selective. After turning in their forms, Lin Tian and his group officially asked to start the Armored Envoy Association test. The senior hesitated for a moment, but their confidence changed his mind, so he led all 5 of them to the training ground instead of trying to talk them out of it. Lu Hao called in more members and introduced himself, making it clear this was a Real Association evaluation. A tall, thin senior girl looked the freshman over and clearly blamed Lu Hao for dragging everyone over for what she expected to be an easy formality. A haggard senior in a white shirt cut in and said they should wrap this up in 5 minutes because he still had a mission, making the association's arrogance painfully obvious. Lu Hao looked awkward, but Lin Tian's side stayed calm because they knew the seniors only had the right to be arrogant until the summons came out. The moment the 5 freshmen activated their magical beast tattoos, the noisy field fell silent. Wang Shui's glacier blood butterfly appeared first, and the air around her turned sharply colder. Zhang Wei answered with his giant ape, a brutal earth-armored beast burning with flame that made the seniors stop underestimating the team. Bai Lingyu and the rest of the team brought out equally powerful legendary-grade beasts, and the simple test instantly started feeling real. Then Lin Tian's summon made the entire training ground shake, and even the space around him started to distort. When a tiny human-shaped figure appeared on Lin Tian's shoulder, the seniors were stunned on the spot. The association members instantly understood how absurd this was, because a human-shaped magical beast should only come from an unbelievably high-level contract. The seniors gave up before the fight even started, half joking and half miserable as they admitted they could not beat Lin Tian's group. With a grin, Lin Tian asked if that meant they had passed, and Lu Hao could only agree. Lu Hao welcomed the 5 of them into the Armored Envoy Association and handed each of them a watch tied to association work and rewards. But Lu Hao added one real condition: before they could count as full members, they had to clear the association's assigned first mission. Lin Tian opened the watch and found a cleaning mission that looked easy at first glance: wipe out a group of sirens. The vague wording made Lin Tian more cautious, because the mission never even specified what level of sirens they would face. When he checked the location, Lin Tian finally saw the trap in it. The mission was at the sea defense line. Instead of backing off, Lin Tian guessed these sirens were the sea monsters the seniors always talked about, and the danger only made him more excited. Lu Hao admitted the cleanup mission itself was manageable, but the sea defense line made it a completely different level of trouble. Even the nearby association members reacted grimly to that location, confirming this first mission was meant to weed people out. Lin Tian still chose to go immediately, and the 5 freshmen left for the coast together. At the sea defense line, the endless blue sea finally opened up in front of them, and the scale of the coast immediately dwarfed anything they had seen before. Seeing the massive wall from up close, Lin Tian realized the sea defense line was on a completely different scale from the number 3 defense line. Joey explained that this coastal barrier stretched 10,000 kilometers, and the number hit Lin Tian like another shock wave. As they moved closer, the real battlefield came into view, a 300-meter wall, black gas rising beyond it, and armored envoys already fighting along the coast. Then Lin Tian got his first close look at the sirens, and what he saw was unsettling: fish-scaled humanoid beasts carrying real weapons. They were not just monsters with claws either, because these sirens fought smart, moved fast, and tried to drag armored envoys back into the water where they were even stronger. Joey recognized them from class and explained that even low-level sirens already had human shape and childlike intelligence, which made them far more dangerous than ordinary beasts. Before they could even settle in, Lin Tian saw a siren stab a nearby armored envoy through the chest and tried to drag him off. Lin Tian reacted instantly and fired a Star Moon blade, cutting the attacking siren apart before it could drag the wounded envoy into the sea. The wounded armored envoy thanked Lin Tian and warned the team that Hex City University students disappeared here every year, which only made the coast feel grimmer. After the man left, Lin Tian quietly admitted this place was even deadlier than he expected, and the layers of defenses made him suspect a bigger threat was hiding behind all of it. He pushed that thought aside and ordered the team to start clearing sirens so they could finish the mission as fast as possible. The 5 of them transformed into armored envoy combat forms and charged straight into the coastal battle. Lin Tian quickly learned why this mission was a test, because even in armored form his usual energy blades kept missing the sirens' slippery movements. Once Bai Lin Yu and the others pinned the sirens down, Lin Tian adjusted and started cutting them apart up close with his own speed. Just as Lin Tian was about to finish another siren with an energy cannon, a much larger silver-level siren burst out of the sea and drove a trident straight at him. On the beach, Lin Tian opened by hurling twin energy blades at a silver jade siren, but the monster instantly chased him with a trident and a disturbingly human grin. When Lin Tian checked its status, he realized this was no ordinary target, but an epic low-tier silver jade siren with intelligence far above the weaker ones. Lin Tian fired more energy cannons, and Wang Shue's group rushed in to help because the number of surrounding sirens was climbing fast and the whole area suddenly felt wrong. Bai Lin Yu warned that once this silver beast went down their mission would be done, so they needed to finish it and get out before the coast turned into a trap. The jade siren slammed its trident down and sent ground-breaking waves surging over Wang Shue's eyes straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's Wolf King bomb hit the waves and got swallowed instead of breaking through, proving the epic siren's water power was on another level. He quickly read the difference. Once a magical beast reached epic grade, even its normal energy attacks became stronger, so his stellar wolf firepower could not overpower hers head-on. Even so, Lin Tian stayed calm, rebuilt his energy blades, and let a green light flare behind his back as he prepared his next move. Then the real danger arrived as an enormous wave rose from the distance, and a 30-meter shadow brought crushing pressure that felt like a gold-level monster. The silver jade siren flashed a taunting smile, and Lin Tian instantly understood it had called in backup. Instead of backing off, Lin Tian answered with a full volley of Wolf King bombs and Star Moon blades and told Bai Lin Yu's team to leave the rest to him. A fresh explosion cut across the beach before the fight could settle, and a familiar enemy stepped in with a strange weapon in hand. Lin Tian immediately recognized Zhou Xingyang, but Zhou Xingyang was not here for him at all. He wanted the marked jade siren alive for bigger rewards. Zhou Xingyang coolly told Lin Tian to get lost if he wanted to live, and Lin Tian answered by attacking him on the spot. The beach turned into a 3-way melee as Lin Tian, Zhou Xingyang, and the jade siren all started fighting at once. When Lin Tian got blasted backward, his teammates thought he needed help, but he suddenly turned and ran, leaving everyone confused. Bai Lin Yu protested that they were only one magical beast away from finishing the mission, and Lin Tian answered with a knowing smile that he already had it covered. At that exact moment, the green light behind Lin Tian flared again and hidden vines shot through the ground straight into the jade siren's neck. The vines ripped out the magical crystal and dragged it underground, splashing the dying siren's blood across Zhou Xingyang's face before he could even react. Before Zhou Xingyang could process the trick, the real monster reached shore, a giant gold-level siren with icy blue flames and bloodshot eyes locked onto him. Only then did Zhou Xingyang realize Lin Tian had handed him the fury of the stronger siren on purpose. Lin Tian's group was already far away when the gold-level siren saw the silver one dead, threw back her head, and roared with blood tears pouring from her eyes. The grief instantly turned berserk, as the gold siren whipped up towering waves and nearly swept Zhou Xingyang away. Forced onto the defensive, Zhou Xingyang pulled out glowing red capture nets and threw them at the raging gold siren one after another. Watching from afar, Lin Tian recognized the red nets as something similar to Sacred Association gear, but he did not stop to investigate. Knowing the coast had become far too dangerous, the whole team hurried back to Hex City University before the gold-level chaos could catch up to them. Back at the university, Lao Gui stopped Lin Tian mid-return, sniffed around him, and immediately asked if he had provoked the sirens. When Lin Tian confirmed they had just come from the sea defense line, Lao Gui's alcohol aura pulled red silk-like gas out of Lin Tian's body. A burst of blood aura and black mist followed, and a strange mark surfaced on Lin Tian's body that had not been there before. Lao Gui explained that this was the Siren Clan's tracking curse, a blood-linked mark that would drive them to attack Lin Tian on sight anywhere in their territory. Lin Tian quickly connected the curse to the gold siren and realized this could turn into endless pursuit if he left it unresolved. Lao Gui gave him one blunt answer. The curse would disappear only after the siren that cast it was killed. That meant Lin Tian would eventually have to kill a gold-level siren, and the pressure of that future fight made him even more determined to power up fast. After that warning, Lin Tian's team turned in their completed mission and officially joined the Armored Envoy Association. Lu Hao congratulated them, handed over materials as new member benefits, and happily celebrated because recruiting Lin Tian's group had even earned him a promotion. Once they were in, association work started piling onto Lin Tian's group, from recruitment to odd jobs, but he took every point he could get because he badly needed more strength. Over the next 10 days, Lin Tian bounced between classes and missions with his teammates, and pushed their total haul up to 200 academic points. The numbers were wild because academic points were extremely hard to earn, so completing missions cleanly mattered far more than just killing beasts. Even Lu Hao was stunned when he counted their month of work and realized Lin Tian's team had cleared more than 50 missions and even organized an association event. Their pace was so outrageous that seniors who would need over a year to match it could only stare and praise them. 2 senior association members looked over the results with open admiration, and one of them even joked that Lin Tian might become the director soon. Lin Tian settles into a busy routine at the Armored Envoy Association without slacking off in class, and today he heads to a new course called Theory of Armored Weapons. He reaches the huge lecture hall and realizes this is a packed class with around 200 students, including Zhou Yi and Wang Emo. Wang Emo jokes that a class this big might have beauties in it, and Zhou Yi instantly shoots him down by bringing up Bai Lin Yu and Wang Shui. When Zhou Yi mutters that Bai Lin Yu and Wang Shui are obviously following Lin Tian, both clowns turn to him and leave him baffled. The bell rings just as they sit down, and their teacher rushes in to start the lecture. Su Min immediately draws attention because she looks young and elegant, yet she is already a platinum-level armored envoy and even a deputy director at association headquarters. She opens with the core rule of the lesson. Once an armored envoy reaches platinum rank, their magical beast can turn into a living weapon. To prove it, Su Min summons a dagger from light, and the weapon even has living eyes on it. Then she pulls out a black waste box, and Lin Tian instantly recognizes it as the same kind of equipment he has seen powerful armored envoys carry. From the box, Su Min takes out a black rod and reveals that it is a man-made armored weapon built to imitate a real armored weapon. She pours blue flames into the rod, turning it into a blazing dagger-like weapon, then slices a falling sheet of paper clean in half. Su Min explains that these artificial weapons are weaker than true beast-made ones, but humanity needs them because platinum envoys are far too rare to protect everyone alone. Her point is simple and grim. Bronze and silver envoys need man-made armored weapons so they can actually fight back instead of waiting to die against stronger beasts. When the class wonders why they rarely see these weapons in real battles, Su Min reveals the catch. The technology is still experimental and only the 5 great universities have a small supply. She adds another bottleneck too. The core stones for man-made armored weapons are hard to find, so development stays painfully slow. That explanation hits Lin Tian personally, because he suddenly understands how precious the half-piece of black ore he still owns really is. Su Min spends the rest of the lesson breaking down how man-made armored weapons are built, and the whole class listens hard because every piece matters. Near the end, she shifts to the next big choice and tells everyone their first forged piece has to match their own strengths. She lays out the roles clearly. Chest and head armor boost defense, back armor strengthens control, leg armor boosts speed, and weapons cover the rest. Hearing that, Lin Tian quietly decides leg armor fits him best because speed is his natural advantage. Su Min suddenly appears beside him and warns that leg armor is the hardest type to forge because it needs both extreme lightness and a difficult shape. Lin Tian still refuses to back off and tells her he would rather choose what truly suits him than waste materials on an easier but wrong path. His answer earns Su Min's approval, because even if the choice is risky, she respects that he picked the path that matches his own strengths. When the bell ends class, Su Min stops Lin Tian once more and tells him she hopes he will still stick to that choice when real forging begins in a few weeks. Lin Tian promises he will not give up on leg armor, and he leaves the room even more set on making it work. A few weeks pass, and Lin Tian's understanding of man-made armored weapons grows much deeper as he learns how different stones decide the entire forging process. He learns that black gold is the easiest material to get with academic points, but black ore is the true bottleneck because it serves as the core stone and is painfully hard to find. By the final theory class, Su Min announces that the easy part is over and the next session will move to the metalwork base for real forging practice. That announcement lights Lin Tian up, because after all the theory, he is itching to finally forge his own leg armor. When the new week arrives, Lin Tian, Zhou Yi, and the others head early to the metalwork base on the island in Hex City Lake. After the boat ride and a secret passage, the class arrives at a giant black box building that hides the metalwork base inside. The moment they step inside, the place opens into a bright industrial world packed with clean workshops, furnaces, tools, and training areas. At the center stands a statue of Gu Qing, the old pioneer who first created and published the technology behind man-made armored weapons. Su Min picks a workshop and gives one last practical explanation, reminding everyone that forging these weapons is basically specialized blacksmithing with much stricter control. Even here, right before the real work starts, Su Min asks Lin Tian one more time if he has changed his mind. Lin Tian answers without hesitation that he is still choosing leg armor, exactly as before. Su Min pats his shoulder and encourages him, impressed that he kept the hardest choice because it truly suits him. Once the class begins, the hidden truth becomes clear. Lin Tian is the only student in the entire class stubborn enough to forge leg armor. Soon the metalwork base fills with hammering, and Lin Tian steps into his workshop, throws the prepared stones into the furnace, and starts forging for real. The moment he begins, Lin Tian feels just how brutal leg armor forging is, and with only 3 sets of materials, he forces himself to control every degree of heat and every strike. Inside the metalwork base, Lin Tian keeps hammering black gold into shape, carefully thinning a leg armor blank that needs repeated smelting instead of a simple one-step forge. After more than an hour, the raw leg armor is finally close to finished, and Lin Tian knows the hardest part is next, feeding it Xiao Hui's attribute power without ruining everything. He warns Xiao Hui not to overdo it, joking that if the armor breaks after all this work, the wolf can forge the replacement itself. Xiao Hui answers with a quick howl and sends bright white flame energy into the clamped raw armor as Lin Tian steadies the piece for the transfer. Around them, the other students have reached the same stage, so the whole metalwork base is tense with everyone trying to finish their first raw armor. With one sharp chime and a burst of white light, Lin Tian becomes the first person to complete a raw armor, a black gold leg piece marked with several moon patterns. The moment someone shouts that Lin Tian succeeded, the rest of the class gets rattled, and their panic starts wrecking their own forges. One explosion turns into many, and black smoke starts billowing out as students lose control of flames, temperature, and timing all across the workshop. By the end of the first round, all 244 students except Lin Tian have failed their rough forging, leaving the room full of ruined armor and crushed morale. Su Min quickly steps in to calm everyone down, reminding them that failing a first attempt at armor forging is completely normal. That speech helps the class reset, but Lin Tian suddenly feels every resentful stare in the room landing squarely on him. Once the others start over, Lin Tian moves on alone to the true forging step, but now the stakes are much worse because the final leg armor only gives him 3 material sets total. He takes a breath and realizes this phase has almost no room for trial and error, because 2 failures would leave him with nothing. Xiao Hui lets out an encouraging howl, and Lin Tian answers with a grin, deciding they will face the final forging step together. To maximize compatibility, Lin Tian triggers armor transformation and merges with Xiao Hui before striking the raw armor again. Now working as an armored envoy, he hammers in melted stones and pours his own illusory power into the leg armor, knowing one bad surge could destroy the whole piece. After long hours of exacting work, Lin Tian finally reaches the last step and sets the wind source stone into the leg armor's core slot. The instant the core locks in, a hurricane bursts through the workshop and the completed leg armor rises into the air under green and white light. Lin Tian grabs the newly finished leg armor, straps it on, and immediately turns toward a testing puppet to see what he actually made. He flashes forward like a blur and slams a kick into the puppet, making its body flare with white light and activating the readout on its head. Su Min sees the result and blurts out in shock, because Lin Tian's first man-made weapon has reached quasi-silver level. When a desperate classmate asks if quasi-silver is really that impressive, Su Min explains that first-time forgers usually only make black iron gear, and even bronze is rare. She goes further and lays out why this matters. Even low-term man-made weapons can let armored envoys fight above their normal level, so Lin Tian's result is absurdly strong for a first attempt. But just as she moves in to congratulate him, Su Min notices Lin Tian has already taken the leg armor off and looks strangely dissatisfied. Lin Tian admits the real problem is simple. The quasi-silver boost still feels too weak for what he wants, because he is desperate for power that could help him face gold-level threats. That answer leaves Su Min speechless, and the rest of the class nearly breaks down hearing someone complain that a quasi-silver weapon is not good enough. Lin Tian presses on with another question and asks Su Min whether the school will take back the 2 unused material sets he still has left. The room erupts again, because many students are already burning through their second set while Lin Tian is calmly asking to keep his extras. Su Min shuts him up before the class tears him apart, then announces that as the first student to finish, Lin Tian can keep his leftovers and even gets 1 extra material set as a reward. Relieved by that answer, Lin Tian immediately starts planning to use the 4 full sets he now has to forge an even stronger weapon later. As time passes, more successful lights begin flashing across the metalwork base, showing that the rest of the class is finally catching up. Joey emerges first among them, face blackened by soot but grinning wildly as he holds up a pair of forged gauntlets, and celebrates that he finally made it. Not long after, Wang Shui, Bai Linyu, and other classmates also come out carrying their finished man-made weapons, each visibly satisfied to have survived the process. Seeing his companions grow stronger puts Lin Tian in a better mood, because he knows he will need capable teammates for future Armored Envoy Association missions. Then the gate to the metalwork base opens again, and 5 or 6 students walk in from outside, abruptly setting up the next turn. At the metalwork base, several Armored Envoy Association members arrived carrying a large snakeskin bag, their black waste boxes making them stand out right away. Lin Tian did not notice them at all, because he was stuck doing the most miserable job in the room, cleaning the smelting workshop after forging. Lu Hao greeted Su Min and casually asked whether the freshmen were in class, clearly familiar with this training ground and its harsh forging reality. Seeing the association members, Sumin quickly stopped the workshop and treated their visit like a rare chance for the freshmen to learn from people who had survived the association's brutal standards. When Sumin brought up the Armored Envoy Association, the freshmen lit up at once, while Joey and the few insiders already knew exactly where this speech was going. Sumin explained that the Armored Envoy Association was not just about weapons, but about helping ordinary humans one day walk the wild without fearing magical beasts. After her introduction, Sumin pushed the opportunity further and asked Lu Hao's group to guide the class directly. The exhausted freshmen immediately cheered, because after hours of work many of them still had not even finished basic raw armor and were starting to panic over the shrinking materials. With Sumin and the association members joining in, the whole workshop sped up, and more freshmen finally started producing usable raw armor. Another hour passed, more than 200 students reached the final step, and only then did Lin Tian finish cleaning the workshop and bag up the leftover materials. Lin Tian finally let out a breath, feeling like the cleanup had nearly killed him even more than the forging itself. Lu Hao walked over from behind and offered to help, assuming Lin Tian was still struggling with his forging station. Lin Tian waved him off without even turning around, but the moment Lu Hao heard that voice he grabbed him and spun him around in surprise. Lu Hao was stunned to find Lin Tian here at all, and even more stunned when Lin Tian casually said he was already done and only cleaning up. Not believing a freshman could be finished this early, Lu Hao demanded proof on the spot. Lin Tian pulled out the leg armor he had forged, and the moment Lu Hao saw it his expression turned ugly with shock. Lu Hao blurted out that it was quasi-silver level, and his shout dragged the other association members over in a rush. Once the seniors confirmed it, they looked at Lin Tian like he was a monster and begged him to leave some room for the rest of them. Sumin came over to ask why the seniors knew Lin Tian so well, and the answer hit even harder than the forged armor did. When Sumin learned that Lin Tian was actually a member of the Armored Envoy Association, the entire metalwork base went dead silent in disbelief. The freshmen slowly processed just how absurd Lin Tian was. First to forge a man-made armored weapon, first to call quasi-silver not enough, and somehow already inside the association they had all failed to enter. The absurdity did not end there, because the seniors and teachers immediately dragged Lin Tian out to help instruct the very freshmen he had just outclassed. Lin Tian protested that asking a freshman to guide other freshmen was ridiculous, but Sumin and Lu Hao answered with one shameless, cheerful yes. With no escape left, Lin Tian shared the only method he truly trusted: stop treating magical beasts like tools and forge by believing in your partner. His approach sounded sentimental next to the association's data-heavy method, but once the freshmen tried again, the success rate jumped fast. Soon light flared across the smelting workshop as one freshman after another walked out holding completed man-made armored weapons with hard-earned joy on their faces. Lu Hao admitted that Lin Tian's method had opened his eyes, because the emotional approach was unexpectedly beating the supposedly safer numbers. Even Sumin praised him, and Lin Tian answered with the idea at the heart of everything: magical beasts were partners, not tools. That answer made Sumin and Lu Hao stop for a beat before they laughed, because Lin Tian had put into simple words something they had missed. By the time the class ended at 8 that night, everyone had forged with real satisfaction, and the metalwork base course was clearly only beginning. Over the next several days, the long forging course kept going, and Lin Tian quietly used it to deepen his understanding instead of rushing into a second piece. Meanwhile, the other freshmen pushed ahead into second sets of armor, and the overall quality climbed fast, with several bronze pieces and around 10 quasi-silver works appearing. Zhou, Wang Shui, and several others stood out as especially gifted, proving this freshman class was stronger than the last one by a clear margin. Sumin finally cornered Lin Tian about his strange silence at the forge, because the first student to make quasi-silver armor had barely touched his second weapon for days. Thinking he was crushed by the pressure of his own early success, Sumin gently told Lin Tian not to force himself, and reminded him he had already done more than enough. Lin Tian answered with a goal so outrageous it nearly knocked the words out of her. He was not hesitating, he was trying to forge a gold-level armored weapon. Sumin could only answer carefully that she wanted to believe it, but from every normal angle a silver-level armored envoy forging gold-grade equipment sounded impossible. Sumin started explaining that gold-level forging needed 3 core materials and one was ruinously expensive, but Lin Tian quietly cut in and asked what if he already had enough. That single question left Sumin speechless and stepping back, staring at Lin Tian as if he had just overturned common sense again. Sumin sees that Lin Tian is serious about forging a gold-level weapon and warmly pushes him to try. She is so impressed by Lin Tian's talent that she is already thinking about recommending him to the Armored Envoy Association headquarters if he can really pull this off. Sumin even offers to stand by and assist, but Lin Tian asks for a few more days to prepare first. After they settle on a time, Lin Tian returns to his dorm and turns to the system to strengthen himself before the attempt. Seeing 500 unspent evolution points, and knowing his beasts still need more, Lin Tian chooses to evolve himself first anyway. The first upgrade gives Lin Tian tongue awareness, adding another sharpened sense to his growing toolkit. He spends more points and awakens body awareness too, finally completing all 5 senses. Still not satisfied, Lin Tian pushes one step further and upgrades eye awareness into silver-level dynamic vision. The level up surges through his whole body, and when Lin Tian opens his eyes, the dorm suddenly seems to move in slow motion. To test it, he tosses an item through the air and watches its flight with eerie clarity, instantly realizing how useful this will be. His status now shows low-tier silver with dynamic vision and the other 4 awareness talents all at silver level, leaving him with 320 points. Even though the cost stings, Lin Tian decides the gamble was worth it because dynamic vision might be the edge he needs for gold-level forging. When the agreed day arrives, Lin Tian comes fully prepared to the metalwork base, where Su Min has already gathered Lu Hao and other association members to help him. The group jokes that they even asked for leave to be here, but beneath the banter they are genuinely betting on Lin Tian and the association's pride. Lin Tian answers with a smile, hoping he will not let them down. Before starting, Lin Tian summons Moon Howling Stellar Wolf, and the wolf's answering roar makes it clear they are facing this challenge together. Lin Tian starts forging, knowing gold-level armor is far harder than silver because the raw armor must survive both hot forging and the brutally delicate cold forging step. His first cold forging attempt shatters the raw armor and wipes out the whole first set of materials in one blow. Su Min frowns and quickly talks through adjustments with the others, trying to salvage the attempt by changing methods. The new method goes even worse, burning through more materials until only 2 sets are left. Staring at the cracked raw armor on the ground, Lin Tian falls into a hard silence as the whole plan teeters on collapse. Then Lin Tian abruptly rejects every failed approach, sweeps the ruined test materials aside, and reaches for the last real set. Su Min grabs his hand and sternly warns him not to do anything reckless now that he is clearly rattled. Lu Hao and the others also crowd in to stop him, convinced this last gamble is reckless. Lin Tian meets them head-on and asks for their trust one more time, his voice low and utterly serious. Moon Howling Stellar Wolf backs him up with a human-like growl, making the plea feel less like recklessness and more like resolve. After a long beat, Su Min chooses to believe in the student who has already made miracles once before and lets him continue. Lu Hao and the rest fall in behind Su Min's decision too, ready to gamble with Lin Tian to the end. Moved by their support, Lin Tian starts over with the final set and throws every ore into the furnace. Instead of safe ordinary fire, he boldly has Moon Howling Stellar Wolf feed Silver Beast flames into the furnace. This insane-looking choice works because Lin Tian opens dynamic vision and tracks every tiny change in the molten ore before it can go wrong. With that new control, the first casting and high forging finally start to hold instead of collapsing. Even as the heat spikes higher, Lin Tian keeps feeding in more ore and trusts Moon Howling Stellar Wolf to hold the dangerous beast fire steady. Su Min is scared by how risky this is, but the association members realize Lin Tian is following his own creed that a magical beast is a partner, not a tool. Then the real wall rises again as Lin Tian draws the raw armor from the heat for the first cold forging plunge. He forces dynamic vision to the limit, white vapor rising from his eyes as he studies the metal in the ice water and times every strike. This time the rhythm holds, and Lin Tian gets through the first cold forging without the armor breaking. The onlookers nearly burst with excitement, but they clamp down fast because one mistake could still ruin everything. Lin Tian goes straight into the second cold forging, because clearing that step means the raw armor has truly formed. Hours of hammering grind on, veins standing out in Lin Tian's neck and sweat pouring down as he refuses to stop. When the raw armor comes out of the second ice quench intact too, the most dangerous hurdle is finally behind him. Now Lin Tian only has the final assembly and forging left, but that still drags on for several more brutal hours. Right before midnight, a burst of golden light suddenly erupts from the metalwork base. That light twists into an illusory golden dragon, circles the metalwork base, roars, and bursts across the sky as a rare omen. Back inside, Su Min, Lu Hao, and the others explode with joy because that golden light means a gold-level weapon should have been born. Lin Tian can barely enjoy the celebration because more than 10 hours of non-stop high-intensity forging have left him completely drained. Even so, he immediately straps on the new leg armor and decides to test its power for himself. His first kick sends the test puppet flying across the room, proving the weapon's raw force instantly. But the final evaluation lands one step short of perfection, labeling it a quasi-gold-level man-made armored weapon. That result is still enough for Lin Tian to finally relax, and he drops to the floor panting in spent relief. Several days later, the story shifts back to theory class as Su Min walks in carrying a thick stack of documents and a faint smile. She first praises the class, saying their armored weapon forging results have all been satisfactory. The freshmen relax and clap, thinking this is just a warm wrap-up after their first stretch at the university. Then Su Min's tone turns serious as she reminds them they have had time to understand university life, and now the university will begin judging them in return. Holding the files that track each student's status, Su Min announces the next big turn for the freshmen. The university's formal assessment is starting. In Su Min's classroom, the freshmen get their practical scores back, and Lin Tian immediately sees that forging armored weapons was the first part of the freshman assessment. The score sheet breaks everything down in detail, and Lin Tian gets a clean 300 out of 300 thanks to the 2 superb armored weapons he forged. Joey and Wang Mo do get points deducted, but their results still stay above 250, which shows their forging was taken seriously too. Once everyone finishes checking scores, Sumin claps for attention and shifts the room to the real issue, the next phase of the freshman assessment. Sumin explains that the assessment has two parts. Forging is already over, and the second half is a Hex City mission completed in small teams. The class is startled again when she adds one more rule. Teams will be formed by dormitory, not by individual choice. That rule actually makes sense, because dorms already mix different faculties, so a 4-person room naturally becomes a balanced team with less scrambling. Lin Tian turns and gives Joey and Wang Emo a strange look, because their own dorm is missing a 4th member and suddenly feels very awkward under this rule. Before anyone can dwell on it, Sumin throws the mission system onto the big screen, and every dorm team is told to draw its assignment from the program. The missions run from F all the way to S, and there is only one S-grade mission in the entire pool. Sumin warns them not to get greedy just because S-grade promises full marks, because in the last 5 years no freshman team has ever cleared one. She makes the risk even harsher. Every team that tried an S-grade mission ended in failure, and if you fail it, your assessment score drops to 0. The only mercy is that an S-grade team can still give up, but the moment they do, they are forced down to an F-grade mission instead. Freshmen who draw F-grade are allowed to upgrade too, but only as far as D-grade, which makes the system feel carefully stacked against reckless choices. The room erupts, because a lot of students wanted to chase the one-shot full score until Sumin made the price of failure painfully real. Sumin ends the briefing by calling each dorm team to the podium to draw its mission. Lin Tian quietly admits to himself that he would like to pull the S-grade mission, even though part of him already knows his team's setup makes that dream dangerous. Joey catches that look at once and bluntly asks if Lin Tian is seriously aiming for S-grade. Lin Tian admits it without dodging, and Joey can only sigh because he wants the same thing, but their 3-man dorm makes that challenge feel almost impossible. As the first few teams file through the podium, the early draws come back mild, mostly C- and D-grade city guard or cleanup jobs that look easy to finish. Lin Tian watches the pattern and starts feeling that these missions are lower than expected, even when a team finally pulls a B-grade assignment. That B-grade mission turns out to be clearing a D-class magical zone, which still looks manageable for a 4-silver freshman team. Then the room finally jolts when Bailinhu's dorm draws the first A-grade mission. The details make everyone uneasy fast, because Bailinhu's A-grade task is to explore a C-class magical zone. Once the class remembers that a C-class zone belongs to gold-level magical beasts and can hold 70 to 80,000 monsters, the jump from B to A suddenly feels brutal. Joey sums it up dryly that luck is part of strength too, and Lin Tian has to agree after seeing how wildly the danger can spike. Lin Tian also realizes that A-grade may already be a bad bargain, because the points go up, but the mission difficulty shoots straight into life-threatening territory. By the time more than half the dorm teams have drawn, A-grade missions are still rare, and the single S-grade mission still has not appeared. As time passes, the later teams start pulling tougher assignments more often, with more A and B grades showing up while even the weak F-grade draws get upgraded to D-grade. Among the named dorms, Wang Shui and Bailinhu both end up with A-grade missions, which confirms that the back half of the draw really is getting nastier. Zhang Wei has the opposite problem, because as dorm leader he only draws a B-grade mission and nearly gets beaten by his own annoyed roommates for it. After about 30 teams, it is finally Lin Tian's dorm turn, and the whole classroom notices them for one reason before anything else. There are only 3 of them. The missing roommate instantly turns their dorm into the only 3-person team in the freshman class, and that alone makes them a spectacle. The whispers get harsher when students realize Wang Emo is on that team too, and plenty of them openly predict the trio is doomed if they draw anything difficult. Wang Mo's bad reputation turns into extra pressure, because even students outside the support faculty know him as the cold poker-faced loner nobody likes. In one corner, Li Jia watches Wang Emo with obvious hatred, a reminder that the trio is dragging old dorm friction into this mission draw too. With the room still buzzing, Lin Tian steps up and starts the draw for his dorm's mission. Everyone falls quiet as the mission light cycles through the ranks and slows near A-grade, making it look like the trio is about to pull a dangerous mission already. Then the light moves one step higher and lands on the one result nobody expected from this team, the only S-grade mission in the whole pool. Lin Tian's trio goes silent in front of the screen, and even Su Min is left staring for a beat at how absurdly unlucky this keeps getting. Su Min can only grit out that Lin Tian surprises her every time, because he somehow became the only 3-man team and still drew the hardest mission possible. Lin Tian can only give an awkward smile, because there is nothing to say when random luck has just dumped the class's worst draw onto his team. Su Min brings it back to the real choice and asks whether they will abandon the S-grade mission or actually accept it. Instead of forcing the call alone, Lin Tian asks to discuss it first and turns to Zhou Yi and Wang Emo as equal teammates. That discussion starts badly, because the S-grade description is so thin that none of them can even judge what they would really be walking into. Lin Tian begins weighing the team honestly. Their lineup is uneven and short a person, but their individual strength is still far from weak. Lin Tian quietly factors in his own contracts, Mandala Flower for control and Elemental Queen for raw power, and decides their team is not weak just because the lineup looks awkward. Joey still leans cautious, because no matter how strong they are, taking an S-grade mission and failing would wipe out their score completely. By the end of the moment, Lin Tian is still weighing both sides while Joey clearly favors the safer path, and Wang Mo stays unreadable as their S-grade decision hangs unresolved. Su Min lets Lin Tian's team sit back down and think it over, reminding the class they can even swap missions if the S-grade risk feels too high. Before they can decide, a mocking voice from the back offers to take Wang Mo's mission instead, and 5 students stand up together. Wang Mo instantly stiffens at the sight of their leader, while Lin Tian notices Li Jia among the 5 and realizes this group has history with them. The class quickly picks up that this 5-man dorm team is tied to Lin Tian's unusual old room setup, and the room buzzes with gossip. Zhao Ming walks right up to Wang Mo, bumps him with his shoulder, and keeps smiling like he came here just to provoke him. Wang Mo growls Zhao Ming's name, but Zhao Ming casually grabs the mouse and starts drawing his own team's mission right beside him. Their draw lands on an A-grade mission, just one step below Lin Tian's S-grade draw, giving Zhao Ming the perfect opening to sneer. Zhao Ming openly offers a trade, but it is really an insult, telling Wang Mo he only deserves to be trampled under him. When Zhao Ming silently mouths a few extra words, Wang Mo's rage spikes so hard his neck turns red on the spot. Wang Mo snaps and throws a punch, but Lin Tian catches his arm before the fight can explode in the classroom. Lin Tian sees just how deep this hatred runs, and he silently warns Wang Mo to stop before the situation gets serious. After one last struggle, Wang Mo finally forces himself to calm down, and Lin Tian lets go only when his fist loosens. Wang Mo thanks Lin Tian in a hoarse voice, while Zhao Ming grows even more smug after seeing how badly he rattled him. Zhao Ming starts to run his mouth again, and Su Min cuts him off cold, making it clear this classroom is not his family turf. The way Zhao Ming immediately backs down makes Lin Tian suspect Su Min has more power behind her than her teacher title alone. Once the room settles, Su Min brings the question back to Lin Tian and asks for his team's final decision. Wang Mo finally speaks up and says he wants to take the S-grade mission, unable to swallow this humiliation. Lin Tian weighs Wang Mo's anger, Zhou Yi's silent stance, and his own instinct to push harder before making the call. Lin Tian stands and announces it clearly to the whole class. Their team is accepting the S-grade mission. Su Min is startled because she hoped he would back down, but Lin Tian repeats that he has already made up his mind. With no way to change his mind, Su Min can only sigh and let the class finish choosing and trading missions around them. After class, Lin Tian leads Wang Mo and Zhou Yi back to the dorm, and Wang Mo stays silent the whole way with both fists clenched tight. The moment they reach the dorm, Wang Mo bows deeply and thanks Lin Tian, knowing that choice was made for his sake too. Lin Tian brushes it off, saying he already wanted to test his limits, and that Zhou Yi deserves the thanks too. Zhou Yi answers with one blunt line that says everything: they are brothers now, not just roommates. That finally breaks Wang Mo's guard, and the 3 of them laugh together as their bond hardens into real brotherhood. A few days later, the trio packs up and heads out for the assessment mission near the smaller frontier settlement called Heavenly Mountain Base. Their target is Immortal Forest City, a town near the gate that has already fallen to magical beasts, though some survivors were evacuated and others remain trapped inside. The mission on paper sounds simple enough: drive the beasts out and bring the remaining survivors back alive. Zhou even calls it easier than expected, but Lin Tian immediately catches the missing danger sign. The mission never states the magical zone's true level. All they really know is that there are many silver-level beasts and a lot of unknowns because the city fell too fast for proper investigation. Their plane reaches Heavenly Mountain Base, and from the window Lin Tian can already see black smoke rising from Immortal Forest City in the distance. After landing, the 3 hurry straight toward the disaster zone and pass through the city wall once they show their identities. The moment Lin Tian sees the inside of Immortal Forest City, he knows the mission description is already wrong. Instead of a simple cleanup, they find a city with fire, black smoke, and floodwater pouring through the streets all at once. That impossible scene gives Lin Tian a sudden bad feeling, because this does not look like the beast zone they were briefed on at all. Then a black shadow flashes across Lin Tian's vision, and in one instant his worst suspicion is confirmed. Lin Tian catches a black humanoid shape with scales and instantly realizes Immortal Forest City was not just hit by a magical zone, it may already be infiltrated by the sea monster empire. That thought spirals fast, because if the sea monsters can slip past the defense line here, every nearby base city could already be exposed. Before he can process it, 5 or 6 blue-scaled mermen rush him with weapons, chattering in a language he cannot understand. A red flash cuts in front of him as Zhou Yi blocks the attack and yells for Lin Tian to snap out of it. Lin Tian snaps out of it, triggers armor transformation, and white lightning with energy blades rips through 2 mermen at once. But instead of pressing the fight, the mermen suddenly break away and slip into the alleys like they were luring the trio deeper in. Lin Tian checks their status and gets the ugly answer. These are low-tier silverweak mermen, a rare species with water skills and even trap-making ability. That makes the situation worse, because these mermen are not just stronger than sirens, they are smart enough to hide themselves and plan ambushes. He tries to warn the others, but impulsive Joey is already a red streak diving into the alley after them. Wang Mo throws golden protection over Lin Tian, and Lin Tian dives into the alley after Joey anyway. A shout from inside is followed by an explosion, and Lin Tian instantly knows Joey has already triggered the trap. When Lin Tian reaches the entrance, the alley is a smoking crater full of heat and blasts, proof that Joey hit back hard even while stumbling into danger. Lin Tian answers with Star Moon Blade, filling the narrow alley with white slashes as he shouts for Joey to get out. At the same time, Lin Tian hears movement everywhere above and around them, and Wang Mo confirms more mermen are closing in. Joey finally admits the real problem. While retreating, he stepped on a beast trap, and spikes punched straight through his ankle. As more and more enemies gather, Lin Tian realizes with a chill that Immortal Forest City may have already fallen and become a full merman stronghold. Lin Tian quits arguing and drags injured Joey out while Wang Mo strains to hold a golden barrier against a storm of incoming blue energy shots. The pressure climbs so fast that Wang Mo warns he cannot hold much longer against this many mermen and silver rank attackers. Lin Tian drops his armor form, summons Stellar Wolf back out, and gets all three of them onto its back for a rooftop escape. As Wang Mo's shield breaks, Stellar Wolf roars so hard it shatters nearby glass and freezes the charging merman for a split second. That opening is enough for Stellar Wolf to leap into the air, fire back at the merman, and land on the roof of a 6-story residential building. On the rooftop, Lin Tian checks Zhou Yi's foot and starts leaning toward retreat, because an injured partner matters more than the mission. Joey refuses to quit, insisting he can still fight if he rides the sacred flame White Tiger, and proving this mission still matters to him. Then Joey lights up his beast tattoo and summons a towering sacred flame White Tiger, a legendary silver beast that makes the whole building shake. Lin Tian reads the tiger's status and is hit by another surprise, because Joey is backed by a legendary grade sacred flame White Tiger with silver fire skills. Seeing Joey will not back down, Lin Tian compromises and orders Wang Mo to stay with him so they can continue only as long as they can still retreat safely. With the plan set, Lin Tian rides Stellar Wolf while Wang Mo and Joey mount the tiger, and both sides launch back down into the occupied streets. Lin Tian transforms again, while the sacred flame White Tiger swells to an 18-meter war beast that dwarfs the mermen below. But the enemy has changed too, because silver rank weak mermen now direct thousands of others in clean formations like officers leading troops. Lin Tian opens with Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade, only for shield-bearing mermen to step up and block the attacks on command. A second command sends the shield line spreading apart, and archers rushing forward, turning the street into a disciplined rain of arrows. That is when Lin Tian fully understands it. These mermen are not acting like monsters at all, they are fighting like a real army. Lin Tian answers the volley by thickening his starry moonlit armor and blasting apart the incoming arrows with blades and energy fire. Then he unleashes Moon Howling Strike, raising a phantom wolf and full moon overhead before dropping a devastating beam through the merman ranks. As the beam fades and Lin Tian descends, he pulls a bright white pair of quasi-silver leg armor from his waistbox and equips it for the next round. With the new leg armor on, Lin Tian suddenly feels almost weightless in midair. He fires several Wolf King bombs backward and uses the recoil to launch himself into the shadows beside the high-rises. Using Wolf Shadow to drop fast, Lin Tian springs back up and forms blade-like energy along both legs. He slices down 2 mermen in one rush and ignores them the moment they fall. Lin Tian aims past the frontliners and goes straight for the weak mermen directing the fight. He leaps again, stacks more energy blades onto the leg armor, and kicks out a storm of flying slashes that decapitate the commanders before they can react. Then he tries a riskier idea and fires a Wolf King bomb at his own feet. At the last second he kicks the energy ball like a soccer shot, and the moon-patterned armor feeds even more power into it. The blast proves the leg armor can do more than boost speed, because the kicked bomb erupts across a huge area and wipes out mermen in every direction. After that success, Lin Tian starts tearing through the rest of the mermen with speed and shadow jumps. The surviving mermen adapt fast and bunch into a tight shield wall with attackers hidden inside. They answer Lin Tian with a barrage of energy shots and a surging wave, forcing him to dodge instead of pressing straight in. Lin Tian's leg armor flares brighter, and his speed jumps so high that he becomes little more than a streak. Watching from the sacred flame White Tiger, Joey blurts out that Lin Tian is unbelievably fast. Even Wang Mo can barely follow Lin Tian, catching only a shadow and the white flash from his legs. When Lin Tian finally becomes visible again, he is already inside the formation, smashing a shield apart and splitting a merman's head with the same kick. A green glow rises behind him as Mandala Flower joins the assault and turns the street into a trap. The vines spear through merman chests, drag them under, and giant white roots burst up to crush the rest. After feeding on the bodies, Mandala Flower lifts Lin Tian, while the mermen it buried are thrown back out alive but changed. Their allies rush over in panic, not realizing the survivors have come back with red eyes. The red-eyed mermen suddenly bite their own side, and the infection spreads from one throat to the next. Watching the takeover spread, Joey can only marvel at how terrifying Mandala Flower's battlefield control has become. As Joey and Wang Mo move closer to Lin Tian, a crushing voice suddenly booms through all 3 of them. Before they can recover, A trident nearly 35 meters long drops from the sky like a mountain. The impact tears up the ground and sends ring after ring of force blasting across 300 meters, throwing humans and mermen alike. Mandala Flower catches Lin Tian in the air, while the sacred flame White Tiger braces Zhou and Wang Emo against the shock. A giant dark green figure starts walking toward them, and every step makes the city shake. Water pours over the city walls and into the streets as the monster casually knocks a tall building down with one webbed hand. Its pressure alone leaves Zhou and Wang Emo sweating as the flood keeps rising around them. Now close enough to see clearly, the giant reveals itself as a grotesque dark green merman king with compound black eyes, shell-like chest armor, and a huge tail dragging behind it. Lin Tian immediately checks the giant's status and confirms it is a low-tier gold hero with a titled domain. The reading is brutal, but Lin Tian realizes this is still only quasi-gold, and for the first time he thinks he might actually have a chance. He measures that confidence against his old failure in the dark swamp, when a quasi-gold beast's defense felt completely untouchable. This time, with stronger gear and a tougher body, Lin Tian steadies himself to fight instead of retreating. The deep-sea merman king rips its trident out of the ground and spins it so hard it becomes a tornado. Buildings are ripped apart by the wind, and Zhou and Wang Emo can barely keep their footing under the king's contempt. Looking down at them like insects, the king coldly declares that the ones who woke it can die. Then it slams the trident down again, splitting the earth open with giant cracks. The next instant, the king vanishes as a dark green streak, moving too fast for anyone there to follow. A heartbeat later, seawater starts exploding through the city walls and up from the new cracks under their feet. Immortal Forest City turns into a lake almost at once, and the mermen dive in with excited cries. Even as the water climbs to their knees, Lin Tian and Wang Emo keep blasting down mermen around them. Lin Tian has Mandala Flower lift him high to search for the hidden king, but the rising water and non-stop ambushes keep breaking his focus. As more than half the city disappears underwater, Lin Tian realizes this cannot continue because the survivors trapped here will all die. With the flood still rising and no sign of the king, Lin Tian finally makes up his mind and lets go of the vines to try something desperate. With the city about to drown, Lin Tian makes a desperate bet and spends his last safe batch of evolution points on himself. The gamble pays off when ear awareness upgrades into sound localization, and white light lifts Lin Tian into the air. As the light reshapes him, Lin Tian starts hearing everything at once, from splashing water to distant impacts kilometers away. His body changes too, growing taller and more defined, but Lin Tian ignores that and concentrates on finding the deep-sea merman king. Once he closes his eyes, the whole city turns into a sound map in his mind, with every creature marked like a moving black shadow on hidden coordinates. Two mermen jump in mid-search, and Lin Tian blasts them away without even opening his eyes. Watching from below, Joey cannot make sense of Lin Tian's pose, but Wang Emo realizes he is tracking the enemy by sound. While Lin Tian listens, he keeps swatting down charging mermen with casual energy shots, buying himself seconds to lock on. Then one crisp sound stands out, and Lin Tian finally smiles because he has found the king. That same skin reveals something even more urgent than the king. Survivors are still trapped in the drowned city. Lin Tian turns to Wang Emo and Joey and gives them a new mission to evacuate the survivors and city guards first. The order lands hard, but both of them accept that killing a quasi-gold beast would take too long while the city is still sinking. Joey and Wang Emo commit to the rescue, with the sacred flame White Tiger taking point through the flooded streets. Instead of following them, Lin Tian breaks off alone in the opposite direction to face the deep-sea merman king himself. He leaves Joey out of that fight on purpose, knowing the ankle injury could get all of them killed against a gold-level monster. Lin Tian steadies himself with one cold comfort: if things go bad on land, his speed and wolf shadow still give him a chance to escape. When Joey looks back and realizes Lin Tian has split off, he panics and tries to turn around. Lin Tian says nothing more to explain himself and only throws Wang Emo one hard look, trusting him to stop Joey and keep moving. Wang Emo struggles with it, but in the end he chooses to trust Lin Tian and commit to the rescue mission. Meanwhile, Lin Tian reaches the king's hiding place and opens with Moon Howling Strike, dropping moonlight straight onto the sleeping monster. The beam drives the deep-sea merman king backward and blows apart the last patch of exposed ground around him. Lin Tian descends through the smoke just in time to feel the awakened king's aura explode outward like a storm. The king answers instantly by raising waves that smash through the nearby buildings before a webbed hand lunges out of the smoke for Lin Tian. Lin Tian barely dodges by blasting his leg armor for extra lift, and the giant hand misses him by a hair. A spinning trident follows right behind that grab, forcing Lin Tian to counter in midair instead of retreating. Lin Tian's shots shake the giant arm, but the monster still catches the trident and finally shows its scarlet-eyed face. The deep-sea merman king sneers bug and unleashes a soundwave straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian throws Star Moon blades into the soundwave, but the clash still blasts him backward through the air. The king slips past the backlash and drives his trident at the off-balanced Lin Tian again. At the last second, Mandala Flower erupts from the ground and wraps the giant trident in a mass of thick vines. With the weapon stalled, Lin Tian powers up hard as moon patterns flare across his body, and the sky starts dimming around him. He fires Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade together, stacking both attacks down the same path into the king's chest. The combo finally forces the giant merman back a step, and for a moment it looks like Lin Tian has broken through. But the smoke is blasted apart by a furious roar, and the king's scarlet eyes return even angrier than before. The deep-sea merman king raises his trident and unleashes raging waves, making the flooded battlefield shudder under gold-level power. A black shadow swallows the sunlight above Lin Tian, and he realizes the king has called up a wave so huge it covers the sky. The full scale finally hits him. A 300-meter wave is bearing down on him, washing fish, rubble, and entire buildings into its body. Lin Tian still refuses to fold and answers that nightmare with his own move, Twin Moons. Mandala flower spreads everywhere at once, lashing onto nearby buildings to build a desperate vine barrier against the incoming sea. At the same time, one full moon rises on the far horizon while a second moon forms above Lin Tian from a white pillar and a giant wolf phantom. The wave crashes into the vine wall and burns through huge sections of it, but Lin Tian keeps drawing power under the two moons for one more strike. Lin Tian fires everything at once, launching Star Moon Blade and Wolf King Bomb together with a boosted kick from his cracked leg armor. The deep-sea merman king snarls that Lin Tian is overconfident and lashes back with a trident-driven water strike. The two attacks collide head-on, and the blast tears apart the flooded blocks around them. Lin Tian gets blasted out of the smoke in awful shape and barely stabilizes himself by firing Mandala Flower's vines into the ruins. Spitting blood, Lin Tian realizes he has already gone all out, but the quasi-gold gap is still crushing. Then the deep-sea merman king steps back out of the smoke just as mangled as Lin Tian, but still furious and ready to kill. The merman king unleashes tidal domain, turning the whole area into his green-lit sea battlefield. Lin Tian tries to retreat, but the domain grabs him like a swamp and drags his movements to a crawl. Behind the merman king, a full moon rises over a rock pillar, making him look like the ruler of the entire drowned city. The currents tear Lin Tian's footholds loose, and he drops helplessly toward the water below. Seeing his prey fall, the deep-sea merman king leaps down after him like a hunter closing in for the kill. Lin Tian forces himself to stay calm and starts charging another energy bomb while desperately searching for a way out. He tries Wolf Shadow, but the water reflection only drags him deeper instead of saving him. In a quick improvisation, Lin Tian fires at the water surface and uses the recoil to push himself a little higher. The deep-sea merman king reaches for him anyway and coldly promises that Lin Tian will not escape. Lin Tian calls Xiaohua for help, and vines burst from his back into the nearby buildings to buy him one shaky breath. The merman king simply rips those vines apart and sends Lin Tian dropping again toward the water. A second later, both of them crash into the domain water, and Lin Tian enters the king's real hunting ground. Lin Tian tries to hold his breath, but a webbed hand immediately shoves him deeper and nearly makes him drown on the spot. Fighting off that first wave of panic, Lin Tian plants two Wolf King bombs directly onto the merman king's arm. The explosion burns the king's arm black and finally frees Lin Tian for a moment. But the king drops into the water in front of him grinning, completely at home in this domain and ready to toy with him. He flashes behind Lin Tian in a streak of current so fast that even Lin Tian can barely track the movement. Mandala Flower's vines block the grab for an instant, but the king immediately clamps onto them instead. The king yanks Lin Tian downward so hard that his own support ability turns into a weakness. As the water closes in and the surface keeps receding, Lin Tian starts to think this might really be where he dies. The feeling of near-death washes over him so hard that he almost gives in and lets himself sink. That trance breaks when he chokes on water and suddenly notices the faint glow from his leg armor. Vines surge from behind him again, and Lin Tian rides that opening straight back out of the water alive. Gasping in fresh air, Lin Tian realizes the near-death shock has finally given him an answer. He pulls out the other leg armor, trusting the quasi-gold pair to change the fight. As he equips it, moon patterns light up one after another and start refilling the power drain from his body. For the first time, Lin Tian feels what quasi-gold gear really does, not just boosting one limb but strengthening his whole body. The new power reaches his forehead mark, and Lin Tian's entire presence hardens into total focus. Then Xiao Hui appears at his side as an illusory stellar wolf, ready to go back into the water with him. Lin Tian checks Xiao Hui with a small smile, and the wolf answers with a fierce howl instead of fear. Mandala Flower joins them too, trembling on Lin Tian's shoulder as if answering the same call. With both partners ready, Lin Tian makes his choice and dives back into the enemy's domain on purpose this time. As soon as Lin Tian dives into the water, Stellar Wolf's white phantom overlays his body and Mandala Flower's vines lance into the seabed around the deep-sea merman king. The vines spread into a huge underwater cage, and instead of slowing him down, they make Lin Tian even faster as he closes in on the merman king inside the trap. Lin Tian fires a Wolf King bomb first, carving a vacuum trail through the water straight at the deep-sea merman king. The deep-sea merman king answers with several spinning water tornadoes, meeting Lin Tian's attack head-on without backing off. Lin Tian snaps out Star Moon blades from his leg armor, slicing the water apart and crashing his counterattack into the king's tornadoes. The blast throws both fighters back, but the merman king instantly turns into a black shadow and rushes Lin Tian again through the water. Thanks to the quasi-gold leg armor, Lin Tian's vision keeps up underwater, and he tracks the king's shadow instead of losing it. The moment the shadow flashes past him, Lin Tian spins and throws 2 star moon blades behind his back. In the same opening, he gathers another Wolf King bomb, with Stellar Wolf's phantom flaring behind him as moonlight condenses into his hands. Lin Tian unleashes the second blast so hard that even he gets driven deeper underwater, and he realizes just how much the leg armor is boosting his firepower. For the first time, the Deep-Sea Merman King feels real danger, but its pride as a quasi-gold king will not let it retreat from a silver-level armored envo. Lin Tian's attack engulfs the Merman King and erupts into a huge explosion that punches a towering column of water into the sky. With the water briefly torn open, Lin Tian finally gets a breath of fresh air and grabs that one precious moment on the surface. Still in the middle of the flood and half-choking, Lin Tian roars out Moon Howling Strike and calls the next move with everything he has left. A giant wolf illusion appears behind him, and its sky-shaking howl blasts ripples across the sea and knocks back the water trying to close in again. A full moon rises from below, merges with the giant wolf, and the whole skill starts turning Lin Tian himself into a pillar of light. His quasi-gold leg armor fully ignites, white and gold light burning across the moon patterns until Lin Tian vanishes into the beam. When the light gathers overhead, 4 moons line up in the sky and the whole battlefield freezes under a deadly white glow. Below that light, the vine cage fades away, and for the first time the Deep-Sea Merman King feels a clear threat of death. The Merman King refuses to believe a mere bug can kill it, and roars out raging waves in desperate defiance. Moon Howling Strike drops before the counter can form, splitting the sea apart, and drilling straight down toward the king with no room to dodge. The beam catches the Deep-Sea Merman King's lower body first, and instantly erases its legs into smoke as its face twists in agony. At the center of the ruined water, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly opens, revealing a hidden passage that should never have been there. Even as the beam finishes it off, the Deep-Sea Merman King starts laughing wildly and glares ahead with naked hatred. Its last words are a warning that killing it will not stop whatever is coming through that hidden route. The Merman King burns away into ashes, but its laughter keeps hanging over the battlefield as Lin Tian slowly falls back down. There is no relief on Lin Tian's face, because the tunnel makes it obvious this invasion was part of a much bigger magical beast trap. He realizes the beasts are no longer just acting on instinct, and that thought lands harder than the victory. Then the cost of the fight hits all at once, and Lin Tian's body starts tearing open from the overload he ignored in battle. Stellar Wolf's phantom armor disappears, both Stellar Wolf and Mandala Flower fall into deep sleep, and Lin Tian drops helplessly from dozens of meters up. Just before he can crash, 2 familiar voices call his name, and the sacred flame White Tiger leaps up to catch him. Joey rushes in panic to check him, while Wang Mo immediately starts healing him with rings of golden light. Wang Mo quietly tells Joey not to yell when Lin Tian is this badly hurt, and Joey can only hover there, worried and frustrated. While Lin Tian lies unconscious, the reinforcements Joey and Wang Mo called in finally sweep into Immortal Forest City and start clearing the surrounding mermen. The Deep-Sea Merman King's appearance raised the emergency level instantly, which is why the response finally arrived at full speed. Part of the force follows Joey and Wang Mo back toward the king's battlefield, and 3 gold-level armored envoys come with them to investigate. After some time, Lin Tian finally wakes up coughing blood, pale and weak but immediately focused on the people he was trying to protect. His first question is about the survivors, because seeing both Joey and Wang Mo here makes him fear the worst. Joey assures him the survivors are safe and reinforcements have taken over, finally letting Lin Tian breathe easier. With that answer, Lin Tian finally feels the mission was worth surviving, even if the so-called S-rank assignment almost got him killed. Then the 3 gold-level armored envoys arrive at the scene and immediately sense that the Deep-Sea Merman King's aura has nearly vanished. Lin Tian weakly tells them the Deep-Sea Merman King is dead, but also warns that a tunnel to some unknown place has opened here. When the gold-level envoys get close and see his condition, a startling thought hits them: the silver-level Lin Tian may really have killed the Merman King himself. When Lin Tian confirmed he had really killed the Deep-Sea Merman King, even the gold-level armored envoys were left staring at him in disbelief. One envoy finally accepted the impossible and gave Lin Tian a heartfelt thumbs up for taking down a quasi-gold beast as a silver-level fighter. The envoys noticed Lin Tian's condition and immediately ordered Joey and Wang Mo to get him out and let the cleanup team handle the city. Riding out on the sacred flame White Tiger, Lin Tian and his team left Immortal Forest City behind while the older envoys could only sigh at how fierce the younger generation had become. After Joey and Wang Mo got him to the hospital, Lin Tian spent several quiet days recovering until his aggravated wounds finally settled down. As soon as Lin Tian was discharged and returned to Hex City University, he walked straight into a noisy crowd waiting at the school gate. Before Lin Tian could even ask what was going on, celebratory cannons fired overhead, and the whole crowd rushed him at once. Joey excitedly blurted out that they were on the news, and Wang Mo summed it up in one line that made everything click: this was all because of Immortal Forest City. The reporters swarmed in so hard that their microphones nearly hit Lin Tian's face, and he instantly regretted being famous. Lin Tian learned in fragments that he had been named one of Hex City's outstanding youths, while Joey and Wang Mo kept helping him survive the interview storm. After nearly an entire morning of media torture, the reporters finally left satisfied and Lin Tian could at last return to class. Back in the classroom, Sumin gathered the freshmen because Lin Tian's delayed mission result could finally be announced with everyone present. Sumin handed out the score sheets and let the room go quiet while everyone checked their assessment results. Lin Tian saw full marks on his mission, and when Zhou Yi and Wang Emo found the same on theirs, the three of them exchanged an excited look they did not even try to hide. Sumin could barely hold back her pride as she announced that their class had produced the university's first team ever to complete an S-rank mission. She called Lin Tian, Wang Emo, and Zhou Yi to stand so the whole room could see the three students who had pulled off the impossible. Then Sumin pushed the moment even higher by announcing that they had exceeded their target, and that Lin Tian had also made Hex City's top 100 outstanding youths. The classroom answered with thunderous applause, and even students who had clashed with Lin Tian before joined in sincerely this time. Once the formal praise ended, the whole room immediately drifted into gossip about whether Lin Tian had a girlfriend. Bai Lin Yu ducked her head with red ears, while Wang Shui's usual icy calm cracked just enough for a visible blush. For a while, Lin Tian stopped being just a freshman standout and became a campus-wide name that everyone at Hex City University was talking about. Lao Gui read the news with a broad grin and quietly savored the fact that recruiting Lin Tian had been one of the best bets of his life. Elsewhere, Chen Jingjiang stared at the same report with sweat on his face and hatred in his eyes, still unable to forget the scar Lin Tian had carved into his chest. A few days later, the hype finally started to fade, and Lin Tian could breathe again after hiding in a dorm that had practically turned into a sightseeing spot. Wang Emo thanked Lin Tian seriously for everything, a sign of how much the mission and the days after it had changed his attitude. Lin Tian instantly cut through the heavy mood with a joke that if Wang Emo really wanted to thank them, he could just buy the three of them a proper meal. When Wang Emo agreed on the spot, Joey stared at him like he had become a different person, and the room broke into roughhousing again. After they settled down, Wang Emo turned serious again and admitted that without Lin Tian, the mission might never have been completed. He even opened up about his family power struggle, making it clear that winning missions was the only way he currently had to gain any ground back home. Lin Tian told him plainly that they could not solve his family problems yet, but as long as they were a team, he would never leave him behind. That promise hit hard enough to make both Wang Emo and Zhou Yi tear up. Wang Emo tried to repay Lin Tian with a valuable jade piece, but Lin Tian refused immediately because accepting it would make their bond feel too formal. Since Lin Tian would not take the jade, Wang Emo gave him something better for him instead: inside information about a top-tier national auction packed with rare treasures. That finally made Lin Tian's eyes light up, because the mission had left him with plenty of credits and ores he could now turn into something he actually needed. Lin Tian thanked Wang Emo for the auction news, and Wang Emo could only sigh at how the jade had failed where one useful lead succeeded. Joey jumped in before the mood could turn serious again and dragged them back to the real priority of the day: Wang Emo was treating. On the way to the cafeteria, they passed Green Square again, and Joey blurted out his dream of one day eating there too. Some nearby seniors laughed at the loud freshman dream, and Joey bristled immediately because he refused to act like aiming high was a joke. Before the argument could really flare up, Lao Gui arrived with a group fresh off a mission, carrying such obvious killing intent and blood smell that the crowd parted on instinct. Lao Gui spotted Lin Tian at once, lit up with delight, and loudly invited him and his roommates to join him for a meal at Green Square. Lin Tian politely turned the invitation down and said he would just eat in the first cafeteria with his roommates, and that single calm refusal instantly wiped the smiles off the students who had mocked them. Once the nearby students realized they had mocked one of Hex City University's rare outstanding youths, they slipped away looking embarrassed. Even though his status now let him enter the elite Green Square freely, Lin Tian still chose to eat an ordinary meal with Joey and Wang Emo. The next day felt normal again, with Lin Tian buried in Armored Envoy studies and the freshmen rotating through their regular classes. Then the academy broadcast suddenly repeated an urgent notice 3 times, ordering all freshmen to attend an assembly the next night. The announcement put Lin Tian on edge, and his thoughts jumped straight to the Sea Monster Empire, and the fear that the Sea Defense Line might be in trouble. But when he reached the assembly hall and saw it was a freshman-only gathering, Lin Tian realized this had nothing to do with an emergency war mobilization. As the freshman assembly began, Lin Tian listened while the dean explained that the entrance exam had been only a small part of the real evaluation. The school explained that academic points would be the main measure of a freshman's strength, and the fastest way to earn them was by taking on real missions. The dean added that comprehensive points would also count, including club contributions, and the final ranking would decide who earned the university's major scholarships. The moment Lin Tian heard those scholarships could be exchanged for rare ores, strong gear, and even a chance at legendary magical beasts, he was fully hooked. Joey immediately called him out for getting dazzled by the rewards, and Lin Tian could only glare back because he really did need that kind of chance. Lin Tian silently planned even further ahead, already weighing how he might trade scholarship rewards depending on whether he could secure the divine grade cub he really wanted. Then the school laid down the key team rule for the comprehensive assessment: freshmen could go solo, but teams of up to 6 were strongly encouraged. That limit immediately made Lin Tian start building a lineup in his head, confident Joey and Wang Emo would stay with him after their last mission together. He also started wondering whether he should reach out to the rest of his old teammates before someone else took them first. When the long assembly finally ended, the hall instantly broke into a noisy scramble as freshmen rushed to lock in teams before the best people were taken. Strong freshmen openly advertised their levels and magical beasts, while some newly formed teams even set hard entry requirements on the spot. Because Lin Tian had become so famous, teams kept approaching him, but he turned every one of them down. Joey and Wang Emo were just as wanted, and they rejected the offers too because they had already chosen to stay with Lin Tian. Then Zhang Wei finally fought his way through the crowd and ran straight to Lin Tian, asking if there was still a place for him. Lin Tian answered with a smile that he had already saved Zhang Wei a spot, and the two old teammates sealed it with a warm handshake. That reunion hit Lin Tian harder than he expected, because after months apart he had not been sure their old team chemistry would still be there. Before the moment could settle, Wang Shui stepped in with a cool little tease and asked whether their outstanding youth still had room for one more. Even while acting playful, Wang Shui was visibly a little shy about asking Lin Tian so publicly. Lin Tian welcomed her with the same teasing tone, making it clear he would gladly take the famous Wang Shui onto the team. A second later, Bai Linyu stormed over in mock outrage, complaining that she had been waiting and Lin Tian still had not come to find her. She even grabbed Lin Tian's shoulder hard enough to make him yelp and beg her to go easy. When Bai Linyu asked whether his team was already full and whether he did not want her anymore, Lin Tian hurried to explain that he had never meant to leave anyone out. His explanation worked, and with Bai Linyu joining too, Lin Tian's 6-person team was finally complete. The finished lineup looked strong across every role, with solid individual power and even better team balance. Zhang Wei immediately spotted that Wang Emo had already reached high silver level, and the old teammates fell right back into their familiar teasing rhythm. By the next day, Lin Tian's team had already gone to the Armored Envoy Association, aiming for the higher point missions instead of the weaker rewards from the university board. But the mood changed the moment they arrived, because Lu Hao and the others were already waiting for them with unusually serious faces. Lu Hao stepped forward and abruptly demanded that Lin Tian state the philosophy of the Armored Envoy Association, making the whole group snap to attention. When Lu Hao questions Lin Tian about the Armored Envoy Association, Lin Tian drops the jokes and answers seriously because the whole room suddenly feels like an exam. Lin Tian answers every follow-up cleanly, and the seniors finally look satisfied that the new recruit actually did his homework. Lu Hao gathers all 6 freshmen and 6 seniors in the meeting room and finally explains why he waited for them to arrive. He announces that the seniors will soon leave campus for real-world experience, so the freshmen must prove they are ready to take over the association. Then the real pressure lands. The 6 freshmen will face an association test to see whether they are fit to stay. As several seniors' beast tattoos light up in unison, Lin Tian realizes this is not a symbolic test at all but the first real clash between old and new. Lin Tian stands up for the freshmen, and his silent stare with Lu Hao turns the room into a clear senior versus junior showdown. Lu Hao gives them 7 days to prepare and opens the association warehouse, making it clear the freshmen are expected to arm themselves for this fight. Deep inside the association, Lu Hao unlocks a massive sealed stone door with black crystals, one layer at a time. When the vault finally opens, an ancient mineral smell rolls out and the freshmen are hit with a mountain of precious ore. Lin Tian's eyes light up because the vault holds materials far beyond what he normally dares to touch, and he immediately starts thinking bigger. Lu Hao leaves one last rule behind: show up for the test in 7 days, or the association will count it as a surrender. Once the seniors are gone, the freshmen stay behind and start choosing or with the grim focus of people betting everything on 1 week of forging. Before dawn the next morning, hammering already fills the metalwork base as the entire group starts forging without wasting a single day. Lin Tian decides a hand armor will help him most, because his armor-transformed fighting style depends less on carrying a weapon and more on staying light and mobile. The whole week turns brutal and repetitive, with the freshmen forging from sunrise until dawn and barely leaving themselves time to sleep. Lin Tian keeps reworking failed pieces late into the night, refusing to settle for the silver and quasi-silver attempts piling up around him. At the end of the 7 days, 6 golden flashes burst up almost together, as the freshmen finally finish their upgraded armored weapons. Lin Tian checks the result and finally gets what he wanted: a quasi-gold level hand armor that just reaches his target. He knows a true gold level weapon is still beyond a silver level envoy, so instead of chasing a miracle, he accepts a practical breakthrough. The rest of the freshmen also complete quasi-gold equipment on new body parts, and for the first time their side looks ready for tomorrow's battle. 7 days later, the freshmen return to the Armored Envoy Association, and Lu Hao immediately senses that Lin Tian has come back stronger. Lin Tian smiles back and throws the same line at Lu Hao, because he can feel the senior leader has been training hard too. At the training ground, the two sides spread out with space between them, and Lu Hao's rules keep the seniors from using domains or armored weapons because this is a test, not a beating. Lu Hao gives the signal and transforms first, his fiery red armor spilling heat across the field even without opening a domain. The rest of the senior team transforms right after Lu Hao, revealing a full gold level lineup built around power, defense, control, support, and 2 agile flankers. Lin Tian's side answers with their own summons and armor transformations, ready to test whether their week of preparation was enough. The seniors do not wait around, and 2 unnamed agile seniors streak in from both sides with fire and water pressure aimed straight at Lin Tian's team. Lin Tian and Bai Linyu react together almost instantly, intercepting the twin rush before it can smash into their team. On another side of the field, Zhang Wei barely forms his earth armor before an unnamed senior powerhouse slams him away like a wall hitting a smaller wall. The unnamed senior bluntly points out Zhang Wei's problem. A defensive envoy who cannot read the next threat leaves both himself and his teammates exposed. Instead of backing down, Zhang Wei gets even fiercer and charges the senior again under a surge of earth and yellow power. Lu Hao spots the opening and starts preparing an energy cannon to crush the freshman's push with raw firepower. Before he can fire cleanly, Joey cuts in and throws up a sea of flames that forces Lu Hao to retreat and reset. That brief opening is all Lin Tian needs, and he calls out to the seniors before launching his real setup. Green light erupts behind Lin Tian as vines burst from the ground, turning the open training field into a trap zone. Lin Tian activates the newly forged leg armor and drives an energy-charged kick straight at one of the senior flankers. When the 2 agile seniors try to dodge, the vines lock both of them down at the worst possible moment. Mandala flowers bloom at the vine tips and dump purple pollen across the trap speed fighters before they can recover. The pollen cannot fully control gold-level seniors, but it still wrecks their nerves enough to leave the 2 flankers dizzy and stumbling. The senior side finally answers with control and support, dragging the trapped pair back and clearing their negative status. But Wan Mo has been waiting exactly for that rescue attempt, proving he is not just a backline ornament. He casts light explosion technique, sending a golden orb into the air above the seniors. The orb detonates in a blinding flash and catches the senior side all at once, turning the freshman's coordination into a clean momentum swing. As the blast fades over the training ground, Lu Hao rises back into the air and openly admits the freshmen are far stronger than his generation was at their age. Watching from the edge of the field, the seniors are genuinely rattled by Lin Tian's strange vines and the fact that an agility-type envoy can also control power like that. Lu Hao goes even further and says this new class might one day surpass the university principal's famous golden generation. Even while giving the freshmen their due, Lu Hao and the senior side pull themselves together, because their pride as Hex City University's elite will not let them back down. At that moment, Su Min arrives with several older observers and immediately looks toward the fight with the same nervous concern she feels every year. One of the observers points out Lin Tian, and Su Min confirms that he is the student she has been talking about. Back in the arena, Lin Tian's flower vines are burned away as Lu Hao bursts through the flames like a fire god charging straight back into the fight. Joey meets him head-on in flames, but the collision only proves the gap in rank, and Lu Hao blasts him backward with blood at his mouth. Wang Shui rushes in to cover Joey with ice crystals, but Joey refuses to sit out and orders the others to keep fighting. Instead of retreating, Joey pulls out another armored weapon from his black box, lets blood-red threads spread across his body, and prepares a new transformation. With a roar, Joey transforms into the sacred flame white tiger armor and throws himself back into the battle. The senior side answers from every angle as Lu Hao lunges in again, and the agility-type seniors blanket Joey with dense cannon fire. The juniors stop holding back too, and Lin Tian instantly arms up while Bai Linyu also drops her old form and reaches for a stronger transformation. A bolt of lightning crashes down as Bai Linyu calls the Thunderbolt Tiger, and seals herself inside a fresh set of standard armor. Lin Tian follows with his own full burst, charging Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade until moonlight and starlight flood the entire field. His barrage finally erupts as more than 10 energy cannons and more than 10 moonlit blades tear across the field toward the senior side. Wan Mo also reveals his trump card, Dazzling Illusion, as all 6 freshmen pour out everything they have to beat the seniors. Staring at the incoming storm, Lu Hao finally understands why this class is so dangerous. Every one of them has at least one quasi-gold armored weapon, and some have more. That shock spreads across the senior side as they compare the freshmen to their own past and realize these silver-level newcomers already hold talent their generation only reached at gold rank. Even the teachers and observers can only watch in admiration, because this batch of new students is clearly exceptional. As the freshmen's combined attack crashes down, Lu Hao is pushed so far that he starts to open his Raging Flame domain, breaking the match's limits. Before Lu Hao's domain can fully open, a white light suddenly cuts across the battlefield and wipes out all the gathered energy in an instant. Su Min calls the battle over, and both sides land and remove their armor with the heat finally leaving the field. After a long pause, Lu Hao swallows his pride, admits defeat, and offers Lin Tian a handshake instead of resentment. Su Min praises both sides, proud that Lin Tian has grown this far and just as proud that Lu Hao matured into such a powerful envoy. Lu Hao tells Lin Tian plainly that he is stronger than Lu Hao ever was back then, and the praise lands with real respect. Lin Tian answers with thanks, because for all their fighting, these seniors had been guiding the new class from missions to weapon forging the whole way. The mood finally breaks into laughter when the seniors look at the freshmen, and realize they are exactly like they used to be. After the handover, Lin Tian is named acting vice president, with Bai Linyu, Wang Shui, and Zhang Wei as heads and Wang Mo and Zhou Yi as vice heads for the next era of the association. Soon the goodbye turns real as Lin Tian and the others walk the seniors out and watch them leave campus with their luggage. When the seniors wave from the road and disappear from campus, the juniors feel the separation hit all at once. Lin Tian admits with a faint smile that one day their turn to leave will come too, and the girls can barely hide their red eyes. By noon, the new leadership returns to the nearly empty Armored Envoy Association building and starts looking at missions with a more serious sense of responsibility. The mission board is packed with sea defense line requests, showing just how unstable that front has become after recent trouble. Lin Tian wants to help there, but he quickly shuts the idea down because his curse would turn the sea battlefield into a trap centered on him. Since they need a mission they can actually complete, the team shifts away from the sea and starts considering cleanup jobs inside safer zones. Lin Tian selects the city cleanup mission, and after a short discussion the whole team agrees to move out. Their first destination as the new core team is set at Harbor City, and the next phase begins with that choice. After Lu Hao's group left, Lin Tian and the others packed light and headed straight for Harbor City, treating the trip like work, not sightseeing. From the plane window, Harbor City stunned them with its giant docks, packed ships, and fortress walls wrapped around a city that looked almost unreal. As the plane descended, the city looked even stranger up close, with flowers, plants, and startled birds rising off a tarmac that felt more like a garden than an airport. Once they landed, Lin Tian noticed roads and routes spreading out in every direction, and he realized Harbor City was a major transit hub linking Hex City Base, Jean Plain Base, and the sea. That layout explained why Harbor City mattered so much. Land routes had to cross dangerous magical zones, but sea transport could move large cargo more safely unless a full sea empire controlled the region. Bai Linyu quietly pointed out something off about the beautiful city, because despite the scenery, almost no ordinary tourists were around. Zhou Yi answered right away that Harbor City was the closest city to the sea defense line, which instantly changed how the place looked to the whole group. Wang Shui was puzzled, because a city this important should have been the first target for magical beasts if it really sat so close to the coast's chaos. Zhang Wei finally spoke up and revealed that Harbor City had already endured repeated attacks before, and the city view hit him with a flash of old memories. Zhou Yi backed him up and explained the real reason Harbor City still stood. As a fortress city shared by many bases, any enemy that attacked it would trigger reinforcements from all sides. That also explained the contrast with Hex City Base, because Harbor City could call for outside help, while Hex City had to survive major attacks mostly on its own. Lin Tian finally understood why the streets were packed with mercenaries, association members, and even military forces, because this city was both rich in missions and too important to ever relax. With evening coming on, the group put the sightseeing aside, found a hotel, and turned in early to prepare for work the next day. The next morning, they went to Harbor City's Armored Envoy Association branch, because their school mission still needed a local assignment before it became real fieldwork. At the mission hall, they learned that city cleaning jobs came in two very different forms: reclaiming cities that had already fallen, or stabilizing cities where danger was building but not fully understood yet. After registering, Lin Tian saw just how intense Harbor City's mission board was, with cleanup jobs, intelligence requests, and one reward towering above the rest, clearing the sea defense line. Lin Tian hesitated, because sea missions meant a chance of running into sirens again, and that was the one matchup he really wanted to avoid. He tried to reassure himself that Harbor City was far from Hex City Base, and that the sea monster empire was not spread evenly across every stretch of water. In the end, Lin Tian stopped wavering and chose the sea defense line cleanup anyway, chasing the huge academic reward even with the risk hanging over him. His teammates were clearly worried about Lin Tian's bad luck around sirens, but the determination on his face made it obvious the decision was already made. Before the group could settle into the assignment, a wave of mercenaries and some military personnel entered the hall and immediately started mocking the students for coming here at all. To those veterans, students from Hex City University were not promising recruits but repeat burdens, because too many young people had come to Harbor City fearless and died fast. Their contempt got worse when they realized these students had chosen the sea defense line cleanup, the same brutal mission drawing thousands of hardened frontline people. Lin Tian frowned at the insults, because he knew students lacked experience, but this was too much even for a dangerous city. Before Lin Tian answered, Zhang Wei stepped out with killing intent rolling off him, because being looked down on was one thing he could not stand. An old mercenary with one blind eye sneered back that he had spent more than half a year on this line, and in his mind that gave him every right to judge them. Instead of backing down, Zhang Wei coldly answered that he had stayed even longer, and grabbed the man's clothes as the room went still. Then Zhang Wei yanked his own upper clothes aside and exposed a body so wrecked by old battles that everyone around him was left speechless. Even Lin Tian and the others could only stare, because those scars did not look like one close call but the remains of repeated desperate fights. Looking at that ruined body, Lin Tian finally understood why Zhang Wei had repeated a year, because he had not missed his old exam from weakness but from injury severe enough to keep him out entirely. After Zhang Wei's scarred outburst, Lin Tian quietly covers him with his own jacket, and the older mercenary's contempt finally turns into respect. Zhang Wei apologizes for losing control, but Lin Tian shuts that down and makes it clear they were the ones treated unfairly from the start. With fresh battle uniforms in hand, Lin Tian's group leaves Harbor City and heads straight for the sea defense cleaning mission. At the coast, Lin Tian arrives to find thousands already gathered, and the massive sea defense line up close is even more overwhelming than he imagined. Before the fighting starts, Bai Yu warns the team not to get separated, because staying together is their best chance once the shore turns chaotic. They barely start planning before the sea kicks up a sudden wave, and countless water bullets rip toward the shore. Wang Emo throws up a golden barrier while everyone summons their beasts, and Stellar Wolf hacks apart the first barrage before it reaches them. The attackers finally show themselves, and Lin Tian realizes these are not ordinary fish monsters but tall humanoid murlocs from the Sea Empire. As more murlocs pour out, Lin Tian spots dark blue flame on some of them and realizes their front line is packed with dangerous silver rank fighters. Lin Tian jokes that Stellar Wolf looks like the weak link here, because even the ordinary murlocs are stronger on average than the mermen they fought before. The first full clash hits the beach as giant waves crash in behind the murlocs, and the whole shoreline turns into a messy close-quarters war. Then the real shock arrives when mounted murlocs appear, charging in on seal and sea lion-like beasts as if this were a full marine cavalry assault. The mounted murlocs blast the shore with beast attacks and start throwing hooked ropes to drag mercenaries away. Within moments the sea itself looks occupied, with thousands of mounted and foot murlocs filling kilometers of water and showering the shore with hooks. Lin Tian fires Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade together as he and Bai Yu sprint to the front, while Wang Mo keeps the team covered in gold light. The bombardment blows apart the incoming hooks, but the beach is already swallowed by battle as tens of thousands of murlocs crash into the human line. Up close, Lin Tian trades blows with several murlocs, then snaps on his newly forged quasi-gold leg armor to hit harder. When Lin Tian's moon patterns light up, two murlocs take the full blast and vanish in a violent explosion. Lin Tian's team cuts down enemies fast, but the battlefield is too huge, and elsewhere hooked mercenaries are already being dragged into the sea. Just as the shore starts to look hopeless, black cannon shells scream in from the coastline and smash apart the murloc riders on the water. The black shapes turn out to be Hex City assault ships, fast armored warships built specifically to fight on the sea. Zhang Wei fights with his huge earth shield and shouts the explanation, reminding everyone Hex City prepared naval weapons because its sea lion sees the worst action. The assault ships prove it immediately by ramming through enemy mounts, raising blue barriers, and docking at the shore for pickup. A call goes up for everyone to board, and Lin Tian immediately leads his team toward the ships. The murlocs try to choke off the retreat, but the ship cannons answer with beast-killing shells that blast and corrode anything in the way. As the path clears, Lin Tian stays behind just long enough to put Wang Mo and the others safely onto the assault ship first. That leaves Lin Tian alone under the ship as more murlocs close in from every side and force him to fight for the last step aboard. From the deck, Zhou Yi and the others panic and fire back to help him, wiping out a swath of murlocs they think was enough to save him. But Lin Tian suddenly hears the real danger too late, because the murlocs were waiting for this exact moment to target the one man left below. 5 or 6 hooks slam into Lin Tian at once, and before anyone can stop it, he is yanked straight off the shore and into the sea. The instant Lin Tian splashes into the sea, waiting murlocs dive on him from every side, while Bai Yu and Zhou Yi can only scream his name from the ship. Lin Tian is yanked underwater by hooked ropes, gulps down seawater, and immediately slices the hooks apart before they can lock him down. The moment he breaks free, Lin Tian turns and blasts nearby murlocs apart with an energy bomb. But the murlocs keep swarming in, piling more hooks onto his body and trying to drag him deeper until brute force stops working. Lin Tian spots the bodies of older mercenaries already floating dead in the distance, and the sight makes this fight feel suddenly grim. He answers by carving and bombing through the pack so hard that the nearest murlocs finally flinch back. Then pain spikes through his neck as a hidden line tightens again and drags him even farther down. Water floods Lin Tian's mouth, his vision starts to blur, and all he can do is keep killing while he faintly hears Bai Yu and the others shouting for him from the surface above. Even half-conscious, Lin Tian keeps stacking kills until the water around him turns muddy red with murloc blood. A trident suddenly punches through Lin Tian's palm, and the wound makes the nearby sea beasts even more frenzied. Lin Tian refuses to fold, yanks that murloc in close, and blows its head apart at point-blank range. Ready to die fighting, he equips his quasi-gold hand armor and unleashes everything under the twin moons. After killing enough murlocs to earn one last upgrade, Lin Tian gets a system prompt asking if he wants to evolve. He instantly spends all 180 points, betting everything on a survival skill instead of raw power. White light wraps around Lin Tian, and nose awareness evolves into turtle breath. The new talent slows his breathing and blood flows so much that the sea finally stops choking him. He checks his status, sees turtle breath added and his evolution points emptied out, and knows the gamble paid off. With breathing no longer a problem, Lin Tian tears the rope from his neck and declares that now it is his turn. He charges back in with oversized energy bombs and armor-forged blades, swimming through the sea like a weapon. Then Mandala Flower joins the fight, sending green vines and budding flowers spreading all around him through the water. But the deeper sea reveals the real scale of the problem, with tens of thousands of murlocs and sea beasts massing around him. Lin Tian orders Xiaohua to use enchantment, turning Mandala Flower's pollen loose through the sea. The enchantment blooms into a huge pink ocean underwater, wide enough to be seen even from the surface. Back on the assault ship, Xingqing sees the pink sea and sneers that a student is still just a student. Another mercenary angrily tells him to shut up, because piling on when Lin Tian might be dying is too cruel even for them. Instead of arguing, Xingqing suddenly dives into the sea himself to save the very student he was mocking. The older mercenary explains that Xingqing is foul-mouthed, but he became a mercenary because he still wanted to protect the country even after failing to become a soldier. Hearing that story and learning his scar is proof of his stubborn grit, Zhang Wei and the others start respecting Xingqing instead of judging him. Underwater, Xingqing reaches the battlefield and finds red-eyed murlocs, white light, and sea plants spreading through the depths, so he fears he may already be too late. But Lin Tian is very much alive, using vines and enchantment to turn the murlocs on each other while he keeps bombing the survivors. Every fresh kill gets hauled behind Lin Tian until the seabed behind him turns into a grotesque mountain of murloc corpses. Lin Tian backs up against that corpse mountain and turns it into a wall at his back while he keeps firing point-blank into the horde. The full moon power behind his attacks is so intense that tiny cracks start appearing in his armor, but he ignores the damage and keeps fighting. A violent underwater explosion sends a water pillar upward and sweeps hundreds of murlocs off their feet. When Xingqing finally reaches him, he is stunned speechless by Lin Tian's strength, the mandala flower on his shoulder, and the mountain of corpses behind him. Before the shock even fades, Xingqing notices a murloc sneaking up behind Lin Tian and reflexively cuts it down. Lin Tian turns with a strange look, surprised that Xingqing came down here at all. That brief pause ends when Lin Tian spots a massive black shadow moving in from the deeper sea. Lin Tian quickly realizes the pressure is worse than it looked, because there is more than one huge threat coming. The first giant shape resolves into a whale shark over 30 meters long, with an even more terrifying murloc riding on its back like a king. As the whale shark advances, the water around it turns dark and sticky and a full sea beast army closes in behind the king. Then the seabed shudders again, and Lin Tian sees another murloc just like that king arriving from a different direction. Deep underwater, Lin Tian hears enough movement to realize this is no normal raid but a massive sea beast tide already pushing past 150,000. When he spots 4 gold-level beasts each leading their own tribes, Lin Tian immediately understands Harbor City is facing something far worse than the beast tides he knew before. Xingqing stops thinking about scouting and yells for everyone to retreat, because this battlefield is already beyond what their team can handle. Before leaving, Lin Tian quickly checks the deep-sea Murloc King's status and confirms the worst case: a real low-tier gold monster with epic talent and a riptide domain. That glance is enough to sober him, and Lin Tian admits to himself that he still is not strong enough to kill a true gold-level beast. Once they break the surface and board the assault ship, Xingqing immediately reports the incoming sea beast army to Harbor City's command. Zhang Wei, Zhou Yi, and the others rush over to check on Lin Tian, while Wang Mo coats him in healing light just in case. Lin Tian realizes the assault ship itself amplifies his body like a giant armored weapon, which makes Hex City Base's investment in these ships suddenly make perfect sense. As every ship turns back toward shore, Harbor City pulls its line inward because the deep-sea Murloc King is leading the whole attack straight at the coast. The citywide red alert blares that more than 200,000 magical beasts are coming, and Harbor City drops into full wartime panic in minutes. On the beach, soldiers drag the assault ships into position and lock them together into a blue barrier wall to form the first emergency defense line. Veteran mercenaries and soldiers summon extra beasts and brace for impact, while the rest of Harbor City rushes out to defend their home. Then the sea erupts, and shrieking murlocs ride in on waves and sea beasts as Harbor City's second and third defense lines rise behind the beach. Lin Tian and the frontline fighters open fire from behind the ship wall, but the number of beasts pouring out of the ocean is so huge it feels endless. Lin Tian unleashes Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade together, joining Bai Lin Yu, Zhang Wei, and the others in a desperate attempt to thin the tide. Even with non-stop kills piling up, one assault ship finally gives way and explodes under the crush of monsters. The moment that gap opens, veterans throw themselves into it and swear to protect Harbor City even if they have to die there. But the breaches only widen, and more armored envoys have to use their own bodies as the line, while the beast tide keeps pushing harder. Then 2 deep-sea Murloc Kings step forward together, smaller than the giant beasts but far more terrifying as they stab their tridents into the defense with open contempt. Seeing students still on the front, Xingqing screams at Lin Tian's group to fall back, even as blood runs from his injured eye and he charges back into the fight. The Murloc Kings answer with the full force of their riptide domain, smashing the entire shoreline under towering waves and savage currents. Tens of thousands of beasts hit at once, the front line collapses, and the mercenaries who were plugging the breach vanish under the flood almost instantly. As blood spreads through the surf, the 2 Murloc Kings coldly command the next wave forward without slowing down at all. That sight finally hits Lin Tian in full, and for the first time he truly understands what a giant beast tide means when a whole troop can be erased in one rush. Xinqiang, bleeding from the head, roars at the students again to retreat to the inner line because the battlefield has only gotten worse. Lin Tian refuses to leave, and the courage of the veterans reignites him enough to start firing back even harder. He brings out Mandala Flower, and huge green vines burst up behind the tide to start building another corpse mountain out of sea beasts. Xinqiang stares in disbelief when he realizes the famous corpse mountain defense from before was Lin Tian's work all along. Even knowing it will only buy time, Lin Tian keeps harvesting sea beasts as fast as he can while the rest of the team backs his position. All around him, wounded mercenaries still swear to hold the line, even as the broken bodies of the dead start washing back through the surf. Lin Tian's non-stop full-power attacks start tearing his own armor apart, and cracks spread across his moon-patterned hand and leg armor. Wang Shui freezes a huge stretch of beasts, while Bai Linyu and the injured Zhou hold the line beside Lin Tian on top of the corpse mountain. Explosions tear through the tide, but even after piling up multiple 10-meter corpse hills, the 200,000 beast wave still refuses to slow down. Veterans start admitting the defense may not hold, because the silver beasts are too many and every casual strike from the gold kings still kills people. Desperate to change anything, Lin Tian stacks Moon Howling Strike, Wolf King Bomb, and Star Moon Blade one after another without holding back. Then one of his hand armors finally shatters, and the overheated energy starts burning straight into his skin. Even through the pain, Lin Tian pours every last bit of moonlight into one more blast and wipes out another huge swath of the battlefield. Right after that kill burst, the system finally pops up with the answer he has been waiting for. The Moon Howling Stellar Wolf has enough experience to level up now. With the battlefield still drowning in sea beasts, Lin Tian instantly accepts the level up because he knows raw force is the only way he can keep burning a path forward. A giant wolf phantom rises beside him and howls into the sky as the silver wolf's evolution starts in a blast of white light. The evolved Moon Howling Stellar Wolf swells from 15 to 18 meters, its silver-white body sharpening into a brighter, deadlier form. When Stellar Wolf roars again, the shockwave hurls murlocs and sea beasts backward and briefly freezes the whole area in fear. The deep-sea Murloc King gives the upgraded Stellar Wolf a brief interested look, then dismisses it because a mid-tier silver beast still means nothing to a gold-level king. Lin Tian pats Stellar Wolf with a grin, already feeling how much this fresh evolution has raised his chances. At the same time, Mandala Flower also breaks through, its vines glowing green as they thicken, multiply, and spread across the battlefield. The corpse mountain in front of the line surges from 150 meters to 200, turning into a grotesque barrier wrapped in Mandala Flower's vines. Mandala Flower's body jumps to 20 meters tall, and the system grants it a new silver skill called Death Ray. That name makes Lin Tian tense up, because he immediately realizes Mandala Flower has learned the same terrifying beam attack that nearly vaporized him before. He quickly sees the upside too. Mandala Flower was already a control monster, and now it finally has a truly lethal finishing move. Stellar Wolf turns into white light and merges back into Lin Tian, letting him inspect the wolf's upgraded skills from inside his own body. The new skill Moon Step turns out to be exactly what he needed, because it lets him ride moonlight through the air instead of relying on short bursts alone. Lin Tian decides to test it immediately and triggers Moon Step while moon patterns flare back to full power over his body. A glowing path forms in the air and pale moonlight wings spread behind him, turning his so-called glide into something that feels almost like real flight. Once he gets the feel for it, Lin Tian starts raining down energy bombs and blades from above where the murlocs can barely touch him. Even when dozens of tridents are hurled at once, he slips around them with ease, finally fighting like the free-moving predator he wanted to be. With Stellar Wolf's will fused into him, Lin Tian howls through the sky and keeps killing as if Wolf and Master are hunting with one mind. The next exchange starts fast in midair as Wang Shui casts Frozen World and Lin Tian answers with Moon Howling Strike. Lin Tian's Moon Howling Strike rips through Wang Shui's frozen field, turning the sky into a violent burst of shattered ice and moonlit force. Bai Linyu jumps in on the opening and floods a 100-meter area with falling lightning, stacking her firepower right on top of Lin Tian's assault. When enemy attacks rush toward Lin Tian, Wang Mo's golden support light snaps into place and shields him in the middle of the bombardment. Seeing him still airborne, Bai Linyu laughs that he can actually fly now, and the change instantly opens up better teamwork between them. The two of them gather power side by side and blast the ground together, wiping out another swath of beasts in one coordinated strike. Their veteran team coordination kills faster than the scattered old mercenaries, but the sheer size of the 200,000 beast tide barely changes. Bai Linyu grimly points out the obvious. There are far too many enemies, and without reinforcements they cannot hope to clear this tide. Lin Tian has no answer except the one they are already living with, so he focuses on buying time and charges another Wolf King bomb. Before his shot can land, a massive trident rips through the Wolf King bomb without even slowing down. The trident curves back unharmed, and Lin Tian finally feels the deep-sea Murloc King's scarlet gaze lock onto him for real. For an instant Lin Tian feels as if he has been dragged into a bottomless black hole, crushed by the gold-level King's pressure alone. The King makes the first move and hurls a 100-meter water tornado at him, forcing Lin Tian into a direct clash he never wanted. Lin Tian answers with Star Moon Blade, pouring moonlight and starlight into several flying blades as his armor lights up under the strain. The result is brutal. Lin Tian's Star Moon Blade is shredded almost instantly inside the water tornado, and the attack keeps coming. He fires 5 or 6 energy bombs next, but those vanish into the tornado too, proving brute force will not stop it either. With the pull already dragging at his body, Lin Tian abandons the clash and escapes sideways with Moon Step at the last second. When he looks back, the deep-sea Murloc King is openly mocking him with a human-like look of disdain. The tornado finally dies out, but it leaves a deep gouged trench across the battlefield that shows exactly how close Lin Tian came to being erased. Lin Tian gathers more blades and bombs, but this time the price shows on his body as his last hand armor finally cracks apart. With the gauntlet gone, glowing moon patterns float over his bare hands and body, and Lin Tian growls out Moon Howling Strike as he prepares to hit back. Lin Tian throws everything into one last moon-based killing move, and 2 huge full moons flare into the sky behind him. The wolf phantom howls and dissolves back into moonlight, tightening Lin Tian's attack into a focus beam aimed at the deep-sea Murloc King. Even before the clash peaks, Lin Tian's armor starts burning out under the strain, and his cracked leg armor begins to fail. Lin Tian himself rises and becomes the third moon, lining all 3 full moons up for a final all-out strike. The deep-sea Murloc King answers by riding a column of water straight up and charging the beam head-on with its trident. Moonlight and seawater collide in a blinding aerial explosion, but the king keeps forcing more water pillars into the impact point. Inside the attack, Lin Tian keeps feeding the full moon with his own body, and his quasi-gold leg armor starts shattering piece by piece. On the ground, Zhang Wei, Bai Linyu, and the others can only watch in panic as the 2 powers grind against each other almost evenly. Then the balance breaks, and a huge dark shape bursts out of the explosion toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian is blown backward with almost all his armor destroyed, and he realizes even that desperate attack failed to hurt the king enough. The deep-sea Murloc King closes in through the smoke, lifts its trident, and bears down on him with the pressure of a mountain. That crushing aura slams into Lin Tian again and again until he coughs up blood and feels death closing in. Mandala Flower frantically launches vines to catch him, but Lin Tian is still too far away for the rescue to reach. Just when Lin Tian thinks he is finished, Xiaohui flashes in front of him and forces itself back into the fight to block the trident. Seeing Xiaohui save him again, Lin Tian remembers every time the wolf stepped in for him and his fear turns into a steady resolve. Lin Tian tells Xiaohui they will face it together, and the pair force one last armor transformation under crushing pressure. With his body already breaking, Lin Tian squeezes out a final Wolf King bomb because he refuses to die here. The moment the bomb forms, Xiaohui's last strength runs out, the armor breaks, and the wolf collapses into deep sleep. Lin Tian's last bomb collides with the trident, but the king's weapon punches straight through the explosion instead of stopping. The trident tears into Lin Tian anyway, and blood sprays across the sky as the blast engulfs both him and the weapon. Mandala Flower erupts in fury, sending a swarm of vines into the air while trying to drag Lin Tian back from death. The vines finally catch him, but Lin Tian is left shirtless, drenched in blood, and punched through with 3 horrifying wounds. Barely conscious, Lin Tian bitterly understands what a true gold-level beast can do as his vision starts going dark. Bai Linyu, Zhang Wei, Wang Mo, and the others rush over together, throwing every healing method they have at Lin Tian. Even the hardened mercenaries know Lin Tian carried the battlefield for them, and his team has already proved they are far beyond ordinary students. The deep-sea Murloc King lands safely behind the horde and keeps staring at Lin Tian like he is the only human here worth noticing. Then the king barks an order in the beast's own language, and the whole tide suddenly goes berserk. The beasts start charging without caring about death, piling their own corpses up just to smash through the defensive line. The front line realizes the firepower is no longer enough, because humans need breath and rest while the tide just keeps coming. Soon the Murlocs reach the first defenders and tear into them with teeth and tridents in a brutally close fight. A red alarm suddenly booms across the coast with one cruel message: reinforcements are still 2 hours away. Instead of breaking, the mercenaries and soldiers harden up because Harbor City and their families are behind them. They roar at each other to hold for 2 hours, even shaming themselves by saying the students fought better than they did. Then thousands of mercenaries, soldiers, and association members charge forward together to become the wall themselves. Wind, blades, and flames explode across the beach as both sides slam together in a suicidal clash. After a brief blackout, Lin Tian coughs awake beside Mandala Flower and drags his eyes back to the battle. At first he thinks he is seeing a giant wall, but the shape in front of him is actually a solid mass of people still standing in the beast's path. Even the dead and dying are still upright at the line, turning human bodies and blood into a living great wall for Harbor City. Shaken, Lin Tian asks about the situation while Bai Linyu and Joey come over, relieved that he is awake at all. Joey gives the hard truth: the line is thinning fast, more than 100 people are already dead, and reinforcements still need 2 more hours. Hearing that, Lin Tian refuses to stay down and tells them to help him up because he can still fight. Joey hesitates at Lin Tian's condition, but Lin Tian looks past the blood and pain and points toward Harbor City behind them. Lin Tian answers with one reason that ends the argument: that city is their home. Joey hauls Lin Tian back up onto the defense line, but Lin Tian is almost spent, his armored weapons are gone, Stellar Wolf is asleep, and he cannot even summon Elemental Queen anymore. Only Mandala Flower is still fighting beside him, and when one vine pats Lin Tian's shoulder like quiet encouragement, his confidence comes back. Lin Tian quietly tells Xiaohua to make another corpse mountain, and Mandala Flower answers by unleashing a storm of vines into the beast tide. Mandala Flower bursts open its roots and throws the old corpse pile back into battle, turning dead beasts into a fresh wave of puppets that crash into the living tide. Bai Linyu, Zhang Wei, and the support armored envoys jump back in too, helping Mandala Flower hold the line for a moment. The magical beasts answer with pure frenzy, swarming the vines, biting and pulling them down, and crushing the front row mercenaries under the surge. Even with most of its vines torn and mangled, Mandala Flower keeps dragging every corpse backward and starts stacking the dead into a new mountain. The corpse mountain rises from flat ground to a towering mass, and the dead beasts under Mandala Flower's control keep charging downhill, dying, getting dragged back, and charging again. For a brief stretch, the mercenaries, soldiers, and corpse army actually start chewing through the tide. Then the deep-sea Murloc kings react, barking orders and raising water-pillared domains that drive the magical beasts into an even madder, stronger charge. Someone yells for an orderly retreat, and the defenders start shrinking the line before the boosted tide crashes over them. To cover that retreat, Lin Tian orders Mandala Flower to raise a massive wall of vines between the monsters and the falling back troops. The vine wall holds for only 5 brutal minutes before exploding apart under the tide and tearing open into a huge breach. The defenders who try to plug the gap are thrown aside, and the beasts pour through toward the 100-meter corpse mountain. The slope and the vines still slow the attackers, but against a horde this huge, even the corpse mountain is clearly living on borrowed time. Lifted back onto the line by vines, Lin Tian can only watch everyone else still fighting and feels painfully small in front of the tide. When several beasts ram the corpse mountain hard enough to bring it crashing down, Lin Tian sees the first line is only minutes from breaking. Too weak even to stand properly, Lin Tian stares at Mandala Flower's exposed white roots and hidden flower bud and forces himself to make one last choice. He spends the last of his strength shouting for Mandala Flower to use Death Ray. Mandala Flower opens its white roots and reveals the pink bud as cracking earth, violent wind, and surging light announce that the Death Ray is about to fire. As the rest of the plant withers, the collapsed corpse mountain, the vines, and the roots all pour their remaining energy into the flower bud. Lin Tian feels that familiar destructive aura again, but this time he is not afraid of it at all. He wants it to erase the tide in front of them. The rotating bud locks onto the charging beasts and fires a terrifying green death ray straight through the battlefield. The beam tears out a 200-meter death zone, destroys thousands of beasts almost instantly, and leaves the defenders staring at it like death itself just passed by. Bai Linyu, Zhang Wei, and the others are shaken too, because one direct hit from that beam would have turned any of them into ash. At the far end of the ray, explosions keep blooming, the ground caves in, and even the seawater and beach are blasted into vapor. System alerts ring nonstop in front of Lin Tian, and he finally smiles because he knows this bought the line some desperately needed breathing room. But the relief is thin, because Lin Tian knows he is empty now. Stellar Wolf is asleep, Mandala Flower is burning itself out, and the line still is not truly safe. As Mandala Flower keeps forcing out the last of the blast, Lin Tian's heart sinks at the sight of it fading away for his sake. When the beam finally weakens, Lin Tian softly calls Xiaohua back, and the plant returns to his arm as a green light. After 5 full minutes of explosions, the crater reveals a hidden tunnel almost identical to the one Lin Tian saw in Immortal Forest City. That discovery chills him, because now he is sure the Sea Monster Empire has been burying tunnels under critical coastal strongholds for something much bigger. Before he can make sense of it, the surviving magical beasts start charging the line all over again. The defenders are down to only 4,000 or 5,000 people, nearly 1,000 have already died, and still nobody steps back from the wall. They roar that no beast can be allowed near the defense line and throw themselves into the fight with cannons, bodies, and sheer stubbornness. Then a cold rain starts falling over the battlefield, mixing with sweat and blood and cutting through the choking air. Lin Tian lifts a hand into the rain and looks at the people still fighting below him, seeing them all as heroes in that moment. A distant shout suddenly rolls in through the rain as allies call out that they have come to help. Lightning tears open the dark clouds, sunlight pours down, and figures descending on spirit wheels appear like a sudden answer to the defenders' last stand. At the same time, 20,000 to 30,000 reinforcements in standard armor surge out and slam powerful attacks into the beast tide. After everything the line endured, the reinforcements have finally arrived. When reinforcements finally reached the defense line, Lin Tian sagged against the wall in relief because Harbor City had survived. Zhang Wei, Wang Shui, Bai Linyu, Wan Yemo and the others dropped beside Lin Tian, all bloodied and spent, and the whole group laughed at how one simple mission had pushed them this far. Wan Yemo joked that it was only supposed to be a mission, but the laugh hid how much braver he had become after facing a monster tide head-on. That brief calm shattered when a terrifying roar rolled over the coast, darkened the sky, stirred up water tornadoes, and made Lin Tian realize a platinum-level beast had entered the fight. Two beams of power shot into the clouds overhead, proving the top-level battle had moved above them while the beast tied below went berserk again. This time the arriving soldiers were different, because many were Armored Envoy Association fighters with armored weapons strong enough to stop the tide instead of just endure it. The new force steadily pushed the beasts away from the wall, turning the battle from desperate defense into a hard counterattack. When two deep-sea merman kings leaped out to break that advance, two human powerhouses rushed up to meet them and blasted the battlefield with a gold-level clash. Watching those forces collide, Lin Tian bitterly accepted that the battle had moved beyond his reach with injuries this severe. Bai Linyu saw what he was thinking and quietly helped Lin Tian up as they accepted the soldiers had taken over the fight. As explosions kept hammering the coast, rescue workers rushed Lin Tian toward the hospital before his two bloody wounds caused lasting damage. At the hospital, Lin Tian's life watch finally marked the city mission as completed. A week later in Hex City Base Hospital, Lin Tian rested in Ward 422 and enjoyed the rare peace while Stellar Wolf recovered beside him. Bai Linyu walked in with fruit and immediately ruined the quiet by teasing Lin Tian for looking handsome when he stayed silent. Their visits had become so constant that Wang Shui and Bai Linyu were basically handling Lin Tian's daily care, while the others even joked about hiring him a nanny. Joey brought over a newspaper and proudly showed Lin Tian that their mission had made the news as a great wall of flesh and blood. The article praised everyone who held the line, but because Lin Tian had found the tunnel, he and his friends got the close-up and he became campus famous all over again. After half a month in the hospital, Lin Tian recovered completely and returned to Hex City University with Wang Shui and the others. Lin Tian was especially glad the school kept it low-key, because reporters had already been hounding the hospital until Lao Gui helped block them off. As soon as Lin Tian stepped onto campus, students recognized the newspaper hero and started whispering that he looked even better in person. Lin Tian's awkward reaction only made the girls more excited, while Zhang Wei and Joey could only sulk that nobody cared about the other guys from the same close-up. At the Armored Envoy Association, the team turned in the mission and learned they had earned a full S grade for finishing the cleanup and going beyond the mission limit. The school explained that cleanup missions had the highest base reward, and because this one was massively overcompleted, the points payout exploded. In the end, Lin Tian's team received 2,000 academic points, and Lin Tian got another 1,000 for his outstanding contribution, while the others each received an extra 1,000 too. Joey laughed that some students needed several Type 3 missions just to scrape together 200 points, which made their haul feel even crazier. Even with that windfall, Lin Tian refused to slow down and immediately pushed the team to keep taking missions before the freshman assessment. Their next target was a C-class magical zone with a quasi-gold beast at its core, but Lin Tian first paused to reforge the armored weapons shattered in the last battle. After several days at the forge, he finished new leg and hand armor and rebuilt his loadout into 2 silver-level and 2 gold-level pairs. Once everyone had adjusted their gear, the team headed straight back out to grind through mission after mission. Inside the magical zone, Lin Tian and Wang Shui perfectly synced his Wolf King bomb with her control while Joey helped them lock down the quasi-gold beast. They brought the quasi-gold monster down, but even now that kind of kill still left the team breathing hard from the cost. They did not linger after that win, because the next mission was already waiting and this pace had become normal for them. The second mission threw them into a 20,000-strong beast tide, and together with mercenaries they fought an entire day before clearing it. From there the third, fourth, fifth and more missions blurred together, as the team kept winning fights and turning hard work into more academic points. By the time they finally returned, even the season had changed and the association itself looked refreshed after Lu Hao and the seniors reorganized it. Lin Tian opened his academic points with a satisfied smile because the numbers had climbed exactly the way the team hoped. The whole group shared that quiet satisfaction, because after so many days fighting together, their teamwork no longer needed many words. Bai Linyu wondered where they would rank tomorrow, absently touching the cracked life watch Lin Tian had once given her as a reminder of the mission that nearly killed them both. Back from their mission run, Lin Tian teases Bai Linyu for still wearing her old life watch, and she instantly hides it and insists it looks good. Their assessment hall is huge, with 56 missions completed, mostly S rank, and enough ores, stones, and weapon rewards to leave everyone's black weapon boxes stuffed full. For Lin Tian, the biggest gain is invisible. His evolution points have passed 1,000, but he decides not to rush Xiao Hui's upgrade because he still wants to strengthen his own senses first. A campus broadcast suddenly announces that the freshman comprehensive assessment is over and everyone must gather at the gym by 2, which sends a ripple of excitement through the group. After eating, Lin Tian and Bai Linyu head to the packed gymnasium and return to the agility faculty line, where even the principal gives Lin Tian a rare friendly smile. Lin Tian stays modest under the attention, because he knows his reputation has risen fast but he still has a long way to go. Once the speeches end, the giant ranking screen lights up with the freshman results, and the top 10 get a flashy dedicated display with photos and mission details. The dean announces Lin Tian as first place with 15,000 points, and a drone swings a rainbow spotlight onto him until he becomes the center of the whole stadium. The freshmen are stunned because most of them only earned a few thousand points at best, so Lin Tian's 15,000 feels completely absurd. The shock gets even worse when his mission record shows a 90% S-rank completion rate, a result so extreme the crowd starts treating him like a monster. While everyone is still reeling, Lin Tian notices something stranger. Second and third place are both unfamiliar names he never even noticed during the entrance exam. The drone light shifts away from Lin Tian and lands on two hidden standouts in the strength faculty, revealing the second and third place freshmen at last. Lin Tian quickly judges that the second and third place students had been hiding their strength, because they climbed that high by grinding nearly 300 missions each. Below the top three, Wang Shui and the other familiar strong freshmen still rank high with over 10,000 points, and the top 20 is dominated by agility and strength students. Once the rankings are settled, the university doubles everyone's assessment points and gives Lin Tian an extra reward, 2 free picks from the campus treasure warehouse. After the ceremony breaks up, Lin Tian heads back to the dorm and spends a quiet evening chatting with Zhou Yi and Wang Mo before finally crashing from exhaustion. With the freshman assessment over, campus life settles into routine again, and Lin Tian throws himself into classes on armored weapons, ores, magical beasts, and wilderness knowledge. Days pass quickly, and Lin Tian keeps absorbing everything he can from dawn to dark, building the kind of knowledge he knows brute talent alone will not replace. In Su Min's final theory class for the freshmen, she announces that more campus facilities are finally being opened after their time at school. She explains that places like the Gravity Training Room, Research Institute, and Magical Beast Observation Facilities were restricted before, but those barriers are now being removed. Su Min warns them that the Gravity Training Room is still fiercely competitive, with spots so scarce that even upperclassmen have to fight for access. That one detail hits Lin Tian hard, because the memory of facing a gold-level beast and the curse still hanging over him both remind him that he needs strength fast. By the time the bell rings, Lin Tian has already made up his mind and bolts for the Gravity Training Room alone without waiting for anyone else. Zhou Yi and Zhang Wei were about to talk with him about going together, but they can only stare after him in confusion when he vanishes first. Meanwhile, Bai Lingyu and Wang Shui drift off together like close sisters, still perfectly capable of turning any conversation back to Lin Tian. Lin Tian runs straight to the Gravity Training Room and finds it completely renovated, larger than before and now standing apart like a major campus facility of its own. He learns the upgrade is no joke, because this version can supposedly reach nearly 10,000 times gravity, far beyond the old 5 times limit. After passing through the induction door, Lin Tian reaches the front desk and hands over his ID, and the middle-aged guard coolly notes that he is a freshman. Because only one slot is left and no one else is waiting, the guard takes his time and slides Lin Tian a thick guidebook before letting him in. Lin Tian opens the Gravity Training Room guide and immediately feels how old and weighty it is, like he is touching something far more serious than a simple instruction manual. The more he reads, the more Lin Tian realizes he has seriously underestimated how deep the knowledge behind armored envoys and magical beasts really goes. Then the first page drops a concept he has never even heard before, and Lin Tian freezes as he reads the words magical beast compatibility. While reading a guide in the Gravity Training Room, Lin Tian gets hooked on one discovery. For high-level armored envoys, magical beast compatibility can directly raise or limit combat power. The book explains that once a magical beast reaches platinum level, it can turn into armored weapons, and better compatibility lets an envoy equip more of them with far more than a simple stacked boost. Lin Tian quickly realizes compatibility is not just about the beast itself, but also about the armored envoy's own body and physical condition. That makes the earlier talk about physique and the existence of the gravity room click for him, because training the body also changes how well an envoy can use a contracted beast. He compares his own contracts and sees the mismatch clearly. As an agility-type envoy, Lin Tian fits the moon-howling stellar wolf best, while mandala flowers control nature clashes with his style. The more he reads, the more uneasy he gets, because the guide bluntly confirms that a weak body can also drag down a magical beast's fighting power. Lin Tian remembers how helpless he felt against a gold-level beast and admits to himself that his senses have improved fast, but his physical body is still lagging behind. By the time he finishes that section, Lin Tian exhales in relief because the guide has shown him exactly what he still needs to fix. When he turns the page again, he finally reaches the actual gravity room rules and realizes most of the book was really a warning about compatibility first. The rules are straightforward. After renovation, the gravity facility has 200 single rooms and a public hall kept at 5 times normal gravity, and both areas need advance booking. Lin Tian keeps reading and sees the real problem. A single room booking costs nearly 2,000 points up front, and a full day with tools and guidance can climb to almost 3,000. He does the math on his 30,000 points and realizes even he could only keep this up for around a dozen days, but he still decides the upgrade is worth the cost. So Lin Tian walks straight to the booking counter and asks for a single room slot without hesitation. A second ID card slams down on top of his, and a sneering senior mocks a freshman for daring to waste the last available spot. Lin Tian finally gets a good look at him and sees a senior built like a wall, massively muscular, wearing a tank top in winter and glaring down at him on purpose. Other students recognize the bully immediately and whisper that this is Lu Wei, the strength faculty's number 2, a regular who practically lives in the gravity room. Hearing that, Lin Tian understands Lu Wei is no empty loudmouth, but he needs this training too badly to back down now. The staff teacher behind the desk stays completely unfazed and quietly takes both ID cards, like he has seen this kind of showdown many times before. Lin Tian answers evenly that whether he can afford the room is none of Lu Wei's business, making it clear he is not giving up the slot. Lu Wei drops the taunting and challenges him directly. If Lin Tian can beat him in a match, the slot is his. As he says it, Lu Wei lets his aura flare, and Lin Tian instantly feels the pressure of someone already brushing the gold level. Lin Tian judges him as someone at the edge of gold level, strong enough to earn his reputation but not enough to scare him off. Instead of accepting the pressure, Lin Tian coolly says he has no reason to hand his place over at all, and that flat refusal turns Lu Wei's face ugly. Lu Wei immediately raises the stakes and offers 10,000 academic points if he loses, while only asking 5,000 from a freshman if Lin Tian goes down. The crowd is startled by that number, but Lin Tian shocks them more by calmly matching it and demanding a full 10,000 point bet on both sides. Lin Tian knows a straight fight against a gold-level envoy would be rough, but this contest is really about surviving gravity, and that is one area where he thinks he can gamble. He bets on his own endurance because he already survived the 100 times gravity of a quasi-gold beast in the dark swamp, and that brutal experience still matters now. Amused that the freshman really accepted, Lu Wei turns to the staff teacher and asks to borrow the public training area for the match. The staff teacher approves the haul, deducts the points from Lu Wei's card, and processes Lin Tian's entry before sending both of them inside. The moment Lin Tian steps into the public hall, the default 5 times gravity hits him hard enough to make his body dip like he walked into mud. Lu Wei sneers and calls him a newbie, clearly enjoying that first ugly stumble. But Lin Tian adjusts fast, regains his footing, and follows Lu Wei deeper into the hall where other students are already training under pressure in heavy gear. At one of the control pillars, Lu Wei swipes his card and dismisses the default setting as too easy. Then he cranks the setting all the way to 50 times gravity, turning the wager into something savage in an instant. A black light drops over both of them, and as the new field locks in, Lin Tian and Lu Wei's bodies shudder under the crushing surge of 50 times gravity. In the gravity training room, Lin Tian watches a black gravity stone drop from the control panel and wrap him in dark light as the training finally begins. He quickly realizes this is 50 times gravity, but after his recent growth and that brutal swamp experience, the pressure still feels manageable. While Lin Tian holds firm, the pressure quietly starts changing his body from the inside, squeezing his organs and bones into a new state. Lu Wei, already sweating hard, admits Lin Tian is the real deal because a silver rank student should not be this comfortable at 50 times gravity. After 5 more minutes, both of them adapt to the strain, and Lin Tian can clearly feel his heartbeat and blood flows surging into another physical change. Lu Wei decides 50 times gravity still is not enough and slams the setting higher without hesitation. The room jumps straight to 100 times gravity, and both of them slam down so hard their legs sink into the floor. Now both look wrecked, with red necks and bloodshot eyes, but Lin Tian still holds on a little better than Lu Wei under the brutal new load. Even while straining worse than Lin Tian, Lu Wei stubbornly warns him not to force it, and Lin Tian shoots the same line right back. They grind through another 5 minutes at 100 times gravity, and Lu Wei silently signals that he wants to push this reckless contest even further. The absurd 100 times setting draws a crowd, and the students outside start whispering that these two are risking their lives for one training slot. With the crowd backing away, Lu Wei summons his magical beast and starts armor transformation at the control panel, and Lin Tian answers by transforming too. Lu Wei goes all in and punches in 900 more, pushing the total gravity past 1000 and triggering a full room alarm. Lin Tian is genuinely shocked because Lu Wei is so desperate to keep his senior pride and that monthly slot that he is willing to gamble with his life. Lu Wei ignores the danger, confirms the setting, and the massive gravity beam engulfs the training room as both boys complete armor transformation. Under 1000 times gravity, Lin Tian feels every muscle, bone, and organ being crushed as if a mountain is trying to grind him into paste. Right at his limit, white light bursts around Lin Tian and the system announces that surviving this pressure has evolved his body awareness into steel and iron bones. Lin Tian is stunned that his body evolved on its own, and the transformation immediately tears him apart and rebuilds him from bone to skin in blinding white light. When the light explodes outward, Lin Tian steps out standing straight under 1000 times gravity, his illusory armor burning with white flames. The pressure is still huge, but to Lin Tian it has dropped from impossible to survivable, and his body starts adapting to this new mountain on his back. Lu Wei gets the opposite result, flattened deep into the caved-in floor in armored form and barely able to move under the same gravity. When Lu Wei finally notices Lin Tian standing there unharmed, all he can do is stare and choke out how that is even possible. The crowd sees everything clearly, and their envy spikes because Lin Tian just pulled off the kind of transformation every student dreams about in this room. Instead of accepting defeat, Lu Wei in cracked armor claws at the floor and forces himself back up, his body warping under the thousandfold pressure. Half crazed with pride and desperation, Lu Wei shouts that the next step is 10,000 times gravity. Lin Tian, still steady in white flamed armor, can see Lu Wei is running on stubbornness alone now, so he tells him to give up before this turns fatal. At that dangerous moment, a calm teacher steps out from the crowd and bluntly tells Lu Wei he is not Lin Tian's match. Lu Wei still refuses to let go and turns that stubbornness into a plea, begging the teacher to raise it to 10,000 anyway. After a long look, the teacher agrees, and Lin Tian immediately says he wants to try too because he senses this will not be a real execution. The teacher enters 10,000 times gravity, and this time the warning turns black with a skull because that setting is beyond human limits. The hall seems to collapse under that impossible number, and Lu Wei's body fails first as his blood vessels burst, and he drops unconscious. Lin Tian lasts a little longer than Lu Wei, but even he is hit with a wave of scorching pressure that nearly overwhelms him. Then the teacher calmly declares Lu Wei the loser and reveals the twist. This was never real 10,000 times gravity, only an illusion of what would happen instantly. Even as an illusion, the simulated limit still hits them hard enough that Lin Tian coughs up blood and Lu Wei's body reacts even worse. Mr. Yuan's green light snaps Lin Tian out of the 10,000 times gravity illusion, and Lin Tian is left shaken because for one instant it truly felt like he had already died. Lin Tian quietly compares the experience to walking through hell and realizes Mr. Yuan's illusion is far more terrifying and realistic than Wang Mo's tricks ever were. Lu Wei does not recover as cleanly as Lin Tian, and by the time the stretcher arrives he has already passed out from the same illusion test. Mr. Yuan warns Lin Tian that being impulsive is normal for the young, but he still needs to know where his limit is. Lin Tian respectfully accepts the black single-room card and apologizes, promising to be more careful next time. Even while admitting he pushed too hard for a room card, Lin Tian still believes he has to gamble on brutal training if he wants to get stronger. Once Lin Tian and Mr. Yuan leave, the watching students finally explode into nervous chatter about the fake 10,000 times gravity, and how real it felt. The scene rattles everyone because even in an illusion, Lu Wei was wrecked badly enough to be carried off to the hospital. Back at his workbench, Mr. Yuan quietly praises Lin Tian as a rare talent, because almost no one could endure even an instant of that simulated 10,000 times gravity. The cost of that illusion shows up in a stark close-up, because Mr. Yuan's right palm is charred black and torn open from forcing it. Thinking about centuries of failed research on human endurance, Mr. Yuan sees Lin Tian less like another student and more like a rare sign of hope. In the end, Mr. Yuan decides to leave Lin Tian alone and let a genius grow through his own choices. Meanwhile, the fight with Lu Wei spreads all over campus, but Lin Tian ignores the rumors and goes straight into his newly won private gravity room. Lin Tian sets the room to 1,000 times gravity, convinced his body can handle that level for real training now. With steel and iron bones carrying most of the strain, he keeps moving under the crushing weight instead of being pinned by it. He even calls out Stellar Wolf and turns the session into brutal close-range sparring inside the same crushing gravity field. Stellar Wolf pulls back its claws and trades punches with Lin Tian like a human partner, smashing him away and forcing him to adapt blow by blow. 10 days vanish inside that room, and the 1,000 times setting burns through his points at a brutal rate of 3,000 a day. By the time he stops, Lin Tian has spent everything he earned, but the results are obvious in his thicker frame, extra height, and the fact that he can now take a hit from Stellar Wolf head-on. Before leaving, Lin Tian tests 1,500 times gravity and nearly drops to his knees the instant it presses down on him. That test is enough for him to judge his current ceiling, so he refuses to chase 2,000 times gravity and risk dying just to satisfy curiosity. With only a tiny amount of points left, Lin Tian decides he has no choice now but to go back out and earn more through missions. Before taking any mission though, Lin Tian heads alone into a tightly restricted zone in the depths of Hex City University that is important enough to charge entry just to reach it. His last 500 points disappear on the trip itself, which makes the place feel even more guarded before he has seen a single treasure. 2 gatekeeping teachers inspect Lin Tian's student card, then the heavy entrance opens and he is allowed into the university warehouse. Once the door closes behind him, Lin Tian finds himself in a long corridor leading into a giant 10-floor treasure vault with even a basement below. He quickly realizes this is not a normal storeroom at all, but the university's hidden vault for priceless ores, beasts, and rare materials the outside world can barely offer. Security stays tight all the way in, and by the time he is fully cleared, Lin Tian's beast tattoo has been temporarily sealed so he cannot bring a summon into the treasury. His reward for all that trouble is permission to choose 2 treasures from the first 5 floors, while the upper 5 remain off-limits for now. The first floor nearly destroys his composure on the spot, because shelf after shelf is packed with ores and raw stones so valuable he instinctively starts converting them into evolution points in his head. When he reaches the deeper shelves and sees high-grade black ore and white origin stone in huge amounts, Lin Tian is so tempted his legs go weak. Afraid he might actually lose control and snatch something, he tears himself away from the ore floor and runs upstairs like he is escaping danger. Even after calming down on the 2nd floor, he has to admit his willpower broke instantly in front of that kind of value. The medicine floor changes his mood, because the shelves of treatment, anti-poison, and combat drugs feel like a record of how hard humanity has fought to survive magical beasts. He leaves the medicine untouched and moves on to the 3rd floor, where gold and even platinum man-made armored weapons are stored as backup for people with weaker beast compatibility. The 4th floor, full of magical beasts, still does not sway him either, because he already has his eyes set on a divine-grade cub in the mystic realm instead. What finally catches him is the 5th floor, where the air turns old and heavy and the shelves are filled with books and scrolls instead of weapons or beasts. Titles like Ultra-Ancient Creature Illustrated Handbook and Division of Magical Beast Forces hit Lin Tian hard enough that he immediately wants to open them. But the books are locked in place unless he spends one of his exchange choices, so his curiosity gets shut down the second it flares up. The phrase Ultra-Ancient Creatures sparks a wild thought that dinosaurs might have returned too, but Lin Tian still forces himself not to waste a precious reward on pure curiosity. He pushes deeper into the 5th floor and checks the goatskin scroll section too, but at first nothing there seems worth stopping for. Then, just as he is about to leave, one scroll in the innermost corner suddenly glows with a strange blood-red light. Lin Tian is ready to leave the 5th floor, but a sudden red glow floods the whole room and stops him cold. Even though the red light feels dangerous, his curiosity wins and he walks straight toward the strange scroll. He checks around for traps, finds nothing unusual, and picks up the only scroll wrapped in old parchment. The scroll is still sealed for exchange, and Lin Tian hesitates because this gamble will burn one of his last 2 chances. In the end, he decides to bet on it, convinced the old goatskin scroll is hiding some kind of secret. As soon as he exchanges for it, the lock opens by itself, but when he unrolls it, the whole scroll is completely blank. He checks it again like he must have missed something, but there is still not a single clue on the page. Since normal inspection fails, Lin Tian uses the system to read the item instead. The system reveals the scroll is still sealed, comes from a mysterious ancient continent, and can only be activated at a specific place, so Lin Tian knows his gamble was not pointless. He almost feels cheated by the university for giving him a blank scroll, but its strange origin convinces him it came from somewhere far beyond the country. With one chance wasted already, Lin Tian stops chasing mysteries and heads downstairs to grab something that can directly raise his strength. For his final exchange, he chooses the last piece of absolute origin stone from the ore district without any hesitation. The stone is tiny but priceless, because it can help forge a weapon with a chance to reach true gold level. Lin Tian leaves the warehouse satisfied, but he also knows he is still too weak to forge a gold-level armored weapon right now. After doing the math, he decides that kind of forging will only be realistic once he reaches Heiter's silver rank. He says goodbye and walks off, while the 2 guarding teachers stay behind and react to the strange fluctuation from the scroll. The older teacher quietly admits he never expected a new student to be the one who could unlock that goatskin scroll. Their reaction reveals the truth. Hex City University had kept that scroll on the 5th floor for years because nobody had ever been able to open it before. The younger teacher says fate has arrived whether it is good or bad, because the scroll was taken long ago from the Sea Monster Empire after a brutal 7-day war. They choose not to interfere, so Lin Tian walks off without realizing he has just attracted attention for something far bigger than treasure hunting. Now completely broke after spending everything, Lin Tian heads to the Armored Envoy Association to earn points through missions. He opens the cleanup mission list, finds the highest paying job in a C-class magical zone, and accepts it right away. But while checking the team assignment, Lin Tian suddenly sees a familiar name that makes his expression tighten. The name is Zhou Xingyang, the senior he clashed with before, but Lin Tian refuses to let one loser scare him away from the best mission. Since cleanup teams gather at the school gate, Lin Tian heads there alone because his usual friends are split across different faculties and schedules. As soon as he arrives, someone mockingly calls out the college entrance exam top scorer and draws everyone's attention to him. The freshmen, especially some from the agility faculty, react very differently and come over to greet Lin Tian instead. Lin Tian does not even bother looking at Zhou Xingyang and casually answers with one cutting word, loser. Zhou Xingyang nearly lunges at him on the spot, but the team is already moving out, so he has to swallow it for now. The mission team rides out to Furious Thunder Valley, a C-class zone west of Hex City base, and reaches it quickly. From above, the valley looks unusual for a magical zone, with open plains below and cave mouths around the mountain bases instead of dense forest. As the team descends the slope, the weather turns bad fast and dark thunderclouds gather over the valley. There are 15 freshmen and 20 seniors in the team, with no gold-level armored envoy present, so this cleanup will have to be handled by numbers and speed. After a quick survey, Lin Tian judges the valley holds only 40 to 50,000 beasts, barely enough to count a C-class. Since he came here for points, not socializing, Lin Tian attacks first and fires Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade straight into the beast horde. Mandala Flower's vines slam into the stone wall behind him, and Lin Tian uses them to drop fast into the valley instead of wasting time on the slope. The valley erupts with blasts and lightning, and when Lin Tian lands on the damp grass below, the storm-charged battlefield is already turning chaotic. Stellar Wolf collapses into white light over his body, and Lin Tian immediately forms another Wolf King Bomb to mow down the charging beasts. Before he can fire, a bolt of lightning drops Zhou Xingyang right in front of him, making it obvious this senior came down here to interfere. Lin Tian frowns but refuses to back off, while Zhou Xingyang keeps gathering energy because he wants to ruin Lin Tian's chance to score kills. When Zhou Xingyang presses closer, Lin Tian switches targets on the spot and activates Star Moon Blade against him instead. Zhou Xingyang only realizes too late that Lin Tian is aiming at him, and the Star Moon Blade slams into him before he can counter properly. The blast sends Zhou Xingyang flying backward, his face blackened with smoke and ash in an instant. Humiliated in front of the battlefield, Zhou Xingyang roars that he will settle this with Lin Tian as the beasts around them fall into fresh chaos. Just as Zhou Xingyang is about to keep harassing Lin Tian, a herd of silver thunder raging bulls charges across the grassland and turns the whole area into a crackling lightning field. Lin Tian feels the current race through the wet grass under his feet, but his steel and iron bones makes the shock feel almost laughably harmless. Zhou Xingyang forms a furious thunder spear in his hands and hurls it at the charging bulls, still shooting Lin Tian a hostile glare at the same time. Lin Tian quickly checks the beasts and realizes these are rare mid-silver thunder raging bulls, and there are far more of them than he expected. Since the bulls keep wrecking any direct fight, Zhou Xingyang shouts across the battlefield and challenges Lin Tian to settle this another way. Lin Tian answers warily, already remembering how Zhou Xingyang once backed out of a bet with help from his teacher. Zhou Xingyang proposes a brutal contest. Before the mission ends, whoever kills more thunder raging bulls wins, and the loser must accept any condition the winner names. Lin Tian accepts, deciding that with so many witnesses around, Zhou Xingyang will have a much harder time denying this bet later. With the wager set, both of them dive back into the herd and turn the valley floor into a race for kills. Lin Tian fights up close because the bulls are too tough for weak long-range damage, mixing Wolf King Bomb with Star Moon Blade to kill them fast. The Wolf King Bomb detonates inside the herd, and Lin Tian slips through the blast with only a light scratch. That near point-blank blast makes Lin Tian realize just how much steel and iron bones has changed his body, especially with Star Moon armor backing it up. He keeps harvesting bulls one after another, and the constant stream of system prompts tells him his score is climbing fast. Then one enraged thunder raging bull catches him between attacks and slams straight into him before he can dodge. The hit shatters Lin Tian's Star Moon armor and launches him backward, but even that mountain-like force still fails to truly break him. Lin Tian steadies himself, checks the pain in his chest, and decides the beast is strong but still nowhere near the punishment he endured under 1,500 times gravity. To answer that challenge, Lin Tian fires Moon Howling Strike and buries the enraged bull and the nearby herd under a devastating moonlit beam. After evening the score, Lin Tian suddenly rushes deeper into the valley because the only way to pull ahead now is to hunt the quasi-gold beast at the center. Zhou Xingyang instantly sees through that move and chases after him, furious that Lin Tian is trying to steal the biggest target. The two of them reach the deepest part almost together, and the atmosphere changes instantly when a heavy heartbeat echoes from a glowing lightning pool ahead. Under the blue light, a gigantic wounded bull lies in the lightning while its aura flickers between strong and weak, like it is dying and changing at the same time. Then a lightning pillar dozens of meters thick slams down like a waterfall and pours straight into the giant beast. Lin Tian feels something is badly wrong, and even Zhou Xingyang goes pale because the scene looks disturbingly familiar to him. For the moment they drop their feud and focus on the same mystery, because neither of them can explain what this beast is doing. The giant bull suddenly forces itself upright under the lightning, exposing charred flesh and even white bone as it roars into the sky. Instead of collapsing, the bull keeps getting stronger, as if the heavenly lightning is burning away its old body and feeding a new one underneath. The bull even fires its own lightning back at the sky, but the heavenly strike crushes it and keeps tearing through its body. When Lin Tian asks why it is still growing stronger, Zhou Xingyang finally remembers the answer, and his face changes completely. Zhou Xingyang blurts out the real danger. This is not a dying beast at all, but a quasi-gold king transforming into a true gold-level magical beast. That revelation turns the valley into a death trap, because if the king finishes advancing, none of them will be able to match it. Worse, the rest of the team has already pushed into the depths, and before anyone can retreat the exit is cut off by violent lightning strikes. The scorched air fills with smoke and the ugly smell of burnt flesh, making it brutally clear that escape is no longer simple. Lin Tian drops all personal grudges and asks the only question that matters now: how do they stop the transformation before it finishes? Zhou Xingyang says their only chance is to attack during the king's weak period in the middle of its advancement, even if it is a desperate gamble. Lin Tian checks the monster and sees the worst part for himself. The Thunder Raging Bull King is already reading as low gold hero grade with the domain, even before the change is complete. Even so, Lin Tian judges that with 35 students they still might have a chance, but only if everyone fights before the king fully stabilizes. So Lin Tian raises his voice and tells everyone the truth, asking the whole team to help stop the transforming king before it becomes unstoppable. The freshmen answer immediately, fired up by youth, danger, and trust in Lin Tian, and they promise to fight with everything they have. But the seniors push back at once, arguing that risking their lives against a gold-level monster is foolish when canceling the mission would still pay academic points. As the freshmen and seniors break into open dispute, the Thunder-Raging Bull King's flesh keeps healing under the lightning, making it clear the transformation is almost complete. Zhou Xingyang sees the Thunder Raging Bull King entering its final transformation and immediately yells that they have to stop it now, or everyone in the valley dies. The trap becomes obvious fast. Thousands of Thunder Raging Bulls seal the way out, so the students have no choice but to fight inside the valley. Lin Tian kicks into the air with Moon Step, gathering an energy cannon and blade at once as he braces for a fight he knows will be brutal. Freshmen and seniors stop thinking about old grudges and unleash everything together at the bull herd and the transforming king. Their barrage slams into the thick lightning pillar around the king, but the gold level force still holds and blasts the whole area with thunder. The clash spirals into a disaster zone as collapsing peaks, flying rubble, and dead bulls turn the valley into a red, smoking ruin. Lin Tian pours moonlight into another attack, then realizes with a grim jolt that even during transformation the Bull King's defense is still absurdly hard to crack. He switches to stronger leg armor and sends mandala flowers vines through the ground to carve open breathing room for the trapped students. With the pressure eased, Lin Tian shouts for every senior to help, making it clear that surviving matters more than any past hostility. This time all 35 students sync up and fire together, finally smashing the heavenly lightning apart. The answer is a monstrous blast that rips 500 meters of valley apart and swallows everyone in the explosion. Lin Tian barely survives inside the blast as his Star Moon armor keeps reforming and shattering while mandala flowers vines wrap around him in protection. When the 10-minute storm finally clears, the herd is almost wiped out and the students are left sprawled across the ruined valley, shredded and bleeding. Lin Tian drags himself upright first and looks for one thing only: whether they actually stopped the transformation. Then the answer steps out of the haze as a nearly 30-meter dark blue bull wrapped in lightning, and Lin Tian realizes the Thunder Raging Bull King still made it to gold level. The king paws the ground, its eyes going red as it prepares to trample the battered group before they can recover. Lin Tian fires first to slow it down, and the impact lets him notice something strange. The transformed beast feels much weaker than it looks. Zhou Xingyang catches on too and warns everyone that this is the normal weak period after transformation, so they cannot let the bull's new size scare them off. The Bull King proves the point by missing its target, crashing into a mountain wall, and shedding lightning that already looks thinner and less solid. While the others keep pressure on it, Mandala Flower quietly drags dead bulls into a corpse pile to feed a stronger follow-up attack for Lin Tian. Seeing the opening, Lin Tian lights up his moon patterns and hammers the weakened king with a Wolf King bomb. The Wolf King bomb carves out a huge crater, and the rest of the students pile on with another relentless wave of energy. Even buried under that barrage, the gold-level beast still refuses to die, and the students feel their own bodies giving out first. A fresh lightning strike tears the smoke apart, and the battered Bull King is still standing, wounded but stubbornly alive. Zhou Xingyang roars for one last all-out push before it recovers, but Lin Tian studies the beast and feels that something about this exposure is wrong. The freshmen follow Lin Tian's hesitation and hold their fire, while the seniors commit to Zhou Xingyang's order and shoot anyway. Watching those attacks fly in, Lin Tian suddenly understands the trap. The Bull King was pretending to be spent so it could charge while everyone was defenseless after firing. The next instant proves him right when the thunder-raging Bull King explodes forward as a giant lightning bolt and dives straight at the seniors who just emptied their attacks. Lin Tian reacts instantly and orders Mandala Flower to bind the charging beast before it can smash through the seniors. At the same time, Lin Tian tells the freshmen to lend him their strength and focus all fire on the softer target he picks, the Bull King's abdomen. Then he gives Mandala Flower a second order and commits his hidden setup, telling it to fire Death Ray. The Bull King's lightning tears through vine after vine, but Mandala Flower keeps feeding from the corpse mountain and throws out more restraints anyway. The freshmen launch their synchronized strike at the exposed abdomen just as the king blows apart the last vines and dumps all of its thunder outward. Lin Tian also shouts to the seniors to hit the head, turning the whole battlefield into one desperate, split-target execution plan. The Bull King answers with raging thunder wave, sending thunder outward like a violent tide just as the seniors' attacks and Mandala Flower's green death ray crash into it. For one breathless moment, 3 different waves of damage hit at once, and the giant beast is completely swallowed by overlapping explosions. But the final reveal is worse. A brutal aura tears through every attack, and the thunder-raging Bull King reappears inside a round shell of lightning as thunder starts raining across 300 meters of valley. The thunder-raging Bull King slams down like a living storm, and one sweep of lightning peels open the valley floor in a huge ring. The Bull King walks forward inside its storm domain, and a fresh wave of thunder hammers both freshmen and seniors off their feet. Lin Tian gets blasted back too, but his Star Moon armor breaks, reforms, and absorbs the damage just enough to keep him standing. Inside the domain, Lin Tian feels his whole body slow down and realizes the storm field is suppressing him, while the Bull King keeps recovering at the center. A quick glance tells Lin Tian everyone is hurt, even Zhou Xingyang, so he makes a risky call and starts hunting for the domain's weakness himself. Using Moon Step, Lin Tian threads through the lightning like a lone wolf and closes in on the storm instead of retreating from it. He fires Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade into the Bull King's body, and the circular thunder around it swallows both attacks whole. Zhou Xingyang watches in disbelief as the lightning grows even nastier, convinced Lin Tian is feeding power to the monster and getting them all killed. Lin Tian keeps firing anyway, because the more the domain absorbs, the more certain he becomes that he has found the flaw. Convinced Lin Tian has lost his mind, Zhou Xingyang charges him and forces a direct clash. Instead of fighting back, Lin Tian pulls out of the domain and starts charging Moon Howling Strike behind him. A giant white wolf illusion leaps up and becomes a second moon, making Lin Tian's real plan impossible to miss. At the same time, Lin Tian orders Mandala Flower to fire its death ray, dragging another killing move into the setup. Lin Tian throws Zhou Xingyang a single look and calls him senior, making it clear he needs one last favor instead of another fight. The Thunder Raging Bull King's recovery is nearly complete, and the furious thunder field surges so hard the whole valley looks ready to burst apart. Faced with that pressure, Zhou Xingyang finally grits his teeth and agrees to cooperate, even if he hates it. Zhou Xingyang bathes himself in lightning and dives straight into the furious thunder domain to buy Lin Tian the opening. As Zhou Xingyang forces his way inward, Lin Tian rises into the air and locks the Bull King beneath 3 full moons. Mandala Flower sacrifices everything into its bud, leaving only one withered bloom aimed at the same target. The valley shakes under a wolf's howl as Zhou Xingyang uses Thunderclap Wrath and rams deeper into the Bull King's storm. The domain shreds Zhou Xingyang on the way in, tearing open his right shoulder, but he keeps pushing like he has already accepted the cost. The enraged Bull King finally meets him head-on and kicks him away with a hit so heavy Zhou Xingyang's chest caves in. Zhou Xingyang crashes to the ground half-dead, ashamed to end up this broken in front of someone he treated like an enemy. That desperate stall is enough, and Lin Tian's white beam and Mandala Flower's green beam fire together at last. The double strike blows a vacuum through the valley, and the Bull King's thunder domain starts breaking apart under the pressure. The Bull King roars and tries to hold on, but its body is shaking with fear now, because it knows it cannot escape the kill. The explosion tears a green and white pillar into the sky, blows the clouds apart, and lets real sunlight fall into furious Thunder Valley for the first time. When the blast finally settles, the center of the valley is just a giant black pit, and the thunder-raging Bull King is gone. Lin Tian drops back to the ground exhausted and has to lean on Xiaohui just to stay upright. He quietly thanks Xiaohui, and the wolf answers with a low growl while both of them look at the wreckage they barely survived. A system prompt confirms the kill, and Lin Tian finally lets himself admit this was a bitter win that nearly cost him his life. Looking at his broken armor, Lin Tian realizes a weakened gold-level beast already pushed them this far, which makes the future trip to Kunlun Godly Mountain feel even more dangerous. He tells Xiaohui they still have a long way to go, because whatever waits on Kunlun Godly Mountain will be far beyond this fight. Not long after, Armored Envoy Association reinforcements arrive with stretchers, stunned by the battlefield Zhou Xingyang's final call led them to. After Lin Tian explains what happened, the reinforcements start taking the survivors out, and he leaves the Shattered Valley with them. Back at Hex City University, Lin Tian turns in the Furious Thunder Valley mission and learns the university still counts it as completed despite the bad intel. The result flashes up as S-grade, and Lin Tian is quietly pleased when 1,000 academic points plus 500 compensation points land in his account. That payout finally makes up for the points Zhou Xingyang lost to him before school started, and Lin Tian enjoys seeing his balance recover. But once he thinks about the gravity training room, Lin Tian knows even 3,000 points will disappear fast. So he immediately opens the Armored Envoy Association mission panel, picks another cleanup job, and heads right back out to grind for more points. The next few days blur into non-stop jobs, and Lin Tian keeps clearing mission after mission until he has earned more than 20,000 academic points. At the same time, his evolution points climb past 1,200, giving him another way to push his body further. He heads back into the gravity training room hoping this round will finally finish evolving his last 2 senses, smell and taste. He loads up gravity stones, cranks the room to 1,000 times gravity, and starts another brutal session. This time he makes the training harder by fighting Mandala Flower and the Moon Howling Stellar Wolf together instead of sparring with just one partner. Lin Tian forces himself to train everything at once under that pressure, not just strength but speed, reactions, and agility too. Again and again, the vines smash him to the floor until Lin Tian is sprawled there panting, bruised all over, and still unsatisfied. He admits he still cannot break through, but the frustration only makes him drag himself back up and charge the vines again. The Stellar Wolf throws itself back into the drill too, and Lin Tian keeps sweating through day after day just to chase one more breakthrough. The training keeps chewing through points, and before long Lin Tian is back at the gravity room console watching his balance sink again. When he comes out one last time with only 5,000 points left, Lin Tian can only curse the place for eating points like a bottomless pit. From the nearby workbench, Mr. Yuan watches Lin Tian leave and can only shake his head at the student who keeps treating extreme gravity like routine training. Even after all that training, Lin Tian still feels his body has not changed enough, so he decides to finish the job with evolution points instead. The system confirms he still has 1,200 unspent evolution points, and Lin Tian accepts without hesitation. 500 evolution points vanish, and white light erupts around him as his next sense starts evolving at a higher cost than before. In the middle of that evolution, Lin Tian's nose suddenly catches a dangerous line in the air, and his body reacts before he even thinks. He cleanly catches the bottle Joey just tossed in, and Joey blurts out that he had only meant to leave Lin Tian a drink. Now that his sense has evolved, Lin Tian realizes he can smell danger directly, almost like a trail hanging in the air for him to follow. The new sense goes further than that, because Lin Tian can also pick up the smell of injuries and weakness from other people. So Lin Tian looks straight at Joey and asks if he is hurt. Joey is stunned that Lin Tian somehow knows, because he really is injured even if he thinks it is nothing serious. When Lin Tian calmly says he smelled it, Joey immediately reaches over to check whether Lin Tian has gone crazy. Lin Tian knocks Joey's hand away and checks his status, confirming nose awareness evolved into silver rank danger detection, while tongue awareness is still only silver rank and has not changed yet. That upgrade excites him, because paired with his eyes, ears, and sound-based positioning, it gives Lin Tian nearly seamless 360-degree defense in a fight. After packing his books, Lin Tian heads to the agility faculty for an afternoon large class now that freshman life has settled back into normal routines. He arrives with Joey, Wang Mo, and the others, and the group settles into their seats before class starts. When the bell rings and a slovenly figure walks in, the whole class reacts in surprise. Lin Tian does not even need to look up at first, because his new nose immediately catches the heavy smell of alcohol and tells him exactly who it is. Sure enough, it is Lao Gui from the admissions office, showing up in person to teach their class. Lao Gui welcomes the freshmen and tells them to call him Mr. Lao, and the moment he starts speaking his whole bearing turns sharp and serious. Seeing that switch, Lin Tian realizes the drunken old man routine was only one side of Lao Gui, and the man underneath is far more dangerous than he looks. Lao Gui announces that today's course is elemental basis and begins explaining how beast attributes shape their skills. As Lao Gui lays out the basics of water, fire, and other elements, Lin Tian starts matching the theory to his own beasts. Lin Tian figures the moon-howling stellar wolf should count as a light attribute beast, which means the light source stone he needs will be one of the hardest materials to find. Lao Gui keeps the lesson practical, teaching the freshmen how to judge a beast's attribute from its skill energy, and even from its silver rank flames. Joey leans over and quietly tells Lin Tian that Lao Gui is the university's top expert on attributes, and one of the earliest people in the country to study attribute stones properly. That only makes Lin Tian more impressed, because the scruffy man at the podium is also somehow an extremely clear and effective teacher. Joey starts to explain that Lao Gui became like this because of his wife, but he gets cut off before he can finish. A single cough from the front sends a blade-like pressure across the room, and Lin Tian instantly feels cold sweat break out as if he is standing on a knife edge. Lao Gui only glances at them once before going right back to teaching, and Joey shuts his mouth on the spot. With the room obedient again, Lao Gui continues explaining that most magical beasts keep fixed attributes, while rare mutations or unusual growth can produce two or more. Lin Tian quietly connects that idea to beasts he has seen before, including rare cases where different environments caused an attribute mutation. Lao Gui ends this stretch of the lesson by warning that elemental restraint matters, but overwhelming level gaps can blunt that advantage, and the freshmen listen even more seriously. In class, Lao Gui explains that attribute restraint is real, but it is never absolute. He uses agility versus control as an example, saying fast fighters look disadvantaged, but a control user can still get beaten the moment they misplay their skill. Lao Gui adds that raw level and even changes in attribute form can weaken a natural counter, so the matchup only matters when the gap is close enough. That finally clicks for Lin Tian, and he realizes attribute restraint is more flexible than he first assumed. Lao Gui pulls out several colored attribute stones, and says these natural treasures can strengthen magical beasts, and speed up skill growth. Lin Tian immediately compares them to the way his own system upgraded Xiao Hui's skills, except attribute stones are slower, more complicated, and expensive to keep stacking. By the end of the lesson, Lin Tian is already wondering what would happen if Elemental Queen used an attribute stone. When class ends, the students crowd around Lao Gui for more questions, and his brief teacher-like dignity collapses back into his usual sloppy, alcohol-soaked self. After the break, Lao Gui leaves the classroom, and Lin Tian quietly follows instead of heading back to the dorm. Lao Gui notices immediately and asks what Lin Tian wants, and Lin Tian admits he still has a question about attributes. Instead of answering there, Lao Gui tells him to follow, and leads him past the agility faculty toward a hidden path in the far north of campus. After more than 10 minutes of walking, Lin Tian is stunned to find an actual forest hidden inside the university. Lao Gui says he likes coming here after class, calling it one of the few things left for an old man like him. When Lao Gui prompts him to speak, Lin Tian summons Elemental Queen, and the tiny spirit-like girl floats up to hug his neck. For a brief second, Lao Gui's eyes turn sad when he looks at Elemental Queen, but he buries the feeling before Lin Tian notices. Lin Tian explains the real issue. Elemental Queen carries 3 attributes, and he wants to know whether attribute stones can still be used on her. Lao Gui says 3 attribute magical beasts are rare and special, but attribute stones can still work on her. The catch is brutal, because most stones are meant for single attribute beasts, Raising Elemental Queen this way will cost an enormous amount of resources. That answer actually relieves Lin Tian, because as long as it is possible, he is confident he can find a way to gather the materials. Over the next few days, Lin Tian keeps returning to the forest, and he and Lao Gui end up talking more and more about attribute theory and Elemental Queen. As Lao Gui opens up, even the upperclassmen are shocked that Lin Tian can get this close to him. Zhou even gives Lin Tian a thumbs up, saying getting along with Lao Gui at all is an achievement by itself. Zhou tells him the reason. After his wife died in an accident, Lao Gui turned into a permanently drunk, private wreck who only acts normal during class. He also says almost nobody knew about that forest, and Lin Tian is the first person allowed into Lao Gui's private space. The news leaves Lin Tian startled, but he still goes back to the forest anyway, and Lao Gui is already there waiting for him like usual. Without much preamble, Lao Gui tosses Lin Tian a bag and tells him to take a look. Lin Tian opens it and finds a whole bundle of attribute stones in different colors. Lao Gui says he even checked for light attribute stones for Xiaohui, but those are so rare that not even the university has one. Touched by the gesture, Lin Tian thanks him but tries to refuse because the stones are too valuable, and he already has some of his own. Lao Gui snaps at him and says he is not giving them away for free, because they are supplies for Lin Tian's special training. Lin Tian is still processing that when Lao Gui produces a crumpled handwritten schedule and hands it over. Lin Tian has to squint through the awful handwriting, and the longer he reads, the worse his expression gets. After finishing it, Lin Tian awkwardly says that if the other students find out this is his special training, he will get mocked to death. Lao Gui does not buy the excuse for a second and drags Lin Tian deeper into the forest, declaring that the training starts today. Lin Tian's miserable wail says it all, because this is not guidance anymore, it is a full-on punishment or training plan. As the paper flutters away, the brutal details hit home. Nearly 20 training items, only 4 hours of sleep, and every hour from waking to bed already accounted for. The regimen covers everything from chopping wood and meditating under a waterfall to hauling rocks, carrying spring water, long-distance running, and beast energy control with barely any breaks. At the training area, Lin Tian makes one last formal protest, saying a still-growing 19-year-old needs proper sleep. Lao Gui immediately mocks him for calling himself a growing child when he is almost 19. Before Lin Tian can talk back, Lao Gui throws him straight into the water, and the special training officially begins. Deep in the forest, Lao Gui starts Lin Tian's training with the basics: survive any battlefield, even underwater. Lin Tian makes the first drill look easy because his turtle breath lets him stay underwater for a full hour without panic. When Lin Tian still does not come up, even Lao Gui mutters if the kid somehow drowned for real. Lao Gui activates his beast power, summons blue glowing gloves, and splits the water open like a tunnel. Inside the opened waterway, Lao Gui finds Lin Tian just floating there at ease, which only makes the old man more amused. Lao Gui suddenly attacks without warning, turning a calm breath-holding lesson into a real combat test. After declaring Lin Tian passed, Lao Gui immediately makes the drill nastier by extending the time and increasing the water pressure. When Lin Tian tries to surface, an invisible barrier seals the top, trapping him below until he gulps down a bellyful of water. Once he finally recovers, Lin Tian protests that Lao Gui tricked him, but he is grinning through the complaint. Lao Gui laughs and points out the point of the trap. Lin Tian already held out more than 20 minutes longer than before. Before Lin Tian can enjoy that progress, Lao Gui throws him right back into another round of brutal special training. For days, the forest echoes with Lin Tian's miserable screams and Lao Gui's delighted laughter until late every night. A few days later, Lin Tian collapses on the ground covered in cuts and bruises, with every scar now serving as proof of the training he endured. He feels himself improving fast in reaction speed and combat sense, but he also swears he never wants to suffer this kind of torture again. Lao Gui casually announces he is changing the training program, and Lin Tian immediately shakes his head in pure survival instinct. Lao Gui does not give him a choice, because this time the next target for training is Lin Tian's magical beast. Following orders, Lin Tian summons Elemental Queen so Lao Gui can inspect what she can actually do. Lin Tian starts with her low-level fire spirit spell, but the fireballs scatter too loosely to impress Lao Gui. Lao Gui points to a single leaf 100 meters away and demands that Lin Tian hit only that leaf, without touching any of the others. Lin Tian argues the task is impossible because a fireball's blast is too wide, especially for a leaf barely as wide as a finger. Instead of arguing back, Lao Gui demonstrates perfect control by firing a hair-thin water pillar that punches one neat hole through the chosen leaf alone. Then Lao Gui tosses Lin Tian a bag of fire materials and tells him to level up Elemental Queen's skill before trying again. Seeing that impossible shot makes Lin Tian realize how rough his own energy control still is, so he and Xiao Ling decide to push harder. Lin Tian feeds the fire origin stones to Elemental Queen, and she melts them down into pure fire energy with practiced ease. As the energy floods in, Elemental Queen erupts in red light and a blazing pillar shoots into the sky, kicking off a violent transformation. The fire keeps escalating until the clearing becomes a sea of flames, and even Lao Gui turns serious at the power coming off her. Watching the spectacle, Lao Gui admits this terrifying beast gives Lin Tian a real chance to survive in a world full of monsters. even if the boy is still far too weak. More fire origin stones explode apart in midair and pour fresh energy into Elemental Queen, making Lin Tian realize just how expensive her growth really is. At the peak of the upgrade, flaming wings spread from Elemental Queen's back and lift her into the sky above the burning forest. When the flames finally settle, the system confirms her low-level fire spirit spell has evolved into a mid-level fire spirit spell. Elemental Queen happily flies back to Lin Tian and hugs his neck, showing she is just as thrilled with the breakthrough as he is. Eager to test the upgrade, Lin Tian orders a fireball at the leaf again, but Elemental Queen now aims like she wants to erase the whole tree. The attack lands with a roar and burns the entire tree into black ash in one overwhelming blast. That result sends Lao Gui's blood pressure straight up, and he grabs Lin Tian on the spot to train him personally. Lin Tian begs for mercy, but Lao Gui drags him deeper into the forest anyway, and this time Elemental Queen gets dragged into the punishment too. Time passes under a special leave from school, and the non-stop training turns Lao Gui's forest camp into Lin Tian's personal hell. One day, Lao Gui flies through the air still carrying Lin Tian by the scruff, and Lin Tian quietly dares to ask if there is a less humiliating way to be transported. A single glare from Lao Gui shuts him up, because Lin Tian is now genuinely afraid of what the old man's training can do. Back on the precision drill, Lao Gui orders him to knock down that same leaf again, proving whether all the suffering actually paid off. This time Elemental Queen and Lin Tian move together, each gathering a tiny red point of fire on a fingertip for a perfectly controlled shot. The leaf drops in the wind with 2 pinhole burns through it, while every other leaf stays untouched. Lao Gui finally nods in satisfaction and tells Lin Tian he can count as half-graduated in attribute control. Relieved and grateful, Lin Tian bows a full 90 degrees to thank Lao Gui for forcing him this far. But Lao Gui answers with a challenge instead of praise. If Lin Tian really wants to thank him, he should beat him first. The joke dies instantly when blue gloves appear on Lao Gui's hands and blue wings flare behind him, making it clear he truly intends to fight. Lao Gui spreads blue light from his wings and hands, and the whole forest darkens as storm clouds gather over a sea that should not exist there. Lin Tian instantly realizes this is power beyond an ordinary platinum armored envoy, and the sheer scale of it leaves him shaken. Even while begging Lao Gui to go easy on him, Lin Tian secretly braces to fight and recalls Stellar Wolf's power onto his own body. Lao Gui does not give him even a second to think, and a giant whirlpool erupts under Lin Tian before becoming a towering water tornado. The current whips Lin Tian around so fast that he swallows water, loses control of his body, and can barely stay conscious. Then the real punishment begins as lightning crashes into the tornado and turns the whole column into a crackling electric trap. Paralyzed by repeated shocks and unable to move his hands, Lin Tian can only think one thing: Lao Gui is absurdly strong. At that desperate moment, Elemental Queen bursts out on her own and rushes in to save him. Elemental Queen wraps herself in red light and condenses into a blazing core, forcing a living flame to appear inside the water tornado. Lao Gui is genuinely surprised because very few people can ignite fire underwater, and Lin Tian has actually managed it. Lin Tian seizes the opening and orders Elemental Queen to unleash her stronger mid-level fire spirit spell at full power. The inside of the tornado suddenly becomes a boiling fire zone as red heat spreads through the water and Lin Tian's Star Moon armor lights up under the pressure. Now able to act, Lin Tian fires Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade into the tornado walls to break the trap from inside. Elemental Queen keeps up the assault from her red sphere form, firing waves of fireballs while tiny fire dragons and fire phoenixes flood the tornado red. The tornado finally starts shaking under the combined pressure, and Lin Tian thinks he is about to break free. Watching from outside, Lao Gui admits the kid really does have skill even if the gap between them is still huge. After a long struggle, the water tornado finally disperses, and an exhausted Lin Tian drops out of the sky with his armor already gone. Spent from the rescue, Elemental Queen turns into a ray of red light and slips back into Lin Tian's body as he falls unconscious. Lao Gui catches Lin Tian before he hits the ground and judges him bluntly. Good effort, but his control is still nowhere near enough. He sees the real problem clearly. Lin Tian can blast the water apart, but he still cannot control attribute energy well enough to overcome endless pressure. So Lao Gui makes his next decision on the spot. He will take Lin Tian out of the forest and drill him properly at the attribute training ground. After an unknown stretch of time, Lin Tian wakes up back in a small wooden cabin and coughs up water before realizing he is still somewhere in the forest. Lao Gui strolls in with his wine pot and casually tells Lin Tian this is his place, then calls him over for hot soup. The smell alone nearly breaks Lin Tian's restraint, and he follows it straight to a plain bowl of soup on the wooden table. One sip is enough to stun him because Lao Gui's plain soup is unbelievably good and sends a warm current through his whole body. Lin Tian blurts out his amazement that Lao Gui can cook this well, which only makes the old man tell him to stop talking and drink. As soon as Lin Tian finishes, Lao Gui cuts the warmth short and announces they are heading to the attribute training ground because Lin Tian is still too weak. Lin Tian wants to groan, but one sharp look from Lao Gui is enough to make him swallow the complaint and follow. Before they leave, Lao Gui quietly tells him he can come back for soup anytime, and Lin Tian feels the old man's rough kindness again. They leave the forest and head for the attribute training ground, where Lao Gui means to fix the flaw Lin Tian keeps dragging into real battles. Lao Gui explains the issue plainly. Lin Tian has fought strong beasts by risking his life again and again, but he still throws power around instead of using it with real control. When they arrive, Lin Tian finds a near-empty training ground filled with moving colored targets that looks more like a brutal shooting range than a normal arena. Lao Gui walks him through the rules. Each target only accepts a matching attribute and a proper energy value, so strength alone is useless here. He adds that some targets even burst up from the floor without warning, turning the whole place into reaction and precision training at once. Then Lao Gui lays out the goal for this phase. Lin Tian has to learn all 10 arenas and use them properly within a limited time. Lin Tian can already tell this special training will be brutal, with barely any sleep and full days from dawn until dark. Once training starts, Lin Tian summons Elemental Queen and Stellar Wolf so the range can be configured for all 5 of his available attributes. Soon the full range unfolds in front of him, 50 rows deep and nearly 200 meters long, built to handle his current level. Lin Tian transforms and opens with his usual energy blades and cannons, but every clean hit only makes a useless clang and drops nothing. Lao Gui immediately names the weakness again. Lin Tian's worst flaw is still energy control, and on a real battlefield that gets people killed. This time Lin Tian slows down and starts feeling for the rhythm of his own power instead of just throwing it out. His next shots still fail, but the feel is different enough that Lin Tian senses he has finally touched the right direction. Lao Gui notices the progress but says nothing, just sits and watches while Lin Tian quietly relaxes for one dangerous second. The break lasts one heartbeat before Lao Gui calls him out for slacking and coldly asks if he wants even more training. Not daring to test that threat, Lin Tian snaps back into action and immediately launches another Wolf King bomb. At the attribute training ground, Lin Tian keeps firing energy shots until the first bullseye finally drops, then the next targets start falling too. Once his control clicks into place, Lin Tian speeds up and sweeps through the whole set of starlight and moonlight targets. When the last target drops, Lin Tian realizes night has already fallen and a full day of training is gone. He eats the food Lao Gui brought him and keeps training anyway, too fired up to slack off even after Lao Gui leaves him alone. 2 days later, Lin Tian can clear the ordinary attribute targets with ease, showing just how much Lao Gui's brutal training has sharpened him. Thinking the next arena will be easy too, he switches to tiny leaf-like targets and confidently fires compressed energy at them. But every shot misses the real requirement, and not a single tiny target drops. Lao Gui appears and bluntly tells him he is aiming the wrong way, because this drill is not about simple accuracy anymore. Even after the warning, Lin Tian fails again and is forced to stop and rethink what this training is really testing. Lin Tian finally realizes the trick. He has to keep influencing the energy even after it leaves his hand and seems out of control. He tests that idea with the Star Moon Blade, using its dual energy to keep drawing in surrounding starlight after launch. This time the targets finally pop, and Lin Tian breaks through the drill by upgrading the Star Moon Blade twice during training. Days of non-stop practice turn into real progress, and Lin Tian starts refining his old techniques instead of just repeating them. He compresses the Wolf King Bomb to its limit, and creates the condensed Wolf King Bomb, a tiny needle-like shot with the power of the full version but far better penetration. He also develops the rippling Star Moon Blade, letting the blade absorb starlight twice after release so it flies farther and hits harder for less cost. Just as Lin Tian is testing his gains, a cold arrogant voice cuts in and ruins the mood. Lao Gui's face darkens immediately, making it clear the newcomer is someone he already despises. The visitor introduces himself with pure provocation, sneering that he used to be Lao Gui's favorite student. Lin Tian sizes him up and realizes this rude senior is a platinum-level armored envoy, one of the rare top students on campus. Luo Zhou openly insults Lao Gui again, mocking him for lowering his standards to train a mere silver-level student like Lin Tian. Lao Gui finally snaps and crushes Luo Zhou with his aura, forcing the senior to cough blood and stagger back. Even after taking the hit, Luo Zhou only gets uglier, wiping away the blood and swearing he will kill the old man. When Luo Zhou's beast tattoo lights up, Lin Tian suddenly steps in front of Lao Gui even though he is hopelessly outclassed. Lin Tian plants himself in front of Lao Gui because the old man trained him hard, helped him quietly, and won his respect little by little. He coldly tells Luo Zhou that someone this disrespectful does not deserve to call himself Lao Gui's student. Luo Zhou turns his killing intent on Lin Tian, and ice crystals crawl over his arm as he prepares to attack. Lao Gui tries to pull Lin Tian back, but Lin Tian refuses to retreat even against a platinum-level senior. Instead of asking for a straight fight, Lin Tian points at the attribute training ground and challenges Luo Zhou on energy control. Lao Gui is caught off guard, because Luo Zhou was once his most gifted student in this exact field. Lin Tian still reassures him that win or lose, he has to stand up today as Lao Gui's student. Luo Zhou bursts into mocking laughter, because Lin Tian has unknowingly challenged the one thing Luo Zhou used to dominate without rivals. When Luo Zhou starts insulting Lao Gui's judgment again, Lin Tian cuts him off with a blunt order to shut up. That loyalty hits Lao Gui hard, because Lin Tian standing in front of him stirs up a painful memory from the past. Luo Zhou accepts with a threat, and the two head to the competition mode of the attribute training ground. The duel will be decided by score, with both fighters on the same stage and different target sizes rewarding different levels of precision and control. At the attribute training ground, Luo Zhou lays down the challenge with open contempt. If Lin Tian can beat him by even 1 point on the targets, he wins. Lin Tian keeps his cool because he knows this contest is not about raw rank, but about how well each side can control attribute power. Both sides register 2 attributes for the match, one from the Armored Envoy and one from the Magical Beast, turning the duel into a test of teamwork as well as technique. Lin Tian armors up with Stellar Wolf and summons Elemental Queen, while Luo Zhou's Beast Mark flares and a glowing white bow forms in his hands. Luo Zhou sneers that he will only use one attribute, making it clear he still thinks Lin Tian is beneath him. Lin Tian, already in armor, ignores the taunt and quietly waits for Luo Zhou's arrogance to backfire. The 10-minute match starts, with big targets worth 10 points and small ones worth 5. Lin Tian opens hard with Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade, revealing that his upgraded attack is now a compressed white beam instead of a simple energy ball. The beam and blades tear through the lane together, dropping 4 large targets at once and giving Lin Tian a clean 40-point start. Luo Zhou answers with a full draw of his white bow and fires 4 energy arrows in one pull. His arrows knock down 3 large targets and 1 small one, putting him close behind at 35 points instead of far behind. Lin Tian keeps firing without wasting breath. An Elemental Queen joins in by launching clusters of small fireballs to widen the attack net. Luo Zhou also ramps up, and the match settles into a rapid back-and-forth sweep as both scores climb fast. By the time Lin Tian reaches 1000 and Luo Zhou reaches 800, a clash of attacks bursts in midair and floods the field with thick black smoke. Luo Zhou does not hesitate in the smoke and keeps shooting straight through it as if he already knows where every target will be. More hit flashes burst inside the smoke, and Luo Zhou's score jumps as the haze keeps Lin Tian's side effectively blind. With another string of blind shots, Luo Zhou overtakes Lin Tian and finally gets the lead he wanted. He mocks Lin Tian for not memorizing the target's movement paths, treating him like a clueless newcomer. Luo Zhou presses the advantage even harder and widens the gap to more than 200 points. As the 8th minute passes, Luo Zhou taunts Lin Tian to give up before he embarrasses himself any further. He even curves 2 arrows together into a fresh explosion, deliberately rebuilding the smoke screen just as the field is about to clear. Luo Zhou is sure the match is locked, but Lin Tian only looks at him with quiet pity instead of panic. Then Lin Tian finally commits, gathering a heavy charge in his hands while more than 10 fireballs bloom behind Elemental Queen. He fires a storm of beams and blades straight into the smoke, and keeps feeding in more power until dozens of attacks are flying at once. Luo Zhou mistakes the barrage for desperate random fire and mocks Lin Tian one last time. Instead, Lin Tian's shots land one after another, and the targets start dropping in a rapid chain that leaves Luo Zhou staring in shock. Lin Tian pours on even more energy, and almost wipes his entire side clean before the final minute runs out. When the smoke fully clears, the difference is obvious. Lin Tian's lane is nearly empty, while Luo Zhou still has plenty of targets left. The match ends, and armored Lin Tian lets the energy in his hands disperse as the final call sounds through the arena. Luo Zhou stares at the result in disbelief because he really did lose to Lin Tian. The scoreboard seals it at 1510 to 1210, and the loss drives Luo Zhou into furious denial. His disbelief curdles into killing intent as he glares at Lin Tian like he wants to tear the result apart by force. Lao Gui cuts in with a roar, slams Luo Zhou down with sheer pressure, and forcibly dismisses his armored weapon on the spot. Luo Zhou coughs up blood, backs away, and leaves after spitting out a cold promise that Lin Tian and Lao Gui will regret this. Once Luo Zhou is gone, Lin Tian also removes his armor and lets Stellar Wolf return to his body as light. Lao Gui comes over and praises Lin Tian sincerely, admitting that Lin Tian has already grown beyond needing his guidance. He also turns grave and promises that if Luo Zhou comes for revenge later, he will stand in front of Lin Tian first. Lin Tian answers with a simple reminder that he is Lao Gui's student too, and the words hit the old teacher straight in the heart. Lao Gui laughs so hard tears come out, then admits that Lin Tian is the most outstanding student he has ever had. Behind that laugh is old pain, because Luo Zhou's return dragged up the memory of the student Lao Gui once lost and the lonely years that followed. When Lin Tian softly calls to him again, Lao Gui steadies himself and tells the boy to head back first. Lin Tian leaves tactfully, understanding that Lao Gui is in no shape to keep talking after what just happened. After Lin Tian is gone, Lao Gui looks after him with a faint smile and quietly wonders whether he made the right bet this time. As the sun drops low, the teacher and student walk away in different directions and the training ground finally falls quiet. On his way toward the first canteen, Lin Tian hears a noisy disturbance up ahead and slows down with a frown. When he looks closer, Lin Tian realizes the crowd ahead is wearing uniforms marked Southwest, meaning students from Southwest Alliance University have appeared on campus. At Hex City University, a student from Southwest Alliance mocked the school as weak while one of Hex City's freshmen came flying backward from a beating. Lin Tian caught the injured freshman and recognized him as Lu Qingyuan from the Agility faculty. Lu Qingyuan explained, embarrassed, that the visitors insulted Hex City University, so he fought back and got crushed. That was enough for Lin Tian, and he stepped forward ready to make the visitors answer for it. Lin Tian asked one blunt question: who made the first move just now? A fully armored student stepped out, recognized Lin Tian as the exam's top scorer, and mocked him for ending up at shabby Hex City University. Lin Tian ignored the bait and asked again if Guiyuan was the one who beat Lu Qingyuan. When Guiyuan sneered about hospitality, Lin Tian answered that Hex City only welcomed people with manners, and the insult landed hard. Guiyuan snapped first and rushed into attack. Lin Tian's beast tattoo flashed, standard armor covered his body, and he slipped into Wolf's shadow right before the hit landed. Guiyuan blasted the afterimage and thought he had won for a split second, but Lin Tian had already appeared behind him with an energy cannon pressed at his back. Lin Tian fired and blasted Guiyuan off his feet in one clean counter. Guiyuan crashed to the ground with his back armor half broken, and the whole Southwest Alliance group froze. Even Lu Qingyuan was stunned, because he had just learned the hard way how strong Guiyuan really was. The Southwest Alliance freshman muttered in shock that Guiyuan was a top 50 freshman, yet Lin Tian had dropped him in one move with a bizarre movement skill. Humiliated in front of everyone, Guiyuan staggered back up and swore he would kill Lin Tian. Before Guiyuan could rush back in, a cold young voice stopped him for shaming Southwest Alliance, and a tiger roar rolled across the whole campus. Lin Tian let the moon patterns on his body rise and fade, realizing he had only won by catching Guiyuan off guard with Wolf's shadow. He had been ready to go all out and force Guiyuan down for good, but the sudden arrival changed the whole situation. Looking over, Lin Tian saw familiar faces from the college entrance exam and realized this was no longer just Southwest Alliance causing trouble. Students from Imperial City University and Celeste City University were here too, and all 5 great universities had somehow gathered at once. Guiyuan immediately backed down, removed his armor, and stood respectfully behind a tall senior presence in his group. Then Qingjing stepped out again, his foreign features and darkened forehead mark instantly dragging Lin Tian back to their unfinished rivalry. Qingjing praised Lin Tian's growth but promised to settle their last score this time. Lin Tian could tell at a glance that Qingjing had already built a team around himself. Right then, Hex City's own students finally arrived, with Bai Linyu coming straight to Lin Tian's side. The freshmen from all 5 universities sized each other up, some with resentment, some with excitement, and some with old grudges still burning. Lin Tian quietly asked Bai Linyu what was going on, because he had no idea why all these schools were suddenly here. Bai Linyu teasingly called him their busy man before explaining what he had missed during his training with Lao Gui. The 5 universities had decided to hold their annual freshman tournament, while Lin Tian was away training. After settling into university life and getting their first real results, the new students were now being tested against each other on a bigger stage. Bai Linyu made it clear that the tournament was not just for bragging rights, because it affected resources, research support, and each university's national standing. For the students themselves, the stakes were even higher, because standout performers could be noticed by the country, the Dragon Division, and major organizations. Once Lin Tian understood that, his eyes went straight back to Qingjing, because now their rematch had a real stage. Lin Tian silently decided that this time he would defeat Qingjing again. Stellar Wolf felt Lin Tian's rising fighting spirit and answered with a low eager growl. Bai Linyu added one more detail: this year's tournament would include both individual matches and group battles. The exact rules were still unreleased, but Bai Linyu warned that team battles would carry major weight. That only made Lin Tian smile, because even in a team fight he had no intention of losing to Qingjing. Then a sharp female voice cut in and mocked Li Na for ever having Lin Tian as a teammate, calling him a lucky top scorer. The words hit harder because Li Na was one of Lin Tian's old Green Mountain teammates, someone he had fought beside all the way here. Li Na tried to defend Lin Tian, but her voice came out small and strained. For the first time, Lin Tian saw fear behind Li Na's usual cheerful mask and realized she was clearly not doing well at Imperial City University. Shangguan Nuran raises her hand to slap Li Na, and Li Na flinches so hard she can barely hold herself steady. Before the slap lands, Lin Tian steps in and clamps a hand around Shangguan Nuran's wrist. Lin Tian coldly warns her not to act wild in Hex City University just because she came from Imperial City University. Shangguan Nuran scoffs that Lin Tian's old top scorer glory means nothing now, and several Imperial City University students move up behind her to support their own side. Then Shangguan Nuran quietly presses Li Na's real weak point by reminding her about her family's situation. Li Na tugs Lin Tian's shirt and asks him to go back first, making it obvious she is scared of consequences bigger than herself. Lin Tian realizes this goes beyond campus bullying into family pressure, and the thought leaves him angry, sad, and helpless. Just as the stalemate drags on, a cold female voice cuts through the crowd and makes everyone turn. Wang Shui walks out and stops beside Lin Tian, and her cold presence immediately shifts the whole standoff. The moment Shangguan Nuran recognizes Wang Shui, her arrogance cracks and she actually takes a step back. Seeing Shangguan Nuran's reaction, Bai Linyu immediately guesses Wang Shui must come from an even scarier background. Wang Shui shuts the family intimidation down and tells Shangguan Nuran to act like a student if she wants to settle this. Forced to drop the family threats, Shangguan Nuran changes tactics and proposes settling it with a match against Lin Tian and the others. Wang Shui leaves the decision to Lin Tian, and he hesitates because he knows Li Na will pay the price if this goes wrong. When Lin Tian looks at Li Na, he can see she is trembling like she has remembered something terrifying. Lin Tian gently pats her shoulder and reminds her that she is not facing this alone anymore. Li Na wavers between protecting her family and standing with her teammates, torn by everything she has endured at Imperial City University. Shangguan Nuran mistakes Li Na's hesitation for the same old submission and quietly enjoys seeing her cornered again. Then Li Na finally steps forward, takes a breath, and says she will fight. Li Na's answer finally makes Lin Tian smile, because she has chosen to fight back. Wang Shui quietly tells Lin Tian she will handle the family side, making it clear Li Na will not be left to face that pressure alone. Shangguan Nuran explodes in anger because Li Na actually dared to resist her in front of everyone. A familiar voice speaks up next, and Longan walks out to stand with his old teammates. For a brief moment, the old team feeling rushes back as Lin Tian pats Longan's shoulder and Longan answers with a steady smile. Shangguan Nuran gathers her own team too, and Lin Tian quickly sees her lineup is packed with strong silver rank students. With either side backing down, Shangguan Nuran coldly tells them to head for the training ground. On the way over, Bai Lin Yu quietly offers Lin Tian help, but he refuses because this is a fight his old small team has to settle themselves. By the time they reach the field, Zhang Wei has joined them too, and the Old Star Alliance small team finally stands complete with 5 people again. At the training ground, Shangguan Nuran stops wasting words and summons her magical beast first. A huge dark flame serpent lion erupts onto the field in dark red fire, and its roar makes the whole training ground shake. Seeing that beast, Lin Tian instantly understands why Shangguan Nuran has been so confident all along. He reads it for what it is, an upper silver epic beast built for devastating offense, with a lion body, a snake tail, black destructive flame, and poison. But just as that pressure settles over the field, Lin Tian's beast tattoo lights up and a bolt of bright white lightning crashes into the arena. A huge white flame stellar wolf drops onto the training ground and immediately squares off with Shangguan Nuran's dark flame serpent lion. The size gap is obvious, and even Shangguan Nuran has to hide a flash of jealousy at how noble and overwhelming Lin Tian's wolf looks. Longan and Wang Shui are still summoning up when Shangguan Nuran transforms first and blasts Lin Tian's team before they can settle into formation. Zhang Wei jumps in as the team's shield, throwing up an earthen wall before Shangguan Nuran's opening blast can hit the others. Then Zhang Wei roasts her as an ugly sneak attacker and counters with a burst of earth spikes. Shangguan Nuran's face twists with anger, but Lin Tian uses that opening and fires a Wolf King bomb with his white illusion wings spread behind him. She answers with twin shadow balls, and the head-on clash blows a crater into the arena instead of giving Lin Tian the upper hand. Lin Tian instantly realizes the problem. Even with the bigger wolf, hero-grade power still loses in purity to epic-grade amplification. He does not get discouraged, because now that he understands the gap, the real fight can finally begin. As the teams fully collide, Lin Tian starts carving the battlefield apart with Wolf King bombs and Star Moon blades to split Shangguan Nuran off from her support. Wang Shui immediately follows his setup with Frozen World, dropping the temperature and frosting the whole training ground. Ice creeps over Shangguan Nuran's body and slows her down, and one quick look between Wang Shui and Lin Tian shows their old team chemistry is still there. Longan sees the opening and charges a huge red beam, aiming straight at the half-frozen Shangguan Nuran to finish her in one shot. Her teammates panic and rush to save her, but Zhang Wei barrels in alone and blocks all 4 with falling rocks and brute force defense. Just before Longan's red beam hits, Shangguan Nuran snarls Li Na's name and drags the choice into the open. Li Na freezes, Wang Shui wants to run to her, and Lin Tian stops her because this choice can only be made by Li Na herself. Lin Tian and Wang Shui move back into the fray because Zhang Wei is barely holding the enemy team off by himself. Zhang Wei grumbles that the others slipped past because they were too fast, but Longan still believes his finishing blow is guaranteed. Caught between her friends and Shangguan Nuran's threat to her family, Li Na stands there in agony as the beam reaches the last instant. The pressure on Lin Tian's side spikes as enemy attacks slam in again, and even with Wang Shui beside him he admits Zhang Wei had a point. Zhang Wei tries to defend his honor, and Lin Tian's expression makes him even more annoyed because it still looks like he is not buying it. Li Na finally makes her choice and throws herself in front of Longan's beam, shielding Shangguan Nuran with her own body. The explosion sends Li Na flying skyward, while Shangguan Nuran comes out untouched and Li Na's fragile armor cracks apart in smoking pieces. Wang Shui cries out and takes to the air with icy wings to catch her falling teammate. Shangguan Nuran's teammates try to exploit the chaos and rush Wang Shui, seeing Lin Tian's side split apart by the betrayal and injury. Lin Tian cuts them off with mandala flower vines and coldly reminds the enemy that they still have to get through him first. Zhang Wei backs Lin Tian up at once, rising on surging earth until the two of them stand in front of the enemy like a pair of war gods. Up in the air, Wang Shui catches Li Na gently, and sees just how badly that single hit tore her up. Once Wang Shui gets her down safely, Li Na breaks down and apologizes, convinced that defying Shangguan Muran could get her whole family wiped out. Wang Shui does not scold her, because looking at Li Na now feels like looking at the scared version of herself she used to be. She tells Li Na that if she never fights back, this shadow will trap her for the rest of her life. Then Wang Shui goes even further and promises to help deal with the Shangguan family, not as a favor but because she still treats Li Na as a real friend. Li Na cries even harder, and Wang Shui asks the only question that matters now: does Li Na still trust her enough to fight seriously? Li Na's heart is still in chaos, and before she can answer, a sharp murderous shout cuts straight into the moment. Shangguan Muran glares at Lin Tian's side in fury, humiliated that Li Na had to save her from an ugly hit. Wanting everyone to pay for her humiliation, Shangguan Muran lets a sinister black light rise from her body and smiles like she is ready to do something reckless. A bespectacled Imperial City University girl suddenly shouts at her to stop, warning that using that thing would bring serious consequences. Lin Tian blasts away an opponent with Wolf King Bomb, but his attention snaps to Shangguan Muran when he feels the murderous aura hiding inside that black light. Seeing the Imperial City students' reactions, Lin Tian guesses this black light is some hidden university weapon, like Hex City's man-made armored weapons but probably more destructive. Shangguan Muran almost reaches for the forbidden power, but the warning lands hard and her anger turns into visible hesitation. She remembers exactly what it would cost. Imperial City University would crush her branch family, and even the Shangguan main family might erase her first for exposing their secret. In the end, Shangguan Muran forces herself to stop, but her near slip is enough to make every other school start watching Imperial City University much more carefully. Lin Tian is disappointed she held back, but the crowd's whispers confirm his hunch that Imperial City University came with some dangerous secret prepared for this tournament. The talk about rising national resources makes Lin Tian quietly set his sights on first place, even if he knows the road there will be brutal. After that brief standoff, both teams line up again, and Shangguan Muran's side huddles for a quick plan before charging back in. Lin Tian opens with Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade while Zhang Wei charges to the front again, taking the role of shield for the whole team. When Zhang Wei collides with Shangguan Muran's line, Lin Tian catches a subtle detail others miss. Their whole formation is drifting to the right on purpose. Mandala Flower throws vines all over the field to slow them down, but Shangguan Muran's team keeps forcing the same direction instead of taking the easy openings. The fight turns savage again, and even after Li Na steadies herself and rejoins properly, the pressure from Imperial City's side keeps building. Then Shangguan Muran's team suddenly goes all out, flooding the training ground with energy cannons and blades until the whole field starts breaking apart. Zhang Wei gets blasted backward hard enough to crack apart his earth armor, and Lin Tian has to cut down the next beam before it finishes him. Breathing hard and staring at his scorched hands, Zhang Wei can only mutter that those women have gone completely crazy. Lin Tian pats Zhang Wei back into place and rises to meet Shangguan Muran's rushing team himself as Mandala Flower's vines slam forward again. The vines are blown apart on contact, and the two sides crash straight into each other through the smoke and flying debris. Lin Tian condenses an even heavier Wolf King Bomb, and the sheer pressure of it finally makes Shangguan Muran flinch. Their attacks collide, and just when everyone expects a draw, Lin Tian's white blast surges harder and punches through hers. Shangguan Muran is startled but not shaken, because blocking Lin Tian was never the real point of this push. Lin Tian immediately calls out that her target was too obvious, because Wang Shui and Longan were already waiting for the move against Li Na. Li Na steps up without wavering and declares that she is part of this team, making it clear she will not be their easy weak point anymore. Once Li Na fights seriously, her side slams Imperial City's attackers backward, and Shangguan Muran's team realizes too late how much strength Li Na had been hiding. That shock turns into panic for Shangguan Muran, because now she can feel the match slipping away to the commoner she hates most. Unable to accept losing to Li Na, Shangguan Muran's malice surges again, and the black light starts rising on her body for a second time. Lin Tian catches the sign instantly and orders Xiao Hua to use flower curtain and seduction before Shangguan Muran's side can unleash Imperial City's secret technique. Mandala Flower answers at once as the vines shudder, blossoms open wider, and thick pink pollen starts spreading across the field. At the same moment, Lin Tian and his teammates all unleash their strongest attacks together, moving with the kind of timing that feels perfectly understood without words. Before Shangguan Muran's side can bring out Imperial City's mystery, the whole training ground is swallowed by blinding white light under 3 blazing moons. The explosion tears through the whole training ground, hurling all 10 fighters away and hiding everyone inside a wall of light, smoke, and noise. When the blast finally settles into aftermath, the training field is almost destroyed, the lights have shattered, and a huge crater sits under suffocating smoke. Then, as the smoke slowly starts to thin, the first human figure finally appears inside the wreckage. As the dust thinned after the clash, everyone held their breath and finally saw that the last team still standing was Lin Tian's. Lin Tian was barely holding together, and Zhang Wei's earth armor had already been blasted almost completely away. Wang Shui, Li Na, and Longan had escaped the worst of the blast, which made it clear their side had triggered the chaotic collision that decided the fight. Once he was sure they had won, Lin Tian let his armor transformation dissolve back into the beast tattoo on his arm and thanked Xiao Hui for carrying the battle. Xiao Hui answered with a weak growl, making it obvious how badly he had been hurt shielding Lin Tian. When the last of the dust cleared, Shangguan Neuron's side was down for the count, with most of her teammates already unconscious. Shangguan Neuron glared at Lin Tian with pure hatred, too weak to fight back but already swearing she would not let this go. Reports of the brawl brought medical staff and teachers running, with Lao Gui charging over first because he already knew Lin Tian had to be involved. Lao Gui pointed at Lin Tian and complained that the kid only knew how to cause trouble, while the Hex City teachers could tell he was putting on a show. A vice principal ribbed Lao Gui in private, saying Hex City had every reason to be happy after beating up Imperial City before the tournament even started. Lao Gui dropped the act for a moment, and happily bragged that his prized student had done well enough to make Imperial City's old men furious. When Imperial City's teachers demanded an explanation, Lao Gui put on the stern act again and gave Lin Tian a few token scoldings to smooth things over. As soon as the outsiders were gone, Lao Gui patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and bluntly praised him for the job. The school wrapped the mess up with a warning and used Lin Tian's group as a bad example, but did not hand out any real punishment. As students from the other schools split up to rest or look around campus, the most eye-catching group was still Imperial City's elite team led by Qinjing. A bespectacled teammate asked Qinjing for his read on the fight, and Qinjing coolly said Lin Tian had gotten stronger, but still was not enough. As Qinjing spoke, the beast tattoo on his arm lit up in golden fire, and the heat rolling off him cracked the ground under his feet. A bespectacled woman beside him gave the same cold verdict. Lin Tian was strong for silver rank, but still not enough in their eyes. Across the campus, other universities also started weighing Lin Tian more seriously after seeing the top exam scorer throw down with Imperial City like that. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Shangguan Neuron exploded again, smashing glass and screaming because she still could not accept losing to Lin Tian. One of Shangguan Neuron's men nervously reported that Lin Tian's identity file was sealed, and that answer only pushed her deeper into a rage. Back at the training ground, the cleanup was almost finished, and Lin Tian figured there was nothing left for him to do and started to leave. Su Min stopped him there and revealed she still had something more important to handle. Then she formally handed Lin Tian an invitation from the headquarters of the Armored Envoy Association, leaving him stunned on the spot. Seeing that Lin Tian had misunderstood, Su Min explained that the association had been preparing this invitation for a while, not just because of today's fight. Half an hour later, Su Min brought Lin Tian to the Armored Envoy Association headquarters in Hex City, a 50-story tower that looked strangely ordinary from outside. But once he stepped inside, Lin Tian saw the truth. Every floor felt huge and packed with materials, making the whole headquarters look like a treasure warehouse. Su Min took him straight to the top floor, where the elevator opened into complete darkness. When the lights came on, 6 seemingly ordinary old men were already waiting around a round table and greeted Lin Tian like a long-expected guest. Lin Tian stayed cautious, but the elder's calm, grandfatherly attitude made the room feel strangely safe instead of threatening. Elder Su even brought up Lin Tian's past in Green Mountain Base, showing they had already looked into his background before calling him here. The elders kept talking with him about his life, his views, and the future of the association, and the more they listened, the more satisfied they became. At last Elder Su stood up and said the real reason for the meeting was still ahead. The elders stepped forward together and handed Lin Tian an envelope marked Core Seed Preservation Plan, a name he had never heard before. When he opened the envelope, Lin Tian found a top-level training plan with free custom armored weapons and benefits so heavy they would take effect the moment he signed. Faced with terms that generous, Lin Tian could only ask the obvious question, why him? The elders answered plainly that they were investing in his future, because talent could set his ceiling far higher than hard work alone. Lin Tian sat with the offer for a long moment, pulled between temptation and caution as the weight of real power finally landed in front of him. He thought of Li Na's family being pressured and of people like Zhou Xingyang and Zhou Hao, and the gap in power suddenly felt brutally real. In the end, Lin Tian accepted the Armored Envoy Association's training plan and signed his name. Under Anping City, a ring of black-robed cultists gathers around an ancient ritual array and openly targets Lin Tian with creepy, personal hatred. More cultists drag in a line of filthy young girls on hemp ropes, and the girls look so broken that they do not even resist. The girls are shoved into the formation, and executioners step out of the dark with heavy machetes to butcher them as sacrifices. As the cultists chant, the girls' blood runs through the grooves in the array and the whole ritual circle ignites with a deep red glow. The ritual hits the city above hard, and Anping City starts splitting open as blood leaks up through fresh cracks in the streets. Anping City is only the start, because nearby cities and bases begin shining with the same unnatural red light. 9 red beams punch into the sky and lock around Hex City base, turning the whole area into a giant blood-red cage. Lin Tian steps out into the blood-smelling chaos, stares at the red dome over Hex City, and realizes something huge has gone very wrong. Su Min cannot explain it either, but she immediately decides they need answers from the university and moves first instead of freezing with the crowd. Both of them snap into illusory armor and rush out at full speed while the city is still trying to understand the disaster. Then the sky tears open at each red pillar, and black-edged spatial cracks appear like wounds hanging over the city. Inside the red zones, ordinary residents start dissolving into blood mist, and the ritual begins feeding itself with human lives. Back under Anping City, the cultists watch the sacrifice work and laugh harder as red mist full of tortured human silhouettes swirls above the array. One cultist spits out his real goal and says he wants Lin Tian dead after savoring his suffering first. The fanatics clasp hands around the array, rant that the world is wrong, and celebrate while severed remains roll across the floor. As the ritual peaks, seawater suddenly starts pouring out of the widening cracks like waterfalls hanging in the sky. Seeing the seawater, Lin Tian goes pale and realizes the cracks may be a teleportation network built to dump the sea monster empire right on Hex City base. His fading chest mark flares black again and punches pain through him, warning that the Siren King may be tied to this attack too. A thunderous command orders the invasion to begin, and armed sea monsters start pouring out of the waterfalls in impossible numbers. Each waterfall carries tens of thousands of beasts, and with 9 of them closing in, Hex City base is suddenly staring at annihilation. The invading army quickly organizes itself, with murlocs riding sea beasts and mermen leaping onto flying fish to take the sky. The flying fish swarm thickens until it blacks out the bright sky, and the air itself starts looking hostile. Below them, the red barrier traps the seawater around Hex City instead of letting it spread, turning the whole battlefield into a giant invasion basin. Hex City answers immediately by raising its first defensive layer and lifting the entire base high above the flood. The second and third defense lines rise in sequence, turning the outer ring into a sloped fortress as war machines rush out to meet the tide. Fighter jets scream out from the military district and drop missiles straight into the packed monster surge. The missile barrage blasts huge water columns into the air and throws sea beasts, murlocs, and mermen everywhere, but the tide still keeps coming. Flying fish answer with shockwave cries while mounted mermen attack the jets, and the first full collision of both armies begins. The water under the 9 cracks suddenly yields something even worse as several massive leaders start emerging from the portals. Those monster leaders tear the cracks open wider with brute force, making room for gold level and even platinum level beasts to enter the war. Su Min sees the Haiter arrivals and grimly realizes the sea monster empire has committed to an all-out assault. Hex City University and the other schools throw everyone into the fight, and streams of armored teachers, leaders, and students surge toward the defense line. Students from other universities hurry to the front in organized lines, because holding the base means survival and a rare chance to earn huge points in real war. Shinjing passes by on Radiant Emperor Wolf and coolly tells Lin Tian he will be waiting on the battlefield. Lin Tian asks Su Min to let him fight too, because this invasion may be his best chance to break the curse hanging on him. Su Min knows he cannot grow in safety forever, so she gives him permission with a blunt warning to survive. With that, Lin Tian uses moon steps to race toward the front on a path of pale moonlight. Before he can reach the line, an energy cannon suddenly screams past him and nearly blows him out of the air. Lin Tian lands and finds himself surrounded by black-robed attackers with scarlet eyes who were clearly waiting for him. Their leader, In Hu, mocks Lin Tian on the spot and pulls out a dagger wrapped in black gas like he already thinks this kill belongs to him. Then Zishu answers in a hoarse, ruined voice and confirms that he has come for revenge against Lin Tian. Before Lin Tian can sort out who these black-robed men are, Zishu lunges at him first and forces the fight to start at close range. Lin Tian's shot nearly lands, but Zishu slips right into his face and the black robe soaks up most of the blast instead of exploding normally. That weird defense confirms Lin Tian's suspicion that these attackers are nothing like normal armored envoys. Lin Tian starts charging explosive 9 Dragon Bomb, but Zishu answers first with 6 fire snakes racing in from every angle. Another black-robed man named Cho Nyo cuts into the duel laughing, even after Zishu angrily reminds him that Lin Tian was supposed to be his target. Lin Tian slips away with Wolf Shadow, and Cho Nyo's whip shows the same strange property by absorbing the exploding fire snakes instead of being burned by them. Reappearing behind Zishu, Lin Tian brings out his silver hand armor and powers up Wolf King Bomb and Star Moon Blade for a real counterattack. Watching from the side, Inhu gets excited by Lin Tian's sudden move and orders the remaining 2 black-robed men to attack together. Lin Tian's powered strike finally blasts through the robe's limit and sends Zishu crashing away, coughing blood from the hit. As Zishu spits blood, the old humiliation from the college entrance exam comes roaring back and turns straight into obsession. Convinced that joining the sacred court still was not enough to beat Lin Tian, Zishu snaps and pulls out a red skull-marked potion from a black box. He howls that Lin Tian ruined his future and swears he will kill him, sounding more unhinged by the second. At the same time, Lin Tian is fending off 4 black-robed attackers at once and realizes all of them share the same nasty absorption tricks. Lin Tian forces the attackers back just long enough for Mandala Flower's vines to wall them off, buying him a brief gap to think. That pause lasts 1 heartbeat, because a murderous heat suddenly flares behind him and Zishu comes back transformed by the potion. Zishu drinks the whole skull potion and his body starts swelling violently, his heartbeat pounding so hard Lin Tian can hear it. The other black-robed men take one look at the potion and coldly abandon Zishu as a lost cause. Lin Tian tries to trap the fleeing men with Mandala Flower, but Zishu's berserk charge forces him to choose the immediate threat in front of him. Before leaving, Yinhu grins and throws out a black medicine as a final parting gift. The medicine bursts into black fog, and even Mandala Flower's vines start withering the moment they touch it. Lin Tian feels the same drain hit his own body as Mandala Flower drops all the way to low-tier silver and shrinks before his eyes. The black fog drags Lin Tian down to low-tier silver too, and his Star Moon armor shatters on contact while only his white flames keep the drain from getting worse. To stop the spread, Lin Tian orders Xiaohua to use branching root and flood the area with pollen as a makeshift barrier against the black fog. Lin Tian barely has time to register how strange the fog is before Zishu flashes in again and punishes him for looking away. Zishu's flaming punch smashes straight through Lin Tian's armor again and sends him flying with a brutal explosion. Even after blocking with both hands, Lin Tian feels how close that flame came to burning right through to his chest. When Lin Tian tries to retaliate, Zishu vanishes again so fast that even Lin Tian's dynamic vision cannot lock onto him. Zishu keeps taunting from blind spots, forcing Lin Tian to fire behind himself just to avoid getting caught flat-footed. A heartbeat later, Zishu slips beside him again with another explosive 9 Dragon Bomb, and Lin Tian has to burn movement skills just to dodge. Zishu escalates again, splitting into overlapping afterimages as he closes in from several angles at once. Mandala Flower's vines interrupt the rush and snare Zishu for a moment, finally giving Lin Tian one clean opening. That relief disappears immediately when Zishu grabs the vines and rips them and their roots straight out of the ground with raw strength. Seeing that speed and strength have both broken normal limits, Lin Tian decides ordinary tactics are pointless and changes plans on the spot. Lin Tian drops his current armor and calls for Mandala Flower armor transformation instead. A phantom flower blooms under Lin Tian as branching vines wrap around him and rebuild his combat form into green illusory armor. The new armor settles in, and Lin Tian feels the same full-body power flow he gets from transforming with his wolf. He immediately switches to Mandala Flower's control style, and sends branching root at Zishu instead of trying to outpace him directly. Zishu tries the same disappearing act again, but Lin Tian stays planted because Stellar Wolf is still on the field fighting with him. Stellar Wolf opens fire with energy cannons and blades, turning Zishu's speed into a trap by forcing him back into Lin Tian's vine zone. With Zishu finally forced into the open, Lin Tian doubles down and turns the field itself into a living snare around him. Lin Tian uses Flower Curtain to blow away the black fog, and as pollen spreads, his suppressed strength finally starts climbing back. As Lin Tian's strength recovers, even more glowing vines burst out and tighten the battlefield around Zishu. Zishu answers by erupting into Inferno Heavenly Prison, sprouting flaming wings and burning through the vines around him. Even with Zishu's fire surging, Lin Tian keeps the momentum and calls for Xiao Hui's Moon Howling Strike. Using Mandala Flower's field control to lock the space down, Lin Tian has the vines bind both Zishu and the flames around him, pinning the berserk attacker in place for the next strike. Zishu keeps burning through the vines, and Lin Tian realizes his current restraint still is not enough to stop him. So Lin Tian gathers a heavier wave of power as vines coil around his arm and Mandala Flower starts answering his call. White roots surge up into a throne, the Mandala Flower bud becomes a scepter, and Lin Tian floats toward this king-like combat state. As Lin Tian takes the throne, 2 moons appear overhead and the whole battlefield is washed in cold white moonlight. That aura blast sweeps the ground clean and knocks the burning vine mass away just as Zishu finally breaks free. Lin Tian calmly points the flower bud scepter and fires a death ray straight at Zishu. At the same time, a moonlit strike drops from above, leaving Zishu trapped between 2 killing beams. Facing death, Zishu is rattled by how far Lin Tian has pulled ahead, especially now that the medicine-driven flames around him are fading. That panic twists into hatred when Zishu stares at Lin Tian's Hex City University uniform and refuses to accept losing all that glory to him. Desperate to survive for revenge, Zishu forces his body into another violent change and starts turning feral. He escapes in a streak of red light a split second before the twin attacks crash down and detonate across the field. Lin Tian catches something familiar in Zishu's escape, but with the defense line already under attack, he has no time to dwell on it. After more than an hour of delay, Lin Tian reaches the defense line and finds Hex City base already locked in full-scale war. He spots black smoke spreading in the sky, and a bad feeling hits before it turns into rain over the battlefield. Lin Tian warns everyone that the black rain will weaken them, but the warning comes a moment too late. The rain corrodes the defenders and strips away a level of strength, while the magical beasts stay untouched and surge harder. With their strength suddenly cut down, the defenders are forced backward and the whole line starts shrinking under pressure. From a high vantage point, Yinhu and his allies gloat over the chaos and call this slaughter the Sacred Court fixing a rotten world. Lin Tian immediately answers with Wolf King bombs aimed at Yinhu's position, trying to cut off the people behind the sabotage. But Yinhu slips away again, leaving Lin Tian no choice except to turn back to the collapsing front. He throws on his quasi-gold hand and leg armor, forms energy cannons and blades in both hands, and dives into the defense battle himself. Mandala Flower helps by dragging beast corpses into a towering mountain, giving the defenders a brutal but much-needed buffer. The fighting only gets fiercer as system windows keep flashing and the defense line teeters on the edge of collapse. A familiar icy voice cuts through the noise when Wang Shui arrives with Frozen World, and Bai Linyu reaches Lin Tian with her. Zhang Wei and Joey also make it back to him, using the giant corpse mountain as the easiest landmark in the war zone. Zhang Wei jokes that if Lin Tian had stayed missing any longer, they would have stormed the Sea Monster Empire to drag him back. With the team reunited, Hex City University's small squad starts cutting down beasts together while Lin Tian covers them from midair. Then a huge siren force about a kilometer away abruptly locks onto Lin Tian instead of the city, as if some hidden mark is dragging their hatred toward him. To the sirens, the curse makes Lin Tian stand out like a black pillar of light, marking him as the killer of their young master. The sirens give up their attack on Hex City base and swarm straight toward Lin Tian for revenge. Other defenders are left stunned when the sirens suddenly peel away, not realizing Lin Tian just became their real target. Seeing how overwhelmed they already are, Lin Tian orders everyone to tighten up and fall back closer to the corpse mountain. Before the team can settle, Lin Tian's chest burns and the siren curse flares into view in black flames. Lin Tian understands the sirens have finally come for him, and his teammates instantly realize they now have to protect him through the charge. When 20 to 30,000 sirens crash into their area, the team faces a brutal new fight packed with mid and high-tier silver enemies. Zhang Wei roars that they still have a chance as long as the gold-level Siren King has not appeared. Lin Tian accepts that this curse is his burden and flies up first to meet the sirens head-on. He compresses moonlight into a condensed Wolf King bomb, shrinking terrifying power into a tiny cannon in his hands. Then he fires, and the thin white beam erases everything in its path before detonating into a huge blast among the sirens. Even after that hit, the sirens keep charging, so Lin Tian starts cutting through them non-stop with Wolf Shadow, Moon Step, cannons, and blades. System windows keep flashing as Lin Tian massacres wave after wave, and the water around him turns green with siren blood. After an unknown stretch of slaughter, Lin Tian is panting in front of piles of corpses, but the sirens still keep throwing themselves at him. He gathers another Wolf King bomb to keep going, ready to blast through the next wave too. But this time the system cuts in with a bigger turning point. Silver Wolf's experience is full, and it can level up to high-tier silver right now. Lin Tian finally gets the chance he was waiting for and accepts the upgrade without a second thought. A blast of white light erupts from Lin Tian, and an enormous wolf phantom slams down in front of everyone with enough force to drive the surrounding sirens back. The wolf phantom pours power into the clouds while the system confirms Xiao Hui has reached silver high tier and gained Moon Howling Meteor. The breakthrough shockwave wipes out dozens of sirens on the spot, turning the front line into a field of ash. As the wolf grows past 20 meters, its fur takes on a metallic glow, white flames wrap its body, and its claws and fangs sharpen into a far deadlier form. The giant wolf unleashes a sky-rattling howl, then turns into light and fuses back into Lin Tian. Lin Tian's armor flares hotter than before, and the new power leaves him feeling like he can see straight through the battlefield. At the same time, Mandala Flower bursts with green light and also advances to silver high tier, gaining the new skill Absorb. Lin Tian sees that Mandala Flower has grown to 20 meters too, with much tougher vines ready to feed even more power into its attacks. Then a burning sensation flares across Lin Tian's back as the system confirms Elemental Queen has synchronized to silver high tier and gained Elemental Imprisonment. Lin Tian quickly checks the wolf's panel and realizes Moon Howling Meteor is exactly the kind of brutal trump card he wanted. When he reviews Mandala Flower's new Absorb skill, he immediately understands it can keep feeding Death Ray and push that beam to another level. He even remembers Mandala Flower's old purplish-green blast and realizes that frightening level of firepower may be coming back under his control. But Elemental Queen shocks him the most, because he realizes her new skill can directly lock away enemy water, fire, and earth attacks at the same level. The more Lin Tian thinks about her future growth, the more he pities whoever has to fight her later. The sirens charge again at the worst possible time, and Lin Tian decides they can be the first targets for his new move. Lin Tian raises both hands and calls out Moon Howling Meteor, sending the moon patterns on his armor blazing to life. A full moon rises over the battlefield, turning the whole coast silver as the sky distorts and the ground starts to tremble. The sirens finally see what is coming, a gigantic flaming meteor wrapped in moonlight falling straight out of the sky. As the meteor drops, the full moon feeds even more power into it, and chunks of debris rip off the ground and spiral into the burning mass. Even Lin Tian breaks into sweat from the heat and realizes this attack would reduce him to ash too if he ever took it head-on. Then the meteor slams into the battlefield and wipes out everything within 200 meters in one brutal burst. The blast throws up towering waves, hurls magical beasts more than 100 meters away, and tears huge cracks across the ground. Everyone on Hex City's defense line is left staring, because Lin Tian's silver rank attack looks far too strong for a normal silver fighter. As the system starts flooding him with gains, Lin Tian exhales at the sight of a sea of siren corpses covering the shore. Mandala Flower's vines immediately drag the dead together into a grotesque corpse mountain nearly 200 meters high. The cleanup pays off fast, because Lin Tian himself synchronizes to Silver High Tier and unlocks a new armor skill called 3 Moons Rising. When he reads the skill description, Lin Tian realizes 3 full moons will feed him far more moonlight than twin moons ever could. That surge of confidence pushes him to one bold conclusion: he finally has a real chance to stand against the Siren King. He barely finishes that thought before violent crashes from the sea cut through the battlefield and yank everyone's attention toward the shoreline. A trident tears across the battlefield through a wall of seawater, and Lin Tian instantly recognizes the pressure he was expecting. The Siren King finally reveals himself, roaring that Lin Tian killed his son and that he will never forgive that debt. With the trident back in hand and a 100-meter wall of water behind him, the Siren King makes it painfully clear that a true gold-rank monster has arrived. Lin Tian checks the Siren King's panel and immediately sees the danger: gold low tier, epic grade, a raging wave domain, and a gold skill. Even after all his new power, Lin Tian can feel the ugly truth now that the silver to gold gap is standing right in front of him. Before he has to answer that pressure alone, Wang Shui, Bai Linyu, Zhang Wei, Zhou Yi and the others move up beside him to face the king together. Zhang Wei and Zhou Yi bluntly tell Lin Tian they will take on the gold beast together, even if their bodies are shaking from the rank difference. Hearing his comrades still choose to stand with him after everything, Lin Tian can only answer with heartfelt thanks and lock in for the fight ahead. The Abyss Siren King sneers at Lin Tian as an overconfident land beast and casually whips up 5 or 6 water tornadoes with his trident. While the other sirens rush Wang Shui and the others, Lin Tian fires a condensed Wolf King bomb straight into the incoming tornadoes. The beam collides with the tornadoes and detonates in a violent burst, blasting water columns high into the sky but still not stopping the king. The Abyss Siren King admits Lin Tian still has some strength, then drives his trident down and launches a water tornado straight up from under him. Lin Tian tries to escape with Moon Step, but the water pillar splits into several columns and seals him in before he can slip away. Realizing Lin Tian is boxed into a water prison where even his shadow movement is useless, the king dismisses him as weaker than expected. Confident he has Lin Tian pinned, the king orders his minions to take down everyone else too. Zhang Wei panics, smashes aside nearby sirens, and charges the prison yelling for Lin Tian not to die. He even rides a rising stone pillar to launch himself toward Lin Tian, trying to force a rescue through the sea barrier. The Abyss Siren King casually snatches Zhang Wei out of the air with a huge webbed hand and throws him away like an insect. Then the king stomps and raises more water pillars, cutting Zhang Wei, Wang Shui, Bai Linyu, and Zhou Yi off from Lin Tian and from each other. Seeing Zhang Wei fail, Wang Shui takes to the sky and opens Frozen World, surrounding herself with icy crystals as she attacks from above. Before her move can land, Lin Tian suddenly blasts a hole through the prison with a turning star moon blade that accelerates as it flies. Lin Tian realizes brute force energy blasts could not break the prison cleanly because the water kept healing, so he switched to the sharper star moon blade instead. The Abyss Siren King catches the incoming blade in one hand, crushes it, and coldly admits Lin Tian really was strong enough to kill his son. Now truly serious, the king ignites blue flames across his body and drags up a 100-meter tidal wave behind him. At the same time, Wang Shui's ice reaches the sea below him and freezes both of the king's feet in place. The king roars furious waves, pouring even more power into the giant wall of water until it looks ready to swallow Lin Tian whole. Lin Tian answers by calling Xiaohua's branching root, and the vines he planted earlier erupt from the sea to grab the incoming wave. Bai Linyu, Zhou Yi, and the others move to support him, but the surrounding sirens rush in to keep them from helping. The first vine walls crash into the tidal wave and somehow hold for a moment, stacking layer after layer to blunt the impact. Even as the defense holds, Lin Tian feels the strain and finally understands just how overwhelming a gold-level beast's power really is. The vine walls finally collapse under the pressure, and the 100-meter wave comes down on Lin Tian anyway. At the last second, Lin Tian triggers 3 moons rising, and white light erupts from the moon patterns across his body. 3 full moons rise over the battlefield, and a white energy wall appears around Lin Tian to block the tidal wave head-on. From outside the flood, Wang Shui, Bai Linyu, and the others can only see Lin Tian swallowed by the wave, and panic hits them hard. Zhang Wei ignores the danger and charges back in, while Wang Shui drags several enemy sirens up into the sky as she forces her way toward Lin Tian. Then the impossible happens. The giant wave starts disintegrating under the light of the 3 moons. Lin Tian rises out of the sea like a living light source, and every surge that reaches him is blasted apart by moonlit power. Bright white wings bloom behind him, and countless light feathers drift across the battlefield. Wolf shadows wrap around his limbs, and a giant illusory wolf rises behind him to howl at the 3 moons. Moon howling hits full power, and Lin Tian's glow shifts toward pale purple as white flames begin burning across his body. As the flames peel away, his illusory armor evolves from a standard set into a far more wolf-like form. Lin Tian feels the mark on his forehead burning with power, and for the first time those flaming wings let him fly without moonstep. The Abyss Siren King attacks again with the trident's pressure, but Lin Tian slips around the weapon and rushes him at close range. At point-blank range, Lin Tian gathers moonlight into another condensed Wolf King bomb as one of the 3 moons sends down a stellar wolf-shaped bolt to feed it. The king answers with destructive water tornado, calling up twin tornadoes with his trident and the sea itself to intercept Lin Tian. Lin Tian fires anyway, and the cannon no longer looks like a beam at all because it transforms into a roaring wolf phantom made of white lightning. The king throws 2 water pillars at him, but Lin Tian calmly layers on Star Moon armor and sends out rippling Star Moon blades at the same time. The other 2 full moons answer too, sending wolf-shaped lightning into both blades and pushing their power even higher. The wolf phantom runs across the water tornado itself, coils around it as lightning, and keeps driving straight at the king. The king throws a punch to break it, but the phantom dodges and sinks its teeth into his arm instead. For a brief opening, the phantom actually drags at the king's arm like a living beast and forces his attention away from everything else. With the king distracted, Lin Tian's 2 rippling Star Moon blades slam into his face and explode in a burst of blinding white light. The blast finally forces the Abyss Siren King backward, and even Lin Tian gets shoved away by the shockwave. But the king's remaining water tornadoes still crash into Lin Tian mid-flight, smashing through his Star Moon armor and sending him flying. Lin Tian spits blood and barely survives as the king's trident slices past him and detonates the sea behind his body. As he finally steadies himself more than 100 meters away, Lin Tian grimly realizes that even under 3 moons he can only wound a gold-level beast, not finish it. The Abyss Siren King erupts from the white blast, roaring that he will kill Lin Tian, and the sound alone blows nearby sirens and even Lin Tian's allies away. When the light clears, the damage is obvious. Lin Tian burned the king's face horribly and even blasted out one of his eyes. Enraged past reason, the king roars again and reactivates the curse inside Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian feels a brutal burning inside him as dark green energy is forcibly pulled out of the curse and drawn toward the Abyss Siren King. The nearby sirens also start shedding the same dark green energy into the king, making it clear he is feeding on all of them at once. Then Lin Tian's consciousness is swallowed by darkness, his body bends backward at a horrifying angle, and his heart stops beating. Joey is the first to realize the Abyss Siren King's aura is rising again, and he shouts for everyone to stop its transformation before the whole team gets wiped out. With no room to hesitate, Joey, Wang Shui, Bai Lingyu and the others throw out everything they have and rush the king together. At the same time, Wang Mo finally gambles with his rainbow unicorn's holy power and sends pure energy toward Lin Tian, praying it can break the curse. Wang Mo uses Divine Radiant, and rings of 7-colored light descend from the sky to wrap around Lin Tian's cursed body. The spell works, but it drains Wang Mo so hard that his face goes white, his lips shake, and frost starts forming across his skin. Inside the rainbow light, Lin Tian's stopped heart begins beating again as warmth pushes back the curse on his chest. Lin Tian suddenly jerks upright, coughs up black blood, and realizes the Abyss Siren King is still getting stronger right in front of him. With no time to ask questions, Lin Tian forces himself back into battle and reignites Moon Howling Meteor. He also orders Mandala Flower to open fully and fire Death Ray, turning the counterattack into a combined kill shot. At the same moment, Wang Shui, Bai Lingyu, Zhou Yi and the rest unleash their strongest attacks too, sending a wall of energy at the transforming king. But just as the team commits to the strike, a black-robed figure slips behind Lin Tian and drives a dagger at his back. Lin Tian chooses not to dodge because stopping the Abyss Siren King matters more, and he braces himself to take the hit while finishing the attack. Wang Mo burns the last of his strength to throw a golden barrier over Lin Tian and leaves the rest to him. The dagger slams into that shield and shatters, saving Lin Tian at the last second. Lin Tian instantly kicks the attacker away, recognizing from the clash that this is the same black-robed enemy who escaped before. But Wang Mo pays the price for that rescue, because once his last protection is gone he collapses unconscious into the rising seawater and starts to sink. Seeing Wang Mo disappear under the water, Lin Tian panics because the friend who just saved him could drown before anyone reaches him. Moon Howling Meteor crashes into the Abyss Siren King anyway, but Lin Tian barely notices because he is already trying to run for Wang Mo. The black-robed man crashes back in front of him, blocking the rescue and snarling that Lin Tian has to beat him first. The madman pulls out skeleton medicine, drinks it in front of Lin Tian, and his red flames surge even harder. When the black robe burns away, Lin Tian finally sees the attacker clearly and realizes the ambusher is Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao hysterically shows the ugly scar on his shriveled belly and says Lin Tian left it there during the exam, so now he came back for revenge. Lin Tian shoots back that Zhou Hao brought this on himself, which only pushes Zhou Hao deeper into rage. In response, Zhou Hao crushes the rest of his medicine bottles and releases black corrosive fog so vicious it starts eating into his own hand. While all this happens, the combined strikes finally detonate around the Abyss Siren King, and the sea battlefield erupts in overlapping explosions. Mandala Flower is spent by the blast and slips back into Lin Tian's body, while Zhang Wei, Wang Shui and the others stagger but still keep clearing the remaining sirens. Inside the spreading black fog, Lin Tian throws up Star Moon armor, but even that layered protection starts hissing and corroding under the smoke. The fog is worse than it looks, because it kills visibility, drags down movement, and spreads so wide that the whole fight turns into a blind trap. Zhou Hao charges through the haze as a streak of red fire, still determined to kill Lin Tian even while the corrosion damages his own body. Lin Tian realizes the fog slows Zhou Hao too, so he uses his hearing instead of sight and dodges the reckless pounce. As the first layer of Star Moon armor melts away, Lin Tian grabs his opening and plants both hands on Zhou Hao's body to end it fast. He fires Condensed Wolf King Bomb point blank into Zhou Hao, and a needle-small moonlit blast punches through the black fog in a burst of white light. Blasted away, Zhou Hao screams that the Sacred Court will take revenge if Lin Tian kills him, exposing the cult behind the ambush. A second explosion follows, and twin white pillars of light spear up into the sky where the fight with Zhou Hao and the king's destruction overlap. Lin Tian immediately tries to escape the corrosive fog, but the stuff chews through his armor faster and even starts choking his breath. The fog turns out to be maze-like too, because even after nearly 2 kilometers of sprinting, Lin Tian still cannot find the edge. While forcing his way through, Lin Tian memorizes the name Sacred Court and silently vows to investigate that cult once he survives this. Eventually the outside explosions died down, and a system notice confirms that the Abyss Siren King has finally been killed. When Lin Tian finally breaks out of the fog, his Star Moon armor is almost completely destroyed and only scraps still cling to his arms and legs. He does not stop to rest and dives straight for Wang Mo, pulling his unconscious friend back out of the seawater. Lin Tian presses in to listen for a heartbeat and finally gets the one thing he wanted. Wang Mo is still alive. By then Wang Shui, Bai Lin Yu, Zhou Yi and the others have regrouped, and with the king dead the remaining sirens are either gone or already cleaned up. Zhou Yi asks about Wang Mo's condition, and Lin Tian admits he does not know the full damage yet, only that Wang Mo's heart is still beating. Lin Tian decides the only thing that matters now is getting Wang Mo to a hospital as fast as possible. Bai Lin Yu, Wang Shui and the others choose to go with him, because the beast tide is basically handled and Lin Tian is too worn down to travel alone safely. Lin Tian thanks them again for pulling him and Wang Mo back from disaster, and the battered team answers with rough, familiar warmth instead of ceremony. After leaving the defense line, Lin Tian, Wang Shui, and the others returned to Hex City base just as the city finally started getting the beast tide under control. Hex City had thrown in nearly all its top officials and university teachers, and that overwhelming response was what crushed the beast tide so quickly. But while everyone focused on the city, the Sea Monster Empire's real target was the almost empty sea defense line. More than a gold-level sea monster force gathered outside the wall, staring up at a barrier even taller than they were. A huge platinum-level beast with one arm missing asked what they were supposed to do, its unhealed wound proving just how brutal this situation already was. The towering beast behind them answered with thunder in its voice that the Emperor would kill them all if they failed to break through. That threat scared even the gold and platinum beasts, and fear of their own Emperor pushed them into a suicidal assault. With most defenders pulled away and even the stationed armored envoys already dead, the sea defense line had almost nobody left to stop them. The restriction barrier blasted apart the first attackers and killed several gold-level beasts on the spot, but the rest kept charging anyway. Then the towering beast finally moved, and a terrifying wave of power crashed over the whole sea defense line. Back in Hex City, Lin Tian saw that the streets still looked battered, but the danger was clearly less severe than before. 5 of the 9 spatial cracks in the sky had already been sealed, and that was the clearest sign Hex City had barely held on. Their group reached the hospital early enough that Wang Mo could be taken in for treatment right away while the others were left waiting outside. Not long after, the hospital filled with even more wounded armored envoys, and the place turned into a grim flood of stretchers and blood. Watching those injured fighters, Lin Tian was shaken by how hard humanity had struggled to survive for centuries against magical beasts. Wang Shui gently told him humans were already fortunate, then leaned against him as the two shared a rare, tired moment of relief. In that hallway, Lin Tian set himself a new goal. He wanted a future where people could breathe the wild air without fearing for their lives. Seeing his friends wounded and Wang Mo inside the ward made that purpose feel painfully real, and for the first time Lin Tian truly understood why he had to grow stronger. A nurse suddenly ran out asking for Wang Mo's family, and the whole group tensed up at once. Lin Tian quickly asked if Wang Mo was alright, and everyone finally relaxed when the nurse said he was only exhausted and would recover with rest. After Lin Tian covered Wang Mo's medical bill, the group was finally allowed into the ward to see him awake. Lin Tian grabbed Wang Mo's hand with red eyes and told him it was good he was alright, making their bond feel stronger than ever. Joey stepped in too, and the scene made it clear the 3 boys had gone from strangers to real brothers. Wang Mo smiled and told everyone not to worry, quietly feeling how this group had changed the lonely life he used to live. As Wang Mo recovered, the city finished destroying the tunnels and teleportation formations that had fueled the invasion. The seawater around Hex City finally receded, the beast tide stopped, and the base slowly settled back into normal ground position. People across the city breathed out in relief, because for now Hex City had truly survived. Su Min and Lao Gui came back down from the fighting in the sky covered in blood, looking exhausted but alive. Only after the city was secured did Hex City finally start dealing with the wounded, the losses, and the wreckage left behind. A few days later, Lin Tian and the others left the hospital as Wang Mo fully recovered after their group stayed with him through his rest. On the way back, Zhou brought up the university tournament and said Hex City had invested heavily in a brand new super large battle arena outside campus. That reminder jolted Lin Tian, because the Beast Tide had delayed the tournament enough for him to nearly forget it. Now that Hex City had stabilized, the city and university were already turning their attention back to preparing the competition. To host it, Hex City had cleaned out an entire B-class magical zone years ago and turned it into a showpiece arena to flaunt its strength against the Sea Monster Empire. Since the super arena was not far away, Lin Tian and the others headed over after returning from the hospital to see it for themselves. At the B-class magical zone northwest of the city, they found a venue so huge that students from other universities had come just to look at it. One hunting ground alone was enormous enough to swallow 2 or 3 Hex City universities, and even Zhang Wei was stunned by the size of it. Because Hex City University was hosting, all of its freshmen would be allowed to join this year's tournament. After the giant hunting ground, they checked the other arenas and found those smaller stages looked built for one-on-one fights instead. Lin Tian pieced it together and guessed the tournament would still have both individual and team events, with the hunting ground reserved for the team's side. The exact rules still were not out, but Lin Tian stayed calm because the format mattered less to him than being ready. Around them, students from other schools buzzed excitedly about Hex City's money, the giant venue, and the rewards they hoped to win. With so many competitors gathering in one place, it was only natural that old grudges started surfacing too. Right on cue, Lin Tian's group ran into his old rival Qinjing outside the arena, and the crowded path went tense immediately. Qinjing coolly said he hoped Lin Tian had improved since the college entrance exam, then let his aura spill out to show how close he was to gold level. Lin Tian immediately sensed that Qinjing was already brushing the edge of gold level, almost as dangerous as a true gold-ranked armored envoy. Even so, Lin Tian stayed unshaken because he still needed only 900 more evolution points before Stellar Wolf could break through as well. Lin Tian answered with a flat warning not to disappoint him, already convinced that a stronger Stellar Wolf would let him beat Qinjing head on this time. Their teammates closed in behind them in matching formations, making the rivalry between Lin Tian and Qinjing feel even more direct. Qinjing finally waved his side away, but the lingering stare between them made it obvious their real fight had already started before the tournament even began. After a few rest days, Hex City finally opens its completed super arena and the National University Tournament officially begins. Host Wei Xing steps into the center and welcomes the top 5 universities to the annual competition. The contestant seats fill up as the students from the 5 universities enter one after another beneath the giant screen. As the host city, Hex City University enters first with Lao Gui leading the team in an unexpectedly proper suit. Lin Tian walks in at the head of Hex City's top students, with Bai Lingyu, Wang Shui, and the other elites right behind him. Imperial City University follows, and one student carrying a notebook immediately catches Zhou Yi's eye. Zhou Yi tells the team that the notebook boy is Chen Mu, a data analyst who reportedly studied every other school's fighters before arriving. Lin Tian narrows his eyes when he learns Chen Mu is not just a strategist but also a high-tier silver fighter with 2 legendary beasts. When the other universities file in, Lin Tian spots Long in among Southwest Alliance University, and is glad to see his old acquaintance doing well. Jing City University stays quiet, but Lin Tian still picks out a front-row student whose aura feels frighteningly close to gold rank. Once every school is seated, Wei Xing resumes the ceremony and asks the audience to welcome the organizers and teachers. Powerful figures from Hex City and beyond enter in sequence, turning the opening into a parade of real national heavyweights. Elder Su appears among them looking almost ordinary, which only makes the contrast with the other intimidating leaders more striking. Then the city lord Lin Guodong appears last, and just his presence makes the air around him distort. The moment Lin Tian looks at Lin Guodong, the pressure hits him like quicksand and he realizes just how terrifying Hex City's lord really is. Wei Xing hands the microphone to Lin Guodong, and the city lord begins his address with a calm smile. Lin Guodong's voice washes over the arena so strangely that the students listen in a trance, as if the whole place has slipped into a dream. When Lin Tian comes back to himself, he breaks into a cold sweat over how completely the city lord's speech had swept him away. With the speech over, Wei Xing finally moves the event to the first real segment, the exhibition matches. He explains that the exhibition is a friendly warm-up with no tournament points, just a ringmaster format and a small reward for the winner. As soon as the rules finish, the hunting ground lights up blue and a protective barrier seals the battlefield for the exhibition to begin. Imperial City University grabs the spotlight first when Mo Chen leaps down and politely claims the opening spot with barely hidden arrogance. The crowd already treats Mo Chen like a title favorite because his stealthy armor style is notorious even before he starts fighting. A Celeste City student immediately takes the challenge, and both sides transform for the first match. Watching from the booth, Lin Tian notices that Mo Chen's beast is a rare misty leopard cat hidden inside a cloud-like form. Lin Tian is impressed when he realizes just how stacked Mo Chen's silver epic setup is, with high-grade skills almost across the board. The instant the fight starts, Mo Chen vanishes so fast that most of the arena loses him completely. Even Lin Tian can only barely track the blur, and he quietly judges that Emo-chen is still slower than Zishu but frighteningly fast without any drugs at all. Emo-chen appears behind the Celeste student and blasts him point-blank with an energy cannon for an instant knockout. Wei-Xing loudly confirms the first instant kill, and Emo-chen becomes the opening ringmaster to a wave of imperial cheers. A student from Southwest Alliance jumps in next, fired up after seeing Emo-chen's flashy opener. Emo-chen barely waits for the transformation to finish before turning into a black streak and attacking again. This opponent survives the first blast and counters with lightning-fast movement of his own, revealing he is also an agility fighter. Emo-chen stays smug, slips away with ghostly trace again, and lines up the same punishing close-range finish. Lin Tian watches carefully and admits that without using his own talent, even he would have trouble cracking speed like this. Another explosion ends the second match too, and Imperial City starts to look even louder as Emo-chen keeps winning. A third challenger comes up, but Emo-chen crushes that match too and reaches 3 straight wins against Southwest, Celeste, and Jing City students. With 3 wins in hand and his own school roaring behind him, Emo-chen's confidence swells into open mockery. He turns straight toward Hex City University and taunts them for not daring to send anyone down. No one stops him, because the exhibition is built for spectacle and even the adults are happy to let the rivalry heat up. Emo-chen keeps pushing, calling out Lin Tian by name, and sneering that Hex City's top scorer still does not dare face him. The surrounding students pile on fast, repeating the insult and deciding for themselves that Lin Tian cannot keep up with Emo-chen's speed. Listening to the chatter, Lin Tian only gives a helpless little smile and realizes just how badly they are underestimating him. Then Lin Tian plants his hands on the seat and rises, finally answering Emo-chen's challenge. Just when everyone thinks Lin Tian is done, another Hex City student jumps down to answer Emo-chen's taunts. Hex City's side roars in support, but Emo-chen only sneers and warns them not to celebrate too early. Emo-chen drags a finger across his throat in open contempt, and the rivalry between the two schools turns even uglier. Lin Tian finally warns Emo-chen not to get too cocky, but Emo-chen ignores him and starts his armor transformation anyway. Emo-chen turns into a black shadow, and the arena stage is swallowed by dark mist and thorn-covered ground. A scream cuts through the fog, and the unnamed Hex City challenger is blasted out before anyone can even see the fight clearly. Emo-chen reappears untouched, mocks Hex City with a thumbs down, and acts like their quick loss was nothing. The Hex City students almost rush to answer him, but Lin Tian beats them to it and steps onto the stage himself. Hex City immediately rallies behind its star freshman, while Emo-chen smiles like he still thinks speed alone will carry him. Emo-chen says he likes beating top scorers, and Lin Tian answers with one cold line, "Please last a little longer." Before Emo-chen even understands that threat, Lin Tian disappears right in front of him. An instant later, energy cannons and blades erupt from below and around Emo-chen, turning the stage into a point-blank kill zone. The whole exchange lasts less than 5 seconds, and Emo-chen is blown out of the smoke and crashes down coughing blood. Lin Tian steps out of the fading blast and calmly says he already held back, which makes Emo-chen cough up blood again from pure fury. Emo-chen tries to answer, but he blacks out on the spot and has to be carried away. The arena goes from chaos to disbelief as everyone realizes Lin Tian just dropped Emo-chen in one move. No one dares go down for a while, and even Imperial City's side starts looking nervous. Then Imperial City finally sends out Shuizhentian, and the mood shifts the second he lands. Shuizhentian turns the area around him into a pool of lightning and openly declares his challenge to Lin Tian. The Imperial City crowd erupts because this is no ordinary student, but one of their top contenders. Shuizhentian says he never wanted to step in, but Lin Tian has already embarrassed Imperial City too badly to ignore. Shuizhentian attacks immediately, turning into a blue ball of lightning and smashing straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian sees the trap in that charge and uses Moon Step and Wolf Shadow to vanish into the air instead of taking it head-on. Up in the VIP seats, Lin Guodong and Elder Su finally realize Lin Tian is not winning by raw speed, but by a trickier movement skill than it first looked. They even start joking about which side will recruit Lin Tian first, until the next explosion drags every eye back to the stage. Back in the fight, Lin Tian's blades and cannons clash with Shuizhentian's lightning, blasting the arena floor apart. Shuizhentian deliberately ruins the terrain so Lin Tian has fewer clean paths to move through, convinced that brute force can break this matchup open. Lin Tian answers that he was never planning to dodge, and his Star Moon blades begin circling like hunting knives in the air. Shuizhentian thinks he can just punch through the blades, so he meets them head-on with electrified fists. Instead, the blade's star radiance absorbs the hit, stays intact, and swings away toward a new angle. Shuizhentian realizes too late that the blades can turn, and the redirected volley slams into him all at once. He gets blasted backward, smoking and spitting blood, and now the exhibition match has turned personal. Growling that Lin Tian has his full attention now, Shuizhentian unleashes Heavenly Thunder Body and stops holding back completely. The crowd is stunned that a top contender is going all out in what was supposed to be an exhibition match. But while Shuizhentian is still drunk on that power-up, Lin Tian quietly changes the battlefield again. Green vines suddenly burst from the ground and clamp around Shuizhentian's feet before he can even launch his real counterattack. Mandala Flower appears on Lin Tian's shoulder and lifts him into the air while the vines hurl Shui Jintian straight out of the arena. Just like that, Imperial City's next top seed is gone too, and Lin Tian takes a second clean win before Shui Jintian can truly fight back. At the exhibition arena, Lin Tian locks eyes with Chen Jing across Imperial City University's booth, and the tension between the two camps turns instantly sharp. Before that rivalry can boil over, a Southwest Alliance University student named Chugu jumps down and scoffs that a simple 1v1 is nothing special. Chugu faces Lin Tian head-on, his arm tattoo lighting up as he argues that real university battles should be about teamwork, not solo glory. Lin Tian quickly reads the situation. Chugu is silver level and clearly hostile, but not confident enough to beat him alone. The motive behind Chuji's challenge becomes obvious. He wants to show off for Shangguan Miran, so he pushes a team format that gives him better odds. When Lin Tian asks how he wants to play it, Chugu finally lays out his trap and proposes that each side bring 5 people, with the winner taking the ring. The whole arena turns to host Weixing, because a sudden switch from exhibition duel to team battle needs official approval. After a signal from Lin Guodong, Weixing calmly shuts the idea down and announces that the exhibition match has no team battle format. Weixing explains the real reason with veteran smoothness. Exhibition matches are for showing standout students, not exposing full team coordination before the tournament begins. Put on the spot, Chugu bows and apologizes to the leaders, the audience, and the host for making a reckless suggestion. Even while apologizing, Chugu can't hide his frustration that he just missed his chance to embarrass Lin Tian. Lin Tian catches that hostile look immediately, and realizes Chugu was trying to use numbers to cover the gap in strength. Instead of letting it end there, Lin Tian turns to Weixing and asks if another format is still possible. Weixing tells him to speak, and the entire stadium goes still, waiting to hear what Lin Tian is planning now. With a casual smile, Lin Tian drops the bomb. If 5v5 is not allowed, then 1v5 should be fine. The reaction is immediate and explosive, because everyone knows these are elite university armored envoys, not weak beasts to be swept aside. Even Qinjing, who wanted a fight with Lin Tian, stares at him like he's lost his mind. Weixing is shaken too, but he still turns to the leaders because a challenge this wild has never happened in the tournament before. Lin Guodong, Elder Su, and the other leaders all agree almost at once, deciding to let the hot-blooded challenge go forward. Just by forcing that decision, Lin Tian already makes history as the first student in the university tournament to ask for a one-against-many fight. The hosts huddle for more than 10 minutes to hammer out emergency rules, while the crowd waits without complaint because the matchup now feels too big to miss. As the wait stretches on, the stands start buzzing with wild guesses, and some students even glance toward Qinjing while imagining Lin Tian calling out the strongest names. When the discussion finally ends, Weixing announces the compromise. Lin Tian will not fight 5 people after all, but he will still choose 3 students to face by himself. The crowd is a little disappointed that it is no longer 1v5, but the idea of one student taking on 3 elite opponents is still more than enough to light the stadium up again. Weixing personally hands Lin Tian the microphone, and even he can't hide his admiration for the nerve this young fighter is showing. Microphone in hand, Lin Tian walks slowly toward Imperial City University's booth, and every student there tenses up, afraid and hopeful in the same breath. He stops at last and calls out Imperial City University, student number 22. Qinjing realizes exactly what Lin Tian is doing and stays seated, understanding that their real clash should come later in a clean head-on fight. The student who rises is Li Le, and even his own schoolmates look stunned that Lin Tian just picked one of Imperial City University's most feared aces. Without lingering, Lin Tian turns toward Celeste City University and names student number 52 as his next opponent. That second student is Pan Boyu, another high-tier silver-level favorite, and now the audience realizes Lin Tian is not picking easy targets at all. Weixing takes the microphone back and smoothly shifts the mood from betting on a winner to looking forward to an explosive battle. Li Le and Pan Boyu step down together with obvious hostility, and Pan Boyu even drags a finger across his neck to promise trouble. The stands erupt again as students shout out who these men really are: Li Le, the top name in Imperial City's agility faculty, and Pan Boyu, a top 15 ace from Celeste City. What really shocks everyone is the final matchup. Lin Tian will face Chugu, Li Le, and Pan Boyu alone, including 2 high-tier silver-level armored envoys and Chugu at silver level. Up in the leader's seats, the seniors laugh that Lin Tian picked the 2 loudest mouths on purpose, and Lin Guodong watches him even more closely, clearly intrigued by the boy's nerve. As Pan Boyu steps into the arena, his beast tattoo lights up and the air turns sharply cold, showing everyone he is an ice control fighter. He coolly warns Lin Tian to put on his jacket now, or risk being frozen solid once the fight starts. Lin Tian reads the field at a glance, realizing Pan Boyu is ice control while Li Le, with wind already whipping around him, is the real speed threat. The instant the fight opens, Pan Boyu flashes forward in icy blue and Li Le follows even faster in green, trying to pinch Lin Tian from 2 angles. Pan Boyu freezes the arena floor as he charges, planting a spread of ice spikes and setting up a trap instead of a simple rush. At point-blank range, Pan Boyu slips aside and reveals the real danger behind him as he calls out ice explosion. Lin Tian's dynamic vision catches the setup in time, and he kicks upward with Moon Step before the frozen kill zone detonates under him. But Lilo is already waiting in the air behind him, dropping hurricanes onto Lin Tian's blind side. Lin Tian slips away with Wolf Shadow, letting every wind strike miss before he drops back toward the ground. Instead of trading with the two favorites, Lin Tian lands and instantly targets Chuge, the weak link who cannot keep up with their speed at all. Chuge realizes too late that Lin Tian has turned him into bait, and the burning shot is already blasting past him. A heartbeat later, Lin Tian's attack collides with Panboy and Li Li's incoming power around Chuge, and the three-way blast throws him straight out of the match. The crowd barely processes what happened before Chuge is already gone, and the fight instantly narrows to Lin Tian against the two seeded stars. Seeing how quickly Panboy and Lilo reacted, Lin Tian quietly admits these two really are worthy opponents. Then he vanishes into his own shadow again, disappearing into the ground before Lilo can track what he just did. Lilo is rattled that even his speed cannot keep up, but instead of panicking, he and Panboy switch to flushing Lin Tian out of hiding. Lilo floods the arena with wind blades while Panboy shatters the frozen ground, trying to destroy any place Lin Tian could hide. Lin Tian answers with a gamble of his own, dropping one armor form mid-battle and calling out Mandala Flower armor transformation from underground. The sudden switch catches both favorites off guard as Lin Tian is lifted by vines and turns the whole arena around them into his hunting ground. Vines whip toward both enemies, and hidden among them are energy cannons and blades that turn the control field into a barrage. Lilo can dodge speed duels, but this many dense control vines pin his movement, and the barrage finally blasts him out of the air. Panboy freezes one wave of vines, only for more to burst up under his feet and trap him long enough for Lin Tian's next volley to hit too. Both seeded favorites are blasted away almost together, and the arena erupts again in smoke and shock. As the smoke lifts, Xiaohui flashes back to Lin Tian's side and lets out a proud howl, making the victory pose feel almost playful. Lin Tian rubs Xiaohui's head and praises him, but the fight is not over yet because the two silver-level favorites are still standing. The narration makes the risk clear now. Dropping one armor transformation and switching to another in live combat is incredibly dangerous, and Lin Tian just pulled it off cleanly. Lilo emerges from the dust looking battered and annoyed, finally admitting he underestimated Lin Tian from the start. Instead of forcing straight through the vine wall, Lilo studies the gaps between the vines and immediately looks for a narrow route in. Lin Tian hears movement inside the vines and realizes Lilo is already adapting fast enough to break into his domain. Lilo shoots through one of those cracks in a burst of green speed, aiming straight for Lin Tian before the vines can close again. At the same time, Panboy takes the support role perfectly and casts Frozen World, covering the arena in snowfall and locking frost over Lin Tian's vines. That quick support buys Lilo exactly what he needed, proving the two favorites are dangerous because they can think and sync up under pressure. Just when they think they have cracked his setup, Lin Tian coldly calls for Flower of Death to bloom. Fresh vines explode up from the ground around Lilo so violently that he almost gets skewered before barely escaping the closing trap. Then Lin Tian rises even higher on white roots as giant 20-meter vines burst across the arena, expanding his control into a full 200-meter plant domain. A huge mandala flower phantom blooms behind him, the original flower withers, and the whole stage turns an ominous green before blood-red changes start to appear. Blood drips from the dying petals, a bright red flower grows from the corpse of the old bloom, and resentful souls begin circling it. Lin Tian's own armor changes with it, reshaping from standard illusory armor into a new vine-wrapped battle form made for ruling this field. From above, Lin Tian looks down at Panboy and Lilo like prey and moves straight toward them instead of waiting for them to come again. Panboy and Lilo accept the clash immediately, with Lilo charging in behind a huge tornado while Panboy backs the attack. They still underestimate the new form, because the ground erupts again and Lin Tian's vines instantly reclaim the entire arena around them. The overbearing vines slap Li's tornado apart and ignore Panboy's ice, making it obvious this is no longer a fight on equal footing. Inside these 200 meters, Lin Tian now moves like a king over his own territory, controlling every opening and every angle. With branching route, he forces both opponents backward step by step until they are nearly pinned at the arena's edge by a wall of living green. Panboy tries one more Ice Thorns attack, but the ice barely scratches the vines before they absorb energy and keep growing. Lin Tian realizes the mandala flower's elemental absorption is even stronger than he expected, feeding his attacks and instantly healing damage across the domain. Lilo and Panboy smash their energy into mandala flower's vines, but the attacks do almost nothing and the vines surge right back at them. Lin Tian calmly activates Flower Curtain, and mandala flower blooms wide enough to flood the battlefield with pink pollen. Lilo senses the danger fast and shields himself with a green hurricane, but Panboy breathes in too much pollen and starts to lose focus. A moment later, Panboy's eyes turn red and he suddenly fires a white lightning strike straight at Lilo. Lin Tian uses the opening immediately and orders Xiaohui to cut in, turning Li's problem into a two-front attack. Lilo finally realizes the pollen is not just a stun effect at all, it can take control of people. Seeing no chance to handle both enemies at once, Lilo tries to break upward and force a direct clash with Lin Tian instead. Lin Tian cuts that idea off cold, blocking Li Li's route and sealing both opponents inside a giant vine cage. Then the battlefield turns regal and ominous as white roots twist together into a throne beneath Lin Tian. Lifted by the vines, Lin Tian sits on the white root throne and takes complete control of the arena. A mandala flower bud rises on coiling roots and becomes a scepter in Lin Tian's hand, making it obvious he is about to finish the match. Penboy finally wakes up from the pollen, only to realize he is trapped in the same cage as Li Lu with Lin Tian aiming at both of them. Li Lu can feel the energy gathering from every vine and admits they probably cannot survive the attack coming next. Lin Tian raises the scepter and unleashes Death Ray, treating the move like a final judgment. The beam swells into a terrifying green torrent, as even the energy in the air pours into Lin Tian's attack. Only when death is right in front of them do Li Lu and Panboy understand how huge the gap is between them and Lin Tian. Just before the blast wipes them out, the referee jumps in front of them and takes the hit himself. The referee forces the beam away with 5-colored armor light and ends the match in the middle of a huge explosion. When the smoke clears, the referee hides a blackened palm and looks at Lin Tian very differently, because that silver rank student nearly overpowered even him. The whole arena falls silent in shock as Lin Tian becomes the obvious focus of the crowd and even the leaders start looking at him like a rare find. After the shock breaks, Wei Xing thanks Lin Tian over the microphone, and the whole arena erupts into thunderous applause. Even the referee gives Lin Tian a few words and a pat on the shoulder before stepping away, sealing the win with quiet respect. Lin Tian exhales, thanks Mandala Flower for the hard fight, and the plant turns back into green light and returns to his tattoo. Just when everyone thinks the exhibition is over, a new challenger drops from Imperial City University with the Radiant Emperor Wolf. Qinjing announces himself and challenges the ringmaster directly, meeting Lin Tian's eyes without backing down. Before that tension can settle, Lu Shaoran dives in from Celeste City University on a giant frost eagle and joins the challenge. The scarred challenger from Celeste City gives Lin Tian a sharp look that makes it clear he came for a real fight, not a courtesy appearance. The pressure keeps building when another challenger walks out of black fog from the Southwest Alliance University and also claims the ring. Lin Tian studies the arrivals and realizes the first 3 challengers all brought legendary-grade magical beasts. Then Jing City University sends its own answer, a masked student descending on a towering wave that crashes over the arena. The challengers' magical beasts flare up together and stop the wave from swallowing the field, turning it into rolling steam instead. The masked Jing City challenger lands and reveals a 4th legendary-grade beast, a deep-sea sperm whale. Now Lin Tian is facing 4 elite team leaders at once, all high-tier silver-armored envoys with legendary-grade beasts. When the 4 legendary beasts roar together, the already damaged arena finally gives way and shatters under their combined pressure. 4 towering pillars of fire, ice, black mist, and seawater rise over the wreckage and lock onto Lin Tian and Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui steps in front of Lin Tian without hesitation, even though a hero-grade beast should not be able to withstand pressure like this. The aura tears into Xiao Hui's body, ripping open its flesh, but the wolf still refuses to retreat. Lin Tian is shaken enough to consider calling out Elemental Queen, but Xiao Hui turns back and stubbornly tells him it can still fight. The pressure keeps cutting deeper until blood runs over Xiao Hui's eyes and its front legs finally buckle. Wei Xing wants to intervene, but when he looks to the leaders, Lin Guodong quietly stops him from stepping in. Watching Xiao Hui get crushed finally breaks Lin Tian's hesitation, and he decides on a desperate gamble to evolve it on the spot. Lin Tian tells the system to cash in everything he can for evolution points and pour it all into Xiao Hui. The moment Lin Tian confirms it, a new surge erupts from Xiao Hui and the wolf starts changing under everyone's eyes. Xiao Hui turns black as the evolution begins in earnest, and even the ground collapses beneath the wolf. Stellar Wolf's evolution suddenly turns violent, its body flashing between black and white while shockwaves blast across the arena. Even Xinjiang's side can't hold their ground as the 4 legendary beasts are hurled backward by the force of Xiao Hui's transformation. A full moon rises over the arena, but Stellar Wolf looks like it's collapsing under its own evolution and Lin Tian panics for Xiao Hui. Before the system can explain anything, Lin Tian realizes Xiao Hui's evolution is pushing into something even the system did not predict. Scarlet eyes suddenly open inside the moon itself, and the pressure is so terrifying that the legendary beasts start trembling. Watching that power, Qinjing quietly decides Lin Tian has become too dangerous to leave alive. Then a giant black wolf phantom appears behind the moon and claws into it like a predator claiming the sky. The black wolf bites into the moon, and the impact sends a crushing shock through the arena floor. Black gas spreads through the torn moon until daylight seems stolen away and the whole sky turns ominously dark. From that ripped black moon, over 10,000 wolf shadows start descending like a whole pack answering one wolf king. When the fully black moon condenses into a mark and sinks into the giant wolf phantom's forehead, the evolution finally locks into place. The system finally catches up and confirms Xiao Hui has evolved into an epic moon-ripping greed wolf with new talents and upgraded skills. Lin Tian is almost dizzy from the flood of upgrades, but what matters most to him is that Xiao Hui made it through alive. The black fog clears, and Xiao Hui's new body finally appears in front of him as a majestic giant wolf marked by a black moon. The evolved wolf lowers its head toward Lin Tian with bright, excited eyes, and Lin Tian immediately knows Xiao Hui is still Xiao Hui. Once Lin Tian finishes greeting him, Greed Wolf turns back toward Chen Zheng's side and the whole mood shifts from reunion to intimidation. The enemy legendary beasts step up, but their caution is obvious because none of them want to test this new monster first. It becomes a bizarre standoff, as four legendary beasts hesitate in front of one epic beast that clearly feels more dangerous than its rank should allow. Greed Wolf answers the standoff with a sky-shaking howl that tears through the ruined arena like a weapon. That roar finishes off the arena defenses too, smashing the energy barrier and making even the Radiant Emperor Wolf and the other legendary beasts flinch back. Lin Tian praises Xiao Hui with a grin because the momentum of the whole match has finally swung back to his side. But his smile softens fast when he apologizes, knowing Xiao Hui only forced this full evolution because the pressure from these top students was so brutal. Greed Wolf gently rubs against Lin Tian instead, making it clear Xiao Hui does not blame him at all. Lin Tian pulls up Xiao Hui's news status and sees a complete upgrade, from Greed Wolf and Moon Ripping to a fresh clan skill and a terrifying meteor skill. Reading the details, Lin Tian realizes this was not a simple evolution but a full leap into Moon and Star power with stronger movement, concealment, bombardment, and wolf command. What hits him hardest is Moon Ripping Meteor, because the old single meteor has now become a whole meteor swarm. With Greed Wolf this strong, Lin Tian realizes he may not need Elemental Queen anymore to challenge Chen Zheng's Radiant Emperor Wolf head-on. Chen Jing can feel that change too, and instead of backing off, he looks even more eager for the fight. The two Wolf Kings square off again, and for a moment it feels like the real battle is about to start right there. Wei Xing cuts in before that clash can explode, ordering the students to withdraw their magical beasts because the exhibition match is over. That timely stop also protects the tournament, because everyone can already see these 5 students are the monsters each university is relying on. Then Hex City's Lord, Lin Guodong, stands to address the entire venue and praises the 5 universities for producing such outstanding students. His speech turns the mood from stunned silence into cheers as he officially points everyone toward the real tournament matches ahead. With the exhibition over, everyone starts buzzing for the individual and team rounds that are finally about to begin. As the contestants head back, Lin Tian and Chen Jing pass each other at close range and their hostility spikes all over again. Chen Jing drops the mask completely, and says he is looking forward to killing Lin Tian with his own hands. Lin Tian fires back just as coldly, telling Chen Jing to make sure he survives long enough to reach him. Their killing intent even stirs the beasts inside their tattoos, and Greed Wolf and Radiant Emperor Wolf answer each other with an invisible clash in the air. The storm between them fades in an instant, and both men walk toward their contestant booths with their duels still hanging over the tournament. Lin Tian and Xin Jingjiang return to their seats without starting a fight, and Wei Xing quietly relaxes now that the 5 hot-blooded students have been settled. With the arena repaired around him, Wei Xing steps to center stage and announces that the real rules of the individual hunting competition are about to begin. Wei Xing explains the first rule: every contestant will be dropped into the giant hunting ground to earn points, and those points will also decide each university's standing. He raises the stakes even more by revealing that top-ranked students will bring bonus points to their schools, with the top 10 worth double. Instead of finishing there, Wei Xing teases the audience with the real questions: who exactly are the targets, and how does elimination work in a battle this large? Then he drops the brutal part: this event uses a forced ranking elimination system, so every time the rankings refresh, the lowest scorers will be thrown out. The crowd instantly goes uneasy, because hiding is useless now and every student realizes they will be forced to keep moving or be cut off by the rankings. Wei Xing moves on and says the first kind of hunting target is simple enough: contestants can earn points by killing magical beasts or by clearing entire magical zones. Wei Xing explains that a zone is basically cleared once its strongest magical beast falls, which makes hunting the boss far more profitable than farming small kills. But Wei Xing also warns that contestants will be scattered randomly across dozens of C-class and D-class magical zones, including deadly C-class areas guarded by quasi-gold beasts. To keep them alive if they are smart enough, every student will carry a life watch that tracks points, location, and the map of the surrounding magical zones. Listening carefully, Lin Tian narrows his eyes and realizes Wei Xing has only explained one type of prey so far, which means the second target has to be other contestants. Bai Linyu and the others arrive at the same answer, and the tension spikes before Wei Xing even confirms it. Wei Xing finally says it out loud: the second hunting target is every contestant in the competition. He makes it even harsher by adding that the more points a student has, the more valuable they become when someone else eliminates them. The arena erupts, because in one sentence the whole event turns into a moving hunt where strong students will be chased by everyone else. Qin Jingjiang looks straight toward Lin Tian and quietly enjoys the twist, already treating this new rule as a much more interesting game. Lin Tian quickly sorts out the scoring and sees the real trap. Beast points are limited, but student points can snowball, so high scorers will become irresistible targets. There is no time to overthink it, and soon batch after batch of contestants boards helicopters to be dropped into the magical zones. Lin Tian receives his life watch and jumps into his assigned zone, and just before landing he activates his armor in a flash of black and white light. After landing, Lin Tian checks his watch and finds himself in the D-grade Blackthorn Forest, a much safer opening than getting thrown into a C-class zone. At the same time, a giant public ranking board lights up in the sky, reminding everyone that the countdown pressure has already started. Knowing every hour matters, Lin Tian immediately pushes deeper into the Blackthorn Forest instead of wasting a single refresh cycle. The thorns are thick enough to block normal movement, so Lin Tian burns an opening with black and white flames and forces his way into the zone. Because the forest is too tight for his stronger cannon attack, he switches to Star Moon Blade and sends black and white energy edges slicing through plants and beasts alike. The weak creatures in this degrade zone barely get a chance to react before Lin Tian tears through them in a one-sided sweep. Kill notifications keep stacking on his life watch, but the score still feels underwhelming because most of what he is massacring is only ordinary or black iron rank. After cutting down more than 1,000 beasts and finding only 2 bronze rank ones among them, Lin Tian finally admits the degrade zone is safe but far too stingy. When his total reaches 5,200 plus the starting score, he decides this zone is only a stepping stone and starts planning a route toward better prey. He sees that the nearest C-class area is still several D-class zones away, so the only answer is to clear this forest fast and keep moving. Just as he presses deeper, Lin Tian catches the sound of voices and instantly disappears into hiding with turtle breath. From cover, Lin Tian overhears a small student group arguing about whether teaming up is even allowed in a competition built around individual rankings. Lin Tian is not surprised, because he also thought about teaming up at first, but random drops into real magical zones make meeting allies much harder than in the exam. When one teammate keeps talking, the student leader snaps at him to shut up or leave, making it clear who controls this little group. A moment later, another teammate reports that he has found the silver rank beast ruling this zone, and the team leader's mood flips straight into greed. The student leader rallies his small team and charges ahead, dreaming of being the first contestants to clear a magical zone. Lin Tian follows them in silence, because in this competition there is no first-come rule and that silver rank beast is now his target too. Li Ge led his 2 teammates deeper into Blackthorn Forest, where the beast tide had already swelled into the tens of thousands. Even in that packed forest, one monster stood out immediately, a gigantic thorny porcupine towering over the other beasts. Lin Tian spotted the same target at almost the same time, and calmly judged that this hero-grade silver beast was well within his range. What really caught Lin Tian's interest was the reward, because thorny porcupine meat could steadily toughen a magical beast's body. Li Ge moved first, and his team rushed in to surround the thorny porcupine before Lin Tian could reveal himself. Li Ji's opening blow knocked the beast back, but the thorny porcupine instantly roared and charged straight at him. While they stayed focused on the porcupine, Lin Tian quietly spread mandala flowers vines under the battlefield and closed in. Then Lin Tian slipped into night shadow, turning himself into a fast black stain across the ground that normal attacks could barely touch. The moment he reached the center, black and white energy rained out of the shadow and forced both Li Ge and the porcupine to jump back. Lin Tian burst out of the shadow and hurled a Star Moon Blade at the thorny porcupine, cleanly trying to steal the kill. Li Ge recognized Lin Tian on the spot, and the old grudge from the exhibition match made him instantly decide to turn this into a 4-on-1 fight. Li Ge barked for Zhang Lu and Luo Qing to surround Lin Tian, trusting his awakened eye talent to track Lin Tian's speed. But Lin Tian had already prepared for that, and mandala flowers vines erupted from the ground to cut all 3 students off. The thorny porcupine refused to be anyone's helper, lit up with earth energy, and attacked every human in reach with spikes from below. As the battlefield collapsed into chaos, Mandala Flower quietly dragged corpses aside and started piling them into a grotesque mountain of dead beasts. Lin Tian melted back into night shadow and skimmed away through the ground just before another earth spike could impale him. The porcupine roared again, and this time the surrounding beast swarm surged in as if it had called the whole forest to war. Li Ge adapted fast and told his teammates to ignore the other beasts and just blast the black shadow wherever it moved. Lin Tian answered by abusing night shadow's mobility, firing Star Moon blades and bombs from constantly shifting positions so nobody could pin him down. Then Li Ge raised the stakes hard, igniting his full heavenly fire and turning a 200-meter radius into a spreading sea of flame. Lin Tian escaped upward as a streak of black mist with Greed Wolf Moon Step, but below him the thorny porcupine kept tearing the ground apart with earth spikes. While the forest burned hotter and hotter, Mandala Flower kept harvesting the battlefield until the corpse mound was nearly 50 meters high. Li Ge shouted for everyone to target the black shadow in the sky, and his expanding firestorm started swallowing even more of Blackthorn Forest. From above, Lin Tian fired Star Moon attacks back down at Li Ge and slashed apart burning thorns just to keep a path open in the heat. Luo Qin joined the pressure with lava flooding over his body, and his molten attack shot up at Lin Tian like a volcanic blast. Watching the whole magical zone buckle under their silver tier fight, Lin Tian realized this forest might not survive much more of it. So Lin Tian stopped holding back and activated Twin Moon, bringing up 2 full moons that pushed his power sharply higher. Under Twin Moon, his next Star Moon blade and bullet swelled with far more terrifying energy than before. At the same time, he ordered Mandala Flower to use Death Ray, and the white roots tore up through the ground beneath everyone else. Realizing how bad this was, Li Ge answered with his strongest move and summoned a massive burning tiger phantom into the fight. Luo Chen also went all out, erupting like a living volcano and launching rock spring eruption into the same deadly clash. The thorny porcupine refused to back down too, flooding the whole area with giant earth thorns taller than trees. Then Death Ray fired, and every ultimate attack crashed together into one blinding green-centered catastrophe. The fused blast hit the forest floor and ballooned into a kilometer-wide energy ball that shredded a third of Blackthorn Forest in one shot. When that energy ball detonated again, the ground shook so violently that even nearby magical zones felt the tremor. Inside the blast zone, almost every visible beast was simply wiped out, and Lin Tian only stayed alive by burning through armor and escaping with Night Shadow. As the last shockwaves rolled across the flattened thorns, Lin Tian quickly shaped mandala flowers, vines, and white roots into a massive glowing spear. Li Ge, Zhang Lu, Luo Chen, and the thorny porcupine were all still standing despite the devastation, though everyone looked battered and the porcupine's thorns were mostly broken. Li Ge saw the green flash too late, and realized Lin Tian was not aiming at them at all, but at the exhausted thorny porcupine. Lin Tian's improvised thorn spear punched straight through the thorny porcupine, hurled the giant beast backward, and nailed it into solid rock. Watching the pinned beast, Lin Tian quietly named the move Poison Arrow Tree, Thorn Spear, pleased that a quick idea had worked so well with mandala flower's support. Right after Lin Tian steals the thorny porcupine kill, Li Ge and Luo Chen snap in fury because their long fight was just taken from them. The confrontation hardens as Li Ge and Luo Chen also reach for the black boxes at their waists, making it clear they are done holding back against Lin Tian. They admit they meant to save this secret weapon for later rounds, but running into Lin Tian first makes them decide he has to be eliminated now. Lin Tian notices their black waste boxes look like a different research line from Hex City's methods, so instead of rushing in, he decides to see what Southwest Alliance University made. Li Ge pulls out a medicine bottle, and Lin Tian instantly recognizes the danger because it looks too much like the kind of body-amplifying drug Sacred Court uses. Lin Tian lunges to stop them, but Li Ge and Luo Chen get the medicine down first and erupt with a brutal surge of power. The boost is immediate. Luo Chen jumps from mid-tier silver to high-tier silver, and Li Ge climbs all the way to quasi-gold. Lin Tian answers with vines bursting from the ground, but Luo Chen casually rips them out by the roots with his boosted strength while Li Ge powers through the attack. Then black light shoots from their magical beast tattoos, and metallic-looking black beasts appear beside Li Ge and Luo Chen. Li Ge coldly says Lin Tian forced them to use this early, and Lin Tian immediately realizes these black beasts feel nothing like normal wild magical beasts. Li Ge mocks Hex City University and reveals Southwest Alliance can break magical beast contracts and rebuild them, something Lin Tian did not expect. As Lin Tian pieces it together, he realizes these are recontracted exclusive magical beasts, engineered more like replaceable weapons than natural companions. Li Ge calls them Southwest Alliance University's exclusive magical beasts and promises Lin Tian is about to learn what fear means. He drops his normal armor transformation, and a new black light wraps him into a sleek full-body suit unlike any standard armor Lin Tian has seen. That strange armor confirms it for Lin Tian, and he understands these exclusive beasts were designed to give stronger, more specialized power than ordinary same-rank magical beasts. Even so, Lin Tian steps forward instead of backing down and fires back that having an exclusive magical beast changes nothing. Lin Tian's aura surges as he rejects their whole idea, declaring that magical beasts are living partners with limitless possibilities, not disposable tools. Li Ge only laughs harder, downs another enhancement potion, and his body swells with even more violent strength. He vanishes in a blur, and Lin Tian barely gets his arms up before the hit slams into him like a small mountain. The block saves him from being crippled on the spot, but the impact still smashes apart Lin Tian's Star Moon armor and nearly destroys his silver armor. Li Ge tells Lin Tian to win first before preaching, then calls Luo Chen in as they close on him together. Li Ge and Luo Chen drink again as they rush, and their speed jumps to the point that Lin Tian can barely follow them. Lin Tian switches to hearing instead of sight, slips away with Night Shadow, and orders branching vines to flood the area. It barely slows them, because Li Ge and Luo Chen tear through the branching vines with brute force and keep pressing in. Luo Chen adds his own dark attack by dragging black mist across his hand and making dozens of black spikes erupt from the ground. Lin Tian jumps clear of Luo Chen's spikes, but the moment he comes out of Night Shadow, Li Ge and Luo Chen catch him from both sides inside a burst of black light. The blast hammers Lin Tian out of the sky, shredding his Star Moon armor faster than it can rebuild and driving him into the ground. He coughs up blood in the crater, and realizes he is still conscious only because Greed Wolf's illusory armor took the worst of the hit for him. Lin Tian quietly thanks Xiao Hui, and the flickering wolf-like armor light answers with a low growl as he forces himself back up. Li Ge rises into the air on black wings, looks down at the battered Lin Tian, and mocks his talk about limitless possibilities. Then Li Ge enlarges those wings into a deadly barrage and sends countless black energy feathers raining down at Lin Tian. Lin Tian can only keep retreating as each feather blasts craters into the ground, and Li Ge starts treating the whole thing like a game. Watching Lin Tian get toyed with, Luo Qin joins the humiliation and looks ready to add his own attack. Another enemy spreads a huge black rain of light over the battlefield, and the whole area around Lin Tian starts to feel trapped under wide area pressure. Pinned between mockery and bombardment, Lin Tian fires back in anger with Star Moon Blade and Star Moon Bomb while shouting again that magical beasts are not tools. They sneer at Lin Tian's desperate counterattack, and Luo Qin calmly steps in front to take it head on. With one brutal motion, Luo Qin knocks away both moonlit attacks and immediately answers with a black energy beam aimed straight at Lin Tian. The beam hits so hard that Greed Wolf is forcibly knocked out of armor transformation, and Lin Tian crashes into the ground again in a fresh burst of dust. Li Ge laughs at the rising dust and says even Lin Tian's magical beast has been knocked out, so there is no miracle left to expect. Convinced Lin Tian's big talk is over, Li Ge and Luo Qin walk toward the dust-covered crater with easy confidence. Li Ge, Zhang Lu, and Luo Qin rush in thinking Lin Tian is finished, but the pit he made suddenly erupts with green light and a mass of vines snags all three of them. Greed Wolf uses that tiny opening to snatch Lin Tian away, but once they land, Lin Tian coughs blood and realizes the last hit shattered bones and nearly killed him. Seeing Greed Wolf bleeding because it shielded him, Lin Tian asks if Xiao Hui can still fight, and the wolf forces out a weak howl anyway. Before Lin Tian can get up, 3 black flares blast skyward, the smoke is blown away, and his enemies tear free of the vines with cold faces. Li Ge sneers that Lin Tian's little act is disgusting, and the black flames on his body burn the vines to ash as the potion rage makes all 3 even nastier. Another attacker joins the taunting, saying Hex City University students are nothing special, while his black flame armor grows extra spikes and one arm wraps in dark power. Luo Qin wastes no time and fires a black flame strike straight at Lin Tian. Greed Wolf instantly throws itself in front of Lin Tian to block the shot, and Lin Tian panics because the wolf is already in worse shape than he is. A black blur cuts in first, and Li Ge slams Greed Wolf so hard Lin Tian hears bones crack. Li Ge appears over the fallen wolf, steps on its head, and kicks it again until blood sprays from Greed Wolf's mouth. Lin Tian screams for Xiao Hui, but another energy shot rips into his shoulder and nearly ruins one arm. A heavy follow-up strike smashes Lin Tian back into the ground, but even buried in the dust, he is still looking toward Greed Wolf. Lin Tian drags himself up calling Xiao Hui's name, and an attacker answers by grinding a foot onto his injured shoulder until the pain nearly blacks him out. Enjoying the sight, the attacker mocks Lin Tian for not being able to move and casually drinks more medicine to hold onto his strength despite the damage. Li Ge drags Greed Wolf over like garbage while Luo Qin keeps cutting into it with black energy, turning the wolf's body into a mess of fresh wounds. Li Ge coldly lectures that magical beasts are just tools, then stomps Lin Tian's chest hard enough to make him spit blood again. When Li Ge goes to kick Greed Wolf again, Lin Tian grabs his leg from the ground and refuses to let him touch the wolf. Even half dead, Lin Tian snarls that magical beasts are not tools, and Li Ge kicks him away in fury and orders the others to beat him to death. Right before they finish him, black and white light engulfs Lin Tian and Greed Wolf, and a furious wolf phantom rises again. The black and white beams light up the whole blackthorn forest, and a transformed Lin Tian steps out with a hoarse voice from hell, furious that anyone would call magical beasts tools. Lin Tian's armor has changed into an unstable new form, with black and white power fighting across it, and his eyes have gone frighteningly cold. He can't accept their idea at all, because Greed Wolf stayed beside him through his worst years, not as a weapon but as family. As Lin Tian roars why all magical beasts have to be denied, the goatskin scroll flares scarlet, and tiny blood-red lines start crawling over his armor. He moves first, blitzing straight into Li Ge with a one-handed Star Moon Blade because his left arm is too damaged to use. The impact explodes point-blank and blows both of them apart, leaving a visible crack in Li Ji's armor and blood on his lips. The other two rush in to help, but Lin Tian answers with Star Moon Blade and Star Moon Bomb together, and crashes into them both. Moon patterns on Lin Tian's armor flare. 2 full moons seem to rise overhead, and he keeps glued to the 2 attackers until the explosions go off on top of all of them. Lin Tian's body is torn open so badly bone is showing, but he gives up defense completely and turns every piece of his armor into pure attack. After more desperate blasts, Li Ge and the other 2 are hurled away mangled, one attacker's abdomen caves in, and Luo Qin collapses in the worst shape of all. Li Ge finally realizes Lin Tian is a complete madman, because even after wrecking all 3 of them, Lin Tian is still the one carrying the heaviest injuries. Barely able to breathe, Lin Tian staggers toward them one step at a time and demands only one thing now: apologize. Li Ge, scared but furious, decides to fight it out to the end, and the brawl starts again between him, the other wounded attacker, and the still advancing Lin Tian. Lin Tian roars again that magical beasts have never been tools, and a huge black wolf phantom rises behind him as his killing intent spikes. Li Ge starts ranting that beasts should not exist, and Lin Tian answers by smashing his fist into Li Ji's face. Li Ge keeps insulting him as a beast too, so Lin Tian punches him again and again, with each blow carrying more rage than the last. When another attacker tries to break it up with a kick, Lin Tian catches the leg and slams him into the ground before turning right back to Li Ge. Lin Tian keeps repeating apologize between punches, But Liga refuses even with his face beaten into a swollen mess. One last punch sends Liga crashing into a distant rock, and even there he still spits out that magical beasts are beasts. That final insult pushes Lin Tian fully over the edge as the wolf phantom wraps over him and the power flooding into his body starts to blur his mind. Moving almost mechanically now, Lin Tian raises both hands and gathers black energy as if the wolf itself is guiding him. He blurts out Greed Wolf Cannon in a doubled voice, and Moonlight, Starlight, and a giant black wolf shape gather into a terrifying final blast. The power keeps swelling until the ground itself buckles, and a terrifying wave of energy begins sweeping across the entire Blackthorn Forest. A terrifying black blast tears through the Blackthorn Forest, and the whole degrade zone starts collapsing under Lin Tian's out-of-control power. From the darkness, a giant wolf-shaped phantom surges forward and charges straight at Li Ji's group. The black light spreads so completely that the forest feels like sudden night, and even Lin Tian's illusory armor finally breaks apart. Then a scarlet light shoots out at high speed, flashing past the giant wolf as colored lights stream out from Li Ji's side and nearby beast corpses into it. The wolf phantom crashes down on Li Ji's side, and a black energy pillar detonates hard enough to erase hundreds of meters of ground. The shockwave wipes out everything nearby, leaving the Blackthorn Forest as a burned dead zone with nothing living left in sight. When the last glow fades, Lin Tian coughs up black blood and nearly drops, his body finally paying the price for that attack. Greed Wolf lets out a low growl and drops out of its frenzy, as Lin Tian slowly regains control of himself. Still half-conscious, Lin Tian asks Xiaohui if he did anything crazy, sounding more bitter than relieved. As he fights to stay awake, Lin Tian remembers the small moments that made Xiaohui more than a tool to him, from freezing nights to surviving together in the slaughterhouse. Whatever the reason was, Lin Tian knows one thing now: he just blew apart more than half of the Blackthorn Forest to protect that bond. Before passing out, he remembers Lao Gui's warning and forces down the green healing potion prepared for the competition. Green light spreads over Lin Tian's battered body, patching him up just enough to survive even if he still can't fight properly yet. When he checks his life watch, Lin Tian sees his score jump from 5,200 to 15,000 and realizes clearing a D-grade magical zone alone pays a huge reward. He quickly understands most of those points came from wiping the zone and killing beasts, not from beating Li Ji's group, because student eliminations pay much less. Looking at the map, Lin Tian sees other D-grade zones already cleared and even some C-grade challenges completed, which makes him realize the earlier clash slowed him down. Right then, the hunting ground broadcast announces the first hour ranking refresh, and Lin Tian looks up with everyone else. He notes the next update is 3 hours away and figures the organizers know tougher zones simply can't be cleared on an hourly timer. Then the list shocks him anyway, because first place belongs to Duan Murray with a brutal 30,000 points, not Lin Tian. Lin Tian guesses Duan Murray must have challenged a C-grade magical zone, and the top of the rankings makes it clear the students from the 5 great universities have all grown much stronger. As the ranking scrolls, Lin Tian spots familiar names like Bai Lin Yu and Zhou Yi in the top 30, while Wang Shui barely holds the 40th spot. But Lin Tian's own score still is not enough, and by the time the list reaches 50th place he realizes he is nowhere near it. Elsewhere, students from Hex City University start getting uneasy because they cannot find Lin Tian even in the top 80. Elsewhere, Qin Jingjiang sits in 5th after killing a silver beast, then turns openly irritated when Lin Tian is missing from the upper rankings. Around the hunting ground, students cheer for high-ranking names and Imperial City University gets smug fast as the board keeps climbing. The real twist lands at the 100th slot, where Lin Tian finally appears with exactly 15,000 points. That single line sets off the whole hunting ground, with Hex City students stunned and Imperial City students openly sneering at him. Before anyone can dwell on it, the rankings keep sliding down toward the bottom 100, and the mood turns tense fast. Then a huge red cross stamps over the last 100 names, and those students are eliminated on the spot as their life watches shut down. The cold broadcast confirms the rule at last. The top 100 each get 1,000 bonus points, and the bottom 100 must leave the hunting ground immediately. 100 eliminated students trudge out early looking miserable, while everyone still inside realizes there are only 2 hours left to climb the rankings. Lin Tian checks his life watch and sees he has 1,000 points, which is decent enough for him after the trouble he just survived. Once he feels his body and companions have mostly recovered, Lin Tian decides he still has time to push for more points. He studies the map and gives up on forcing his way to a distant C-class zone, choosing the nearer D-class Stormy Mountain Forest instead. As Lin Tian steps into Stormy Mountain Forest, the sheepskin scroll hidden in his pocket suddenly starts glowing red without him noticing. The scroll quickly fills with blood-like color, strange letters, and sketches, and then the heat finally becomes strong enough for Lin Tian to notice. He yanks the scroll out in alarm and watches the blood-red contents race upward across the page. But when Lin Tian opens it fully, every symbol has vanished, leaving nothing but a blank old scroll and no explanation. With no clue what just happened and no memory of the scroll's earlier blood-soaking reaction, Lin Tian shoves it away and keeps moving. At the leaders' viewing seats, Elder Su casually asks City Lord Lin Guodong what he thinks of this year's hunting battle. Lin Guodong scrolls through the projected rankings with polite indifference, only pausing when he reaches Lin Tian at exactly 100th place. Remembering Lin Tian's exhibition match, Lin Guodong wonders why a student that strong is ranking so low. Elder Su admits even the leaders lost track of some contestants, and both men quietly decide Lin Tian's slow start is not worth worrying about yet. Around them, the other university leaders care more about which school is stronger overall and keep trading smug remarks about this year's top students. Hex City University still gets mocked as the usual bottom finisher, but its principal just smiles and absorbs every jab without reacting. Then one leader points out Jing City University's student in second place, and the mood shifts from joking to real interest. When they see that Jing City University's student Ziying has 2 legend-grade magical beasts, the other principals immediately start half-jokingly trying to poach her. While the leaders are still bantering, a red warning light suddenly washes over the entire hunting ground and every contestant tenses up. As the red alarm hits Stormy Mountain Forest, Lin Tian immediately pulls back out of the zone instead of waiting to see what goes wrong. His caution pays off immediately when the whole hunting ground starts shaking and the forest in front of him rumbles like something bigger is waking up. Lin Tian spots the earth cracking near the zone and feels a powerful aura descending that clearly does not belong in an ordinary D-class forest. The emergency broadcast finally explains it. More than 30 magical zones are about to upgrade, and students need to get out before the entrances seals shut. Golden light wraps around selected zones as contestants rush out in chaos, with some escaping at the last second and others getting trapped inside. Listening to the broadcast, Lin Tian realizes the D-class zones are being temporarily raised into C-class zones as part of the exam itself. The rules make the point clear. This upgrade is just a hunting battle mechanic meant to raise the difficulty and test both strength and judgment. For Lin Tian, this is almost good news, because the nearby zones he wanted for easy points are now turning into the harder, richer targets he actually prefers. He also catches a subtle detail in the wording and suspects this first wave is only the beginning, with a second round likely to upgrade even more zones later. Lin Tian quickly does the math. If a D-class zone is already worth thousands of points, a C-class zone packed with stronger beasts should pay out even more. When the golden light finally fades, Stormy Mountain Forest feels completely different, now carrying the violent pressure of a true C-class zone. He knows a C-class zone means at least a quasi-gold leader beast with its own domain, but that still is not what worries him most. What Lin Tian really wants to avoid now is running into other contestants, because fighting people would waste far more time than hunting beasts. Lin Tian has barely entered the Stormy Mountain Forest when crazed low-level beasts come charging at him from every side. Greed Wolf answers instantly, crashing down in black and white lightning and splitting the ground under the charging beasts. With energy cannons, energy blades, and brutal claw strikes, Greed Wolf tears through the first wave before it can surround them. But more beasts keep pouring out of the deeper forest, all of them wild-eyed and violent like something has driven the whole zone mad. Lin Tian treats the stampede like free points, clearing beasts fast while pushing deeper into the dangerous forest. As the fighting eases for a moment, the forest itself stands out to him, broken trunks, crooked growth, and a harsh landscape shaped by constant storms. Lin Tian quickly figures out the real problem. The forest has upgraded, and the old native beasts are being pushed out by stronger new arrivals. Farther in, he finally reaches the strange cave that gives the Stormy Mountain Forest its name, with violent wind blasting straight out of it. Before he can investigate the cave, Lin Tian catches a flash of scarlet eyes above him and a wounded purple blur vanishes into the dark. He immediately orders Greed Wolf to chase, and they launch off together like a black and white bolt. The purple target is gone, so Greed Wolf leaps up to the mountainside and Lin Tian catches the smell of fresh blood on the wind. Following the blood trail, they find the corpse of the storm blue lion lying on the mountain path with its neck torn open and its belly partly eaten. That corpse tells Lin Tian something ugly. The old overlord of the forest was killed almost effortlessly by whatever moved in after the zone upgraded. The cleaner the kill looks, the more curious Lin Tian gets about the new overlord's strength, so he and Greed Wolf press even deeper in. At last a powerful aura answers them, and a huge wolf's howl rolls out of the darkness before its scarlet eyes appear. The gale-striped wolf steps out in full, wrapped in purple-tinted hurricanes with wind blades slicing the ground around its feet. Greed Wolf flares with black and white flames and snarls back, refusing to yield an inch to this new king. Lin Tian checks the beast's attributes and realizes this is a Lotur Gold Epic Gale-striped wolf with a storm domain and a Wolf King talent of its own. That discovery hits hard. Greed Wolf has finally met another Wolf King that can truly challenge it. Then the darkness behind the gale-striped wolf lights up with countless scarlet eyes as its entire pack closes in and cuts off every escape route. Surrounded by a full wolf pack, Lin Tian still smiles because wolves are exactly the kind of enemy he knows Greed Wolf can interfere with. He tells Greed Wolf to use that move, betting everything on the kingly authority hidden in its bloodline. Greed Wolf lifts its head and sends out a strange commanding howl that ripples through the forest like a call older than the pack itself. The effect is immediate as the surrounding wolves lose some of their hostility, and the red in their eyes begins to fade. As Greed Wolf keeps calling, moon patterns bloom across some wolves and a full moon rises over the forest to answer that power. Under the moonlight, more wolves start answering Greed Wolf, their eyes turning white as its greedy wolf talent begins taking hold. Just as the takeover spreads, the gale-striped wolf unleashes a louder king's howl and a hurricane that blasts Greed Wolf off its feet. Greed Wolf slams down, gets back up immediately, and keeps growling commands at the pack instead of backing off. Now both alpha wolves howl against each other, each trying to claim the same pack with its own authority. The forest becomes a battlefield of loyalty as 50 to 60,000 wolves split into two camps around the two rival kings. With neither side willing to bow, Lin Tian realizes the only way forward is the oldest rule of the pack: let the two kings decide it in a duel. Greed Wolf accepts at once, while the gale-striped wolf agrees too proud to let a lower-level challenger keep stealing its wolves. The two wolf kings launch at each other without using flashy techniques, settling it the brutal way with a pure physical clash. All around them, the divided wolf pack roars wildly as if witnessing the handover of an era. Their first collision detonates across the forest floor, cracking the ground and proving neither king is willing to give ground. When they separate, both are bleeding from the exchange. Greed Wolf has a huge chest wound, and the gale-striped wolf's left eye is torn apart. Neither king cares about the pain, and they hurl themselves right back into the fight for the pack. In the storm-dark forest, Greed Wolf and the gale-striped wolf slam into each other again so hard the ground caves into a huge pit. Even without deliberately firing techniques, the energy inside both wolf kings bursts loose, and Lin Tian can only watch the brutal clash from a shaky distance. When the two kings show themselves again, both are badly torn up, but Greed Wolf looks worse, with its chest ripped open deep enough to show cracked bone. Neither side gives an inch as both wolves roar and start condensing energy cannons for the next exchange. Their claw blades crash first, and Greed Wolf barely knocks down one attack before a surviving wind blade forces it to dodge back. Greed Wolf answers with a Star Moon Bomb, drawing in moonlight and starlight until the cannon shines brighter and heavier with power. Seeing every moon mark on Xiaohui light up, Lin Tian realizes Greed Wolf is risking the stronger Greed Wolf cannon right now, even though losing the exchange could leave it finished. The gale-striped wolf refuses to wait, and launches after its own cannon, rushing in to break Greed Wolf before the charge is complete. Lin Tian instantly moves to help, but Greed Wolf growls him back, making it clear that this fight for the crown has to be won by its own strength. Lin Tian struggles for a moment, then lowers his hand and trusts Xiaohui to see the duel through fairly. He can only shout for Greed Wolf to go all out as the last of that dangerous cannon finishes gathering. But the earlier cannon clash breaks against Greed Wolf first, and a hurricane of wind tears straight toward its face before Lin Tian can reach it. The hurricane slams into Greed Wolf head-on, and the watching wolves go silent as the explosion and cracking bone make it look like the new challenger is done for. The gale-striped wolf pounces in to finish it, and that is exactly when Greed Wolf's point-blank cannon erupts upward and blasts the old king away. The blast keeps expanding for hundreds of meters, forcing the whole pack to retreat while blood, smoke, and energy waves fill the clearing. When Lin Tian finally reaches Greed Wolf, he finds its face charred black and bleeding, barely conscious after taking that hurricane just to land the counterattack. Lin Tian tries to pull out medicine right away, but Greed Wolf stops his hand and insists the duel still is not over. That stubborn answer hurts Lin Tian even more, because he knows this crown fight was the only way they could survive the whole wolf pack. So Lin Tian swallows his fear, respects Greed Wolf's choice, and waits for the result instead of interfering. Out of the fading smoke, a huge figure starts walking toward them, and for one tense beat both Lin Tian and Greed Wolf think the gale-striped wolf somehow came out untouched. Then the truth comes into view. The gale-striped wolf is still standing, but its whole body is drenched in blood and its energy is flickering on the verge of collapse. As the old king limps closer, even Greed Wolf instinctively shifts back half a step, and the entire pack holds its breath. Instead of attacking, the gale-striped wolf suddenly drops to its knees, lowers its head, and surrenders to Greed Wolf in front of the whole pack. The rest of the wolves follow immediately, kneeling too and confirming that the challenger has truly become their new king. Greed Wolf looks to Lin Tian for a beat, gets a quiet nod, and finally decides what kind of king it wants to be. Instead of casting the loser out, Greed Wolf walks forward and gently licks the gale-striped wolf, accepting its surrender and letting it stay. Greed Wolf throws its head back and howls, and the entire pack answers in a rolling wave that marks the birth of a new rule under the new king. Once the roaring settles, Lin Tian walks in without fear, treating both wolf kings as allies now that the pack accepts him through Greed Wolf. He gives them his medicine, and after Greed Wolf reassures the old king first, both wounded wolves drink and start recovering fast. After some time, the pack gathers again for a full ceremony, and this time Greed Wolf stands recovered at the center, while the gale-striped wolf stays respectfully low beside it. Wolves from all around the stormy mountain forest emerge to witness the coronation as moon patterns light up across the whole pack. Greed Wolf slowly walks before the assembled pack like it is finally seeing its people, and Lin Tian watches from the side as the clouds clear and the moon brightens over the new king. Right at that victorious moment, the broadcast suddenly sounds again, cutting into the forest's hard-won peace. A broadcast freezes the whole hunting ground as the 4th-hour ranking list finally refreshes in front of every student. Lin Tian stares at the board and quietly bets that his old 15,000 points should still barely keep him alive this round. At the top of the ranking, Xinjing crushes everyone again with a brutal 60,000 points. Second place goes to Duanmurui with 50,000, close enough to stand out but still clearly behind Xinjing. Lin Tian forces a smile, already thinking ahead that if he wants any shot at the top 100 next time, he has to start farming points fast. Then Lin Tian notices Bai Lingyu sitting in third with 49,000 points, right on the heels of second place. As he scans further, Lin Tian sees Hex City University doing unusually well, with 6 students packed into the top 20. The cutoff itself is nasty now, because even the 100th spot already needs 30,000 points. Elsewhere, Bai Lingyu checks the list and immediately goes still when she cannot find Lin Tian anywhere in the top 100. She sees that Zhou Yi, Wang Shui, and the others are still holding strong, which only makes Lin Tian's disappearance feel more wrong. Wang Shui wipes blood from her face and frowns, because with Lin Tian's beasts and hidden trump cards, she cannot believe he should have fallen this far. Across the hunting ground, other students break into noisy discussion, trading envy over the top scorers and surprise at Hex City's sudden rise. Most of them barely mention Lin Tian at all now, because until he is truly eliminated, his earlier 100th place miracle still feels like old news. The next announcement hits harder. The top 100 get bonus points, and the last 200 are out on the spot. Only then does Lin Tian finally spot his own name, hanging just above the elimination line by the thinnest margin. He lets out a relieved smile, but he also knows this lucky escape means the next round has to be all out. Around the field, fresh elimination cries break out, including one miserable student who realizes a single escaped beast cost him survival. With the board settled, Lin Tian pats Greed Wolf and tells Xiao Hui it is time to work. Greed Wolf perks up at once, still half confused by the ranking board but fully ready the moment Lin Tian gives a real command. Greed Wolf throws back its head and howls, and Gale's striped wolf joins in to summon the whole wolf pack together. With the wolf pack gathered under him, Lin Tian mounts Greed Wolf, checks his life watch, and picks a new target in the southeast. He gives the order for the D-class Ashen Pine Forest, and the entire wolf pack erupts forward behind him. As they enter the next zone, moon patterns flare across the wolves, and Greed Wolf's command talent visibly powers up the whole pack. Even Gale's striped wolf feels the boost and roars in open excitement, clearly pleased it chose to follow Lin Tian. Lin Tian looks over the pack's strength and realizes this lineup is strong enough to bulldoze ordinary D-class zones. Once they hit the Ashen Pine Forest proper, Gale's striped wolf opens with a dominance roar to announce the invasion. The wolves answer together and surge into the forest like a flood. Lin Tian jumps down from Greed Wolf and uses Mandala Flower to switch into green standard armor so he can move above the battlefield. Vines keep lifting him forward through the air while the wolf pack flattens the pine forest underneath. Deep in the zone, the ground starts shaking as the resident silver beast reacts too late to the stampede. Gale's striped wolf becomes a streak of wind, tears into the silver-level beast, and snaps the fight almost instantly. With the boss down, the rest of the wolves and Lin Tian's vines wipe out the surrounding monsters and clear the whole zone in under half an hour. Without slowing down, Lin Tian redirects the pack toward another D-class target, the Ghostblade Forest. That forest has already become a nightmare for students, because its spirit-like monsters are so hard to kill that several contestants have already fallen there. Right outside the zone, one battered student gives up on the place entirely and decides to look for easier points somewhere else. Then the ground starts trembling behind him, and Greed Wolf's roar makes him whip around in alarm. He freezes when he sees a gold-level wolf leading an entire pack straight at him, too terrified to even try fighting. Instead, the wolves ignore him completely and thunder past into the Ghostblade Forest. A moment later, vines whip by over his head, and he finally spots the even stranger sight guiding the horde. The student is left dumbfounded, staring after Lin Tian and wondering how a human ended up marching with magical beasts. Lin Tian does not waste a second on the reaction, because he is already calculating how many D-class zones he can strip clean before the next ranking refresh. He decides to burn through 4 nearby D-class zones first, then use the remaining time to jump into C-class territory for a bigger score. Inside the Ghostblade Forest, the same strategy works again, and Gale's striped wolf tears down the zone's silver-level beasts before the forest can become a real problem. The feared Ghostblade Forest falls even faster than the last zone, wiped clean in under 20 minutes. Now the hunt turns into a spectacle, with 20,000 wolves shaking the land while Lin Tian glides overhead on living vines like their commander. Lin Tian stops hiding and drives Greed Wolf and a massive wolf pack straight back into another D-class magical zone to farm points fast. Students all over the hunting ground freeze when they see Lin Tian moving with thousands of wolves, half terrified and half jealous. Once the beasts pass, the students finally breathe again, but their eyes stay locked on Lin Tian like he just broke the whole exam. The same question spreads everywhere. How is Lin Tian allowed to use a whole wolf army when everyone else is fighting alone? Lin Tian becomes the center of the entire event, because even from the stands his march across zone after zone with 20,000 wolves looks absurdly overwhelming. A rival principal finally says what everyone is thinking and presses Hex City University over whether Lin Tian's wolf army breaks the rules. Principal Chen of Hex City University snaps back that Lin Tian did not bring outside help at all, because a magical beast leading its own race is still part of its natural talent. When that argument stalls, the other principals turn to City Lord Lin Guodong and press him for an official explanation. Lin Guodong stays cool and points out the obvious hypocrisy. Plenty of students already formed private teams, so Lin Tian's method is not some special exception. Even while defending him, Lin Guodong watches the screen with quiet pride, because Lin Tian is clearly doing far more than anyone expected. Elder Su feels the same relief, realizing the reason Lin Tian ranked so badly earlier was because he had been saving this ridiculous move for later. The other principals still refuse to drop it and start talking about reporting Lin Tian to higher authorities before his score crushes them all. Before Lin Guodong can answer their threats, a colder voice cuts into the room and backs Lin Tian on the spot. The unseen authority ends the whole argument in one sentence and dares anyone with objections to take it up with the Dragon Division. That name is enough to kill every complaint on the spot, and the viewing platform goes dead quiet. Out in the hunting ground, Lin Tian knows nothing about the drama and just keeps clearing zones at a brutal pace. After wiping out 4 zones in only an hour and a half, he reaches the last remaining challenge, the C-class areas. Lin Tian quickly judges that a recently upgraded C-class zone should be weaker than a true C-class zone, so he picks that target first. The wolf pack charges into the chosen C-class zone, but this time even the huge gale-striped wolf slows down, sensing that something inside is much more dangerous. To scout safely, Mandala Flower lifts Lin Tian to a high vantage point, while Greed Wolf and the gale-striped wolf lead the pack deeper in. Deep in the zone, Lin Tian and the wolves finally spot the threat. A colossal rhinoceros sprawled across the grass like this whole territory already belongs to it. The white bones scattered around the beast tell Lin Tian exactly what this zone costs, and he realizes taking it down will not be cheap. Lin Tian is briefly surprised that the rhinoceros has no herd with it, but he does not waste time guessing and prepares for a direct fight. He immediately orders Xiao Hui's armor transformation, and Mandala Flower withdraws its current armor to let the switch happen. Black and white armor covers Lin Tian as he links up with Greed Wolf, and a savage wolf shadow flares behind him for the coming fight. The giant rhinoceros finally opens its eyes, and the whole grassland turns hostile with it. Without charging at all, the beast answers with raw territory control as countless earth spikes burst from the ground in every direction. As the Rhino King slowly stands and roars, the rising spikes form a brutal cage of stone around its massive body. Lin Tian feels something even worse coming the instant the ground starts shaking under the Rhino King's lifted front leg. He shouts for everyone to retreat, and the gale-striped wolf reacts instantly to pull the wolf pack apart and run. They are still too slow, because the Rhino King's stomp rips the ground open and sends giant earth spikes flying through the zone. Lin Tian and the gale-striped wolf desperately counterattack, firing energy blades, cannons, and tornado force just to break the incoming spikes. Mandala Flower throws out a wall of vines to shield the wolves, but the spikes are so huge that even Lin Tian's firepower can barely stop them. The barrage lands anyway, blasting wolves off their feet and leaving many of them bloodied by stone fragments. Even the gale-striped wolf can only stop 2 spikes before the rest tear past, and the giant rhinoceros watches the damage with cold confidence. Lin Tian checks the enemy's status and realizes this is a low-tier gold epic giant red rock Rhino King with a deadly domain and brutal earth power. The good news is that it lacks armor-type skills, but Lin Tian still knows beating it will cost them badly. He decides the ordinary wolves cannot keep trading hits with this monster, so from here on only he and the gale-striped wolf will hunt the Rhino King directly. The gale-striped wolf does not hesitate for a second, because the Rhino King just hurt its pack and now it wants revenge. With that agreement settled, Lin Tian bursts forward like black and white lightning and the gale-striped wolf charges in with him. The ordinary wolves peel away to clear the rest of the zone while Lin Tian and the gale-striped wolf keep charging straight at the king. Mandala Flower makes the first move underground, bursting up to bind the rhinoceros's front leg before it can stomp again. At the same moment, Lin Tian condenses a greedy wolf cannon while the gale-striped wolf turns itself into a tearing hurricane. Moonlight power ignites across Lin Tian's armor, and a violent black wolf phantom surges out with the blast. Their combined strike finally slams into the Rhino King, with the wolf cannon and the tornado crashing down together. But the vines are blown apart almost instantly when a thick earth and yellow light erupts from the Rhino King's body. Lin Tian's danger sense screams, and he and the gale-striped wolf both break away from the spreading domain just in time. Then the Rhino King roars to the sky, and within a 300-meter radius countless earth spikes explode upward again. The Rhino King slams down in front of Lin Tian, wrapped in heavy earth and yellow light, and the whole ground turns into its killing field. As the Rhino King advances, earth spikes keep bursting up under Lin Tian's feet and force him into a desperate dodge. Then 2 huge boulders fly in from both sides, and Lin Tian is 1 heartbeat away from being crushed flat. Gale-striped wolf flashes in at the last second, shatters the boulders with a purple whirlwind, and drags Lin Tian out alive. Lin Tian gives the wolf a grim thanks, knowing he would have become meat paste without that save. But the Rhino King's crimson rock domain spreads wider, and fresh earth spikes keep growing across nearly the whole area. 1 quick glance is enough for Lin Tian and gale-striped wolf to agree on the same answer: charge from both sides before the domain buries them. They burst forward like twin bolts of lightning and hit the Rhino King from opposite directions. Lin Tian unleashes Star Moon Bomb and Star Moon Blade together, wrapping his hands and feet in thin moonlit weapon armor. At the same time, purple wings spread from Gale Striped Wolf's back and release a storm of wind blades into the clash. Moonlight, wind, and wolf power twist around the Rhino King and lock the beast inside a violent tornado prison. Lin Tian and Gale Striped Wolf slam into the Rhino King with the tornado at the same instant, trying to break its shield before it can reset the fight. For a moment the combo works, but the Rhino King digs all four legs into the ground and starts forcing the tornado backward. Its body darkens with rage, the ground splits wider, and the monster actually begins to win the power struggle. Seeing the attack weaken, Lin Tian yells for everyone to push together, and drags even more moonlight into the storm. Gale Striped Wolf answers by releasing its full phantom, even as its blood vessels burst under the strain. Greed Wolf's ruthless black phantom rises from Lin Tian, and Lin Tian and Gale Striped Wolf turn the clash into one all-out gamble. The tornado swells so hard it almost tears Gale Striped Wolf apart, and even Lin Tian realizes their own attack could collapse first. Lin Tian asks if the wolf can still hold on, and Gale Striped Wolf answers by throwing itself back into the storm anyway. That stubborn answer pulls Lin Tian back in two, and he and Gale Striped Wolf commit to one last all-out push while Greed Wolf's power answers with them. Blood starts pouring from Gale Striped Wolf's mouth, but the thought of Greed Wolf keeps it fighting instead of folding. Lin Tian is no better off, spitting blood and forcing more energy out even as fresh wounds burst across his body. By the next surge, Lin Tian's hand armor is crumbling and his bare hands are burned red from feeding the attack. Gale Striped Wolf's body is drenched in blood too, and its eyes look ready to split from the pressure of this final clash. Even so, the Rhino King keeps walking forward through the blades, letting its shield break and its hide split just to crush them head-on. Their collision wrecks the whole zone, tearing up forest, river, and hills while either side gives way. Lin Tian's leg armor breaks next, and without it the storm's own blades start cutting into him. Lin Tian roars that they still have not lost, and Gale Striped Wolf answers as the fight finally starts to turn. At last the Rhino King is forced to step backward, and Lin Tian instantly sees that tiny retreat as their opening. Night finally falls over the first day of the hunt, and the rising moon pours fresh strength straight into Lin Tian. With moonlight behind him, Lin Tian floods the tornado with a sudden new burst of power that the Rhino King cannot stop anymore. The tornado blasts the Rhino King off its feet and drags the huge beast screaming up into the air. Inside the storm, the tearing force finally finishes the Rhino King for good. A system window pops up as the tornado dies out, confirming the kill after their near-suicidal win. Lin Tian, Gale Striped Wolf, and Greed Wolf collapse together on the scorched ground, all three looking absolutely wrecked. When the pain finally settles, they look at each other, laugh weakly, and enjoy a rare quiet moment after surviving something absurd. An hour later, Lin Tian wakes first and finds their wounds mostly closed, even if none of them can handle another fight like that yet. With only a little potion left, Lin Tian eyes the Rhino King's corpse and decides the best medicine might be fresh gold-level meat. The two wolves practically answer with their eyes, and Lin Tian's smile gives them permission to go for it. Both wolves launch themselves at the corpse and start devouring the Rhino King's flesh like starving thunderbolts. As they eat, yellow light starts rising from their bodies, and Lin Tian realizes the gold-level flesh is really working. The rest of the wolf pack joins in too, and the whole pack benefits from the Rhino King's body while Gale Striped Wolf advances another step. Greed Wolf recovers especially fast in the night, and after another half hour the whole team is back on its feet. Lin Tian checks the time, realizes 1 hour still remains, and immediately decides to clear one more C-class magical zone. Gale Striped Wolf sends the wolf pack back, and Greed Wolf leads Lin Tian toward the next C-class zone. With their hard-earned teamwork now sharper than before, Lin Tian, Greed Wolf, and Gale Striped Wolf storm the next C-class zone like a practice killing team. The new zone erupts into chaos as the wolf pack clashes with the resident beasts and fresh explosions start rolling through the darkness. A C-class magical zone erupts with wolf howls as Lin Tian bursts out riding Greed Wolf, with a larger white wolf and a whole wolf pack thundering behind him. Lin Tian springs up from Greed Wolf's back, activates his beast tattoo, and summons thick green vines from the ground to lift him above the pack. Seeing the result, Lin Tian grins and says this clear was 20 minutes faster than last time. He drops back to the grass, and the entire wolf pack stops with the calm discipline of beasts that already treat him as their master. Lin Tian decides not to force another zone before the cutoff, because even he and the wolf pack need a break after this pace. Leaning against Greed Wolf under the stars, Lin Tian uses the last quiet minutes of the first day to rest. 20 minutes later, the broadcast announces that the 10th hour ranking board has refreshed and point counting for the day is about to stop. Lin Tian perks up right away, because this third ranking update means the first day is basically over just as he expected. When the top 100 appears, students across the hunting ground explode in disbelief because Qingjing has already been knocked out of first place after just one round. The real shock is the name at the top, Lin Tian of Hex City University with 150,000 points, a full 50,000 ahead of Qingjing. The gap looks so absurd that many students immediately accuse Lin Tian of cheating, and even talk about dragging him out to confront him. Lin Tian, on the other hand, studies the board calmly and thinks the total is right where he expected it to be. He knows anyone would doubt a score like this, because even he has to admit sweeping zones by leading a wolf pack is an outrageous method. But since the judges never stopped him through 6 straight hours of hunting, Lin Tian takes that as silent approval and drops the issue. The board also shows Hex City University surging into the spotlight, with 4 students in the top 10 and 8 in the top 20. Lin Tian barely lingers on the school glory, because in this scattered hunting ground he can only worry about his own route and the few friends he cares about. He quietly calculates tomorrow's targets, deciding D-class zones will soon be worthless compared to C-class zones that can bring roughly 40,000 points if fully cleared. Then the elimination announcement hits, and even Lin Tian jolts in surprise at how many people are about to be cut. The first elimination wave wipes out the bottom 300 students and zeroes their scores, a much harsher cut than the earlier rounds. Lin Tian can't help thinking this system is brutal, because he was almost eliminated himself in the second round before his comeback. The broadcast keeps going and reveals a second wave, where another 200 students at the bottom are eliminated, though their points still convert into academic points. That means 500 people vanish from the field in one night, leaving the once crowded hunting ground suddenly much emptier. Around the field, classmates disappear in tears or silent defeat, and nobody can do a thing for them once their score falls short. Lin Tian sees the cruelty clearly, but he also knows fewer competitors means more untouched magical zones and better chances for the people still near the top. Once the 500 eliminations are complete, the first day's scores are locked in, and the magical zones shut down. The final broadcast orders everyone to leave the hunting ground in an orderly way, officially ending day 1 of the competition. As Lin Tian heads out with the others, he notices a lot of eyes locking onto him now that the mysterious first-place scorer has a face. Some of those looks are admiration from his earlier exhibition match, but plenty more treat him like an infuriating target after this impossible score jump. Whispers spread through the crowd that maybe Hex City University fed him the event details early, or maybe he found some hidden way to cheat. Even Qingjing frowns when he sees Lin Tian's result, because the number is strange enough to shake his confidence too. Qingjing strides straight up to Lin Tian and warns him coldly not to use dirty tricks to win this time. Lin Tian answers with a flat, dismissive no need, making it clear he has no interest in winning that way. Because Qingjing knows Lin Tian's strength from before, he chooses to believe him and lets the matter drop. After that, the students all return to their residences, but the complaints against Lin Tian's score keep piling up behind the scenes. The organizers give every protest the same blunt answer: Lin Tian's score is valid and has already been approved by the full judging group. That reply leaves the doubters angry but stuck, because challenging Lin Tian now would mean claiming the entire organizer team failed to do its job. Back at the residence, Zhang Wei, Wang Emo, and the others crowd around Lin Tian and demand to know how he pulled off that shocking second-round score. Since these are teammates who survived real danger with him, Lin Tian calmly explains the trick. He used his ability to command magical beasts instead of any dirty method. Zhou Yi immediately gives him a thumbs up and blurts out that only Lin Tian would think of something like that. Wang Mo cuts in with a blunt reality check that knowing the idea is useless if you cannot actually command a magical beast. That settles it, and the room loosens up as everyone stops obsessing over the trick and just enjoys Lin Tian taking first place. By the next morning, the rules have not changed, so many students move on the plan they discussed overnight and start trying to regroup into teams. That team-up plan backfires fast, because students trying to gather keep running into rival universities and end up fighting before they can even farm points. As Joey and the others slip past those messy skirmishes, they quietly realize Lin Tian was right to reject grouping up from the start. Lin Tian had guessed his huge first-day performance would make him a target, so his safer plan was simple: everybody hunts alone and avoids drawing bigger fights. While other students get tangled in team battles, Lin Tian ignores the chaos and heads straight into another magical zone to keep scoring. Inside the zone, Lin Tian and Gale Striped Wolf unleash their practice combo, with the wolf pack sweeping the weaker beasts while he targets the strongest enemy. He fires Greed Wolf Cannon and carves with Star Moon Blade, turning another dangerous cleanup into something brutally efficient. Before the next ranking refresh, Lin Tian has already erased 2 C-class magical zones, including one that had only recently upgraded. The easy D-class zones are basically gone now, so Lin Tian just keeps forcing his way through tougher C-class territory and drives the wolf pack across half the hunting ground. A few hard days fly by, and on the penultimate day Lin Tian finally gets a rare quiet moment, lying on the grass with absolute confidence in his lead. His confidence is earned, because in just a few days Lin Tian has cleared half the hunting ground's magical zones and gone farther than any other student. The pack has grown with him too, jumping from about a dozen silver wolves to more than 20, and one wolf is already close to breaking into gold rank. Grinning at Greed Wolf, Lin Tian jokes that another battle for Wolf King might be coming soon. Greed Wolf growls an order, and Gale Striped Wolf immediately throws back its head and howls at the pack with full kingly pressure. Lin Tian laughs when he realizes what just happened. Greed Wolf is acting like Gale Striped Wolf's boss, and the gold rank Wolf King is actually obeying. For Lin Tian the hunt now feels smooth, but for everyone else the ranking board has turned vicious, with only 200 students still hanging on after days of eliminations. Every refresh has become nerve-wracking, because the students hovering near the bottom know one bad round can end their run instantly. Meanwhile, Qingjing fights like a man possessed, telling himself Lin Tian's score is still too high and he has to push even harder. When a C-Class Zone's boss mutates at the worst possible moment, Qingjing and Radiant Emperor Wolf nearly die trying to stop it. He survives only by going all out and killing the beast before it can finish advancing into a mid-tier gold monster. Other elite students are just as desperate, because the final stretch has become a brutal scramble to close the gap with Lin Tian and ease the pressure before the team event. Even Celeste City University's ace gets trapped by 2 gold-level magical beasts and has no choice but to gamble everything. As every remaining contestant squeezes out their last strength, the penultimate day ends and another 100 students are cut from the board. On the final day, only 100 students step into a hunting ground that now feels strangely empty after so many eliminations. Several Imperial City University students quickly gather around Qingjing and excitedly tell him his total has already reached 800,000 points. They are sure that score should lock first place, especially after risking their lives to feed points into Qingjing on the last day. Qingjing accepts the plan without apology, because teaming up to funnel points is not against the rules and beating Lin Tian is all that matters now. Then a rival team from Southwest Alliance University walks out of a magical zone and drops the next blow. Their side has already reached 950,000 points. The Southwest Alliance students openly mock Imperial City University, laughing that 800,000 points is nowhere near enough to challenge them. Qingjing's veins jump with frustration, but instead of arguing he orders his people to move because every remaining minute matters. The Southwest Alliance leader only gives a cold little smile as he leads his own team off, just as unwilling to surrender first place. Other schools are pushing hard too, and while Hex City has many students left in the top 100, none of them can remotely match Lin Tian's solo pace. That leaves Bai Linyu carrying Hex City's hopes, but even with help her total is only 600,000 points, and the gap feels ugly. The Hex City students can only sigh that other universities are already sitting at 700,000 or 500,000, and it looks like their school is going to lose. Bai Linyu steadies herself and reveals the real problem. They wanted to feed points to Lin Tian too, but he vanished the moment he entered the hunting grounds. Even so, Bai Linyu refuses to panic and rallies everyone to keep hunting for one more hour and scrape together every point they can. That final hour crawls by until the broadcast announces the first ranking release of the last day, and serious contenders across the field go still. Qingjing and the other contenders brace themselves for the verdict, hearts pounding as they wait to see whether their desperate final push worked. Then the first place score appears, and the entire field goes dead quiet because the number is even worse than they imagined. Lin Tian is still first with 1,100,000 points, crushing Qingjing's 990,000, Duanmu Rei's 980,000, and Murong Shue's 970,000 in one brutal reveal. After days of other schools sacrificing everything to boost their champions, Lin Tian still hangs above everyone else like a nightmare none of them can shake. Lin Tian does not even need to speak, because his name sitting alone at the top already says everything and slaps every rival school in the face. On the last day of the hunting competition, the whole viewing area turns tense, and even the 5 university principals look worn out and bloodshot from watching the rankings. Lin Guodong stays unusually calm in the middle of the pressure, scanning the students with a steady face that gives away nothing. Beside him, Elder Su watches Lin Tian almost the whole time, smiling proudly one moment and frowning the next whenever the boy does something dangerous. Elder Su finally admits that Lin Tian has truly opened his eyes, and his flushed face shows just how invested he has become. That reaction makes Lin Guodong check the ranking list himself, and when he sees Lin Tian sitting in first place, he smiles with real interest. Lin Guodong lightly teases Elder Su for getting so excited, and the old man coughs in embarrassment because he really has lost his usual composure over Lin Tian. Lin Guodong still does not know Lin Tian well, but the sight of him leading a wolf pack across the hunting ground has clearly started to stick in his mind. The principals soon start sniping at each other, with Imperial City mocking Hex City's tricks and Hex City firing back that even teamwork could not stop Lin Tian from taking first. The argument shifts to the team competition, where both sides insist the real fight is still ahead and no university can claim victory yet. Back in the hunting ground, the contest reaches its next brutal turn as the broadcast announces that from the last 100 students, another 70 will be eliminated at once. Lin Tian narrows his eyes at how ruthless the cutoff is, but he quickly realizes the final 30 actually suits him just fine. With a full 100,000 point lead and a wolf pack that clears magical zones far faster than anyone else, Lin Tian knows the chasers would need an almost impossible comeback. For the other schools, the announcement lands like a punch, because many lower-ranked students had stayed in mainly to feed points to stronger teammates. After the first wave of frustration, the remaining students force themselves to calm down and start counting how many people each university still has left. The count reveals a surprisingly even field, but Hex City University edges everyone out with 7 survivors, the most in the entire top 30. That result feels strange because outside of Lin Tian's monster score, Hex City's other students are only holding solid middle rankings, yet they still refuse to die out. Once the eliminated students leave, the hunting ground suddenly feels huge and empty with only 30 people left inside. Lin Tian notices the silence right away as he leads his wolves across the empty terrain, barely sensing any other humans anymore. Even with the giant lead, Lin Tian refuses to relax and decides to spend the last 5 hours sweeping more C-class magical zones to lock first place down for good. Across the field, the other survivors make the same desperate choice and throw themselves into magical zones for one last surge in points. Bai Linyu and the others keep urging their teammates not to give up, because the university total still matters just as much as personal rankings. That final push is costly, and as students force their way through stronger zones, more and more of them are eliminated by injury and exhaustion. After 1 hour, the field drops from 30 survivors to 25. After 2 hours, only 20 students are still standing. Another hour later, the top 30 has been carved down to just 15 survivors. By then, Xinjiang's whole team is gone, leaving him alone with 2 hours left and no room to hold anything back. Spotting the genuine C-class Twilight Forest ahead, Xinjiang decides this is the gamble that could let him close the distance. He steels himself and thinks that with 2 hours left, he still might be able to catch Lin Tian. Before he can move, the ground starts to rumble, and Xinjiang instantly feels that the thing approaching is tied to his fate. His armor responds first, erupting in red flames as the blazing giant radiant emperor wolf descends like a second sun and takes its place behind him. Then the answer arrives from the sky as white lightning falls, a full moon rises overhead, and Lin Tian's wolf power crashes into the scene. A black wolf phantom merges with the moon, Lin Tian jumps down into the clearing, and a tide of wolves floods in behind him. Behind that flood, an even larger wolf over 30 meters long appears and quietly yields the center of the field, making it clear this fight belongs to the two chosen rivals. Xinjiang calls Lin Tian's name, and the moment he planned to spend on points turns into the destiny battle he has been chasing all along. Lin Tian answers the same way, because for him too, this long-standing clash matters more than squeezing out a few safer points. Watching from outside, the Southwest Alliance principal immediately recognizes the old legend of the wolf god and the two wolves confronting each other. The Imperial City principal knows this fight could cost his school first place, but he still asks whether anyone plans to stop it. He remembers Xinjiang's promise that he entered Imperial City to grow stronger and someday take revenge on Lin Tian, so he chooses to honor that resolve. So the Imperial City principal gives his answer plainly, no, because he respects Xinjiang's choice. Hex City's principal makes the same call for Lin Tian, trusting the young man enough to let this decisive battle play out without interference. That leaves the whole audience stunned, because both universities are willingly risking the top spot just to let two students settle a battle they believe matters even more. Lin Tian and Xinjiang lock eyes across the field, and Lin Tian immediately feels that his old enemy has grown stronger again. Lin Tian says it out loud, and Xinjiang answers just as calmly, both admitting the other has leveled up while their rivalry stays exactly the same. Xinjiang pats Radiant Emperor Wolf, and the two legendary wolves answer each other with hostile growls that drag their old grudge right back to the surface. The moment the challenge peaks, Greed Wolf and Radiant Emperor Wolf explode forward like lightning and slam into each other head-on. Gale Striked Wolf jumps in without hesitation, refusing to let its Wolf King fight alone against Radiant Emperor Wolf. Radiant Emperor Wolf erupts like a burning sun and fires a rain of glowing blade-like light at Gale Striked Wolf. Gale Striked Wolf tanks the exchange, and Greed Wolf piles on with energy blades and bombs until the battlefield turns into crisscrossing explosions. Then Gale Striked Wolf tears across Radiant Emperor Wolf's chest with a brutal claw strike and sends it flying. Radiant Emperor Wolf crashes hard, but when Gale Striked Wolf tries to finish it, Greed Wolf growls and stops the attack. Instead of ending it there, Greed Wolf calls the pack forward, and wave after wave of wolves rush in to surround the wounded Radiant Emperor Wolf. Watching his partner get boxed in, Xinjiang almost steps in with armor transformation, but his own pride makes him hold back. Xinjiang insists that a wolf god stands alone like the sun, but Lin Tian fires back that a god born from wolves cannot abandon the pack and still claim that title. Inside the ring of wolves, Radiant Emperor Wolf staggers up anyway, bleeding all over but still too arrogant to bow its head. Greed Wolf gives it one last chance to surrender, and Radiant Emperor Wolf answers with another furious roar instead. The two wolves clash again, and the shock from their collision rips fresh cracks through the ground. Gale Striked Wolf steps in again, and slams Radiant Emperor Wolf flat to the ground with overwhelming gold-level force. Lin Tian says this ends the moment Radiant Emperor Wolf lowers its head, but Xinjiang quietly says that is exactly what it will never do. Radiant Emperor Wolf's stubborn pride finally pushes Greed Wolf over the edge, and black aura starts pouring off its body. A ruthless wolf phantom gathers behind Greed Wolf, and even Lin Tian cannot tell what terrifying direction this power is evolving toward. Then a black wolf shadow flashes across the full moon, and Lin Tian can only think of one thing. This feels like the power of an evil moon. Black wolves begin descending from the sky in the distance, and their long howls roll across the entire magical zone. The pressure is so heavy that Gale Striked Wolf drops to its knees, not even daring to look behind it. With the land and sky both shaking, tens of thousands of black wolves charge straight at Radiant Emperor Wolf. Radiant Emperor Wolf still refuses to break, turning into a golden pillar of flame and charging upward to meet the whole assault alone. Greed Wolf answers by becoming a bright white pillar of light and rising after it, turning the sky into the stage for their final collision. As the moon itself seems to drift toward the golden light, Lin Tian realizes Greed Wolf is finally showing the clan skill he had been waiting to see. He understands at once that this clan skill is not just a buff but a destructive attack on the level of Greed Wolf Cannon, and it becomes even deadlier with a real wolf pack behind it. Lin Tian also realizes Greed Wolf's offensive clan skill is unusual, because unlike most clan skills, it does not need the pack just to activate. Just as the 10,000 wolves are about to smash fully into the golden light, 3 new figures suddenly appear from different directions around the battlefield. Lin Tian feels the pressure immediately, and realizes 3 terrifying legendary-grade magical beast auras have arrived at once. 100-meter wave suddenly erupts across the battlefield, and the ground caves in as seawater bursts up from below, and drowns the whole area. A water pillar launches upward, and a colossal deep-sea whale rises through the spray until its shadow covers the sky. At almost the same time, black smoke erupts into the air and another giant shadow whirls around a dark tornado with a wolf's howl. Then the temperature crashes as snow begins to fall, and Lin Tian realizes the rest of the top fighters have arrived. Duan Murui arrives riding the Shadow Wolf Lord, ranking 3rd and bringing a sky full of black fog with him. Lu Xiaoran follows behind him, stepping down from the Frost Emperor Eagle on a suspended stairway of ice crystals. Murong Shui makes the flashiest entrance of all, riding down on giant waves from the deep-sea sperm whale, with her skirt fluttering in the sea wind. Murong Shui teases the group for starting such a huge fight without calling them, while her 100-meter wave looms behind her. The Shadow Wolf Lord lets out a domineering howl, and even the giant wolf pack shudders under the pressure. Duan Murui smugly points out that Lin Tian's wolves are afraid of his Shadow Wolf Lord, treating it like a true wolf emperor. The gale-striped wolf growls back with a gold-level aura, trying to break through the Shadow Wolf Lord's pressure instead of bowing its head. Lin Tian steps in, and Greed Wolf answers with black and white energy as its own Wolf King aura crashes into the Shadow Wolf Lord's pressure. The clash detonates through the air, and to everyone's surprise the Shadow Wolf Lord is the one forced half a step back. Lin Tian calmly needles Duan Murui that his Shadow Wolf Lord is not as unbeatable as advertised, and the whole wolf pack rallies behind Greed Wolf. Greed Wolf is openly delighted after winning face for its clan, while Duan Murui hides his irritation and starts planning something else. Murong Shui and Lu Xiaoran step forward too, making it clear they were testing whether Lin Tian even deserved to stand among them. Before the 5-way showdown can explode, Chen Jing cuts in with raw fury and demands to know who gave them permission to interrupt his fight with Lin Tian. Humiliated by being brushed aside, Chen Jing fixes his killing intent on Lin Tian again, and Radiant Emperor Wolf starts burning hotter beside him. Radiant Emperor Wolf finally unleashes its legendary beast aura again, roaring as rings of fire burst outward and the whole battlefield heats up. Lin Tian watches carefully because this is not just another rival now, but the old enemy he has been chasing for a long time. Duan Murui moves first, saying he may as well start with Chen Jing as black mist pours from his body and swallows him. The Shadow Wolf Lord rises into the sky with him, and their black mist spreads so thick that the space around everyone starts to feel twisted. Scarlet-eyed shadow wolves begin rushing out of the fog, and every one of them dives straight for Radiant Emperor Wolf. Radiant Emperor Wolf refuses to be pressed again, turning itself into a blazing sun and burning through wave after wave of the Shadow Pack. Lin Tian cuts in at once because Chen Jing is still his prey, and he sends Greed Wolf and the Wolf Pack charging toward that burning sun. Lu Xiaoran cuts off Lin Tian's charge by sending the Frost Emperor Eagle down and dropping a wall of giant icicles across his path. Lin Tian answers with living vines that smash most of the ice apart, showing he has no intention of backing down. Lifted by the vines, Lin Tian faces Lu Xiaoran directly and tells him that what happened with Chen Jing has nothing to do with him. Lu Xiaoran stays calm and answers by revealing his own high-end move, opening a blue light barrier as countless eagle phantoms line up behind him. Lin Tian immediately reads the move for what it is. Lu Xiaoran also has a clan skill, just like Greed Wolf. Before that duel can settle, Murong Shui jumps in too and cheerfully refuses to be left out. Murong Shui's wave slices the battlefield apart, and swarms of flying fish burst out to intercept the incoming eagle phantoms. The giant beasts crash together next as Greed Wolf hits the Frost Emperor Eagle and Gale-striped Wolf drives a tornado straight into Murong Shui's waves. Murong Shui's deep-sea sperm whale rams the tornado head-on, snuffing it out before its body collapses back into seawater. With black mist, flames, wolves, eagle phantoms, flying fish, and towering waves crashing together, the 5 prodigies turn the whole hunting ground into a full war zone. That insane pressure wakes up the unfinished magical zones, and gold-level domains start erupting all around the battlefield. Then the situation gets even worse as tens of thousands of magical beasts stampede out at once and surge toward the 5 prodigies. The other contestants can only watch from a distance now, because getting close would mean being trampled to death. Bai Lingyu spots the black chaos in the distance, immediately guesses Lin Tian is trapped in it, and runs straight toward the danger alone. Bai Lingyu, Wang Shui, and the others finally spot Lin Tian's trail by following the wolves rushing across the hunting ground. When they see wolves, giant eagles, and flying fish all tangled together, they realize Lin Tian has already been through a brutal fight. Wang Shui hurries after the others with a knot in her chest, silently praying that Lin Tian is still alright. Her worry runs deep because Lin Tian has saved her more times than he even realizes, and she has never forgotten it. At the center of the storm, Greed Wolf slams into the Frost Emperor Eagle and rakes its frozen body, but the claws barely leave a mark. Greed Wolf switches instantly, clamps the eagle's wings, and fires an energy cannon straight at its head. The Frost Emperor Eagle answers with freezing vapor and spreading ice that locks onto Greed Wolf's claws and body. Their attacks collide point blank, and both beasts are swallowed by the blast instead of giving ground. Below them, the wolf pack, the black wolves, the eagle flock, and the flying fish all crash together until the sky turns into one giant battlefield. The flying fish whip up waves to smash the wolves apart, and the black wolf group surges in to tear the fish formation open while the whole clash spirals wider. Seeing the fight getting out of hand, Lin Tian orders Mandala Flower to split the three-way melee with branching roots. Before the vines can settle the field, Lu Xiaoran suddenly appears and drives a punch straight at Lin Tian. Lu Xiaoran grins and releases a crushing burst of force, and Lin Tian has to pull back behind the vines to avoid taking it head-on. The heavy blast crushes Mandala Flower's vines flat, but Lin Tian's green light barrier still catches the sound wave before it reaches him. The battlefield widens again as Radiant Emperor Wolf and Shadow Wolf Lord charge in, and Lin Tian suddenly has two more elite forces joining the clash around him. Duanmurui rides Shadow Wolf Lord through spreading black mist while scattered fish and eagles get picked off by black phantoms in the confusion. Chenjing charges straight at Lin Tian, burns through the vines with a flaming punch, and claims him as his target. Lin Tian meets him with black and white energy on his own fist, and their punch collision rips a crater into the ground. The clash caves the ground into a huge pit, and Lin Tian, Chenjing, Lu Xiaoran, Duanmurui, and one more elite all lose footing and drop into it together. That chaos spreads beyond their fight, and magical beasts from every direction start pouring out as the whole magical zone loses control. Soon tens of thousands of beasts gather into a roaming horde, and the hunting ground starts to look like it has been swallowed by a full-scale beast tide. From the leader's stand, Lin Guodong watches the collapse and realizes the tournament has gone too far to continue. When Lin Guodong rises in the leader's stand, the judges and host immediately understand the tournament has to be stopped before someone dies. Several judges burst into the hunting ground with platinum-level aura, and the emergency shutdown begins. A red alarm lights up the entire venue as the host announces that the hunt is over and all students must stop fighting. Then the judges unleash gigantic sky phantoms and crushing pressure that slam down on the beast horde and lock the field under control. Even the students have to stop, because the judges' power forces their summoned beasts back and leaves the unfinished rivalries hanging. Lin Tian is especially frustrated, because if the others had not jumped in, he might have settled things with Chenjing right there. Instead, the fight only deepened everyone's grudges, because none of these top students can stand the thought of another rival rising above them. Still, nobody crosses the line against the judges, and that small bit of restraint finally lets the officials breathe again. Once order returns, the judges start wiping out the wild and gold-level beasts because the exhibition's purpose has already been served. That cleanup reaches Gale's striped wolf too, and the beast freezes under a deathly pressure it cannot possibly resist. To everyone's surprise, Lin Tian steps in front of the Gale's striped wolf and uses his own body to block the judge. The platinum pressure makes Lin Tian tremble so hard he can barely stand, but he still refuses to move. The judge coldly asks whether Lin Tian is afraid of dying, because standing there means the next strike could kill him too. Lin Tian admits he is afraid, but says he still wants to protect them. The judge presses harder and asks if Lin Tian would still protect a magical beast even knowing beasts can harm and kill humans. Lin Tian cannot give a perfect answer, but he forces himself a step closer and says his body already made the choice for him. That raw answer hits harder than any speech, and the scene leaves the others staring at Lin Tian in uneasy silence. Chenjing still sees Lin Tian as an enemy, but even he is left with a strange feeling after watching him stand there. Murong Shui, who normally only cares about strength and results, suddenly finds herself genuinely interested in this strange boy. Just as the referee was moving in, the broadcast rang out again, and Bai Lin Yu, Wang Shui, and Zhou Yi hurried over to make sure Lin Tian was still alright. The interruption came because the hunting match had officially ended, and the final ranking board rose for everyone to see. Before anyone could move on, Lin Guodong made a shocking call over the whole venue and ordered the surviving magical beasts captured instead of killed. Lin Guodong had already planned to use these beasts for training after declaring war on the Sea Monster Empire, but Lin Tian's rise made him even more interested in keeping them alive. In Lin Guodong's eyes, Lin Tian had changed from a top scorer on paper into a genuinely interesting student worth watching. The other university principals immediately objected, because to them, leaving dangerous magical beasts alive was still a threat to humanity. Lin Guodong cut them off and made it clear he had already decided. At the same time, Hex City University's principal studied Lin Tian, glanced toward Lao Gui, and seemed to connect the dots. Then Principal Chen publicly backed the plan and said Hex City University would take full responsibility for raising the magical beasts if anything went wrong. Privately, Principal Chen fixed his eyes on Lin Tian and silently hoped this boy would live up to the gamble. With Elder Su and the Armored Envoy Association president also speaking up, the other principals had no room left to argue. That ugly little fight in the VIP seats ended with one clear result. Lin Tian had far more backing than anyone expected. Once the judges withdrew, the full top 30 ranking board was displayed for the contestants and crowd. Lin Tian claimed first place with 1,250,000 points, ahead of Qinjing, Duan Murui, Lu Xiaoran, and Murong Shui in a tightly packed top 5. Qinjing accepted the loss calmly, but he warned Lin Tian not to relax because the team competition was still coming. After leaving that warning behind, Qinjing turned and walked back toward the player area without any drama. Lu Xiaoran was more relaxed, telling Lin Tian their real fight was still ahead in the team battle. Lin Tian gave Lu Xiaoran his due and admitted he was strong too. Then Duan Murui cut in with pure hostility, and flatly told Lin Tian to prepare to die by his hand. Lin Tian remembered their wolves had only clashed in aura so far, and he had no intention of losing when they met for real. Duan Murui did not wait for an answer and walked off, leaving only that threat behind. Murong Shui was different again, smiling as she said she looked forward to meeting Lin Tian another time. Lin Tian answered that he was looking forward to it too, already weighing the strength of these elite opponents for the next round. As the other elites cleared out, Bai Linyu, Wang Shui, and Zhou came over as the 3 Hex City students who had survived the cut with Lin Tian. Lin Tian learned that Zhang Wei and Wang Mo had been eliminated earlier, but they had still secured decent points for Hex City University. With the individual battle over and everyone safe enough, Lin Tian smiled and told his teammates it was time to head back. Back at the contestant booths, another broadcast announced that the hunting competition was completely finished and the university scores were coming next. The display switched from individual names to university rankings, where the hunting scores would now be converted into a full score out of 100. After a final review by Lin Guodong and the judges, the hunting scores were locked in. Hex City University landed in first with a stunning full 100 points, ahead of Imperial City, Southwest Alliance, Celeste, and Jing City. That full score was historic, because in more than 50 years of university tournaments, no school had ever earned a perfect mark in a single event. Some principals wanted to object, but Hex City University's raw lead was so overwhelming that even they had to swallow it. On Hex City's side, the students exploded into cheers because the school that used to sit near the bottom had just taken first place. For many of them, just doing better this year would have been enough, so this sudden first place felt almost unreal. The other universities were openly jealous, but they quickly comforted themselves by pointing out that the team competition was worth 200 points, and could still flip everything. They were especially confident because Hex City University had always looked weaker in team events than the other big schools. Then host Wei Xing stepped onto the stage and pulled everyone's attention back, thanking all the students for their performance no matter the result. His words cut through the arguing, and the whole stadium answered with applause for the effort everyone had poured into the 10-day individual competition. Wei Xing kept going, praising this year's outstanding contestants, and reminding the crowd that even the competition's problems had been solved one by one. Even Lin Tian had to admit Wei Xing was good, because he managed to cool the 5 universities down without favoring anyone. Instead of rubbing in winners and losers, Wei Xing turned the moment into something broader and reminded every student that fighting for their university still mattered. He finished with a ringing call to thank themselves for chasing their ideals and working hard for their dreams, and the entire stadium answered with thunderous applause. As the hunting battle wraps up in the packed stadium, host Wei Xing hands the floor to Hex City's City Lord Lin Guodong for a formal closing speech. Lin Guodong keeps his comments broad and fair, praising the contestants as a whole instead of singling anyone out. One leader after another adds their own verdict on the hunt, and the students listen closely as the real power of Hex City's upper ranks fills the arena. Listening to those heavy auras, Lin Tian quietly realizes just how far he still is from the people who could decide a war. That pressure kills any leftover excitement for the tournament, and Lin Tian turns the moment into a hard vow to become stronger before a real war reaches him. Wei Xing finally announces that the hunting phase is over and everyone now gets several days to recover before the team battles begin. Lin Tian is relieved by the break, because the hunt drained him so hard that he'd burned through all of his potions and finally understood how rough the real gap between schools was. The crowd begins filing out in order, with everyone already looking ahead to the team match as the real showdown. Before leaving, Lin Tian pauses to look back at the wolf pack in the hunting ground, still linked to the strange move that made him stand out. Then Elder Su suddenly stops him, and Lin Tian turns to see Lin Guodong, Lao Gui, Principal Chen, and more than a dozen leaders waiting for him together. Their combined pressure crashes down like a mountain, and even the air around Lin Tian turns abnormal. Bai Linyu notices first that something is badly wrong, and her mind jumps straight to whether Lin Tian is being blamed for leading the wolf pack. She wants to step in for him, but the people facing Lin Tian are so high above her station that she can only hesitate. Lin Tian keeps his back to her and quietly tells Bai Linyu and the others to leave, even while his hands tremble. After they leave, Lin Tian is left alone with the leaders and starts wondering if the wolf pack is really the reason he was singled out. Lin Guodong even teases him for not panicking, surprised that a student can face this lineup without collapsing. Lin Tian answers with polite restraint, because he knows panic is useless when every person here could crush him by force. The law enforcement captain steps out, formally tells Lin Tian to come with them, and Lin Tian has no choice but to agree. The group leads Lin Tian away in the opposite direction from the other students, making it clear this is no ordinary conversation. On the way, Elder Su quietly reassures him that things are still under control. Lao Gui is even more blunt and loudly promises that as long as he is here, Lin Tian will not face this alone. That support hits Lin Tian hard, and for a moment the fear gives way to real gratitude toward the two men standing beside him. The leaders take Lin Tian down into a basement, where the closed room already feels too secretive for a normal inquiry. Inside, Lin Guodong casually tears open a spatial crack, revealing that this meeting is hidden inside a sealed space of its own. One by one the officials step into the crack, and Lin Tian goes in last after everyone else has taken position. The crack seals behind them, and bright light reveals a hidden room that looks like the same basement but stripped bare and completely isolated. Lin Guodong invites Lin Tian to sit, speaking almost gently despite the heavy setup around him. Lin Tian takes the seat and sizes up the room, noticing Elder Su beside Lin Guodong and a stern Dragon Emblem official on the other side. Lin Guodong opens by saying they should skip the games and just have Lin Tian tell them what he knows. Then Lin Guodong has the guard captain lay out the actual issue. The guard captain asks the key question: does Lin Tian remember the goatskin scroll he obtained from Hex City University's warehouse? The mention of the scroll makes Lin Tian's heart jump, but he quickly realizes they would not bring him here without evidence. So instead of hiding it, Lin Tian admits the scroll called to him in the warehouse and pulls the old goatskin scroll out on the spot. Even the leaders are caught off guard by how directly Lin Tian hands the scroll over. But the Dragon Emblem official suddenly stands and slams Lin Tian with pure pressure, turning the room cold in an instant. Lin Tian stumbles back under the blow, clutching his chest as the Dragon Emblem official demands to know whether he understands what he has done. Then the accusation drops. The goatskin scroll is a lethal weapon that can keep absorbing the blood of magical beasts. The official's anger becomes so unstable that the sealed room itself starts to distort around him. That finally connects with what Lin Tian saw before, because he remembers the scroll turning blood red in the hunting grounds even though he never understood why. Lin Tian insists that when he first got it, the goatskin scroll looked blank and he truly did not know what it was doing. His explanation only makes the room harsher, because to these leaders the scroll's origin already ties it to the sea monster empire. The guard captain bluntly points out that the scroll had been sealed for at least 10 years and no one in Hex City could activate it until Lin Tian touched it. To them, that makes Lin Tian's claim of ignorance sound impossible. A noble middle-aged woman stands next and openly says she does not trust a word Lin Tian is saying. More leaders start siding against him, and the room shifts from questioning to judgment. An old man even says they should stop talking and just arrest Lin Tian, treating the scroll's secret as too dangerous to risk. Lin Tian tries to speak, but with the entire room already leaning toward guilt, the words barely come at all. Just as Lin Tian is being completely boxed in, a figure steps in front of him and cuts off the pressure. In Hex City Base's hidden basement, around 20 high-level figures surround Lin Tian, and several of the people seated near Lin Guodong stand up to openly question him over the goatskin scroll. Just as more leaders rise to press the issue, Elder Su leaves his seat and walks straight to Lin Tian's side instead of joining the attack. Lin Tian feels the weight of the room and knows why so many people doubt him, but he still quietly appreciates Elder Su for standing up when the pressure is this high. At the center of it all, Lin Guodong stays unexpectedly calm, watching the conflict unfold like he is waiting for everyone to show their hands first. Then Lao Gui straightens up in front of Lin Tian, drops his usual hunched look, and booms that a room full of powerful adults ganging up on one student is shameful. Lao Gui's voice slams through the basement hard enough to shake everyone, and the room instantly tips from argument into near-open conflict. Zhou Lijun steps forward with a dark look, clearly unwilling to let anyone derail such a serious matter. A middle-aged leader from the Dragon Division pushes forward too, demanding whether Lao Gui really plans to oppose all of Hex City Base over that scroll. As the two sides' pressure collides hard enough to wreck the surrounding space, Lin Guodong casually waves a hand and restores the basement in an instant. Seeing humans casually tear and men's space leaves Lin Tian shaken, because this is the kind of terrifying level he had only associated with top monsters before. Even after that display, Lao Gui refuses to back down and plants himself more firmly in front of Lin Tian. Lao Gui slaps his own chest and the table, declaring that he does not care about their logic because Lin Tian is his student and his only student. That blunt defense hits harder than any argument, and the leaders fall into a strained silence while Lao Gui stays planted in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian is deeply moved, because he never expected Lao Gui to shield him like this when Lao Gui had every reason to stay out of it. The Dragon Division leader can only glare in frustration, because Lao Gui's answer is pure stubborn loyalty and impossible to argue away cleanly. Then Elder Su rises fully on Lin Tian's behalf too, quietly deciding to back the boy he just recruited into the Armored Envoy Association seed plan. Elder Su leans in and quietly tells Lin Tian not to let him down, making it clear this support is a real gamble on Lin Tian's future. Lao Gui follows with rough affection, warning Lin Tian that after going this far for him, he had better win the next competition. Lin Tian smiles through the pressure and sincerely thanks both Elder Su and Lao Gui, fully accepting the weight of what they just did for him. After thanking them, Lin Tian stands up on his own and says this whole mess started because of him, so he should be the one to carry the responsibility. Lao Gui immediately tells Lin Tian to shut up and get to the side, but his grin gives away how proud he is that the kid still chose to step forward. Elder Su also reassures Lin Tian to leave this place to them, his confidence in the association's chosen seed only growing stronger. Before the clash can go any further, Lin Guodong suddenly slaps the table and the entire basement is swallowed by a terrifying force. For an instant, everyone is dragged into a strange dreamlike world, and Lin Tian feels the same suffocating unreality he once felt before the Sacred Association vice president. Then the basement snaps back to normal, and Lin Guodong coolly reminds everyone that they seem to have forgotten he is still in the room. The leaders instantly quiet down, because no matter how strong they are, this is still Lin Guodong's territory and his word settles the room. Lin Guodong tells Lin Tian to sit and says the goatskin scroll matters a lot, but not so much that Hex City has already lost control of the situation. He begins explaining that the goatskin scroll came from the Sea Monster Empire, but its roots actually trace back to another ancient continent. Lin Guodong says that distant continent was ancient, mysterious, and advanced in ways strangely similar to their own magical beast technology. When Lin Guodong mentions ultra-ancient power, Lin Tian's thoughts jump at once to the prehistoric beast mystery he encountered before. Another senior leader picks up the explanation and asks Lin Tian the obvious question. If humans only learned armor transformation in the last 1 or 2 centuries, how did they survive the centuries before that? That blank piece of history hits Lin Tian hard, because none of the books ever really explained what protected humanity before modern armor power emerged. The other leader finally spells it out. The goatskin scroll is tied to that lost ultra-ancient power, and Hex City has been studying it all along. Lin Tian is stunned that men like Lin Guodong are telling him secrets this deep, because he had assumed he was still far from the level allowed to hear them. The discussion keeps going far beyond the scroll, expanding into the future of Hex City base and even the future of the whole country. By the time Lin Tian finally walks out of the basement, his head is buzzing and he looks half numb from everything he just learned. Back inside, another leader quietly asks Lin Guodong if they told that child too much, too soon. Lin Guodong's smile disappears as he says they do not have much time left, and the younger generation has to know the truth now. Back at the dorm, Lin Tian drops onto his bed and just stares at the ceiling, looking drained enough that the whole room goes quiet. Zhou finally tries to ask if Lin Tian is alright, but Wang Mo quietly stops him when he sees just how bad Lin Tian's state still is. A few days later, Lin Tian forces himself back to normal on the surface, burying whatever shook him and showing up for the team competition with his usual energy again. In the player area, host Wei Xing opens with a familiar joke, and even Lin Tian manages a faint smile as the crowd relaxes. After Lin Guodong's opening remarks, Wei Xing starts explaining the team event, and Lin Tian listens closely because this year's individual competition already changed so much. Lin Tian quietly warns Zhou that if the individual event changed this much, the team competition probably hides a new twist too. Zhou and Wang Mo are visibly relieved just to hear Lin Tian speaking normally again, even before the new rules are announced. Wei Xing first says the basics stayed the same, with 6-person teams fighting until the other side is wiped out or forced to surrender. That normal explanation only makes Lin Tian more suspicious, because a rebuilt hunting ground this large should not be here for a plain old brawl. Wei Xing drags out the suspense for a beat, then admits there really is one brand new rule this year. When Wei Xing names that rule body part collapse, the entire audience stiffens because it sounds bad immediately. Lin Tian quickly works out the core danger. If a limb gets collapsed, that body part will be restricted and useless in the middle of the fight. Wei Xing confirms it and shows the device behind the rule, thin paralytic stickers that trigger when a limb takes a heavy enough energy hit. Once a sticker activates, that limb goes numb and dead for the rest of the match, which makes even a brief hit suddenly much more decisive. Wei Xing also makes clear this is still a competition, not mutilation, so only the limbs get stickers while the head and torso are left alone. Each competitor will wear 4 stickers on the designated limb positions, turning movement itself into a fragile resource from the first exchange onward. With the rules settled, the team competition finally begins and the tournament board starts cycling through the opening matchups. Lin Tian studies the first Imperial City University lineup and freezes on one face, because one of their fighters looks uncannily like Zhou Hao. Zhou tells him the truth. That fighter is Zhou Kong, the Zhou family's second son and one of Imperial City University's top successors. He goes further and warns that Zhou Kong is on a completely different level from Zhou Xingyang, ranking among Imperial City University's true top students. According to Zhou, Imperial City University does not just rely on Chen Zheng's squad, because Zhou Kong leads another ace team of his own. Before that match even starts, Qin Jing is already calmly asking whether all of Lin Tian's combat data has been collected. The bespectacled teammate answers like a machine that their prep is nearly foolproof unless Lin Tian still has another hidden trump card. Lin Tian notices more students carrying laptops across several universities, and the trend itself makes this competition feel even more calculated. When Zhou Kang's team enters the arena against Celeste City University, the gap in strength is obvious almost immediately. Zhou Kang does not just win, he drives his team straight through the opposition and breaks Celeste City's formation apart by force. Then Lin Tian spots the real problem in Zhou Kang's hand, a tiny black bottle hidden on a ring and leaking black gas into the fight. The moment that black gas brushes the Celeste City fighters, they falter in a brief wave of weakness before recovering, and that tiny opening is enough to ruin them. Lin Tian recognizes how lethal that instant of weakness would be against a top fighter, and the thought of facing Zhou Kang himself sends a chill through him. Most spectators lose interest because the match is such a stomp, but the leader's box pays attention to something else entirely. Imperial City University clearly brought a second ace team. Imperial City University's team opens with ruthless firepower, and Zhou Kang's side blasts all 6 Celeste City University students off their feet in one crushing exchange. Before the smoke even settles, a short-haired girl flashes in front of the fallen team so fast that even Lin Tian can barely track her. That speed immediately puts Lin Tian on edge, because it reminds him of the dangerous levels Yishu once showed. Then Lin Tian notices something worse. Besides Zhou Kang, only that girl is wearing the same suspicious ring. Lin Tian quietly asks Zhou who the girl is, and Zhou immediately stiffens because Bai Linyu is sitting right there beside them. Before Zhou can answer, Bai Linyu coolly tells Lin Tian the girl's name, Shangguan Wanwan, the cherished daughter of the Shangguan family. Lin Tian thanks her, but one look at Bai Linyu's face is enough to make the air turn icy and Zhou even more miserable. Out in the arena, Zhou Kang openly humiliates the defeated students and sneers that Celeste City University has no talent. He even kicks the student aside, and Lin Tian sees again why he despises the Zhou family's dirty style despite their real strength. Then Zhou Kang turns straight toward Hex City University and calls Lin Tian out by name, promising old debts will be paid. The whole venue snaps to attention, but Lin Tian answers without backing down and calmly tells Zhou Kang to bring it on. Lin Guodong immediately wonders what kind of grudge a second-rate family like the Zhou family could have with a student like Lin Tian. While the shouting dies down, Shangguan Wanwan leaves with the others, still cold-faced as the ring on her finger glows red and her trembling arm seems to be absorbing the drug. That strange detail keeps bothering Lin Tian, so he presses Zhou again after the match about Shangguan Wanwan's background. Zhou admits he knows little, except that the Shangguan family is one of the country's true aristocratic families, and that only sharpens Lin Tian's suspicion. Lin Tian abruptly says he is going to the toilet and slips out, leaving Zhou staring after him and dreading how obvious this looks in front of Bai Linyu. Away from the booth, Lin Tian reveals his real goal and secretly messages Elder Su and Lao Gui about the ring and the potion tied to Shangguan Wanwan. He pieces together a grim possibility that the Shangguan family may be an old medicine clan controlling the same kind of drugs, which would drag him into something far bigger than a school tournament. The moment Elder Su reads Lin Tian's message, his expression changes so sharply that even Lin Guodong notices. Elder Su masks the shock, makes a quick excuse about going to the toilet, and gets up at once to investigate what Lin Tian just uncovered. After arranging the investigation, Elder Su texts Lin Tian not to expose anything before they know the truth, and Lin Tian quietly settles back into place. Even after sitting back down, Lin Tian's heart is still racing because this mess now feels tied to pagans, sea monsters, and a much larger whirlpool. Bai Linyu misreads his sneaking off and dryly asks whether he got Shangguan Wanwan's contact information. Lin Tian hurriedly insists he really went to the toilet, and Bai Linyu lets it drop after reading that something serious is clearly going on. The next match starts, and Lin Tian notices 2 familiar agility faculty faces fighting for Hex City University, including Bai Bing. Lin Tian casually says Bai Bing should be strong enough, but Zhou and Bai Linyu both turn serious because this opponent is the strangely unreadable Jing City University. As they talk it through, Lin Tian realizes why Jing City University feels so eerie. They have never looked dominant, but they have also never looked weak. The answer comes fast when Jing City University's masked fighters move first and rush in with ghost-like footwork that instantly rattles Lin Tian. In the first exchange, 2 Hex City University students are tagged with paralyzing stickers and lose most of their combat power on the spot. Bai Bing refuses to collapse under that opening loss and rallies the remaining 3 students into a hard counterattack after forcing down recovery potions. Their pressure finally breaks Jing City University's rhythm, and for a moment it looks like Hex City University has grabbed the match back. Then Jing City University reveals its real trump card as 3 figures burst from lit bracelets on their wrists and become giant silver-level magical beasts over 20 meters long. Zhang Wei is baffled that they would summon only silver-level beasts at this stage, but Zhou warns that Jing City University's exclusive beasts are not normal summons at all. Lin Tian backs that up at once, recognizing them as Jing City University's exclusive magical beasts because their summon forms are too uniform and too different from ordinary silver creatures. Zhou adds the real warning: those exclusive beasts are rumored to carry abilities ordinary silver-level monsters should never have. The next second proves him right when all 3 beasts erupt with power beyond silver rank and spread domain-like fields across the battlefield. Lin Tian is shocked at first, then quickly realizes these are not true gold-level domains but weaker quasi-gold imitations that are still terrifying against student teams. Hex City University's team is crushed under that sudden pressure, forced into retreat before the domains even fully unfold. With that, Jing City University takes the win and leaves the whole tournament staring at them differently, because the quiet team opposite Imperial City University is clearly monstrous too. After Jing City University leaves the field, the next matchup appears on the big screen: Hex City University against Southwest Alliance University. Lin Tian spots the captain name, smiles, and tells Zhou Yi it is their turn like this fight is already under control. Zhou Yi is surprised they drew Southwest Alliance first, but that only reminds him this is the team Lin Tian nearly died studying before. Hex City's mood immediately lifts, because their strongest ace team is finally stepping onto the field after the school took an earlier loss. When the teams face each other, Lin Tian quickly reads Southwest Alliance's lineup and sees 3 strength-focused armored envoys built to hit hard with potion support. After a brief greeting, Southwest Alliance wastes no time and gulps down enhancement potions the moment the fight begins. Their bodies swell with power, their beast tattoos flare, and their exclusive magical beasts appear at once for an all-in opening strike. Even in the stands, the move looks desperate, and Lin Guodong can tell Southwest Alliance is treating Lin Tian's team as a threat too dangerous to test slowly. But before that opening burst can take shape, the ground detonates, and Lin Tian's trap takes over the battlefield. Mandala flowers' vines explode out in every direction and instantly turn the open field into a twisting green prison. As the enemy formation breaks, Bai Linyu and Wang Shui descend from above and hammer them with ranged attacks from the air. Lin Tian stays cool in the middle of it all and orders Zhou Yi to start charging power for the finisher. Zhou Yi answers immediately, gathering scorching fire in his hands as he advances toward the trap team. This is exactly why Lin Tian looks so relaxed. He knows Southwest Alliance's potion style too well, and their boosted bodies become useless once the terrain stops them from moving. Mandala Flower's tenacity makes the vines even harder to break, so every second the enemy spends fighting the plants leaves them exposed to the aerial barrage. Southwest Alliance realizes the ugly truth fast. They are not trading blows. They are just being pinned down and beaten from every direction. Even their captain tries to force a way out, but Lin Tian keeps shutting every opening before it becomes a real chance. Then Wang Mo layers buffs onto Zhou Yi, turning the charged attack into the clean finishing move Lin Tian was waiting for. More vines lash up from under the enemy's feet, and even with boosted reactions they still get seized and dragged off balance. That instant is enough for Zhou Yi's attack to slam into them and blow the whole trapped group apart. The Southwest Alliance students are launched into the air screaming, and Lin Tian's vines are already waiting to snatch them before they hit the ground. In barely a minute, Lin Tian has the whole team tied up tight, and the glowing vines make it obvious they are not breaking free. Wei Xing announces Hex City University's victory, and the arena swings from tension into loud relief. With the match over, Lin Tian dismisses the field of vines and Mandala Flower returns to him as a streak of green light. Hex City students cheer wildly, because Lin Tian's crushing win wipes away a lot of the frustration from their earlier defeat. But just as everyone expects the tournament to continue, 2 principals stand up together and request a technical pause. The rare request freezes the arena, because a technical pause can only happen when multiple principals agree and the base city lord approves it. Lin Guodong calmly allows the pause, while Lin Tian and the newer students frown because they have never seen this kind of break before. Lao Gui quickly gathers Hex City students and tells them the pause is for tactical discussion, not rest. He brings them into the university basement meeting room, where the real work of preparing for the rest of the tournament begins. At the front, Lao Gui explains the point of the technical pause. If Hex City wants to win later rounds, they need answers for the methods other schools are hiding. He makes it clear Lin Tian's easy win boosted morale, but one strong team is not enough if the rest of Hex City gets overwhelmed like before. So Lao Gui starts projecting each university's secret weapons, beginning with Jing City and the temporary contract beast systems that many schools rely on. He explains that Hex City insists on stricter normal contracts, while schools like Jing City and Southwest Alliance use temporary contracts for faster battlefield gains. Jing City's edge, he says, is a silver rank beast that can force out a fake domain, even if burning that power will badly damage the beast's future. He also lays out the school's potion specialties, showing that every academy has built its own version of battlefield cheating into a system. Then Lao Gui suddenly hands the floor to Lin Tian, because everyone has noticed he understands Southwest Alliance better than anyone else in the room. Lin Tian walks up a little helplessly, takes the baton, and starts laying out Southwest Alliance's 2 real weapons, the exclusive beast and the amplification potion. His key point is simple and sharp. The potion creates superhuman physical ability, but that still comes with limits, and those limits can be targeted and shut down. When he finishes, the room breaks into applause, because the gap between Lin Tian and the others suddenly feels painfully obvious. The students realize Lin Tian is not just stronger in a fight, he is also thinking several steps ahead, while everyone else is still reacting. And as the tactical session goes on, Hex City also learns another hard truth. The other universities are studying them just as closely, often with dedicated data analysts they do not have. After the short technical pause, the next team rounds start, and Lin Tian leads Hex City University back into the hunting grounds for another hard match against Imperial City University's third ace team. The moment both teams face off, Lin Tian spots the enemy's real weapon, Li Tao is already typing on a laptop while all 6 opponents wear earpieces to coordinate in real time. Lin Tian quietly warns his teammates that the boy with the laptop is analyzing their data, and the whole group realizes this match is going to be a trap-filled fight. On the other side, Li Tao calmly predicts that Hex City will not rush him first, and tells his team their real opening target will be Lu Wu. Lin Tian had considered taking out the analyst first, but he gives up on that idea because if Li Tao has already read their habits, charging him head-on could be the trap. The match opens exactly the way Li Tao predicted, with Zhang Wei charging Lu Wu first. Lu Wu activates his earth defense, laughs that Li Tao called it perfectly, and knocks Zhang Wei back with brute force. When Lin Tian's team follows up, a huge earth wall suddenly rises in front of Lu Wu and blocks the whole attack line. With their routes and follow-up patterns all anticipated, Hex City suddenly finds itself stuck, because every normal move is already inside Li Tao's calculations. Lin Tian decides to gamble, ordering Zhou Yi to charge power and cover him while he prepares to break through the analyst's control directly. Li Tao sees Zhou Yi gathering energy, whispers a quick adjustment, and his whole team instantly shifts target toward Zhou Tao instead. Zhang Wei rushes in to stop them, but that split-second response is exactly what Li Tao wanted. Lin Tian suddenly changes course and sprints for Zhang Wei instead of Li Tao, because he finally catches the real setup a beat too late. Lin Tian finally sees through the fake pressure and realizes Li Tao's team was never trying to bait him or stop Zhou Yi, but to cripple Zhang Wei's arm. A prepared barrage crashes into Zhang Wei before anyone can pull him out, with the enemy aiming to ruin one arm instead of knocking him out outright. Lin Tian throws out green vines to shield him, but the save comes a moment late, and the damage is already done. When the blast clears, Zhang Wei's khaki armor is shattered and one arm hangs limp, its hand sticker glowing red to mark the arm disabled. Lin Tian growls for a retreat, because taking this hit was bad enough and now he has to keep the rest of the team from being picked apart the same way. While vines surge up as cover, Lin Tian tells Wan Shui to freeze them, starting a strange setup even his own teammates do not fully understand yet. Lin Tian finally reveals the idea. If Li Tao wins by reading their data, then the answer is to hit him with a combo his database has never seen. Wan Mo pulls Zhang Wei to the rear to protect the injured fighter, and Lin Tian immediately charges back into the fight to sell the next move. Li Tao's team hacks apart the ordinary vines, but the frozen ones leave him staring because this setup does not exist anywhere in his prepared data. Li Tao frantically searches his laptop for an answer, but this old hidden combo is outside the database he built his whole strategy on. Lin Tian watches Li Tao stall and knows the opening has finally appeared, because a perfect analyst is still trapped by missing information. Then Bai Linyu makes her move, spreading icy blue wings and launching a rain of feathers into the frozen vine network. Imperial City's formation freezes in panic, because for once Li Tao has no immediate answer and his own teammates start doubting him out loud. Li Tao keeps typing and panting for more time, but the hesitation is already fatal. The feather and vine combo detonates in front of Imperial City's team, blasting the field apart in ice, smoke, and screams. The dust and ice completely swallow the hunting grounds, leaving even the host unable to call the result yet as the crowd waits in suspense. When the haze finally clears, Lin Tian walks out with his surviving teammates, and Hex City knows they pulled off the upset again. Hex City erupts in cheers, while most of Imperial City can only glare across the stands after watching Lin Tian beat them again. Inside Imperial City's own camp, the real aces stay cold. Zhou Kang dismisses Li Tao's team as trash while the other elite team sits nearby in silence. Out on the field, Li Tao is left kneeling in the wreckage with broken glasses, a bloodied head, and a laptop ruined by ice shards. He can only mumble that his data should not have been wrong, because this loss has shaken the thing he trusted most. Instead of mocking him, Lin Tian walks over and offers a hand, sincerely telling Li Tao that his analysis was impressive and made him see the real power of data-driven fighting. After the match, Li Tao grabs Lin Tian's hand and sincerely admits that Lin Tian showed him a possibility beyond all his old calculations. Lin Tian answers with the same respect, and his team climbs higher as the tournament keeps cutting down weaker schools. Several hard days later, only the top 32 teams remain, and Lin Tian studies the shrinking list knowing every team left is dangerous. When the new matchup list appears, Lin Tian's team from Hex City finally gets called. Then the second name hits like a spark. Imperial City University, led by Zhou Kang, is waiting on the other side. The two ace teams lock eyes, and Zhou Kang drags a finger across his throat in a cold promise to kill. Off to the side, Shangguan Wanwan's mood sours for a different reason when she compares herself to Bai Linyu and Wan Shui and feels completely outshined. Both teams enter the hunting ground, where Zhou Kang tells Lin Tian not to die too fast and quietly brushes the ring that flashes red. Lin Tian answers just as coolly, but his real attention stays on that strange ring because he knows it is not ordinary. A rapid keyboard clatter breaks the tension as a bespectacled student steps out behind Zhou Kang and calmly announces their odds of beating Hex City. Lin Tian is rattled because he never even noticed this hidden analyst when he studied Zhou Kang's earlier matches. Zhou Yi recognizes the boy at once and warns the team that Imperial City deliberately hid him by changing his look. He reveals the analyst is Zhang Liang, a silver award data monster whose calculations are so famous that Li Tao barely counts beside him. Lin Tian admits this is going to be rough, then steadies himself because if a miracle is needed, his team will make one. The match finally opens with both sides summoning their magical beasts, and Lin Tian merges with Greed Wolf and charges first. Zhang Wei slams up a path of earth spikes to spear through the enemy line. A giant fighter bursts out from behind Zhou Kong, smashes straight through the spikes, and charges Zhang Wei like a human bulldozer. As the clash starts, Zhang Liang instantly reads the matchup and orders the giant frontliner to break Hex City's defense because Zhang Wei cannot overpower him. The giant frontliner's earth power crushes the ground into a gravity pit, making Zhang Wei stumble just long enough to get grabbed. The giant frontliner hurls Zhang Wei away, ripping a huge hole in Hex City's front line before the others can react. Without missing a beat, Zhang Liang orders Zhou Kong and Shangguan Wanwan to cover both sides with fire and lock down Lin Tian's rescue route. Lin Tian and Bai Linyu try to rush in, but a wall of energy cannon fire and fresh vines cuts them off cold. As Zhang Wei crashes down, Zhou Yi tries to fire back, but the giant frontliner steps in front of him and tanks the shot to protect Imperial City's setup. The rest of Imperial City unloads on Zhang Wei, and the match stickers on both his arms light up at once, disabling them completely. Right out of the opening exchange, Zhang Liang's calculations leave Lin Tian's team in a brutal early disadvantage. Even with both arms dead, Zhang Wei forces himself back up and vows he can still fight. He tucks his hands behind his back, rebuilds his khaki armor, and turns himself into a walking shield for the team. With Zhang Wei holding the middle, Lin Tian and Bai Linyu split wide and launch a heavy counterattack from two directions. Their blasts hammer the hunting ground so hard that the earth cracks and Imperial City's vine wall finally gets torn apart. Bai Linyu's blue light wings flare open, and she fills the smoke with a rain of precise beams. Lin Tian follows right behind her with an energy cannon and blade, trying to turn that opening into momentum. But the second the dust rises, fresh vines snake through it and lock onto their positions with eerie accuracy. Lin Tian immediately answers with his own vines, and his stronger plant power slams head-on into the enemy's control. Even so, Zhang Liang calmly calls Lin Tian and Bai Linyu's exact angles and attack probabilities like he is reading a script. Lin Tian's vines still punch through, forcing Zhang Liang to take this fight seriously for the first time. A faint green illusory armor rises over Zhang Liang, revealing that the analyst is also a support-type armored envoy. He even tosses his laptop into the air and lets Lin Tian's vines catch it, turning the machine itself into part of his command station. The keyboard keeps clicking under the vines while Zhang Liang orders Zhou Kong to bring out his exclusive magical beast because normal pressure is no longer enough. Zhou Kong agrees, and the necklace at his throat flashes as he calls out the special summon. An angry roar tears across the field, and the sound alone makes Lin Tian's vines go limp and collapse. When Lin Tian looks up, Zhou Kong is wearing a bizarre stack transformation, with his old armor still there under a second faint layer of illusory armor. Lin Tian instantly realizes something is wrong, because this kind of double armor should only be possible for a platinum-level envoy. Zhou Kang's boosted speed explodes all at once, and he flashes straight to Lin Tian before Lin Tian can reset. Lin Tian's vines whip back to defend him, but Zhou Kong is already moving too fast for a normal block to matter. Zhou Kong throws a transparent fist strike that hits Lin Tian with a dizzying shock instead of raw impact. Lin Tian nearly blacks out on the spot, and only a sudden burst from Elemental Queen snaps his head clear. But Zhou Kong already has the opening he wanted, and his next punch slams into Lin Tian's abdomen at point-blank range. That fist detonates with explosive force and blasts Lin Tian backward across the field. Zhou Kong chases instantly and appears in front of Lin Tian again, calm enough to mock him for being too slow. Pressed to the edge, Lin Tian roars out Star Moon Blade and Star Moon Bomb and gathers power less than 2 meters from Zhou Kang's face. Instead of panicking, Zhou Kong splits into several identical figures and surrounds Lin Tian from every side. Seeing Lin Tian boxed in, Zhang Wei and the others try to rush support, but Zhang Liang keeps reading the whole field ahead of them. Zhang Liang openly feeds Zhou Kong exact dodge instructions and tells Shangguan Wanwan to stall the rest for half a minute. Lin Tian is forced to admit the scary part out loud. Zhang Liang's brain really does calculate like a machine. Following the analysis perfectly, Zhou Kong dodges into the predicted safe spot and avoids Lin Tian's attack. At the same time, Shangguan Wanwan successfully blocks the others, buying the half-minute Zhang Liang promised. Confident the clock is his, Zhou Kong smiles at Lin Tian and says half a minute is all he needs to finish him. Lin Tian suddenly asks him a strange question instead. Does he believe anything can exist beyond data? Zhou Kong dismisses the idea as nonsense and attacks anyway, convinced that if something escapes calculation, the data just was not good enough yet. Then the first crack appears in Imperial City's certainty when Zhang Liang suddenly shouts for his captain to be careful. Zhang Liang suddenly loses his usual icy calm and shouts a warning, and that alone is enough to make Zhou Kong hesitate mid-attack. That brief hesitation costs Zhou Kong everything when an energy cannon slams into his back and blows him forward in a spray of blood. Before Zhou Kong can recover, Zhou Yi fires 2 full-power energy cannons and strips away the last of his illusory armor. Zhou Kong crashes to the ground coughing blood, and Zhang Liang's side starts to wobble because the turning energy blade has just broken the battle logic he always relied on. The reason is simple and terrifying. Lin Tian's energy blade actually curves in flight, something Zhang Liang's battle database cannot explain at all. Even the leaders in the stands lean forward at that trick, because energy attacks are not supposed to change direction after leaving the body. Proud of his student, Lao Gui watches Lin Tian press the advantage instead of giving the shaken team a second to breathe. Lin Tian chains Star Moon Blade and Star Moon Bomb together, and Bai Lin Yu and Wang Shui rush in behind him as Zhou Kang's side gets driven back under the sudden pressure. Zhang Liang tries to analyze the incoming attacks, but Lin Tian's irregular trajectories keep slipping completely outside his predictions. With Zhou Kang already hurt and Zhang Liang's side thrown off balance, Lin Tian's team surges forward in control and the whole match starts tipping their way. Then Zhou Kang and Shangguan Wanwan quietly move their rings at the same time, and Lin Tian immediately realizes they are daring enough to use something hidden in full view of everyone. The crowd notices the strange ring movements too, and the mood around the arena turns from excitement to suspicion. In the leader's stand, Lin Guodong frowns and directly questions Imperial City University's principal about what Zhou Kang's side is using. The Imperial City principal can only admit he does not know, which says plenty because he had noticed odd things before and still let them slide. Lin Guodong does not argue further. He simply gives Elder Su a look, and Elder Su immediately leaves to start checking the matter himself. Back on the field, Lin Tian moves first anyway and sends Xiao Hui bursting out behind him like a black shadow. Xiao Hui howls into the sky, and the whole hunting ground darkens as if the moonlight itself is being swallowed. At the same time, Lin Tian's forehead mark flares, dark red flames wrap his hands, and black gas starts pouring off him as he prepares something much bigger. Thunder rolls, the ground shakes, and everyone can feel a crushing amount of energy gathering above the arena. Lin Tian finally names the move, Moon-Splitting Meteorite, and dark red lights begin opening across the sky like a hidden star field. The students stare up in confusion until the shape of the attack becomes clear. Those lights are not stars at all, but meteorites. Then the torn sky reveals just how absurd the attack is, with dozens upon dozens of meteorites hanging overhead like a deadly rain waiting to fall. Even after using their medicine, Zhou Kang's side feels the danger instantly, and Zhou Kang lunges forward with one order: stop Lin Tian before the attack drops. Lin Tian's teammates rush to shield him, refusing to let Zhou Kang break the casting now that the meteor attack is almost ready. Shangguan Wanwan arrives too, and this time her ring flashes black with the same kind of weakening effect people associate with the sacred court. Lin Tian does not flinch. With a cold command to fall, he unleashes the meteor storm as a giant black wolf phantom roars over the hunting ground. Meteorites hammer the arena in every direction, punching craters into the ground and blasting out waves of heat and force across a huge radius. The bombardment keeps going until the field looks like molten lava, with even the soil and gravel burning away under the heat. Caught inside the blast zone, Zhou Kang's side screams as the meteor storm tears through them hard enough to make even the judges panic. The judges step in before anyone dies, stunned that a silver-level student could throw out a blast even gold-level fighters would hate to face. With the field wrecked and the result beyond doubt, the host announces Hex City University and Lin Tian's team as the winners. In the Imperial City section, Qinjing stops treating Lin Tian like a local threat and starts treating him like a real obstacle. He immediately asks whether all of Lin Tian's data was recorded, treating the Imperial City speaker as off-panel while the analyst stays in view. Lu Ming answers coldly that everything was recorded, and even then Imperial City only has a 70% chance against Hex City's team. That answer sparks immediate pushback from a girl beside them, but Lu Ming does not even bother arguing and just keeps working. Elsewhere, Elder Su has already started digging into Zhou Kang and Shangguan Wanwan, and the trail quickly points toward the Shangguan family's forgotten identity as a pharmaceutical house. The problem is that suspicion alone is nowhere near enough to touch a family like that, especially when they know how to hide altered drugs inside legal-looking medicine channels. Worse, the medicine used by Zhou Kang and Shangguan Wanwan was designed to destroy its own evidence on the spot, leaving the investigators with almost nothing solid to seize. At the Armored Envoy Association, Elder Su stared at the Shangguan family files with bloodshot eyes and admitted they had still underestimated that family. Even after days without sleep, his people still could not trace the Shangguan family's connection to the sacred court, so Elder Su reluctantly ordered everyone to rest and continue later. Back at the hunting ground, the crowd never saw another clash as explosive as Lin Tian's earlier fight, and even Qin Zheng's match only stood out for one detail. Their analyst Lu Ming had a laptop open beside the battlefield. Lin Tian noticed Lu Ming was not glued to his computer like a normal analyst, because most of the time he stayed immersed in the battle itself and only checked the laptop at key moments. Chen Zhang's team was facing Jing City University's second ace team, and the fight quickly proved Jing City had been hiding far more strength than anyone expected. Watching from the side, Lin Tian quietly judged that Jing City University's years of poor rankings had probably been deliberate, because nobody had real data on what they could actually do now. In the middle of the pressure, Chen Jing pushed forward and asked Lu Ming how much longer he needed to crack the new data. Lu Ming calmly answered that he needed 2 more minutes, and after that he would not need to hold back at all. As Lu Ming focused again, Lin Tian caught a strange sight behind him. White mist formed around the analyst, and streams of data seemed to move inside it. Lin Tian asked if anyone else had seen it, but when Joey looked more closely, his expression changed on the spot and he immediately reached for his phone. Before Joey could explain, a huge blast shook the arena, and the entire match flipped in an instant. The team that had been losing suddenly moved like it could read every attack, and Chen Jing's side tore through Jing City's lineup with frightening precision. Staring at the reversal, Joey finally shouted that he had found Lu Ming's identity. They crowded around Joey's phone at once, because everyone there knew a top data analyst could steer an entire match and make Lu Ming far more dangerous than he looked. Joey started reading Lu Ming's profile, but Zhang Wei rolled his eyes at the useless opening details and snatched the phone away. Then Zhang Wei froze too, which made it clear this was no ordinary student profile. When Lin Tian read the file himself, the last line hit hard. Lu Ming had won a gold award in data analysis and was known as the Data Emperor. That reveal made Lin Tian reassess Imperial City University's ace team completely, because with Chen Jing in front and the Data Emperor behind him, beating them would be brutal. Still holding the phone and thinking through counters, Lin Tian watched the next major team enter the hunting ground under Murong Shue's lead. The moment Murong Shue appeared, her deep-sea sperm whale stunned the stadium again and brought an elegant, but overwhelming tide crashing over the field. As the battlefield flooded, Bai Linyu suddenly realized something was off. Murong Shue seemed to have never used armor transformation at all. Lin Tian replayed their earlier clash in his head and, taking Bai Linyu's suspicion seriously, immediately told Zhou Yi to pull up Murong Shue's old match recordings. By then the match was already underway, and Murong Shue's water control was so overwhelming that the enemy barely had a place left to stand. Countless flying fish burst from the water to swarm the enemy team, but Lin Tian barely watched the chaos because he was busy studying Murong Shue herself. The audience slowly caught on too, and the discovery sent a ripple of shock through the stands because Murong Shue had apparently been winning without transforming this whole time. Some spectators tried to explain it away by saying she stayed in the back line as a controller, but that only made her hidden ceiling feel even scarier. Joey finally pulled up the official battle videos and handed them over, taking the possibility seriously because anyone that strong without transforming was a real problem. Lin Tian watched several recordings in a row, and with each clip his frown deepened because he still could not find a single armor transformation from Murong Shue. Once he confirmed it, Lin Tian admitted they were in real trouble, because Murong Shue had joined Qingjing as another hidden monster who could shake the whole tournament. A moment later, Murong Shue's team captured another city and closed out the match, and the entire stadium exploded in shock and cheers. Host Wei Xing jumped on the moment and loudly praised Murong Shue's team, pushing the crowd's excitement even higher. Then Lin Guodong stood up without even taking the host's microphone, and his presence alone was enough to draw applause from the whole stadium. Lin Guodong first thanked the students for the day's matches, then openly named Hex City University as the team he naturally favored because it was his own alma mater. He also singled out Lin Tian's team for doing something beyond pure data, and the praise hit hard because it came from the city lord in front of the whole stadium. When Lin Guodong joked about Hex City University and Imperial City University being arch-rivals, even the two principals could only exchange awkward smiles because everyone knew it was true. He went on to praise all 5 great universities, and the speech fired up the students even more as the tournament moved toward the brutal top 16. After that, the university presidents took turns speaking, all of them knowing that once the top 16 began, even ace teams could still be knocked out. Hex City University's principal Chen ended the moment with a blunt wish that fit the rivalry perfectly. He only wanted Hex City to leave everyone else behind and take the championship. As the hunting competition narrowed toward the top 16, Lin Tian watched every serious team fight and realized the remaining squads were all hiding real depth. What stood out to Lin Tian was how hard everyone was pushing now, because only the top 8 would earn the real rewards from both the tournament and their own universities. He also noticed one strange Celeste City lineup had 2 data analysts, a risky setup that usually weakens a team's frontline even if analysis is valuable. From the patterns on screen, Lin Tian judged that most data analysts were control-type armored envoys with poor mobility, which explained why teams rarely brought more than one. Then host Wei Xing finally announced Celeste City University's last win, and with that the full top 16 was locked in. When the final top 16 list lit up, Hex City and Jing City both stood out with 4 teams each, and everyone could see Jing City had hidden its strength especially well. Lin Tian understood why Southwest Alliance had fallen off so badly too, because once his team exposed how to counter their second A squad, other universities copied the method and shut them down. Wei Xing called the 16 qualifying teams onto the stage, and the hunting ground shifted from chaos to a proud, tense lineup of contenders. On stage, Lu Ming only gave Lin Tian's team one cool glance before adjusting his glasses and acting like they were beneath notice. Chen Jing was less subtle and told Lin Tian flatly not to get eliminated, clearly convinced Lin Tian's team was too weak to matter. From Chen Jing's point of view, Lin Tian had only struggled so much before because his team lacked a data analyst and went into fights half-blind. Lin Tian shot back just as calmly, saying Chen Jing's team was nothing special either and they would settle who was really stronger later. That rivalry had spread beyond the two captains by now, and by Lin Yu, Wang Shui, and the others were fully invested in beating Qin Zheng's whole team. With the trash talk still hanging in the air, the top 16 draw finally began, and each team stepped forward to pull a numbered ball. The rule was simple: matching balls meant your opponent, and numbers 1 through 8 fixed the order of the matches. Lin Tian looked down and saw a 1 in his hand, meaning his team had been pushed straight into the opening match. He and Qinjing wouldn't collide yet though, because Qinjing drew a different number and landed elsewhere in the bracket. Instead, Lin Tian's first top 16 opponent turned out to be Celeste City University's second ace team, a squad famous for crushing earlier matches with ease. The real pressure came from their captain Lin Hao, whose legendary grade magical beast made this first top 16 matchup feel brutal from the moment Lin Tian saw the profile. Once the full pairings were set, Lin Tian learned his team would fight first, Chen Zheng's second, and Murong Shui's third before the day wrapped up. By evening the event broke up, and Lin Tian's team headed back to the dorms with 2 days left to prepare for Celeste City's ace squad. Back in the dorm, Lin Tian immediately pulled Zhou Yi into prep mode and told him to dig into Celeste City's second ace team in detail. Zhou Yi and Wang Enmo joined Lin Tian at the screen, and the first name they focused on was Captain Lin Hao. The footage showed Lin Hao's legendary Phantom Wind Emperor, a ferocious beast-like partner that gave him terrifying speed once armored. After watching a few clips, Lin Tian judged that Lin Hao wasn't just fast, he could also disrupt opponents badly enough that catching him was almost impossible. Zhou Yi argued that Lin Tian's wide area vines should be the clean way to pin down a speed fighter like Lin Hao. Wang Enmo wasn't convinced, so he dragged up a better camera angle and showed that Lin Hao had a movement trick that looked almost like teleportation. In the replay, Lin Hao seemed fully caged in, then slipped out through a gap no bigger than a fist without even breaking the trap. Wang Mo admitted they had no clear idea how that move worked, which made Lin Hao even more dangerous than simple footage suggested. Lin Tian frowned because the move reminded him of his own Night Shadow, which meant brute containment alone might not hold Lin Hao at all. He still noted that the rest of Lin Hao's team looked more balanced and flashy, but being chosen to fight beside Lin Hao already proved they were no pushovers. By the time they finished studying Celeste City's information, it was almost midnight, so the team finally stopped and rested for the next day. Early the next morning, Lao Gui summoned every Hex City University team that had made the top 16 for a private meeting. The meeting was held in a sealed basement, and Lao Gui made it clear Hex City had prepared hidden methods specifically for the final 16. Hex City had kept this plan secret for a long time, even compensating eliminated students beforehand so the university's last hidden trick would not leak early. For everyone in the room, the reason was obvious. Hex City had been lagging behind for years, and this unusually strong generation might be their best shot to finally rise. Lao Gui said the university's final support was not just better recovery medicine, because Hex City had also prepared an exclusive magical beast for them. The room buzzed with stunned relief, because after struggling this far against other schools' special beasts, Hex City had finally brought out one of its own. Lao Gui explained that Hex City had lacked a proper temporary contract method before, and only this year had they dared to force one into existence for an emergency like this. Then Lao Gui said he would explain Hex City's exclusive magical beast properly, and the whole room fixed on him at once. At the very end, Lao Gui pulled out a black box and opened it, setting up the reveal of Hex City University's last secret weapon. Lao Gui opens a black box and reveals several black bracelets, and Lin Tian immediately recognizes them as temporary magical beast contract bracelets used by other universities. The reveal catches Lin Tian off guard, because even he thought Hex City University did not use temporary contracts at all. When the bracelet reaches his hand, Lin Tian feels cold metal first, and then a disturbing pulse of life inside it. That sensation makes Lin Tian think of the magical beasts tied to these bracelets, and for a brief moment his mood turns heavy before he forces himself steady again. He steadies himself and decides he still has to judge different magical beasts differently, instead of treating every one of them the same. Once the bracelet fully links, Lin Tian hears a beast roar in his mind and senses a black flaming figure crouched like a furious prisoner in the dark. The reaction shocks him, because this exclusive magical beast clearly has its own will instead of feeling like the usual engineered contract tool. Seeing the students' faces, Lao Gui confirms they all noticed something was wrong with these bracelets. He explains that other universities raise and alter magical beasts from a young age until they become obedient power sources for students. Lao Gui does not dress that cruelty up at all, because from his view humans and magical beasts have carried too much blood debt for anyone to pretend otherwise. Then he reveals Hex City University's real advantage. Their temporary contract does not require students to break their original magical beast contract first. That possibility hits Lin Tian hard, because it means a silver-level armored envoy could briefly fight with 4 magical beasts instead of 3. But Lao Gui immediately pours cold water on the excitement, and warns that each bracelet can only be used for 2 temporary contracts before it becomes useless. He adds an even harsher catch. After those uses, the student cannot form another magical beast contract for a period of time, even if they later reach gold level. Lin Tian weighs the trade-off and decides the risk is still worth it, because he is nowhere near gold level yet, and he cannot afford to ruin his later plan to contract a divine-grade beast. After the warnings are finished, the students leave in order with their bracelets, and Lao Gui sends them off with a rare serious blessing for a strong start. 2 days later, the top 16 matches begin, and host Wei Xing whips the packed stadium into a loud frenzy. This round also changes the format, because the teams now fight in a hunting ground with random terrain instead of a simple arena. When Hex City University draws its map, Lin Tian's team gets the Gobi Desert, and the result is bad news the moment they see the hard rocky battlefield. Lin Tian quickly points out the problem. The ground is too hard for easy vine growth, and the stone pillars will make ambushes far more dangerous. He decides they cannot drag this out, and tells the team to finish the fight fast before the terrain punishes them. Across the field, Lin Hao looks openly pleased and says this is their chance to knock out Hex City University's top ace team. His confidence puts Lin Tian on alert, because Lin Hao's team has been too calm for a squad that supposedly had to hide this much strength. Then Lin Hao summons his beast, and the whole ground starts shaking as a pillar of light, violent wind, and a forming tornado tear across the Gobi field. That opening blast already feels terrifying, but the real shock comes when Lin Hao's 2 teammates light up their own tattoos too. Lin Tian realizes Celeste City's second ace team has been hiding a monstrous lineup of 3 legendary-grade magical beasts. Lin Hao presses the advantage and tells Lin Tian to surrender, claiming they already studied Hex City's moves and know this match is theirs. Lin Tian refuses to fold before the fight even starts and answers that they will see the result on the battlefield. With no more words needed, Lin Hao and his teammates begin their armor transformations first. Lin Tian answers by touching the bracelet on his wrist and declaring that the other universities are finally about to see Hex City University's real strength. Bai Linyu, Wang Shui, and the others back him without hesitation, ready to reveal the hidden advantage Lao Gui prepared for them. Lin Tian moves first and summons 2 giant wolves at once, bringing a black wolf and a white wolf onto the field in a storm of wind and white lightning. Then the tattoo on Lin Tian's back lights up too, and a terrifying flame aura spreads as a massive crack rips open in space behind him. Elemental Queen does not fully appear, but her pressure alone crushes the field so hard that the rocks explode and even Lin Hao feels his armor tremble. As the space crack hangs over the hunting ground like a giant watching eye, a huge vine throne rises behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian calmly takes the vine throne with a black giant wolf and a white giant wolf crouched at his sides, turning his entrance into a kingly show of absolute pressure. At the arena, Lin Guodong studies Lin Tian's overwhelming summon display and immediately recognizes the terrifying spatial aura as something only in existence like Elemental Queen should have. The narration lingers on why that matters. Elemental Queen already dominates spatial power at legendary grade, and if she ever reaches divine rank, she could branch into a wholly elemental form far beyond normal beasts. Then the rest of Hex City University raises the pressure too, because Bai Linyu and the others each reveal 3 beasts, while Lin Tian stands out with 4. Lin Hao can barely get the words out when he sees Lin Tian controlling 4 magical beasts at silver rank, because that should not be possible at all. Lin Tian answers from above with pure arrogance, saying it is not just him and that his other teammates also have 4 magical beasts. That answer hits even harder than the summons, and the other universities instantly realize Hex City's whole team has been hiding a ridiculous power jump. Hex City's own students explode with excitement, because Lin Tian's king-like display suddenly makes victory feel real. Up in the VIP seats, the other 4 principals turn icy and accuse Principal Chen of hiding a temporary contract method that lets students add extra beasts without the usual limits. Principal Chen shoots back that they never shared their own enhancement potion formulas either, making it clear he is ready to trade but not give anything away for free. The mood flips fast once Principal Chen names his price, and the other principals rush in to trade potion formulas for Hex City's temporary contract method. Principal Chen keeps a calm face, but inside he is thrilled, because this one reveal just bought Hex City University a pile of new formulas right before the Sea Monster Empire becomes a real threat. Principal Wang agrees especially quickly, partly because the formulas will not stay secret for long anyway and partly because helping Hex City now helps a base already under pressure from the Sea Monster Empire. Even Lao Gui is caught off guard by how far this deal snowballs, because he only meant to raise Hex City's odds in the tournament, not trigger a major power boost for the school. Back on the hunting ground, Lin Hao refuses to accept defeat and charges anyway, shouting that even 4 magical beasts should still lose to a legendary grade 1. Lin Tian does not budge and instead sends Bai Linyu and Wang Shui out at once, turning the fight into a speed-based trap instead of a head-on clash. Their speed shocks Lin Hao, because the 2 women vanish from sight almost instantly and move even faster than he expected possible. Mandela Flower forces vines up through the hard Gobi ground, but the terrain slows the growth enough for Lin Hao to dodge and laugh at the weak-looking control. What Lin Hao misses is that Lin Tian never needed the vines to win the fight, only to stall everyone in place for the real attack. The trap snaps shut when 2 energy cannons blast in and countless energy blades rain across the Gobi, catching Lin Hao's team before they can reset. Lin Hao finally panics and yells for Lu Yong to block the barrage, betting everything on his team's armored defender and legendary beast. Lin Tian coolly answers that it is already too late, still sitting above them like he planned every second of the collapse. Lin Hao makes one last charge toward Lin Tian, But energy hits one arm and one leg and instantly triggers the matchsticker's paralysis. The paralysis drops him hard, and the next explosion blows open the ground and throws him into a smoking crater screaming in pain. The rest of Celeste City's team gets shredded just as badly, because the same focused barrage leaves them paralyzed and unable to regroup. Zhang Wei crashes into the ruined formation in his armored form, building a giant rock body and smashing down on the crippled opponents to keep them from recovering. At the same time, Bai Lingyu and Wang Shui keep pressing the fallen team from the flanks while Zhou Yi calmly charges another cannon for the finishing blow. Only after Celeste City's team is crushed does Lin Tian step down from the throne and joke to his teammates about whether his Emperor act looked convincing. Zhou Yi laughs and gives Lin Tian a thumbs up, making the trick obvious. Lin Tian played the arrogant Emperor on purpose to draw all the enemy heat onto himself. The result is brutal. One enemy is already out, 3 more have lost an arm or leg, and even Lin Hao is crippled after leading the charge. Then the whole fight jolts again when Lin Hao roars from the crater with murderous fury and a new wave of terrifying power erupts out of the dust. A massive shadow rises through the smoke, and the pressure is so monstrous that Lin Tian's side can only stare as it brushes the edge of divine rank. Lin Tian locks onto the shadow in front of him and instantly feels something is wrong because the heartbeat, the pressure, and even the surrounding elements all scream divine-grade power. The narration makes clear why that aura matters. A divine-grade beast has already stepped into divinity, a godlike domain that can command the elements and space itself. The audience can feel that pressure too, and the whole arena starts turning toward Lin Hao's side in shock. Even Lin Guodong pays attention, though he calmly judges that this is not a true divine-grade beast, only a legendary creature carrying a similar aura. That distinction does not calm anyone else, because a beast this close to divine still sounds terrifyingly out of place in a student match. Top teams immediately start re-evaluating Lin Hao, realizing this second ace from Celeste City University was hiding far more than they expected. Chenjing tightens up for a moment, openly admitting this kind of opponent will not be easy to handle. Then a confident wolf roar answers from the glowing tattoo, and the rival student's hesitation vanishes on the spot. Back on the field, Greed Wolf answers the threat with a sky-ripping howl of its own, eyes turning red as it fixes on the monster in the smoke. Lin Tian finishes suiting up in standard armor with mandala flower and finally gets a clear look at the creature Lin Hao brought out. The beast looks grotesque and wrong, with almost its whole body swallowed by a giant mouth, and every drip of saliva eats into the ground. Lin Tian cannot match this monster to any known beast, so he pulls up its status to identify it. The name on the panel hits him hard. This thing is Tao Tai. Its panel confirms the rest too, a high-tier silver legendary beast with the chaos ability and terrifying devour skills. What truly shocks Lin Tian is not the stats but the fact that Tao Tai belongs to the ancient 10 ferocious beasts from old myths people treated as fake. That discovery flips a switch in him, because if Tao Tai is real, then the so-called super-ancient power may have been real all along. He suddenly understands he was too narrow-minded before, and even dragons no longer feel impossible in this world. At the same time, Lin Tian forces himself to stay rational and decides this still cannot be the true ancient Tao Tai, because the real one should be far beyond even divine grade. Even so, the glimpse of that ancient truth leaves Lin Tian reeling at how vast and secret-filled this world really is. Wang Mo snaps him out of it by calling to him, while Zhou Yi's energy cannon continues firing nearby. Lin Tian comes back to himself drenched in cold sweat, but now his gaze at Tao Tai carries awe instead of panic. Bright white flames ignite over Lin Tian's body as he turns that shock into a brutal new hunger to become stronger. Inside that surge of resolve, he vows to smash the barrier blocking his view of the real world. Lin Hao completely misreads the moment and mocks him, convinced Lin Tian is just scared by Tao Tai. For Lin Hao, this is the perfect chance to reveal his final trump card and crush the one student who has overshadowed everyone else. Lin Tian barely reacts to the taunt, because after seeing Tao Tai he has already decided this fight needs to end now. He grips a vine spear and steps forward, determined to break the obstacle in front of him before chasing the unknown world beyond it. Greed Wolf and another wind-based wolf launch first, turning into twin hurricanes aimed straight at Tao Tai. At the same time, Lin Tian keeps gathering green energy into the spear while Bai Lingyu and Wang Shui rush in to support the push. Lin Hao answers by patting Tao Tai and unleashing its signature move, Devour the World. Tao Tai roars and the sky instantly darkens as a massive vortex forms overhead, with a terrifying suction ripping everything inward. The pull is so violent that the ground starts crumbling, cracks split the field, and even lightning vanishes when it touches the vortex. Within a huge radius, the attack strips the area bare and batters both teams with the same merciless force. Lin Hao watches the chaos in open ecstasy, laughing like he has finally woken from the nightmare Lin Tian became for his whole generation. But while Lin Hao celebrates, the space around the battlefield begins to tear apart under the strain of Tao Tai's devouring power. Lin Tian feels his own energy being dragged out of him, yet the two wolf storms in front of him keep spinning faster and tighter into a wind tunnel. The wind tunnel slams against Tao Tai's suction, and the collision starts shredding the air and carving the earth like invisible blades. As the earth shakes, Lin Tian stares straight into Tao Tai's bloody mouth and keeps pouring everything he has left into one final throw. Green flames engulf him, the black mark on his forehead lights up, and the thorns on the spear bite so deep into his hand that blood starts running down the shaft. Wind blades slash fresh cuts across his body, but Lin Tian refuses to flinch and roars one word back at the storm: break. He lets the blood-smeared vine spear go, and it shoots into the wind tunnel alongside two wolf phantoms like a single execution strike. The wolf phantoms roar, the suction around Tao Tai starts breaking apart, and the gale tears new cracks across the ground. Driven by that acceleration, the spear rips through space itself and opens a huge crack in the sky. In that instant, the surrounding energy collapses, and the spear hangs over Tao Tai like a death sentence about to fall. With his body emptied out and leaning into the attack, Lin Tian roars at the sky that he will never let it cover his eyes again. Lin Hao thinks he is about to win, until Lin Tian's vine spear rips straight through Tao Tai's devour the world and turns that confidence to ice. A sky-filling green light drops over Lin Hao and Tao Tai, and both of them suddenly feel their lives being stripped away. Lin Hao is hit with raw fear so hard that his past flashes before his eyes, and for the first time he truly believes Lin Tian can kill him. Completely broken, Lin Hao screams that he admits defeat and begs the attack to stop. Even the gold-level judges stay back, and two platinum-level judges have to step in and throw up layer after layer of protection to contain Lin Tian's attack. Once the danger is contained, host Wei Xing finally announces that Hex City University has won. The second Lin Tian hears the result, he finally loses the last of his strength and drops from the vines. His vines and wolves return to light, and even his magical beast bracelet ends up shattered from the strain. Bai Lingyu and Wang Shui rush in first and catch Lin Tian before he hits the ground. Zhou Yi and the others crowd around in pain and pride, because Lin Tian has once again pushed himself far past what anyone asked of him. Wan Mo immediately treats Lin Tian and forces recovery medicine on him before they carry him off the field. Lao Gui hurries over, relieved his student won but clearly more shaken by how badly Lin Tian hurt himself. Trying to act casual, Lin Tian says he just overdid it a little, but his pale face and ruptured blood vessels tell the real story. Lao Gui can only shake his head at that stubborn answer before following the others to send Lin Tian to the medical room. Over the next few days, Lin Tian's terrifying win keeps frightening the other teams while Hex City University surges through the tournament. By the end of the round, Hex City University claims 3 top 8 spots and opens a big lead in points over Imperial City University. After days of rest, Lin Tian finally wakes feeling like his whole body is about to fall apart, but at least he is recovering. When Zhou Yi arrives with lunch, he is genuinely surprised to find Lin Tian finally awake and looking mostly normal again. Zhou Yi tells him the team has been taking turns washing him and waiting for him to wake up through several days of sleep. Lin Tian thanks everyone, but the moment he tries to move on his own, his weak body nearly gives out under him. After settling him back down, Zhou Yi immediately starts messaging the others that Lin Tian is finally awake. Before he can complain, Lin Tian notices a thick stack of contestant files by the bed and starts flipping through them. The deeper Lin Tian reads, the more unsettled he gets, because these dossiers are absurdly detailed right down to fighting habits, beast choices, and even his own daily behavior. He asks Zhou Yi who on earth compiled something this professional, because it looks like the work of a real data monster. That question flips Zhou Yi into full lecture mode, and he happily starts explaining every part of the files like he has been waiting for this moment. Zhou Yi reveals the files were actually put together by teachers from the 5 great universities, and they even include championship predictions. The reason is simple and uncomfortable. This year's teams are stronger than usual, and Lin Tian's explosive performance scared everyone into collecting data on him. Zhou Yi piles on even more, saying Lin Tian has drawn notice not just from the universities but even from top leaders in Hex City base, who reportedly held a meeting about him overnight. Lin Tian is not flattered at all, because being watched this closely only reminds him that too many people are already staring at him for dangerous reasons. So he cuts past the praise and asks the only thing he really cares about now: what are their odds of winning the championship? Zhou Yi shows him the prediction sheet, where Lin Tian's team is ranked first with a striking 70% chance to take the title. The next favorite is Qin Zhang's team, backed by Qin Zhang's Radiant Emperor Wolf and Lu Ming's terrifying reputation as the Data Emperor. Teachers are even predicting that Lin Tian's team and Qin Zhang's team are the most likely finalists. The third dangerous team is Murong Shue's group from Jing City University, and their odds stay high because she still has not revealed her armor transformation. Lin Tian can understand the logic, but seeing Lu Ming's data talent treated like a deciding weapon still makes him take the threat more seriously. Then Lin Tian asks the most practical follow-up of all: how much did these intelligence files cost? Zhou Yi casually tells him Lin Tian's personal file costs 1 million credits, while the others' files cost 500,000 each. That is the last straw for Lin Tian, and he blurts out in disbelief that everyone is targeting him the hardest. Back in the team room, Zhou Yi tells Lin Tian the ugly truth: his battle data is selling out first because plenty of people are willing to pay big money for a shot at beating him. Lin Tian realizes the whole tournament has basically marked him as the main target, and the thought alone gives him a headache. The reason is simple: the teacher-made reports are newer than the public database, so teams buy them in bulk even at 1 million credits each. Then Wang Shui, Bai Lingyu, and the others walk in carrying the same reports, and Bai Lingyu cheerfully announces that they bought something too. Lin Tian rolls his eyes and lifts his own stack, and suddenly everyone is laughing because they all bought the exact same kind of information. The joke lands even harder when they realize their teacher just made a fortune selling the same documents right back to his own students. After Lin Tian fully recovers, the top 8 matches begin the next day, and the moment he steps into the venue he can feel the whole crowd watching him. Even at the drawing lot box, Lin Tian cannot escape the spotlight, and he dryly notes that everyone really has been paying attention to him. He pulls the number 1 ball again, but for a second nobody else seems to match it, which makes the result feel bizarre. Then the answer comes from behind him. Another Hex City University team has drawn the matching lot against him. Lin Tian can only laugh at the bad luck, because he never wanted to treat another Hex City University team as a real enemy. The matchup feels even more awkward when Lin Tian spots a familiar agility faculty student on the other team. Once the match starts, the other captain politely admits his team is weaker but says they will still fight seriously. The battle is real, but it does not stay close for long, because Lin Tian's team quickly seizes complete control. Seeing the gap clearly, the opposing Hex City team concedes without resentment because they know they were outmatched by a true A squad. After the match, the opposing captain shakes Lin Tian's hand and sincerely asks him to bring a good result back for Hex City University. With that win, Lin Tian's team reaches the top 4, and Hex City University's crowd applauds both the winners and the teammates who lost with dignity. The other quarterfinals move fast, and Chen Zheng's team crushes Southwest Alliance University's top ace team to claim a semi-final slot. Murong Shui also wins cleanly, brushing aside Hex City University's second ace team and taking Jing City University into the semifinals. The final semifinal ticket goes to Celeste City University, where Lu Xiaoran leads his team all the way through with a strength nobody can ignore. That leaves the final 4 set: Hex City, Imperial City, Jing City, and Celeste City, while Southwest Alliance crashes all the way to last place after an early team exit. At the semi-final draw, Lin Tian gets exactly what he wants and exactly what he fears: Lu Xiaoran and Celeste City University's top ace team. Because Lu Xiaoran also uses a wolf-type magical beast, Lin Tian is immediately eager for that clash. The other semi-final is set as Murong Shui against Qinjing, and Lin Tian cannot hide that he also wanted to see Murong Shui's real strength up close. After the matchups are locked in, everyone rests for a day and comes back expecting a big semi-final showdown. Instead, Lin Tian and the others are hit with bizarre news the moment they arrive. Celeste City University's team is missing. Not late and not simply forfeiting, but completely gone, with Lu Xiaoran's whole team still missing after a full morning search. Lin Tian frowns on the spot, because his opponent disappearing right before their match feels wrong in a way he cannot ignore. The organizers quickly suspend the semifinals, and for the first time the tournament itself has to stop because a team vanished before a major match. Since this happened in Hex City base, Lin Guodong sends people to investigate, and even the student teams join the search. Hex City University is investigated too, because as Celeste City's scheduled opponent they cannot be ignored despite the lack of proof. But after checking the hunting grounds, the venues, and the surveillance, the authorities still come up empty. Lin Tian keeps helping with the search and remembers clearly that he saw Lu Xiaoran just yesterday, which makes the disappearance feel even more suspicious. That is when Lin Tian quietly lands on his own answer. This feels like the Sacred Court again. Joey overhears him and asks what the Sacred Court is, while the others are just as lost. Lin Tian explains the cult and its twisted medicine, finally giving his teammates a name for the kind of threat he has faced before. Joey immediately links that medicine to the strange drug Shangguan Wanwan used before, the one that made him lose his strength for a moment. With that suspicion hanging over them, Lin Tian and the others head to Celeste City University's hotel to inspect Lu Xiaoran's room for themselves. At first glance Lu Xiaoran's room looks normal, but it is almost too clean, and the Celeste City teacher can only frown at how little was left behind. While everyone else stares at the obvious places, Lin Tian notices a detail they missed in the spacing between the rooms and suddenly presses on the issue of hotel cleaning times. The hotel manager answers that rooms are normally cleaned in the afternoon, which means Lu Xiaoran's room should not have looked like this in the morning unless something was off. Lin Tian spells it out: either Lu Xiaoran's team never came back last night, or someone cleaned their rooms early on purpose. That possibility immediately puts pressure on the hotel, and the investigators hurry to check the surveillance room. There they find another problem. Most of the cameras have been off since yesterday, and only one camera kept recording this morning. When the midnight footage is pulled up, Lu Xiaoran's team is finally seen returning to the hotel after all. That confirms at least one thing for Lin Tian. The traces in the room make sense because the missing team really did come back here. But the more Lin Tian rewatches the footage, the worse it feels, because Lu Xiaoran and the others do not look normal at all. On the replay, Lu Xiaoran's team moves through the hotel like people being controlled or dragged, not like students returning normally for the night. Right after that unsettling return, the remaining camera feeds stop giving them anything useful, and Lin Tian is left with suspicion but no solid answer. He can only admit that something is deeply wrong, even if he still cannot name exactly what he is seeing. For now, the strongest lead is that someone inside the hotel may have helped, even though the deeper truth is still hidden. The Celeste City teacher, ashamed of having suspected him, steps forward to thank Lin Tian for helping crack the case open. Lin Tian tells him to focus on bringing the missing students back, because if he wanted an easy path to the title, there were stronger teams he would have targeted first. With no team and no answers, the tournament stays suspended, and the search drags on for more than half a month without a breakthrough. Then, in the middle of the month, Lu Xiaoran's team suddenly reappears back in their home city as mysteriously as they vanished. But when the news reaches the others, it becomes clear something inside Lu Xiaoran has been shattered. When Lu Xiaoran returns home, he can only clutch his head with unfocused eyes, like a person still trapped in whatever horror he went through. And the moment anyone mentions the competition, Lu Xiaoran completely breaks down, crying wildly and curling into a corner in pure despair. Even with Lu Xiaoran's group still missing, the tournament keeps moving, and Hex City University advances by default because Celeste City University is absent. Attention shifts to the other semi-final as Chen Zheng's team faces Murong Shue's team in the hunting grounds. Murong Shue reveals a rare armor form that looks more like a royal evening gown than standard battle armor, instantly setting her apart from every other fighter. Watching from the stands, Lin Tian realizes why Murong Shue almost never uses this form, because it is tied to an unusually special beast. Zhou quietly explains that Murong Shue's partner is an exclusive magical beast, an artificially bred combat beast whose armor manifestation works differently from normal legendary beasts. Lin Tian checks the deep-sea sperm whale for himself and sees the shocking detail. It is a high-tier silver legendary beast with a tidal domain, but something about it feels wrong. Zhou reveals the flaw in Jing City University's breeding method. Their exclusive legendary beasts can force out domain-level power, but they lose the special ability a true legendary beast should have. That finally makes sense to Lin Tian, but it also shows why Murong Shue's strength feels warped and incomplete. On the field, Qin Jing sees through her secret too and coldly tells Murong Shue to surrender because her so-called legendary beast is not worthy of that title. Murong Shue refuses to answer and charges anyway, still trying to force a path through with sheer stubborn pride. Their clash wrecks the hunting grounds again, with the earth splitting under repeated blasts as the semifinal turns brutal. When the dust clears, Murong Shue's team has been driven back and Qin Jing hovers above her with burning red wings, completely in control. Murong Shue spits blood and finally has to face the truth that her patched-together power cannot beat him. With nowhere left to go, Murong Shue chokes out her surrender and Imperial City University takes the final spot. Wei Xing fires up the whole arena by announcing the real showdown at last. Hex City University versus Imperial City University in the championship final. Students from both universities rise to their feet, because the rivalry that has burned for years is finally coming to a head in one arena. Qin Jing cannot even wait for the next day and directly points at Lin Tian, promising to take his head in the final. Lin Tian answers from the stands just as coldly, telling Qin Jing that his chance to win is already gone. Their hostility turns physical for a moment as both beast tattoos light up and giant wolf phantoms roar behind them across the stadium. By the time the final arrives, Lin Tian enters with a black waste box full of armored weapons and recovery potions because his magical beast bracelet has already been used up. Hex City's one quiet advantage is that Bai Lin Yu and Wang Shui still have one bracelet summon left, and that could decide everything. Imperial City University enters next, and Lu Ming immediately stands out because he has replaced his laptop with an eye-mounted analysis device and gloved hands working non-stop. Before the horn sounds, Lin Tian warns his team that Qin Jing may look like the commander, but Lu Ming is clearly one of the true cores they have to watch. The match begins, and Lin Tian and Qin Jing transform almost together before blasting straight at each other like colliding lightning bolts. Bai Lin Yu and Wang Shui support from behind, and Hex City grabs the early momentum with heavy covering fire. That opening lets Lin Tian close in on Qin Jing, even as explosions and incoming beams start tearing the air apart around them. Qin Jing counters with flaming energy blades, but Lin Tian slips through them with Night Shadow and fires back with cannons and blades of his own. Then the ground itself turns dangerous as vines erupt under Lin Tian, forcing him to shift position again just as Qin Jing appears directly in front of him. With flaming wings flaring out, Chen Zheng unleashes radiant sword rain and raises a sun-like mass of fire over Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian instantly realizes something is wrong, because every route Night Shadow could use has already been predicted and sealed off. With no space left to dodge, Lin Tian layers on Star Moon armor and pulls out quasi-gold armored weapons, choosing a breastplate over leg armor to survive the hit. Qin Jiang's opening burst detonates into a huge blast that swallows Lin Tian and blows the whole battlefield open for 200 meters. Bai Lin Yu and Wang Shui try to rush in, but Imperial City's members cut them off and force the side battle to stay separate. Lu Ming does not look away from the blast for even a second, calmly tracking the result through his device instead of celebrating early. Lin Tian bursts out of the explosion alive, but Lu Ming immediately points out that he survived only because he used a hidden defensive armored weapon. The moment he gets clear, Lin Tian sees that his quasi-gold defensive gear has already been blown apart by that first exchange. That is when Lin Tian finally understands the truth. Lu Ming is not just a support analyst hiding behind Qin Jing, he is the real tactical core who started laying this trap from the first second. Before Lin Tian can retreat, Lu Ming proves he was hiding even more by firing a laser-fast beam attack from his own hand. The shot lands before anyone can react, blasting a bloody hole through Lin Tian's shoulder and knocking him out of the air. As Lin Tian staggers down, his match sticker activates on his left hand, confirming the damage is serious enough that his left arm is effectively gone. The Hex City side goes numb at the sight, because the championship has barely begun and Lin Tian may have already lost one arm. The moment Lin Tian starts acting strangely, Bai Lin Yu, Wang Shui, and the others panic and rush toward him instead of holding formation. Imperial City immediately punishes that mistake, blasting 5 or 6 energy cannons straight into the scattered Hex City team. Lin Tian yells for them not to come, but the warning lands too late as the explosions swallow his teammates in midair. Wang Mo tries to raise his shield, but an off-panel Imperial City attacker cuts him off at point-blank range and coldly forces him to watch. Behind it all, Lu Ming calmly runs the whole battlefield like a machine, having already calculated over 1,000 responses around Lin Tian's every move. Realizing his own mistake triggered this disaster, Lin Tian is hit with a wave of guilt and desperation. Lin Tian forces himself into action, using Night Shadow to dash in and pull his teammates out of the blast zone. He throws up a huge vine wall in front of the team and buys them one thin breath of safety. Behind the vine wall, Lin Tian hurriedly gives recovery potion to the teammates who got badly hurt trying to save him. That small respite ends fast when the vine barrier shatters and Chen Zheng sidesteps right back into their faces. Looking down on them, Qin Jing mocks Lin Tian for hiding in a corner and attacks again without giving them room to recover. Vines spread across the ground and spray out energy blades, forcing Lin Tian to get up and block them himself. Lin Tian answers with Star Moon Blade and Star Moon Bomb, trying to cut down the incoming barrage before it reaches the team. Then Lu Ming's real trap goes off, and the vines under their feet flash green because they were bombs all along. The vine bombs detonate across 200 meters and blast the whole Hex City squad off the field again. Lu Ming does not stop there, ordering more attacks into the blast zone to bury them under a second wave. A towering pillar of light erupts from the overlapping explosions before the energy finally collapses and the smoke clears. When the team reappears, the damage is brutal. Lin Tian has lost his left arm, and nearly everyone else has collapsed limbs too. Zhou Yi is hit worse with both hands gone, while Bai Lin Yu, Zhang Wei, and Wang Mo each lose an arm, and Wang Shui loses both an arm and a leg. With almost 10 body parts collapsed across the squad, despair starts spreading through Hex City's side of the arena. Chen Jingjiang and his side loom over the wreck team, and he tells Lin Tian to stop resisting because this fight is already over. Instead of giving up, Zhou Yi suddenly explodes forward in a red charge and throws himself at the enemy to buy time for everyone else. Lin Tian is stunned because Zhou Yi is clearly risking his life just to give the team a moment to breathe. Lu Ming spots Zhou Yi's sacrifice instantly and gives a small signal to a teammate, already adjusting the trap around him. Lin Tian shouts for Zhou Yi to come back, but Zhou Yi has already crossed the point of no return. Chen Jing answers with crushing force, unleashing a Great Sun attack at the armless Zhou Yi and deciding to eliminate him outright. The Great Sun explosion engulfs Zhou Yi completely and tears a massive pit across the battlefield. Zhou Yi screams from inside the blast, and Lin Tian turns into white lightning to break toward the crater. Chen Jing blocks that rescue cold, telling Lin Tian he no longer has the luxury to care about his teammates. Lin Tian hears Zhou Yi suffer alone, and the helplessness drains the color from his face. He still tries to force his way through, but in this broken state Lin Tian cannot beat Chen Jing and gets swatted down again. Chen Jing looks down on him with open disdain and tells him that if this is all he has left, he should give up now. At that low point, Greed Wolf bursts out of Lin Tian as a black shadow and roars in front of Chen Jing. Seeing Greed Wolf only makes Chen Jing more vicious, because he wants to erase the Lucent Moon bloodline and prove the Radiant Emperor Wolf is the only true heir. Around them, the battlefield has turned ugly. Zhou Yi is screaming somewhere in the blast, Wang Mo is still pinned down, and the rest of Hex City can barely stand. The crowd starts turning on Lin Tian hard, mocking the team that was supposed to have the highest chance to win the whole tournament. Because the official data had favored Hex City so heavily, the crowd reads this collapse as an even bigger embarrassment. Even the leaders section cools down, and Lin Quodong can only watch in disappointment as the team he hoped for gets crushed. Hex City's higher-ups can only admit the gap looks terrifying, and Lu Ming's calculations have made Imperial City feel impossible to crack. The students from Hex City sink into open despair, because with collapsed limbs, one teammate already eliminated, and only 5 against 6, they cannot see any path left to first place. Just as everyone thinks Hex City is finished, its principal rises from the leader's seats with a painfully disappointed look. He turns and walks away in silence, leaving the students of Hex City University with the sinking feeling that even their own principal cannot bear to watch anymore. Lao Gui calls after him too, but the principal keeps going, and the old teacher can only sigh at how badly Hex City's team seems to have collapsed in the final round. Elder Su breaks the gloom with one calm reminder: until the last moment, nobody knows who will really win. Unlike the others, Elder Su remembers exactly why he trusted this team in the first place. Lin Tian's group has survived by creating miracles over and over again. Lin Quodong flips to the report, finds that same line about miracles, and shares a quiet, knowing smile with Elder Su. Back on the ruined battlefield, Zhou Yi is already gone from the match, and Lin Tian stares at the destruction as guilt crushes him. He starts blaming himself for Zhou Yi's defeat, and that single mistake spirals into full self-doubt. As his will freezes, Lin Tian's illusory armor is forcibly stripped away and the power of greed wolf retreats into the beast tattoo on his arm. Seeing that empty look, Chen Jing walks over in anger and says this broken Lin Tian is not even worthy of being his rival anymore. Bored and disgusted, Chen Jing lifts a hand and gathers power to finish Lin Tian with one final shot. Then Bai Lin Yu, Wang Shui, and the others force themselves back up and sprint in, still betting everything on Lin Tian. They throw themselves in front of Lin Tian and tell him the roles are reversed now. He protected them before, and now they will protect him. Ancient power erupts from their bodies, and the trembling battlefield suddenly fills with legendary-grade pressure. Zhang Wei joins the line with his own terrifying aura, proving this is not just one desperate block but a full stand by the team. And when Wang Yamo arrives behind Lin Tian in a burst of rainbow light, the count becomes clear. Hex City still has 4 legendary magical beasts in play. Those words from his teammates finally reach Lin Tian, and the light of their faith starts cracking open the darkness around his heart. Before that spark can fade, a thunder of wolf howls rolls in from the depths of the hunting ground. A gigantic purplish-black gale-striped wolf bursts into view at the head of a massive wolf pack, charging straight toward the battlefield. Even the platinum judges move to intercept them, but Lin Guodong stops them and lets the wolves come. The wolf pack cannot reach Lin Tian's team immediately, so the giant gale-striped wolf throws back its head and howls for all of them. All 17,321 wolves answer together, and their cry feels like they sensed Lin Tian's crisis and came to drag him back from it. Inside Lin Tian's sealed mind, those howls become light, and for the first time a tiny crack appears in the darkness. He reaches toward that faint glow and starts tearing at the dark with his own hands, trying to force himself awake. Out in the stands, Hex City's students catch the meaning of the wolf's cry and rise as one to call Lin Tian's name. Then Li Na steps up too, choosing friendship over school loyalty because Lin Tian once stood up for her when she was being bullied. Her shout shakes the students around her, and Lin Tian's support suddenly spills beyond Hex City alone. At Southwest Alliance University, even Li Tao and the team Lin Tian once crushed stand up and yell at him to stop lying down and fight like the man who beat them. That raw challenge pulls the whole Southwest Alliance crowd to its feet behind him. Jing City joins next when Murong Shui stands and calls for Lin Tian to show the strength she remembers from their earlier clash. Then Tianlin University rises too, until 4 universities are shouting Lin Tian's name across the arena. All of those voices pour into Lin Tian's mind as light, and his consciousness starts clearing like someone waking for the first time. A final call tears through the silence in his head, and that last push snaps him fully awake. Back in reality, Lin Tian gasps back to himself just as Chen Zheng's condensed energy cannon is about to come down on him. This time Lin Tian moves first, shooting up a hand and grabbing Chen Zheng's wrist before the finishing blow can land. The energy cannon tears past Lin Tian instead of hitting him, and he glares up at Chen Zheng and says the fight is not over yet. Lin Tian finally pushes himself up and apologizes for making everyone wait, sounding steady again instead of broken. Bai Lin Yu smiles at him because this is the Lin Tian she knows, the one who never stops looking for hope. Lin Tian thanks both Hex City University and the other schools because their support dragged him back toward the light. He also looks to Gale-Striped Wolf and remembers that his beasts never abandoned him, even when death felt close. Gale-Striped Wolf answers with a happy howl, and Lin Tian finally smiles back. When Lin Tian looks into the audience, he sees Lao Gui still backing him at the critical moment. Beside Lao Gui stands Principal Chen, returning just when Hex City needed hope the most. Lin Tian understands that the old ace generation is handing Hex City's burden to him now. He pounds his chest, and a violent burst of energy erupts from his body so fiercely that even Chen Jing has to step back. A fresh spatial crack opens behind Lin Tian, and beast roars pour out with a floating sea of fire. The flames descend and light a path to Lin Tian as the beast tattoo on his back starts glowing. A small winged figure rises from the fire like a fairy, scattering sparks and stepping through blooming flame petals. Lin Tian softly calls Xiaoling, and the elemental queen dives straight into his arms. Shaking in guilt, she apologizes because she felt Lin Tian's pain and hates that she arrived too late to protect him. As she clings to him, her phantom body visibly matures from a childlike form into a young girl, showing how much she has grown. Lin Tian calms her down, strokes her hair, and tells her they will fight together now. Elemental Queen smiles, takes Lin Tian's left hand, and instantly gathers fireballs behind her. The ground splits open and lava-like fire erupts so violently that Chen Zheng's side has to retreat. Chen Jing freezes for a moment because the Elemental Queen's return brings back exactly how badly she bullied him in the entrance exam. Lu Ming steps in, steadies Chen Jing, and reminds him of the promise he made long ago to truly defeat Lin Tian. Chen Jing repeats that wish out loud, and this time his voice is steady again. Satisfied, Lu Ming says he will make that happen today and pulls a green medicine bottle from his black box. He drinks the medicine, and a green glow fills his eyes as his whole presence turns unnervingly emotionless. When Lu Ming says let's begin, even Lin Tian feels a fresh pressure from him. The fight restarts with fire pillars bursting from the ground as Chen Zheng's team closes in under pressure. With Zhou already out, Elemental Queen takes over the team's missing firepower while Bai Linyu, Wang Shui, and the others stand up again behind Lin Tian. Greed Wolf drops its armor form, and Hex City puts 3 magical beasts on the field at once: Greed Wolf, Mandala Flower, and Elemental Queen. Gale-striped wolf howls, and Greed Wolf blasts forward like a black and white lightning bolt straight at Chen Jing. Chen Jing answers by turning into a blazing sun and smashing forward to meet the charge head-on. Elemental Queen slips into Mandala Flower's vines and starts happily commanding both beasts like a tiny field general. Under her orders, Greed Wolf keeps firing cannons and blades while Lu Ming sends vines from the ground to shield Chen Jing. Greed Wolf's barrage rips straight through Lu Ming's vines before Mandala Flower joins in from underground. Elemental Queen channels blue energy into Mandala Flower, and the vines suddenly switch into a water attack. A giant wave bursts out from behind Lu Ming's side and slams into the whole team before they can react. Elemental Queen fixes on Chen Zheng's side and coldly says they can stop bullying Lin Tian now. Then she lifts a finger, thunder gathers overhead, and the sky turns red with falling meteorites. The meteor storm hammers the battlefield and smashes straight into the giant waves she already unleashed. Lu Ming is jolted because all the data he studied on Elemental Queen is suddenly useless against what she is doing now. As Chen Zheng's team is blasted around by water and explosions, Greed Wolf adds a full Greed Wolf cannon on top of it. The cannon vaporizes seawater in a huge radius and blows Chen Zheng's side straight off their feet. Elemental Queen keeps pressing and vows she will avenge Lin Tian herself. The ground starts splitting in every direction again, but this time Chen Jing and Lu Ming force themselves back up with the rest of their team. Instead of retreating, Lu Ming's side summons their remaining magical beasts as if they are preparing a hidden move. Wang Shui senses something is off and realizes Imperial City is still hiding another card. Lu Ming opens the black box at his waist and reveals black crystal-like ores that swallow light instead of reflecting it. Holding the strange ore, Lu Ming admits he badly underestimated Lin Tian and Elemental Queen before pulling out Imperial City's real secret weapon. The principals in the stands immediately realize Imperial City was hiding an even deeper trump card for the final. Principal Wang calmly confirms it, proud that Imperial City saved its final research result for the moment that mattered most. Seeing the enemy's new trick, Zhang Wei still wants to charge in and test it himself now that Lin Tian's side finally has momentum. Lin Tian stops that idea because even his system can only read the black ore's name and nothing about what it actually does. Before Hex City can figure it out, Lu Ming walks up to one of his summoned beasts and presses a demon beast core onto its forehead. The showdown finally tips into all-out war as the entire arena starts coming apart under a surge of terrifying energy. Lin Tian's beast tattoo flares to life, and scorching heat floods out hard enough to make the nearby space look like it is melting. He calls out to Elemental Queen, and she instantly starts gathering power with him instead of holding anything back. Elemental power whips the whole battlefield into chaos, with a sea of fire erupting across a huge area. Then water surges up into the sea of fire, and the clash of the two elements turns the whole battlefield even more violent. As the elemental collision peaks, the sky seems to cave in and the ground splits open beneath everyone. Lu Ming suddenly loses control, screaming as a crazed burst of power explodes out of him and washes across the stage. Before that chaos can swallow everything, a blinding white light bursts open and swallows the entire storm of energy. Out of the fading white glare, a lone figure walks forward while a wolf howl rolls over the battlefield like a warning. The wolf form inside the light keeps swelling from giant to monstrous, growing until it can face the deep-sea merman king head-on. When the light finally clears, Greed Wolf stands revealed in a newly evolved form, bright white and massive with black mist coiling around its limbs. Greed Wolf does not even need to attack yet, because its new aura alone crushes nearby magical beasts into gore. Seeing that transformation, Lin Tian grins to himself and decides every risk he took was worth it. The system confirms the payoff at once. Greed Wolf has reached quasi-gold rank and awakened the Radiant Moon domain. Another prompt follows right behind it, adding the new silver skill star pattern to Greed Wolf's arsenal. At the same time, Mandala Flower also completes its synchronized breakthrough into quasi-gold rank. Mandala Flower's new power erupts visibly as enormous dark green vines burst from the ground, thicker and tougher than before. Its upgrade is not just raw growth either, because Mandala Flower also gains the Thorn Vine domain and the new silver attack Rattan Ball Bomb. Then Elemental Queen finishes her own synchronization and rises to quasi-gold rank 2. Her rewards are just as dangerous, unlocking the Elemental domain and a new silver skill called Elemental Storm. Just from the name, Lin Tian can already tell Elemental Storm is built to devastate whole sections of the battlefield. With all three beasts strengthened at once, Lin Tian feels his own quasi-gold breakthrough pushing his confidence sharply upward. He judges that even if Lu Ming still has hidden tricks, he is no longer the one under pressure here. Backed by Greed Wolf, Mandala Flower, and Elemental Queen together, Lin Tian believes killing the Deep-Sea Merman King is now within reach. But right as his strength settles, something inside Lin Tian suddenly feels like it cracks open. A strange light flashes through his mind, and broken memory fragments start flickering past too fast for him to understand. That jolt leaves him with one clear conclusion: breaking into platinum rank is not going to be a simple level up. He remembers that some beasts carried the law attribute, and the clue suddenly feels much more important than before. At the same moment, Lin Tian feels a powerful summons dragging his attention toward Hex City Base, not Hex City University. The pull is so intense that he starts suspecting it is pointing him toward the path for platinum rank and an even higher evolution for his beasts. Before charging back in, Lin Tian jumps down and checks Greed Wolf's new attributes so he can use this power properly. The panel confirms Greed Wolf's full upgrade line, from quasi-gold rank and epic rarity to its new domain and expanded skill set. What excites him most is the domain, because Radiant Moon domain can flood the battlefield with a moonlit power-up tailored to Greed Wolf itself. Lin Tian quickly stacks the boosts in his head and realizes that with Ripping Moon armor, the 3 moons, moon pattern, star pattern, and this domain together, his combat strength could spike to a frightening level. Once that clicks, he stops hesitating and calls for Greed Wolf's armor transformation. Greed Wolf instantly answers, collapsing into a black and white bolt that shoots straight onto Lin Tian's body. The fusion hits with overlapping explosions that hammer the earth and fling gravel through the air. Then, right in the middle of that transformation surge, an alarm suddenly starts blaring.